Book 1, Chapter 1 of These Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. These Twain by Arnold Bennett. Book 1, The Woman in the House. Chapter 1, The House. 1. In the year 1892, Bleakridge, residential suburb of Bursley, was still most plainly divided into old and new, that is to say, into the dull red or dull yellow with stone facings, and the bright red with terracotta gimcrackery. Like incompatible liquids, congealed in a pot, the two components are run into each other and mingled, but never mixed. Paramount among the old was the house of the Member of Parliament, near the top of the important mound that separates Hanbridge from Bursley. The aged and widowed member used the house little, but he kept it up, and sometimes came into it with an unexpectedness that extremely flattered the suburb. Thus you might be reading in the morning paper that the member had given a lunch in London on the previous day to cabinet ministers and ladies as splendid as the Countess of Chell, and, glancing out of the window, you might see the member himself walking down Trafalgar Road, sad, fragile, sedately alert, with his hands behind him, or waving a gracious hand to an acquaintance. Whereupon you would announce, not apathetically, "Member's gone down to Macklevane's," Macklevane's being the works in which the member had an interest, and there would perhaps be a rush to the window. Those were the last great days of Bleakridge. After the member's house ranked such historic residences as those of Osmond Orgreave, the architect, which had the largest, greenest garden, and the best smoke-defying trees in Bleakridge, and Ferns, the Hanbridge lawyer, together with Manor Cottage, so called though a spacious house, where lived the mechanical genius who had revolutionized the pottery industry, and strangely enough made a fortune thereby, and the dark abode of the High Church parson. Next in importance came the three terraces, Manor Terrace, Abbey Terrace, and the Sneyd Terrace, each consisting of 3 or 4 houses, and all on the west side of Trafalgar Road, with long back gardens and a distant prospect of Hillport therefrom over the manor fields. The terraces, considered as architecture, were unbeautiful, old-fashioned, inconvenient, perhaps paltry, as may be judged from the fact that rents ran as low as £25 a year. But they had been wondrous in their day, the pride of builders and owners, and the marvel of a barbaric populace. They too had histories, which many people knew. Age had softened them and sanctioned their dignity. A gate might creak, but the harsh curves of its ironwork had been mollified by time. Moreover, the property was always maintained in excellent repair by its landlords, and residents cared passionately for the appearance of the windows and the front steps. The plenary respectability of the residents could not be impugned. They were as good as the best. For address, they would not give the number of the house in Trafalgar Road, but the name of its terrace. Just as much as the occupiers of detached houses, they had sorted themselves out from the horde. Conservative or Liberal, they were anti-democratic, ever murmuring to themselves as they descended the front steps in the morning and mounted them in the evening, "Most folks are nobodies, but I am somebody." And this was true. The still smaller old houses in between the terraces, and even the old cottages in the side streets, which all ran to the east, had a similar distinction of caste, aloofness, and tradition. The least of them was scornful of the crowd, and deeply conscious of itself as a separate individuality. When the tenant-owner of a cottage in Manor Street added a bay window to his front room, the event seemed enormous in Manor Street, and affected even Trafalgar Road, as a notorious clean-shaven figure in the streets may disconcert a whole quarter by growing a beard. The congeries of cottage yards between Manor Street and Higginbottom Street, as visible from certain high-backed bedrooms in Trafalgar Road, a crowded higgledy-piggledy of plum-coloured walls and chimneys, blue brick pavements, and slate roofs, well illustrated the grand Victorian epoch of the building society, when 18 pence was added weekly to 18 pence, and land haggled over by the foot, and every brick counted, in the grim, long effort to break away from the mass. The traditionalism of Bleakridge protected even Roman Catholicism in that district of nonconformity, where there were at least 3 Methodist chapels to every church, and where the adjective popish was commonly used in preference to papal. The little Catholic chapel and the priest's house with its cross keys at the top of the mound were as respected as any other buildings, because Roman Catholicism had always been endemic there, since the age when the entire hamlet belonged to Cistercian monks in white robes. A feebly endemic Catholicism and a complete exemption from tithes were all that remained of the Cistercian occupation. The exemption was highly esteemed by the possessing class. Alderman Sutton, towards the end of the 70s, first pitted the new against the old in Bleakridge. The lifelong secretary of a first-class building society, he was responsible for a terrace of 3 commodious modern residences exactly opposite the house of the member. The member and Osmond Orgreave might modernize their antique houses as much as they liked. They could never match the modernity of the alderman's terrace, to which, by the way, he declined to give a name. He was capable of covering his drawing-room walls with papers at 3 and 6 a roll, and yet he capriciously preferred numbers to a name. These houses cost £1,200 each, a lot of money in the happy far-off days when good bricks were only £1 a thousand, or a farthing apiece, and imposed themselves at once upon the respect and admiration of Bleakridge. A year or 2 later, the Clayhanger house went up at the corner of Trafalgar Road and Hulton Street, and easily outvied the Sutton houses. Geographically at the centre of the residential suburb, it represented the new movement in Bleakridge at its apogee, and indeed was never beaten by later ambitious attempts. Such fine erections, though nearly every detail of them challenged tradition, could not disturb Bleakridge's belief in the stability of society. But simultaneously whole streets of cheap small houses, in reality pretentious cottages, rose round about. Hulton Street was all new and cheap. Oak Street offered a row of pink cottages to Osmond Orgreave's garden gates, and there were 3 other similar new streets between Oak Street and the Catholic chapel. Jerry building was practised in Trafalgar Road itself on a large plot in full view of the Catholic chapel, where a speculative builder, too hurried to use a measure, stepped out the foundations of 15 cottages with his own bandy legs, and, when the corner of a freshly constructed cottage fell into the street, remarked that accidents would happen, and had the bricks replaced. But not every cottage was jerry-built. Many, perhaps most, were of fairly honest workmanship. All were modern and relatively spacious, and much superior in plan to the old. All had bay windows, and yet all their bay windows together could not produce an effect equal to one bay window in ancient Manor Street, because they had admitted to be individual. Not one showy dwelling was unlike another, nor desired to be unlike another. The garish new streets were tenanted by magic. On Tuesday the paper-hangers might be whistling in those drawing-rooms, called parlours in Manor Street. On Wednesday bay windows were curtained and chimneys smoking. And, just as the cottage lacked individuality, so the tenants were nobodies. At any rate, no traditional person in Bleakridge knew who they were, nor where they came from, except that they came mysteriously up out of the town. Not that there had been any shocking increase in the birth rate down there. And no traditional person seemed to care. The strange inroad and portent ought to have puzzled, and possibly to have intimidated traditional Bleakridge, but it did not. Bleakridge merely observed that a lot of building was going on, and left the phenomenon at that. At first it was interested and flattered, then somewhat resentful and regretful. And even Edwin Clayhanger, though he counted himself among the enlightened and the truly democratic, felt hurt when quite nice houses, copying some feature of his own on a small scale, and let to such people as insurance agents, began to fill up the remaining empty spaces of Trafalgar Road. He could not help thinking that the prestige of Bleakridge was being impaired. 2. Edwin Clayhanger, though very young in marriage, considered that he was getting on in years as a householder. His age was 36. He had been married only a few months, under peculiar circumstances which rendered him self-conscious, and on an evening of August 1892, as he stood in the hall of his house awaiting the commencement of a postponed and unusual "at home," he felt absurdly nervous. But the nervousness was not painful, because he himself could laugh at it. He might be timid, he might be a little gawky, he might often have the curious sensation of not being really adult, but only a boy after all. The great impressive facts would always emerge that he was the respected head of a well-known family, that he was successful, that he had both ideas and money, and that his position as one of the two chief master printers of the district would not be challenged. He knew that he could afford to be nervous, and further, since he was house-pride, he had merely to glance round his house in order to be reassured and puffed up. Loitering near the foot of the stairs, discreetly stylish in an almost new blue serge suit and a quite new black satin tie, with the light of the gas on one side of his face and the twilight through the glazed front door mitigating the shadow on the other, Edwin mused pleasingly upon the whole organism of his home. Externally, the woodwork and metalwork of the house had just been repainted, and the brickwork pointed. He took pleasure in the thought of the long, even lines of fresh mortar, and of the new sage-tinted spoutings and pipings, every foot of which he knew by heart, and where every tube began and where it ended, and what its purpose was. The nice fitting of a perpendicular spout into a horizontal one, and the curve of the joint from the eave to the wall of the house, and the elaborate staples that firmly held the spout to the wall, and the final curve of the spout that brought its orifice accurately over a spotless grid in the ground, the perfection of all these ridiculous details, each beneath the notice of a truly celestial mind, would put the householder Edwin into a sort of contemplative ecstasy. Perhaps he was comical, but such inner experiences were part of his great interest in life, part of his large general passion. Within the hall he regarded with equal interest and pride the photogravure of Bellini's Agony in the Garden from the National Gallery, and the radiator which he had just had installed. The radiator was only a half measure, but it was his precious toy, his pet lamb, his mistress, and the theory of it was that by warming the hall and the well of the staircase it softly influenced the whole house and abolished draughts. He had exaggerated the chilliness of the late autumn night so that he might put the radiator into action. About the small furnace in the cellar that heated it he was both crotchety and extravagant. The costly efficiency of the radiator somewhat atoned in his mind for the imperfections of the hot water apparatus, depending on the kitchen boiler. Even in 1892, this middle-class pioneer and sensualist was dreaming of an ideal house in which inexhaustible water was always positively steaming, so that if a succession of persons should capriciously desire hot baths in the cold middle of the night, their collective fancy might be satisfied. Bellini's picture was the symbol of an artistic revolution in Edwin. He had read somewhere that it was perhaps the greatest picture in the world. A critic's exhortation to observe the lovingly realistic passion shown in the foreshortening of the figure of the sleeping apostle had remained in his mind, and, thrilled, he would point out this feature of the picture alike to the comprehending and the uncomprehending. The hanging up of the Bellini, in its strange frame of stained, unpolished oak, had been an epochal event, closing one era and inaugurating another. And yet, before the event, he had not even noticed the picture on a visit to the National Gallery. A hint, a phrase murmured in the right tone in a periodical, a glimpse of an illustration, and the mighty magic seed was sown. In a few months all Victorian phenomena had been put upon their trial, and most of them condemned, and condemned without even the forms of justice. Half a word, in the right tone, might ruin any of them. Thus was Sir Frederick Leighton, P.R.A., himself overthrown. One day his bath of Psyche reigned in Edwin's bedroom, and the next it had gone, and none knew why. But certain aged Victorians, such as Edwin's Auntie Hamps, took the disappearing of the licentious engraving as a sign that the beloved queer Edwin was at last coming to his senses, as of course they knew he ultimately would. He did not and could not explain. More and more he was growing to look upon his house as an island, cut off by a difference of manners from the varnished barbarism of multitudinous new cottages, and by an immensely more profound difference of thought from both the cottages and the larger houses. It seemed astounding to Edwin that modes of thought so violently separative as his and theirs could exist so close together, and under such appearances of similarity. Not even all the younger members of the Orgreave family, who counted as his nearest friends, were esteemed by Edwin to be meet for his complete candour. The unique island was scarcely a dozen years old, but historical occurrences had aged it for Edwin. He had opened the doors of all 3 reception-rooms, partly to extend the benign sway of the radiator, and partly so that he might judge the total effect of the illuminated chambers, and improve that effect if possible. And each room bore the mysterious imprints of past emotion. In the drawing-room, with its new orange-coloured gas-globes that gilded everything beneath them, Edwin's father used to sit on Sunday evenings alone. And one Sunday evening, when Edwin, entering, had first mentioned to his father a woman's name, his father had most terribly humiliated him. But now it seemed as if some other youth, and not Edwin, had been humiliated, so completely was the wound healed, and he could remember leaning in the doorway of the drawing-room one Sunday morning, and his sister Clara was seated at the piano, and his sister Maggie, nursing a baby of Clara's, by her side, and they were singing Balfe's duet, Excelsior, and his father stood behind them, crying steadily, until at length the bitter old man lost control of himself, and sobbed aloud under the emotional stress of the women's voices, and Clara cheerfully upbraided him for foolishness, and Edwin had walked suddenly away. The memory was somehow far more poignant than the memory of his humiliation, and in the drawing-room, too, he had finally betrothed himself to Hilda. That, by comparison, was only yesterday, yet it was historical and distant. He was wearing his dressing-gown, being convalescent from influenza. He could distinctly recall the feel of his dressing-gown, and Hilda came in. Over her face was a veil. The dining-room, whose large listening table was now covered with the most varied and modern refreshments for the at-home, had witnessed no event specially dramatic, but it had witnessed hundreds of monotonous, tragic meals, of which the progress of his father's mental malady and the approach of his death could be measured by the old man's increasing disability to distinguish between his knife and his fork. It had seen Darius Clayhanger fed like a baby, and it had never been the same dining-room since. Edwin might transform it, repaper it, refurnish it. The mysterious imprint remained. And then there was the little breakfast-room, inserted into the plan of the house between the hall and the kitchen. Nothing had happened there, because the life of the household had never adjusted itself to the new, borrowed convention of the breakfast-room. Nothing? But the most sensational thing had happened there. When, with an exquisite passing timidity, she took possession of Edwin's house as his wife, Hilda had had a sudden gust of audacity in the breakfast-room. A mature woman, with a boy aged 10 to prove it, she had effervesced into the naive gestures of a young girl who has inherited a boudoir. "This shall be my very own room. I shall arrange it just how I like, without asking you about anything, and it will be my very own." She had not offered an idea, she had announced a decision. Edwin had had other notions for the room, but he perceived that he must bury them in eternal silence, and yield eagerly to this caprice. Thus to acquiesce had given him deep and strange joy. He was startled perhaps to discover that he brought into his house not a woman, but a tripartite creature, woman, child, and Sibyl. Neither Maggie nor Clara, nor Janet Orgreave, nor even Hilda, before she became his wife, had ever aroused in him the least suspicion that a woman might be a tripartite creature. He was married, certainly. Nobody could be more legally and respectably married than was he. But the mere marriage seemed naught in comparison with the enormous fact that he had got this unexampled creature in his house, and was living with her, she at his mercy, and he at hers. Enchanting escapade! Solemn doom! By the way, she had yet done nothing with the breakfast-room. Yes, she had stolen a cabinet, gold-framed, from the shop, and put his photograph into it, and stuck his picture on the mantelpiece, but that was all. She would not permit him to worry her about her secret designs for the breakfast-room. The breakfast-room was her affair. Indeed, the whole house was her affair. It was no longer his house, in which he could issue orders without considering another individuality, orders that would infallibly be executed, either cheerfully or glumly, by the plump spinster Maggie. He had to mind his P's and Q's. He had to be wary everywhere. The creature did not simply live in the house, she pervaded it. As soon as he opened the front door, he felt her. 3. She was now upstairs in their joint bedroom, dressing for the at-home. All day he had feared she might be late, and as he looked at the hall clock he saw that the risk was getting acute. Before the domestic rearrangements preceding the marriage had been fully discussed, he had assumed, and Maggie and Clara had assumed, and Auntie Hamps had absolutely assumed, that the husband and wife would occupy the long, empty bedroom of old Darius, because it was 2 foot 6 broader than Edwin's, and because it was the principal bedroom. But Hilda had said no to him privately. Whereupon, being himself almost morbidly unsentimental, he judiciously hinted that to object to a room because an old man had died in it under distressing circumstances was to be morbidly sentimental and unworthy of her. Whereupon she had mysteriously smiled, and called him sweet, bad names, and kissed him, and hung on his neck. She sentimental? Could not the great stupid see, without being told, that what influenced her was not an aversion for his father's bedroom, but a predilection for Edwin's? She desired that they should inhabit his room. She wanted to sleep in his room, and to wake up in it, and to feel that she was immersing herself in his past. Ah, the exciting flattery, like an aphrodisiac! And she would not allow him to uproot the fixed bookcases on either side of the hearth. She said that for her they were part of the room itself. Useless to argue that they occupied space required for extra furniture. She would manage. She did manage. He found that the acme of convenience for a husband had not been achieved, but convenience was naught in the rapture of the escapade. He had needed shaking up, as they say down there, and he was shaken up. Nevertheless, though undoubtedly shaken up, he had the male wit to perceive that the bedroom episode had been a peculiar triumph for himself. Her attitude in it, imperious superficially, was in truth an impassioned and outright surrender to him. And further, she had at once become a frankly admiring partisan of his theory of bedrooms. The need for a comfortable solitude earlier in life had led Edwin to make his bedroom her habitable by means of a gas stove, an easy chair, and minor amenities. When teased by hardy compatriots about his sybaritism, Edwin was apt sometimes to flush and be nettled, and he would make offensive un-English comments upon the average bedroom of the average English household, which was so barbaric that during 8 months of the year you could not maintain your temperature in it unless you were either in bed or running about the room, and that even in summer you could not sit down therein at ease, because there was nothing easy to sit on, nor a table to sit at, nor even a book to read. He would caustically ask to be informed why the supposedly practical and comfort-loving English were content with an Alpine hut for a bedroom. And in this way he would go on. He was rather pleased with the phrase Alpine hut. One day he had overheard Hilda replying to an acquaintance upstairs, "People may say what they like, but Edward and I don't care to sleep in an Alpine hut." She had caught it. She was his disciple in that matter. And how she had appreciated his easy chair! As for calm deliberation in dressing and undressing, she could astonishingly and even disconcertingly surpass him in the quality. But it is to be noted that she would not permit her son to have a gas stove in his bedroom, nor would she let him occupy the disdained principal bedroom, her argument being that the room was too large for a little boy. Maggie Clayhanger's old bedroom was given to George, and the principal bedroom remained empty. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 2, Hilda on the Stairs. 1. Ada descended the stairs, young, slim, very neat. Ada was one of Hilda's 2 new servants. Before taking charge of the house, Hilda had ordained the operation called a clean sweep, and Edwin had approved. The elder of Maggie's 2 servants had been a good one, but Hilda had shown no interest in the catalogue of her excellencies. She wanted fresh servants. Maggie, like Edmund, approved, but only as a general principle. In the particular case she had hinted that her prospective sister-in-law was perhaps unwise to let slip a tested servant. Hilda wanted not merely fresh servants, but young servants agreeable to behold. "I will not have a lot of middle-aged scowling women about my house," Hilda had said. Maggie was reserved, but her glance was meant to remind Hilda that in those end-of-the-century days mistresses had to be content with what they could get. Young and comely servants were all very well, if you could drop on them, but supposing you couldn't? The fact was that Maggie could not understand Hilda's insistence on youth and comeliness in a servant, and she foresaw trouble for Hilda. Hilda, however, obtained her desire. She was outspoken with her servants. If Edwin, after his manner, implied that she was dangerously ignoring the touchiness of the modern servant, she would say indifferently, "It's always open to them to go if they don't like it." They did not go. It is notorious that foolhardy mistresses are often very lucky. As soon as Ada caught sight of her master in the hall, she became self-conscious. All the joints of her body seemed to be hung on very resilient springs, and, reddening slightly, she lowered her gaze and looked at her tripping toes. Edwin seldom spoke to her more than once a day, and not always that. He had one day visited the large attic into which, with her colleague, she disappeared late at night, and from which she emerged early in the morning, and he had seen 2 small tin trunks and some clothes behind the door, and an alarm clock, and a portrait of a fireman on the mantelpiece. The fireman, he seemed to recollect, was her brother. But she was a stranger in his house, and he had no sustained curiosity about her. The days were gone when he used to be the intimate of servants, of Mrs. Nixon, for example, sole prop of the Clayhanger family for many years, and an entirely human being to Edwin. Mrs. Nixon had never been either young, slim, or neat. She was dead. The last servant whom he could be said to have known was a pert niece of Mrs. Nixon's, now somebody's prolific wife, and much changed. And he was now somebody's husband, and bearded, and perhaps occasionally pompous, and much changed in other ways, so that enigmatic Adas bridled at sight of him, and became intensely aware of themselves. Still, this Ada, in her smartness, was a pretty sight for his eyes, as like an aspen she trembled down the stairs, though the coarseness of her big red hands and the vulgarity of her accent were a surprising contrast to her waist and her fine carriage. He knew she had been hooking her mistress's dress, and that therefore the hooking must be finished. He liked to think of Hilda being attired thus in the bedroom by a natty deferential wench. The process gave to Hilda a luxurious, even an oriental quality, which charmed him. He liked the suddenly impressive tone in which the haughty Hilda would say to Ada, "Your master," as if mentioning a sultan. He was more and more anxious lest Hilda should be late, and he wanted to ask Ada, "Is Mrs. Clayhanger coming down?" But he discreetly forbore. He might have run up to the bedroom and burst in on the toilette. Hilda would have welcomed him. But he preferred to remain with his anxiety where he was, and meditate upon Hilda bedecking herself up there in the bedroom, to please him, to please not the guests, but him. Ada disappeared down the narrow passage leading to the kitchen, and a moment later he heard a crude giggle, almost a scream, and some echo of the rough tones in which the servants spoke to each other when they were alone in the kitchen. There were in fact 2 Adas. One was as timid as a fawn, with a voice like a delicate invalid's, the other a loud-mouthed, hoity-toity girl, such as rushed out of pot-banks in flannel apron at 1 o'clock. The clayhanger servants were satisfactory, more than satisfactory, the subject of favourable comment for their neatness among the mistresses of other servants. He liked them to be about. Their presence and their official demeanour flattered him. They perfected the complex superiority of his house, that island. But when he overheard them alone together, or when he set himself to imagine what their soul's life was, he was more than ever amazed at the unnoticed profound differences between modes of thought that in apparently the most natural manner could exist so close together without producing a cataclysm. Auntie Hamp's theory was that they were all, he, she, the servants, equal in the sight of God. 2. Hilda's son, George Edwin, sidled surprisingly into the hall. He was wearing a sailor suit, very new, and had probably been invisible somewhere against the blue curtains of the drawing-room window, an example of nature's protective mimicry. George was rather small for his 10 years. Dark, like his mother, he had her eyes and her thick eyebrows that almost met in the middle, and her pale skin. As for his mind, he seemed to be sometimes alarmingly precocious, and sometimes a case of arrested development. In this and many other respects he greatly resembled other boys. The son of a bigamist can have no name, unless it be his mother's maiden name. But George knew nothing of that. He had borne his father's name, and when, at the exciting and puzzling period of his mother's marriage, he had learnt that his surname would in future be Clayhanger, he had a little resented the affront to his egoism. Edwin's explanation, however, that the change was for the convenience of people in general, had caused him to shrug his shoulders in concession, and to murmur casually, "Oh, well, then." He seemed to be assenting with loftiness, "If it's any particular use to the whole world, I really don't mind." "I say, uncle," he began. Edwin had chosen the form of address. Stepfather was preposterous, and father somehow offended him, so he constituted himself an uncle. "Hello, kid," said he. "Can you find room to keep anything else in your pockets besides your hands?" George snatched his hands out of his pockets. Then he smiled confidently up. These two were friends. Edwin was as proud as the boy of the friendship, and perhaps more flattered. At first he had not cared for George, being repelled by George's loud, positive tones, his brusque and often violent gestures, and his intense absorption in himself. But gradually he had been won by the boy's boyishness, his smile, his little soft body, his unspoken invocations, his resentment of injustice, except when strict justice appeared to clash with his own interests, his absolute impotence against adult decrees, his touching fatalism, his recondite personal distinction that flashed and was gone, and his occasional cleverness and wit. He admitted that George charmed him. But he well knew that he also charmed George. He had a way of treating George as an equal that few children, save possibly Clara's, could have resisted. True, he would quiz the child, but he did not forbid the child to quiz. The mother was profoundly relieved and rejoiced by this friendship. She luxuriated in it. Edwin might well have been inimical to the child. He might through the child have shown a jealousy of the child's father. But, somewhat to the astonishment of even Edwin himself, he never saw the father in the child, nor thought of the father, nor resented the parenthood that was not his. For him the child was an individual, and in spite of his stern determination not to fall into the delusions of conceited parents, he could not help thinking that George was a remarkable child. "Have you seen my horse?" asked George. "Have I seen your horse? Oh, I've seen that you've left it lying about on the hall table." "I put it there so that you'd see it." George persuasively excused himself for the untidiness. "Well, let's inspect it." Edwin forgave him, and picked up from the table a piece of cartridge paper on which was a drawing of a great cart-horse with shaggy feet. It was a vivacious sketch. "You're improving," said Edwin judiciously, but in fact much impressed. Surely few boys of 10 could draw as well as that. The design was strangely more mature than certain quite infantile water-colours that Edwin had seen scarcely a year earlier. "It's rather good, isn't it?" George suggested, lifting up his head so that he could just see over the edge of the paper which Edwin held at the level of his watch-chain. "I've met worse. Where did you see this particular animal?" "I saw him down near the brewery this morning. But when I'm doing a horse, I see him on the paper before I begin to draw, and I just draw round him." Edwin thought, "This kid is no ordinary kid." He said, "Well, we'll pin it up here. We'll have a Royal Academy and hear what the public has to say." He took a pin from under his waistcoat. "That's not level," said George. And when Edwin had readjusted the pin, George persisted boldly, "That's not level either." "It's as level as it's going to be. I expect you've been drawing horses instead of practising your piano." He looked down at the mysterious little boy, who lived always so much nearer to the earth's surface than himself. George nodded simply, and then scratched his head. "I suppose if I don't practise while I'm young, I shall regret it in after life, shan't I?" "Who told you that?" "It's what Auntie Hamp said to me, I think. I say, uncle." "What's up?" "Is Mr. John coming tonight?" "I suppose so. Why?" "Oh, nothing. I say, uncle." "That's twice you've said it." The boy smiled. "You know that piece in the Bible about if two of you shall agree on earth?" "What of it?" Edwin asked rather curtly, anticipating difficulties. "I don't think 2 boys would be enough, would they? 2 grown-ups might, but I'm not so sure about 2 boys. You see, in the very next verse it says 2 or 3 gathered together." "3 might be more effective. It's always as well to be on the safe side." "Could you pray for anything? A penknife, for instance?" "Why not?" "But could you?" George was a little impatient. "Better ask your mother," said Edwin, who was becoming self-conscious under the strain. George exploded coarsely. "Oh, it's no good asking mother," said Edwin. "The great thing in these affairs is to know what you want, and to want it. Concentrate as hard as you can a long time in advance. No use half-wanting." "Well, there's one thing that's pos. I couldn't begin to concentrate tonight." "Why not?" "Who could?" George protested. "We're all so nervous tonight, aren't we, with this at-home business, and I know I never could concentrate in my best clothes." For Edwin, the boy, with his shocking candour, had suddenly precipitated out of the atmosphere, as it were, the collective nervousness of the household, made it into a phenomenon, visible, tangible, oppressive. And the household was no longer a collection of units, but an entity. A bell rang faintly in the kitchen, and the sound abraded his nerves. Their first guests were on the threshold, and Hilda was late. He looked at the clock. Yes, she was late. The hour named in the invitations was already past. All day he had feared lest she should be late, and she was late. He looked at the glass of the front door, but night had come, and it was opaque. Ada tripped into view and ran upstairs. "Did you hear the front door?" He stopped her flight. "It was Mrs. Bell, sir." "Ah." Respite. Ada disappeared. Then another ring, and no parlour-maid to answer the bell. Naturally, Hilda, forgetting something at the last moment, had taken the parlour-maid away, precisely when the girl was needed. Oh, he had foreseen it. He could hear shuffling outside, and could even distinguish forms through the glass, many forms. All the people converging from various streets upon the waiting nervousness of the household seemed to have arrived at once. George moved impulsively towards the front door. "Where are you going?" Edwin asked roughly. "Come here. It's not your place to open the door. Come with me in the drawing-room." It was no affair of Edwin's, thought Edwin crossly and uncompromisingly, if guests were kept waiting at the front door. It was Hilda's affair. She was the mistress of the house, and the blame was hers. At high speed Ada swept with streamers down the stairs like a squirrel down the branch of a tree. And then came Hilda. 3. She stood at the turn of the stairs, waiting while the front door was opened. He and George could see her over and through the banisters, and at sight of her triumphant and happy air, all Edwin's annoyance melted. He did not desire that it should melt, but it melted. She was late. He could not rely on her not to be late. In summoning the parlour-maid to her bedroom when the parlour-maid ought to have been on duty downstairs, she'd acted indefensibly and without thought. No harm, as it happened, was done. Sheer chance often thus saved her, but logically her double fault was not thereby mitigated. He felt that if he forgave her, if he dismissed the charge and wiped the slate, he was being false to the great male principles of logic and justice. The godlike judge in him resented the miscarriage of justice. Nevertheless, justice miscarried. And the weak husband said like a woman, "What does it matter?" Such was her shameful power over him, of which the unscrupulous creature was quite aware. As he looked at her, he asked himself, "Is she magnificent, or is she just ordinary, and am I deluded? Does she seem her age? Is she a mature woman getting past the prime, or has she miraculously kept herself a young girl for me?" In years she was 35. She had large bones, and her robust body, neither plump nor slim, showed the firm, assured carriage of its age. It said, "I have stood before the world, and I cannot be intimidated." Still, marriage had rejuvenated her. She was marvellously young at times, and experience would drop from her and leave the girl that he had first known and kissed 10 years earlier, but a less harsh, less uncompromising girl. At their first acquaintance she had repelled him with her truculent seriousness. Nowadays she would laugh for no apparent reason, and even pirouette. Her complexion was good. He could nearly persuade himself that that olive skin had not suffered in a decade of distress and disasters. Previous to her marriage she had shown little interest in dress, but now she would spasmodically worry about her clothes, and she would make Edwin worry. He had to decide, though he had no qualifications as an arbiter. She would scowl at a dressmaker as if to say, "For God's sake, do you realize that upon you is laid the sacred responsibility of helping me to please my husband?" To-night she was wearing a striped blue dress, imperceptibly décolleté, with the leg-of-mutton sleeves of the period. The colours, 2 shades of blue, did not suit her, but she imagined that they suited her, and so did he, and the frock was elaborate, was the result of terrific labour, and produced a rich effect, meet for a hostess of position. The mere fact that this woman with no talent for coquetry should, after years of narrow insufficiency, scowl at dressmakers and pout at senseless refractory silks in the yearning for elegance, was utterly delicious to Edwin. Her presence there on the landing of the stairs was in the nature of a miracle. He had wanted her, and he had got her. In the end he had got her, and nothing had been able to stop him, not even the obstacle of her tragic adventure with a rascal and a bigamist. The strong magic of his passion had forced destiny to render her up to him, mysteriously intact, after all. The impossible had occurred, and society had accepted it, beaten. There she was, dramatically, with her thick eyebrows, and the fine, wide nostrils, and the delicate lobe of the ear, and that mouth that would startlingly fasten on him, and kiss the life out of him. "There is dear Hilda," said someone at the door amid the arriving group. None but Auntie Hamps would have said "dear Hilda." Maggie, Clara, and even Janet Orgreave never used sentimental adjectives on occasions of ceremony. And, in her clear, precise, dominating voice, Hilda with gay ease greeted the company from above. "Good evening, all." "What the deuce was I so upset about just now?" thought Edwin, in sudden, instinctive Book 1, Chapter 3 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 3. Attack and Repulse. 1. The entering guests were Edwin's younger sister Clara, with her husband Albert Benbow, his elder sister Maggie, Auntie Hamps, and Mr. Peartree. They had arrived together, and rather unfashionably soon after the hour named in the invitation, because the Bembos had called at Auntie Hamp's on the way up, and the Bembos were always early, both in arriving and in departing, on account of the children. They called themselves early birds. Whenever they were out of the nest in the evening, they called themselves early birds. They used the comparison hundreds, thousands of times, and never tired of it. Indeed, each time they were convinced that they had invented it freshly for the occasion. Said Auntie Hamps, magnificent in jetty black, handsome, and above all imposing, "I knew you would be delighted to meet Mr. Peartree again, Edwin. He's staying the night at my house. I can be so much more hospitable now Maggie is with me, and I insisted he should come up with us, but it needed no insisting." The old erect lady looked from Mr. Peartree with pride towards her nephew. Mr. Peartree was a medium-sized man of 50, with greying, sandy hair. 20 years before, he had been second minister in the Bursley circuit of the Wesleyan Methodist connection. He was now superintendent minister in a Cheshire circuit. The unchangeable canons of Wesleyanism permit its ministers to marry, and celibacy is even discouraged, for the reason that wives and daughters are expected to toil in the cause, and their labour costs the circuit not a halfpenny. But the canons forbid ministers to take root and found a home. 11 times in 30 years Mr. Peartree had been forced to migrate to a strange circuit, and to adapt his much-travelled furniture and family to a house which he had not chosen, and which his wife generally did not like. During part of the period he had secretly resented the autocracy of superintendent ministers, and during the remainder he had learnt that superintendent ministers are not absolute autocrats. He was neither overworked nor underpaid. He belonged to the small tradesman class, and, keeping a shop in St. Luke's Square, he might well have worked harder for less money than he now earned. His vocation, however, in addition to its desolating nomadic quality, had other grave drawbacks. It gave him contact with a vast number of human beings, but the abnormal proportion among them of visionaries, bigots, hypocrites, and petty office-seekers falsified his general estimate of humanity. Again, the canons rigorously forbade him to think freely for himself on the subjects which in theory most interested him, with the result that he had remained extremely ignorant through the very fear of knowledge, that he was a warm enemy of freedom, and that he habitually carried intellectual dishonesty to the verge of cynicism. Thirdly, he was obliged always to be diplomatic, except of course with his family, and nature had not meant him for the diplomatic career. He was so sick of being all things to all men that he even dreamed diplomatic dreams as a galley slave will dream of the oar, and so little gifted for the role that he wore insignificant, tight, turned-down collars, never having perceived the immense moral advantage conferred on the diplomatist by a high, loose, wide-rolling collar. Also he was sick of captivity, and this in no wise lessened his objection to freedom. He had lost all youthful enthusiasm, and was, in fact, equally bored with earth and with heaven. Nevertheless, he had authority and security. He was accustomed to the public gaze and to the forms of deference. He knew that he was as secure as a judge, and far more secure than a cabinet minister. Nothing but the inconceivable collapse of a powerful and wealthy sect could affect his position or his livelihood to the very end of his life. Hence, beneath his weariness and his professional attitudinarianism, there was a hint of the devil-may-care that had its piquancy. He could foresee with indifference even the distant but approaching day when he would have to rise in the pulpit and assert that the literal inspiration of the Scriptures was not, and never had been, an essential article of Wesleyan faith. Edwin blenched at the apparition of Mr. Peartree. That even Auntie Hamps should dare uninvited to bring a Wesleyan minister to the party was startling, but that the minister should be Mr. Peartree staggered him. For 20 years and more Edwin had secretly, and sometimes in public, borne a tremendous grudge against Mr. Peartree. He had execrated, anathematized, and utterly excommunicated Mr. Peartree, and had extended the fearful curse to his family, all his ancestors, and all his descendants. When Mr. Peartree was young and fervent in the service of heaven, he had had the monstrous idea of instituting a Saturday afternoon Bible class for schoolboys. Abetted by parents weak-minded and cruel, he had caught and horribly tortured some score of miserable victims, of whom Edwin was one. The bitter memory of those weekly half-holidays thieved from him and made desolate by a sanctimonious crank had never softened, nor had Edwin ever forgiven Mr. Peartree. It was at the sessions of the Bible class that Edwin, while silently perfecting himself in the art of profanity and blasphemy, had in secret fury envenomed his instinctive mild objection to the dogma, the ritual, and the spirit of conventional Christianity, especially as exemplified in Wesleyan Methodism. He had left Mr. Peartree's Bible class a convinced anti-religionist, a hater and despiser of all that the Wesleyan Chapel and Mr. Peartree stood for. He deliberately was not impartial, and he took a horrid pleasure in being unfair. He knew well that Methodism had produced many fine characters, and played a part in the moral development of the race, but he would not listen to his own knowledge. Nothing could extenuate for him the noxiousness of Methodism. On the other hand, he was full of glee if he could add anything to the indictment against it and Christianity. Huxley's controversial victories over Gladstone were then occurring in the monthly press, and he acclaimed them with enormous gusto. When he first read that the virgin birth was a feature of sundry creeds more ancient than Christianity, his private satisfaction was intense and lasted acutely for days. When he heard that Methodism had difficulty in maintaining its supply of adequately equipped ministers, he rejoiced with virulence. His hostility was the more significant in that it was concealed, embedded like a foreign substance in the rather suave gentleness of his nature. At intervals, decreasingly frequent it is true, he would carry it into the chapel itself, for, through mingled cowardice and sharp prudence, he had not formally left the connection. To compensate himself for such bowings down, he would now and then assert, judicially to a reliable male friend, or with ferocious contempt to a scandalized defenceless sister, that, despite all parsons, religion was not a necessity of the human soul, and that he personally had never felt the need of it and never would, in which assertion he was profoundly sincere. And yet, throughout it, he had always thought of himself as a rebel against authority, and, such is the mysterious, intimidating prestige of the past, he was outwardly an apologetic rebel. Neither his intellectual pride, nor his cold, sustained resentment, nor his axiomatic conviction of the crude and total falseness of Christian theology, nor all three together, had ever sufficed to rid him of the self-excusing air. When Auntie Hamps spoke with careful reverence of the super, short for superintendent minister, the word had never in 30 years quite failed to inspire in him some of the awe with which he had heard it as an infant. Just as a policeman was not an employee, but a policeman, so a minister was not a person of the trading class who happened to have been through a certain educational establishment, subscribed to certain beliefs, submitted to certain ceremonies, and adopted a certain costume, but a minister, a being inexplicably endowed with authority, in fact, a sort of arch-policeman. And thus, while detesting and despising him, Edwin had never thought of Abel Peartree as merely a man. Now, in the gas-lit bustle of the hall, after an interval of about 20 years, he beheld again his enemy, his bugbear, his loathed oppressor, the living symbol of all that his soul condemned. Said Mrs. Hamps, "I reminded Mr. Peartree that you used to attend his Bible class, Edwin. Do you remember? I hope you do." "Oh, yes," said Edwin, with a slight nervous laugh, blushing. His eye caught Clara's, but there was no sign whatever of the old malicious grin on her maternal face, nor did Maggie's show a tremor, and of course the majestic duplicity of Auntie Hamps did not quiver under the strain, so that the Reverend Mr. Peartree, protesting honestly that he should have recognized his old pupil Mr. Clayhanger anywhere, never suspected the terrific drama of the moment. And the next moment there was no drama. Teacher and pupil shook hands. The recognition was mutual. To Edwin, Mr. Peartree, save for the greying of his hair, had not changed. His voice, his form, his gesture was absolutely the same. Only instead of being Mr. Peartree, he was a man like another man, a commonplace, hard-featured, weary man, a spare little man with a greenish-black coat and bluish-white low collar, a perfunctory, listless man with an unpleasant voice, a man with the social code of the Bembos and Auntie Hamps, a man the lines of whose face disclosed a narrow and self-satisfied ignorance, a man whose destiny had forbidden him ever to be natural, the usual snobbish man who had heard of the importance and the success and the wealth of Edwin Clayhanger, and who kowtowed thereto, and was naively impressed thereby, and proud that Edwin Clayhanger had once been his pupil, and withal an average, decent fellow. Edwin rather liked the casual look in Mr. Peartree's eyes that said, "My being here is part of my job. I'm indifferent. I do what I have to do, and I really don't care. I have paid tens of thousands of calls, and I shall pay tens of thousands more. If I am bored, I am paid to be bored, and I repeat, I really don't care." This was the human side of Mr. Peartree showing itself. It endeared him to Edwin. Not a bad sort of cuss after all, thought Edwin. All the carefully tended rage and animosity of 20 years evaporated out of his heart, and was gone. He did not forgive Mr. Peartree because there was no Mr. Peartree. There was only this man. And there was no Wesleyan Chapel either, but only an ugly, forlorn, three-quarters empty building at the top of Duck Bank. And Edwin was no longer an apologetic rebel, nor even any kind of a rebel. It occurred to nobody, not even to the mighty Edwin, that in those few seconds the history of dogmatic religion had passed definitely out of one stage into another. Abel Peartree nonchalantly, and with a practised aplomb which was not disturbed even by the vision of George's heroic stallion, said the proper things to Edwin and Hilda, and it became known somehow that the parson was revisiting Bursley in order to deliver his well-known lecture entitled The Mantle and Mission of Elijah, the sole lecture of his repertoire, but it had served to raise him ever so slightly out of the ruck of supers. Hilda patronized him. Against the rich background of her home she assumed the pose of the grand lady. Abel Peartree seemed to like the pose, and grew momentarily vivacious in nightly response. "And why not?" said Edwin to himself, justifying his wife after being a little critical of her curtness. Then, when the conversation fell, Auntie Hamps discreetly suggested that she and the girls should go upstairs. The negligent Hilda had inexcusably forgotten in her nervous excitement that on these occasions arriving ladies should be at once escorted to the specially titivated best bedroom, there to lay their things on the best counterpane. She perhaps ought to have atoned for her negligence by herself leading Auntie Hamps to the bedroom, but instead she deputed Ada. "And why not?" said Edwin to himself again. As the ladies mounted, Mr. Peartree laughed genuinely at one of Albert Benbow's characteristic pleasantries, which always engloomed Edwin. Kindred spirits, those two, thought the superior, sardonic Edwin, and privately raised his eyebrows to his wife, who answered the signal. 2. Somewhat later, various other guests having come and distributed themselves over the reception-rooms, the chandeliers glinted down their rays upon light summer frocks and some jewellery and coats of black and dark grey and blue, and the best counterpanes in the best bedroom were completely hidden by mantles and cloaks, and the hat-stand in the hall heavily clustered with hats and caps. The reception was in being, and the interior full of animation. Edwin, watchful and hospitably anxious, wandered out of the drawing-room into the hall. The door of the breakfast-room was ajar, and he could hear Clara's voice behind it. He knew that the Bembos and Maggie and Auntie Hamps were all in the breakfast-room, and he blamed chiefly Clara for this provincial clannishness, which was so characteristic of her. Surely Auntie Hamps at any rate ought to have realized that the duty of members of the family was to spread themselves among the other guests. He listened. "No," Clara was saying, "we don't know what's happened to him since he came out of prison. He got 2 years. She was speaking in what Edwin called her scandal tones, low, clipped, intimate, eager, blissful. And then Albert Benbow's voice. "He's had the good sense not to bother us." Edwin, while resenting the conversation, and the Bembos' use of we and us in a matter which did not concern them, was grimly comforted by the thought of their ignorance of a detail which would have interested them passionately. Number Hilda and himself knew that the bigamist was at that moment in prison again for another and a later offence. Everything had been told but that. "Of course," said Clara, "they needn't have said anything about the bigamy at all, and nobody outside the family need have known that poor Hilda was not just an ordinary widow. But we all thought—" "I don't know so much about that, Clary," Albert Benbow interrupted his wife. "You mustn't forget his real wife came to Turnhill to make inquiries. That started a hare." "Well, you know what I mean," said Clara vaguely. Mr. Peartree's voice came in. "But surely the case was in the papers?" "I expect it was in the Sussex papers," Albert replied. "You see, they went through the ceremony of marriage at Lewes, but it never got into the local rag because he got married in his real name. Cannon wasn't his real name, and he'd no address in the Five Towns then. He was just a boarding-house keeper at Brighton. It's a miracle it didn't get into the Signal, if you ask me, but it didn't. I happen to know," his voice grew important, "that the Signal people have an arrangement with the Press Association for a full report of all matrimonial cases that have been likely to interest the district. However, the Press Association weren't quite on the spot that time, and it's not surprising they weren't either." Clara resumed. "No, it never came out. Still, as I say, we all thought it best not to conceal anything. Albert strongly advised Edwin not to attempt any such thing." "What awful rot," thought Edwin. "So we just mentioned it quietly like to a few friends. After all, poor Hilda was perfectly innocent. Of course, she felt her position keenly when she came to live here after the wedding." "Did she indeed?" thought Edwin. "Edwin would have the wedding in London. We did so feel for her." "Did you indeed?" thought Edwin. "She wouldn't have an at-home. I knew it was a mistake not to. We all knew. But no, she would not. Folks began to talk. They thought it strange she didn't have an at-home like other folks. Many young married women have two at-homes nowadays. So in the end she was persuaded. She fixed it for August because she thought so many people would be away at the seaside. But they aren't, at least not so many as you'd think. Albert says it's owing to the general election upset, and she wouldn't have it in the afternoon like other folks. Mrs. Edward isn't like other folks, and you can't alter her." "What's the matter with the evening for an at-home, anyhow?" asked Benbow, the breezy and consciously broad-minded. "Oh, of course, I quite agree. I like it, but folks are so funny." After a momentary pause, Mr. Peartree said uncertainly, "And there's a little boy?" said Clara. "Yes, the one you've seen," said Auntie Hams. "Poor little thing, I do feel so sorry for him. When he grows up—" "You needn't, Auntie," said Maggie curtly, expressing her attitude to George in that mild curtness. "Of course," said Clara quickly, "we never let it make any difference. In fact, our Bert and he are rather friends, aren't they, Albert?" At this moment George himself opened the door of the dining-room, letting out a faint buzz of talk and clink of vessels. His mouth was not empty. Precipitately Edwin plunged into the breakfast-room. "Hello, you people," he murmured. "Well, Mr. Peartree." There they were, all of them, including the parson, grouped together, lusciously bathing in the fluid of scandal. Clara turned, and without the least constraint said sweetly, "Oh, Edwin, there you are. I was just telling Mr. Peartree about you and Hilda, you know. We thought it would be better." "You see," said Auntie Hams impressively, "Mr. Peartree will be about the town tomorrow, and a word from him—" Mr. Peartree tried unsuccessfully to look as if he was nobody in particular. "Oh, that's all right," said Edwin. "Perhaps the door might as well be shut." He thought as many a man has thought. My relations take the cake. Clara occupied the only easy chair in the room. Mrs. Hams and the parson were seated. Maggie stood. Albert Benbow, ever uxorious, was perched sideways on the arm of his wife's chair. Clara, centre of the conclave, and of all conclaves in which she took part, was the mother of 5 children, and nearing 35 years of age. Maternity had ruined her once slim figure, but neither she nor Albert seemed to mind that. They seemed rather to be proud of her unshapeliness. Her face was unspoiled. She was pretty, and had a marvellously fair complexion. In her face Edwin could still always plainly see the pert, charming, malicious girl of 14 who loathed Auntie Hamps and was rude to her behind her back. But Clara and Auntie Hamps were fast friends nowadays. Clara's brood had united them. They thought alike on all topics. Clara had accepted Auntie Hamps's code practically entire, but on the other hand she had dominated Auntie Hamps. The respect which Auntie Hamps showed for Clara and for Edwin, and in a slightly less degree for Maggie, was a strange phenomenon in the old age of that grandiose and vivacious pillar of Wesleyanism and the conventions. Edwin did not like Clara. He objected to her domesticity, her motherliness, her luxuriant fruitfulness, the intonations of her voice, her intense self-satisfaction, and her remarkable duplicity, and perhaps more than anything, to her smug provinciality. He did not positively dislike his brother-in-law, but he objected to him for his uxoriousness, his cheerful assurance of Clara's perfection, his contented and conceited ignorance of all intellectual matters, his incorrigible vulgarity of a small manufacturer who displays everywhere the stigmata of petty commerce, and his ingenuous love of office. As for Maggie, the plump spinster of 40, Edwin respected her when he thought of her, but reproached her for social gawkiness and taciturnity. As for Auntie Hamps, he could not respect, but he was forced to admire her gorgeous and sustained hypocrisy, in which no flaw had ever been found, and which victimized even herself. He was always invigorated by her ageless energy and the sight of her handsome, erect, valiant figure. Edwin's absence had stopped the natural free course of conversation, but there were at least 3 people in the room whom nothing could abash: Mrs. Hamps, Clara, and Mr. Peartree. Mr. Peartree, sitting up with his hands on his baggy knees, said, "Everything seems to have turned out very well in the end, Mr. Clayhanger, very well indeed." His features showed less of the tedium of life. Yes, breathed Auntie Hamps in ecstasy. Edwin, diffident and ill-pleased, was about to suggest the family might advantageously separate, when George came after him into the room. "Oh!" cried George. "Well, little jockey?" Clara began instantly to him, with an exaggerated sweetness that Edwin thought must nauseate the child. "Would you like Bert to come out and play with one of you these afternoons?" George stared at her and slowly flushed. "Yes," said George, "only—" "Only what?" "Supposing I was doing something else when he came?" Without waiting for possible developments, George turned to leave the room again. "You're a caution, you are," said Albert Benbow, and to the adults, "Hates to be disturbed, I suppose." "That's it," Edwin responsively, as brother-in-law to brother-in-law. But he felt that he, with a few months' experience of another's child, appreciated the exquisite strange sensibility of children infinitely better than Albert, were he 50 times a father. "What is a caution, Uncle Albert?" asked George, peeping back from the door. Auntie Hamps good-humouredly warned the child of the danger of being impertinent to his elders. "George, George!" "A caution is a caution to snakes," said Albert. "Shoo!" Making a noise like a rocket, he feinted to pursue the boy with violence. Mr. Peartree laughed rather loudly and rather like a human being at the word snakes. Albert Benbow's flashes of humour indeed seemed to surprise him, if only for an instant, out of his attitudinarianism. Clara smiled, flattered by the power of her husband to reveal the humanity of the parson. "Albert's so good with children," she said. "He always knows exactly—" She stopped, leaving what he knew exactly to the listener's imagination. Uncle Albert and George could be heard scuffling in the hall. Auntie Hamps rose with a gentle sigh, saying, "I suppose we ought to join the others." Her social sense, which was pretty well developed, had at last prevailed. The sisters Maggie and Clara, one in light and the other in dark green, walked out of the room. Maggie's face had already stiffened into mute constraint, and Clara's into self-importance, at the prospect of meeting the general company. 3. Auntie Hamps held back, and Edwin at once perceived from the conspiratorial glance in her splendid eyes that in suggesting a move she had intended to deceive her fellow conspirator in life, Clara. But Auntie Hamps could not live without chicane, and she was happiest when she had superimposed chicane upon chicane in complex folds. She put a ringed hand softly but arrestingly upon Edwin's arm, and pushed the door to. Alone with her and the parson, Edwin felt himself to be at bay, and he drew back before an unknown menace. "Edwin, dear," said he, "Mr. Peartree has something to suggest to you. I was going to say a favour to ask, but I won't put it like that. I'm sure my nephew would look upon it as a privilege. You know how much Mr. Peartree has at heart the District Additional Chapels Fund?" Edwin did not know how much, but he had heard of the Macclesfield District Additional Chapels Fund, Bursley being one of the circuits in the Macclesfield district. Wesleyanism finding itself confronted with lessening congregations and with a shortage of ministers, the Macclesfield district had determined to prove that Wesleyanism was nevertheless spiritually vigorous by the odd method of building more chapels. Mr. Peartree, inventor of Saturday afternoon Bible classes for schoolboys, was one of the originators of the bricky scheme, and in fact his lecture upon the mantle and mission of Elijah was to be in aid of it. The next instant Mr. Peartree had invited Edwin to act as district treasurer of the fund, the previous treasurer having died. More chicane. The parson's visit then was not a mere friendly call, inspired by the moment. It was part of a scheme. It had been planned against him. Did they, he seemed to be asking himself, think him so ingenious, so simple as not to see through their dodge? If not, then why the preliminary pretences? He did not really ask himself these questions for the reason that he knew the answers to them. When a piece of chicane has succeeded, Auntie Hamps forgot it, and expected others to forget it. Or at any rate she dared, by her magnificent front, anybody on earth to remind her of it. She was quite indifferent whether Edwin saw through her dodge or not. "You're so good at business," she said. Ugh! She would insist on the business side of the matter, affecting to ignore the immense moral significance which would be attached to Edwin's acceptance of the office. Were he to yield, the triumph for Methodism would ring through the town. He read all her thoughts. Nothing could break down her magnificent front. She had cornered him by a device. She had him at bay, and she counted on his weak good nature, on his easy-going cowardice, for a victory. Mr. Peartree talked. Mr. Peartree expressed his certitude that Edwin was with them at heart, and his absolute reliance upon Edwin's sense of the responsibilities of a man in his, Edwin's, position. Auntie Hamps recalled with fervour Edwin's early activities in Methodism, the Young Men's Debating Society, for example, which met at 6 o'clock on frosty winter mornings for the proving of the faith by dialectics. And Edwin faltered in his speech. "You ought to get Albert," he feebly suggested. "Oh, no," said Auntie. "Albert is grand in his own line. For this we want a man like you." It was a masterstroke. Edwin had the illusion of trembling, and yet he knew that he did not tremble, even inwardly. He seemed to see the forces of evolution and the forces of reaction ranged against each other in a supreme crisis. He seemed to see the alternative of two futures for himself, and in one he would be a humiliated and bored slave, and the other a fine, reckless ensign of freedom. He seemed to be doubtful of his own courage, but at the bottom of his soul he was not doubtful. He remembered all the frightful and degrading ennui which, when he was young, he had suffered as a martyr to Wesleyanism and dogma, all the sinister deceptions which he had had to practise, and which had been practised upon him. He remembered his almost lifelong intense hatred of Mr. Peartree, and he might have clenched his hands bitterly and said with homicidal animosity, "Now I will pay you out, and I will tell you the truth, and I will wither you up and incinerate you, and be revenged for everything in one single sentence." But he felt no bitterness, and his animosity was dead. At the bottom of his soul there was nothing but a bland indifference that did not even scorn. "No," he said quietly, "I shan't be your treasurer. You must ask somebody else." A vast satisfaction filled him. The refusal was so easy, the opposing forces so negligible. Auntie Hamps and Mr. Peartree knew nothing of the peculiar phenomena induced in Edwin's mind by the first sight of the legendary Abel Peartree after 20 years. But Auntie Hamps, though puzzled for an explanation, comprehended that she was decisively beaten. The blow was hard. Nevertheless, she did not wince. The superb pretence must be kept up, and she kept it up. She smiled, and, tossing her curls, checked Edwin with cheerful, indomitable rapidity. "Now, don't decide at once. Think it over very carefully, and we shall ask you again. Mr. Peartree will write to you, I feel sure." Appearances were preserved. The colloquy was interrupted by Hilda, who came in excited, gay, with sparkling eyes, humming an air. She had protested vehemently against an at-home. She had said again and again that the idea of an at-home was abhorrent to her, and that she hated all such wholesale formal hospitalities, and could not bear people. Yet now she was enchanted with her situation as hostess, delighted with herself and her rich dress, almost ecstatically aware of her own attractiveness and domination. The sight of her gave pleasure and communicated zest. Mature, she was yet only beginning life, and as she glanced with secret condescension at the listless Mr. Peartree, she seemed to say, "What is all this talk of heaven and hell? I am in love with life and the senses, and everything is lawful to me, and I am above you." And even Auntie Hamps, though one of the most self-sufficient creatures that ever lived, envied in her glorious decay the young maturity of sensuous Hilda. "Well," said Hilda, "what's going on here? They have all gone mad about missing words in the drawing-room." She smiled splendidly at Edwin, whose pride in her thrilled him. Her superiority to other women was patent. She made other women seem negative. In fact, she was a tingling woman before she was anything else. That was it. He compared her with Clara, who was now nothing but a mother, and to Maggie, who had never been anything at all. Mr. Peartree made the mistake of telling her the subject of the conversation. She did not wait to hear what Edwin's answer had been. She said curtly and with finality, "Oh, no, I won't have it." Edwin did not quite like this. The matter concerned him alone, and he was an absolutely free agent. She ought to have phrased her objection differently. For example, she might have said, "I hope he has refused." Still, his annoyance was infinitesimal. "The poor boy works quite hard enough as it is," she added, with delicious caressing intonation of the first words. He liked that, but she was confusing the issue. She always would confuse the issue. It was not because the office would involve extra work for him that he had declined the invitation, as she well knew. Of course, Auntie Hamps said in a flash, "If it means overwork for him, I shouldn't dream." She was putting the safety of appearances beyond doubt. "By the way, Auntie," Hilda continued, "what's the trouble about the pew down at chapel? Both Clara and Maggie have mentioned it." "Trouble, my dear?" exclaimed Auntie Hamps, justifiably shocked that Hilda should employ such a word in the presence of Mr. Peartree. But Hilda was apt to be headlong. To the pew originally taken by Edwin's father, and, since his death, standing in Edwin's name, Clara had brought her husband, and although it was a long pew, the fruits of the marriage had gradually filled it, so that if Edwin chanced to go to chapel, there was not too much room for him in the pew, which presented the appearance of a second-class railway carriage crowded with season-ticket holders. Albert Benbow had suggested that Edwin should yield up the pew to the Benbows and take a smaller pew for himself and Hilda and George. But the women had expressed fear lest Edwin might not like this break in a historic tradition, and Albert Benbow had been forbidden to put forward the suggestion until the diplomatic sex had examined the ground. "We should be only too pleased for Albert to take over the pew," said Hilda. "But have you chosen another pew?" Mrs. Hamps looked at Edwin. "Oh, no," said Hilda lightly. "But—" "Now, Auntie," the tingling woman warned Auntie Hamps, as one powerful individuality may warn another, "don't worry about us. You know we're not great chapel-goers." She spoke the astounding words gaily, but firmly. She could be firm and even harsh in her triumphant happiness. Edwin knew that she detested Auntie Hamps. Auntie Hamps no doubt also knew it. In their mutual smilings, so affable, so hearty, so appreciative, apparently so impulsive, the hostility between them gleamed mysteriously like lightning in sunlight. "Mrs. Edwin's family were Church of England," said Auntie Hamps in the direction of Mr. Peartree. "Not great churchgoers either," Hilda finished cheerfully. No woman had ever made such outrageous remarks in the Five Towns before. A quarter of a century ago a man might have said as much without suffering in esteem, might indeed have earned a certain intellectual prestige by the declaration. But it was otherwise with a woman. Both Mrs. Hamps and the minister thought that Hilda was not going the right way to live down her dubious past. Even Edwin in his pride was flurried. Great matters, however, had been accomplished. Not only had the attack of Auntie Hamps and Mr. Peartree been defeated, but the defence had become an onslaught. Not only was he not the treasurer of the district additional chapels fund, but he practically ceased to be a member of the congregation. He was free, with a freedom which he had never had the audacity to hope for. It was incredible, yet there it was. A word said bravely in a particular tone, and the new epoch was begun. The pity was that he had not done it all himself. Hilda's courage had surpassed his own. Women were astounding. They were disconcerting, too. His manly independence was ever so slightly wounded by Hilda's boldness in initiative on their joint behalf. "Do come and take something, Auntie," said Hilda, with the most winning, the most loving inflection. Auntie Hamps passed out. Hilda turned back into the room. "Do go with Auntie, Mr. Peartree. I must just—" She affected to search for something on the mantelpiece. Mr. Peartree passed out. He was unmoved. He did not care in his heart. And as Edwin caught his indifferent eye with that "it's all one to me" glint in it, his soul warmed again slightly to Mr. Peartree. And further, Mr. Peartree's aloof unworldliness, his personal practical unconcern with money, feasting, ambition, and all the grosser forms of self-satisfaction, made Edwin feel somewhat a sensual average man, and accordingly humiliated him. As soon as, almost before, Mr. Peartree was beyond the door, Hilda leaped at Edwin and kissed him violently. The door was not closed. He could hear the varied hum of the party. "I had to kiss you while it's all going on," she whispered. Ardent vitality shimmered in her eyes. Book 1, Chapter 4 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 4. The Word. 1. Ada was just crossing the hall to the drawing-room, a telegram on a salver in her red hand. "Here you are, Ada," said Edwin, stopping her with a gesture towards the telegram. "It's for Mr. Tom Swetnam, sir." Edwin and Hilda followed the starched and fussy girl into the drawing-room, in which there were about a dozen people, including Ferns, the lawyer, and his wife, the recently married Stephen and Vera Cheswardine, several Swetnams, and Janet Orgreave, who sat at the closed piano, smiling vaguely. Tom Swetnam, standing up, took the telegram. "I never knew they delivered telegrams at this time of night," said Ferns sharply, looking at his watch. He was wont to keep a careful eye on the organisation of railways, ships, posts, and other contrivances for the shifting of matter from one spot to another. An exacting critic of detail, he was proud of them in the mass, and called them civilization. "They don't," said Tom Swetnam naughtily, glad to plague a man older than himself, and the father of a family. Tom was a mere son, but he had travelled, and was indeed just returned from an excursion through Scandinavia. "Observe, there's no deception. The envelope's been opened. Moreover, it's addressed to Ben Clulow, not to me. Ben sent it up. I asked him to. Now, we'll see." Having displayed the envelope like a conjurer, he drew forth the telegram and prepared to read it aloud. One half of the company was puzzled. The other half showed an instructed excitement. Tom read the message. £20 10/9. Philosophers tell us that there is nothing new under the sun. Nevertheless, it may well be doubted whether the discovery of gold at Barmouth, together with 2 earthquake shocks following each other in quick succession in the same district, does not constitute, in the history of the gallant little principality, a double event of unique— He stopped. Vera Cheswardine, pretty, fluffy, elegant, cried out with all the impulsiveness of her nature, "Novelty? Whatever is it all about?" mildly asked Mrs. Ferns, a quiet and dignified youngish woman whom motherhood had made somewhat absent-minded when she was away from her children. "Missing word competition," Ferns explained to her with curt, genial superiority. He laughed outright. "You do go it, some of you chaps," he said. "Why, that telegram cost over a couple of bob, I bet." "Well, you see," said Tom Swetnam, "3 of us share it. We get it 36 hours before the paper's out, fellow in London, and there's so much more time to read the dictionary. No use half doing a thing. £27 odd. Not a bad share this week, eh?" "Won anything?" "Rather. We had the wire about the winning word this morning. We'd sent it 4 times. That makes about £110, doesn't it? Between 3 of us. We sent in nearly 200 postal orders, which leaves 100 clear. 33 quid apiece, net." He tried to speak calmly and nonchalantly, but his excitement was extreme. The 2 younger Swetnams regarded him with awe. Everybody was deeply impressed by the prodigious figures, and in many hearts envy, covetousness, and the wild desire for a large, free life of luxury were aroused. "Seems to me you've reduced this game to a science," said Edwin. "Well, we have," Tom Swetnam admitted. "We send in every possible word." "It's a mere 1,000% profit per week," murmured Ferns, "at the rate of 50,000% per annum." Albert Benbow, entering, caught the last phrase, which very properly whetted his curiosity as a man of business. Clara followed him closely. On nearly all ceremonial occasions these 2 had an instinctive need of each other's presence and support, and if Albert did not run after Clara, Clara ran after Albert. 2. Then came the proof of the genius, the cynicism, and the insight of the Leviathan newspaper proprietor who had invented the dodge of inviting his readers to risk a shilling, and also to buy a coupon for the privilege of supplying a missing word, upon the understanding that the shillings of those who supplied the wrong word should be taken for ever away from them and given to those who supplied the right word. The entire company in the Clayhanger drawing-room was absorbed in the tremendous missing word topic, and listened to Swetnam as to a new prophet bearing the secret of eternal felicity. The rumour of Swetnam's triumph drew people out of the delectable dining-room to listen to his remarks, and among these was Auntie Hamps. So it was in 1,000, in 10,000, in hundreds of thousands of homes of all kinds throughout the kingdom. The Leviathan journalists' readers, though as a rule they read nothing in his paper save the truncated paragraph and the rules of the competition, had grown to be equivalent to the whole British public, and he not only held them, but he had overshadowed all other interests in their minds. Upon honeymoons, people thought of the missing word amid caresses, and it is a fact that people had died with the missing word on their lips. Sane adults of both sexes read the dictionary through from end to end every week with an astounding conscientiousness. The Leviathan newspaper proprietor could not buy enough paper, nor hire sufficient presses to meet the national demands. And no wonder, seeing that any small newsagent in a side street was liable at any moment to receive an order from an impassioned student of periodical literature for more copies of one issue of the journal than the whole town had been used to buy before the marvellous invention of the missing word. The post office was incommoded. Even the Postmaster General was incommoded, and only by heroical efforts and miraculous feats of resourcefulness did he save himself from the ignominy of running out of shilling postal orders. Post-office girls sold shilling postal orders with a sarcastic smile, with acerbity, with reluctance. It was naught to them that the revenue was benefited and the pressure on taxpayers eased. Employers throughout the islands suffered vast losses owing to the fact that for months their offices and factories were inhabited not by clerks and other employees, but by wage-paid monomaniacs who did naught but read dictionaries and cut out and fill up coupons. And over all the land there hung the dark, incredible menace of an unjust prosecution under the gambling laws, urged by interfering busybodies who would not let a nation alone. "And how much did you make last week, Mr. Swetnam?" judiciously asked Albert Benbow, who was rather pleased and flattered, as an active Wesleyan, to rub shoulders with frank men of the world like Tom. As an active Wesleyan, he had hitherto utterly refused to listen to the missing word, but now it seemed to be acquiring respectability enough for his ears. Swetnam replied with a casual air, "We didn't make much last week. We won something, of course. We win every week. That's a mathematical certainty. But sometimes the expenses mount up a bit higher than the receipts. It depends on the word. If it's an ordinary word that everybody chooses, naturally the share is a small one, because there are so many winners." He gave no more exact details. Clara breathed a disillusioned "Oh," implying that she had known there must be some flaw in the scheme, and her husband had at once put his finger on it. But her husband, with incipient enthusiasm for the word, said, "Well, it stands to reason they must take one week with another and average it out." Now, Albert, Edwin warned him. "No gambling." Albert replied with some warmth, "I don't see there's any gambling in it. Appears to me that it's chiefly skill and thoroughness that does the trick." "Gambling," murmured Tom Swetnam shortly. "Of course it's not gambling." "No." "Well," said Vera Cheswoodine, "I say novelty. A double event of unique novelty. That's it." "I shouldn't go nap on Noddy if I were you," said Tom Swetnam, the expert. Tom read the thing again. "Novelty," Vera repeated. "I know it's novelty. I'm always right, aren't I, Stephen?" She looked round. "Ask Stephen." "You were right last week but one, my child," said Stephen. "And did you make anything?" Clara demanded eagerly. "Only 15 shillings," said Vera discontentedly. "But if Stephen had listened to me, we should have made lots." Albert Benbow's interest in the word was strengthened. Burns, leaning carefully back in his chair, asked with fine indifference, "By the way, what is this week's word, Tom? I haven't your secret sources of information. I have to wait for the paper." "Unaccountably," said Tom. "Had you anything on it?" "No," Burns admitted. "I've caught a cold this week, it seems." Albert Benbow stared at him. Here was another competitor, and as acute a man of business as you would find in the Five Towns. "Me too," said Edwin, smiling like a culprit. Hilda sprang up gleefully and pointed at him a finger of delicious censure. "Oh, you wicked sinner, you never told me you'd gone in. You deceitful old thing." "Well, it was a man at the shop who would have me try." Edwin boyishly excused himself. 3. Hilda's vivacity enchanted Edwin. The charm of her reproof was simply exquisite in its good nature and in the elegance of its gesture. The lingering taste of the feverish kiss she had given him a few minutes earlier bemused him, and he flushed. To conceal his inconvenient happiness in the thought of his wife, he turned to open the new enlarged window that gave on the garden. He had done away with the old garden entrance of the house and thrown the side corridor into the drawing-room. Then he moved towards Janet Orgreave, who was still seated at the closed piano. "Your father isn't coming, I suppose?" he asked her. The angelic spinster, stylishly dressed in white and wearing as usual her kind heart on her sleeve, smiled with soft benignity and shook her head. "He told me to say he was too old. He is, you know." "And how's your mother?" "Oh, pretty well, considering. I really ought not to leave them." "Oh, yes," Edwin protested. The momentary vision of Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave in the large house close by, now practically deserted by all their children except Janet, saddened him. Then a loud voice dominated the general conversation behind him. "I say, this is a bit stiff. I did think I should be free of it here. But no, same old missing word everywhere. What is it this week, Swetnam?" It was Johnny Orgreave, apparently younger than his sister, but a full-grown man of the world, and somewhat dandyical. After shaking hands with Hilda, he came straight to Edwin. "Awfully sorry I'm so late, old chap. How do, Jan?" "Of course you are," Edwin quizzed him like an uncle. "Where's Inkpen?" "Not come." "Not come? He said he should be here at 8. Just like him," said Johnny. "I expect he's had a puncher." "I've been looking out for him every minute," Edwin muttered. In the middle of the room, Albert Benbow, stocky and vulgar, but feeling himself more and more a man of the world among men and women of the world, was proclaiming, not without excitement, "Well, I agree with Mrs. Cheswoodine. Novelty's much more likely than interest. Interest's the wrong kind of word altogether. It doesn't agree with the beginning of the paragraph." "That's right, Mr. Bimbo," Vera encouraged him with flirtatious dimples. "You put your money on me, even if my own husband won't." Albert, as a dowdy dissenter, was quite out of her expenses sphere, but to Vera any man was a man. "Now, Albert," Clara warned him, "if you win anything, you must give it to me for the new perambulator." "Dash that girl's infernal domesticity," thought Edwin savagely. "Who says I'm going in for it, missus?" Albert challenged. "I only say if you do, dear," Clara said smoothly. "Then I will," Albert announced the great decision. "Just for the fun of the thing, I will. Thank ye, Mrs. Cheswardine." He glanced at Mrs. Cheswardine as a knight at his unattainable mistress. Indeed, the decision had in it something of the chivalrous. The attention of slim, provocative Vera, costliest and most fashionably dressed woman in Bursley, had stirred his fancy to wander far beyond its usual limits. "Albert? Well, I never!" exclaimed Mrs. Hamps. "You don't mind, do you, auntie?" said Albert jovially, standing over her. "Not if it's not gambling," said Mrs. Hamps stoutly, "and I hope it isn't. And it would be very nice for Clara, I'm sure, if you won." "Hurrah for Mrs. Hamps!" Johnny Orgreave almost yelled. At the same moment Janet Orgreave, swimming round on the music school, lifted the lid of the piano, and, still with her soft angelic smile, played loudly and dashingly the barbaric, Bacchic, orgiastic melody which had just recently inflamed England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and the Five Towns, the air which was unlike anything ever heard before by British ears, and which meant nothing whatever that could be avowed, the air which heralded social revolutions and inaugurated a new epoch. And as the ringed fingers of the quiet, fading spinster struck out the shocking melody, Vera Cheswardine and one or two others who had been to London and there seen the great legendary figure, Lottie Collins, hummed more or less brazenly the syllables heavy with mysterious significance. Ta-ra-ra-bum-dee-ay, 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 ta-ra-ra-bum-dee-ay. Upon this entered Mr. Peartree like a figure of retribution, and silence fell. "I am afraid," he began. "Mr. Bembo?" They spoke together. A scared servant girl had come up from the Bembo home with the affrighting news that Bert Bembo, who had gone to bed with the other children as usual, was not in his bed, and could not be discovered in the house. Mr. Peartree, being in the hall, had chosen himself to bear the grievous tidings to the drawing-room. In an instant Albert and Clara were parents again. Both had an idea that the unprecedented, incomprehensible calamity was a heavenly dispensation to punish them for having trifled with the missing word. Their sudden seriousness was terrific. They departed immediately, without ceremony of any sort. Mrs. Hamps said that she really ought to go too, and Maggie said that as Auntie Hamps was going, she also would go. The parson said that he had already stayed longer than he ought, in view of another engagement, and he followed. Edwin and Hilda dutifully saw them off, and were as serious as the circumstances demanded. But those who remained in the drawing-room sniggered, and when Hilda rejoined them, she laughed. The house felt lighter. Edwin, remaining longest at the door, saw a bicyclist on one of the still quaint pneumatic-tired safety bicycles coming along behind a king-of-the-road lamp. The rider dismounted at the corner. "That you, Mr. Igpen?" said a blithe voice. "How do you do, host? When you've known me a bit long." Book 1, Chapter 5 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 5. Tertius Inkpen. 1. Tertius Inkpen was the new district factory inspector, a man of about 35, neither fair nor dark, neither tall nor short. He was a native of the district, having been born somewhere in the aristocratic regions between Knype and the lordly village of Sneed. But what first struck the local observer in him was that his speech had none of the local accent. In the pursuit of his vocation he had lived in other places than the Five Towns, for example, in London, where he had become acquainted with Edwin's friend Charlie Orgreave, the doctor. When Ingpen received a goodish appointment amid the industrial horrors of his birth, Charlie Orgreave recommended him to Edwin, and Edwin and Ingpen had met once, under arrangement made by Johnny Orgreave. It was Johnny who had impulsively suggested in Ingpen's presence that Ingpen should be invited to the At Home. Edwin, rather intimidated by Ingpen's otherworldliness, had said, "You'll run up against a mixed lot." But Ingpen, though sternly critical of local phenomena, seemed to be ready to meet social adventures in a broad and even eager spirit of curiosity concerning mankind. He was not uncomely, and he possessed a short, silky beard, of which secretly he was not less proud than of his striking name. He wore a neat blue suit, with the trousers fastened tightly round the ankles for bicycle riding, and thick kid gloves. He took off one glove to shake hands, and then, having leisurely removed the other, and talking all the time, he bent down with care and loosed his trousers and shook them into shape. "Now, what about this jigger?" he asked, while still bending. "I don't care to leave it anywhere. It's a good jigger." As it leaned on one pedal against the curb of Halton Street, the strange-looking jigger appeared to be at any rate a very dirty jigger. Fastened under the saddle were a roll of paper and a mackintosh. "There are one or two ordinaries knocking about the place," said Edwin, "but we haven't got a proper bicycle house. I'll find a place for it somewhere in the garden." He lifted the front wheel. "Don't trouble, please, I'll take it," said Ingpen, and before picking up the machine blew out the lamp, whose extinction left a great darkness down the slope of Halton Street. "You've got a very nice place here. Too central for me, of course," Ingpen began, after they had insinuated the bicycle through narrow paths to the back of the house. Edwin was leading him along the side of the lawn furthest away from Trafalgar Road. Certainly the property had the air of being a very nice place. The garden, with its screen of high rustling trees, seemed spacious and mysterious in the gloom, and the lighted windows of the house produced an effect of much richness, especially the half-open window of the drawing-room. Burns and Cheswardine were standing in front of it, chatting, doubtless of affairs, with that important adult air which Edwin himself could never successfully imitate. Behind them were bright women, and the brilliant chandelier. The piano faintly sounded. Edwin was proud of his very nice place. "How strange," he thought, "this is all mine. These are my guests, and my wife is mine." "Well, you see," he answered Ingpen's criticism with false humility, "I've no choice. I've got to be central." Ingpen answered pleasantly, "I take your word for it, but I don't see." The bicycle was carefully bestowed by its groping owner in a small rustic arbour, which, situated almost under the wall that divided the Clayhanger property from the first cottage in Halton Street, was hidden from the house by a clump of bushes. In the dark privacy of the shelter, Tertius Ingpen said in a reflective tone, "I understand that you haven't been married long, and that this is a sort of function to inform the world officially that you're no longer what you were?" "It is something like that," Edwin admitted with a laugh. He liked the quiet intimacy of Ingpen's voice, whose delicate inflections indicated highly cultivated sensibilities, and he thought, "I believe I shall be friends with this chap," and was glad, and faith in Ingpen was planted in his heart. "Well," Ingpen continued, "I wish you happiness. It may seem a strange thing to say to a man in your position, but my opinion is that the proper place for women is behind the veil. Only my personal opinion, of course, but I'm entitled to hold it, and therefore to express it." Whatever his matter, his manner was faultless. "Yes?" Edwin murmured awkwardly. What on earth did Ingpen expect by way of reply to such a proposition? Surely Ingpen should have known that he was putting his host in a disagreeable difficulty. His new-born faith in Ingpen felt the harsh wind of experience, and shivered. Nevertheless, there was a part of Edwin that responded to Ingpen's attitude. Behind the veil. Yes, something could be said for the proposition. They left the arbour in silence. They had not gone more than a few steps when a boy's shrill voice made itself heard over the walls of the cottage yard. "O Lord, thou hast said, If two on ye shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask it, shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in thy name, there am I in the midst of them. O Lord, George Edwin Clayhanger wants a 2-bladed penknife. We all 3 of us want you to send George Edwin Clayhanger a 2-bladed penknife." The words fell with impressive effect on the men in the garden. "What the—" Edwin exclaimed. "Shh!" Ingpen stopped him in an excited whisper. "Don't disturb them for anything in the world." Silence followed. Edwin crept away like a scout towards a swing which he had arranged for his friend George before he became the husband of George's mother. He climbed into it, and over the wall could just see 3 boys' heads in the yard, illuminated by a lamp in the back window of the cottage. Tertius Ingpen joined him, but immediately climbed higher onto the horizontal beam of the swing. "Who are they?" Ingpen asked, restraining his joy in the adventure. "The one on the right's my stepson. The other big one is my sister Clara's child, Bert. I expect the little one's old Klaus, the gravedigger's kid. They say he's a regular little parson, probably to make up for his parents. I expect they're out somewhere having a jollification." "Well," Ingpen breathed, "I wouldn't have missed this for a good deal." He gave a deep, almost soundless giggle. Edwin was startled, as much as anything, by the extraordinary deceitfulness of George. Who could possibly have guessed, from the boy's demeanour when his Aunt Clara mentioned Bert to him, that he had made an outrageous rendezvous with Bert that very night? Certainly he had blushed, but then he often blushed. Of course the Benbows would assert that George had seduced the guileless Bert. Fancy them hunting the town for Bert at that instant. As regards Peter Klaus, George, though not positively forbidden to do so, had been warned against associating with him, chiefly because of the bad influence which Peter's accent would have on George's accent. His mother had said that she could not understand how George could wish to be friendly with a rough little boy like Peter. Edwin, however, inexperienced as he was, had already comprehended that children, like Eastern women, have no natural class bias, and he could not persuade himself to be the first to inculcate into George ideas which could only be called snobbish. He was a democrat. Nevertheless, he did not like George to play with Peter Klaus. The small Peter, with uplifted face and clasped hands, repeated urgently, passionately, "Oh, God, we all 3 of us want ye to send George Edwin Clayhanger a 2-bladed penknife. Now, lads, kneel, and all 3 on us together." He stood between the taller and better-dressed boys, unashamed, fervent, a born religionist. He was not even praying for himself. He was praying out of his profound impersonal interest in the efficacy of prayer. The 3 boys, kneeling, and so disappearing from sight behind the wall, repeated together, "Oh God, please send George Edwin Clayhanger a 2-bladed penknife." Then George and Bert stood up again, shuffling about. Peter Klaus did not reappear. "I can't help it," whispered Ingpen in a strange, moved voice. "I've got to be God. Here goes. And it's practically new, too." Edwin, in the darkness, could see him feeling in his waistcoat pocket, and then raise his arm, and, taking careful aim, throw in the direction of the dimly lighted yard. "Ho!" came the cry of George in sudden pain. The descending penknife had hit him in the face. There was a scramble on the pavement of the yard, and some muttered talk. The group went to the back window where the lamp was, and examined the heavenly penknife. They were more frightened than delighted by the miracle. The unseen watchers in the swing were also rather frightened, as though they had interfered irremediably in a solemn and delicate crisis beyond their competence. In a curious way, they were ashamed. "Yes, and what about me?" said the voice of fat Bert Benbow sulkily. "This is all very well, but what about me? Ye tried without me, and ye couldn't do anything. Now I've come, and ye've done it. What am I going to get? "You've got to give me something instead of a half share in that penknife, George." George said, "Let's pray for something for you now. What do you want?" "I want a bicycle. You know what I want." "Oh, no, you don't, Bert Benbow," said George. "You've got to want something safer than a bike. Suppose it comes tumbling down like the penknife did, we shall be damn well killed." Tertius Ingpen could not suppress a snorting giggle. "I want a bike," Bert insisted, "and I don't want nothing else." The two bigger boys moved vaguely away from the window, and the little religionist followed them in silence, ready to supplicate for whatever they should decide. "All right," George agreed. "We'll pray for a bicycle. But we'd better all stand as close as we can to the wall under the spouting, in case." The ceremonial was recommenced. "No," Ingpen murmured. "I'm not being God this time. It won't run to it." Footsteps were heard on the lawn behind the swing. Ingpen slid down, and Edwin jumped down. Johnny Orgreave was approaching. "Shh!" Ingpen warned him. "What are you chaps—" "Shh!" Ingpen was more imperative. All three men walked away out of earshot of the yard, towards the window of the drawing-room, Johnny Orgreave mystified, the other two smiling, but with spirits disturbed. Johnny heard the story in brief. It was told to him in confidence, as Tertius Ingpen held firmly that eavesdroppers, if they had any honour left, should at least hold their tongues. 2. When Tertius Ingpen was introduced to Hilda in the drawing-room, the three men having entered by the French window, Edwin was startled and relieved by the deportment of the Orientalist, who thought that the proper place for women was behind the veil. In his simplicity he had assumed that the Orientalist would indicate his attitude by a dignified reserve. Not at all. As soon as Ingpen reached Hilda's hospitable gaze, his whole bearing altered. He bowed, with a deferential bending that to an untravelled native must have seemed exaggerated. His face was transformed by a sweet smile. His voice became the voice of a courtier. He shook hands with chivalrous solicitude for the fragile hand shaken. Hilda was pleased by him, perceiving that this man was more experienced in the world than any of the other worldly guests. She liked that. Ingpen's new symptoms were modified after a few moments, but when he was presented to Miss Ferns, he reproduced them in their original intensity, and again when he was introduced to Vera Cheswardine. "Been out without your cap?" Hilda questioned Edwin, lifting her eyebrows. She said it in order to say something, for the entry of this ceremonious personage, who held all the advantages of the native and of the stranger, had a little overpowered the company. "Oh, only just to see after Mr. Ingpen's machine. Give me your cap, Mr. Ingpen. I'll hang it up." When he returned to the drawing-room from the hat-stand, Ingpen was talking with Janet Orgreave, whom he already knew. "Have you seen George, Edwin?" Hilda called across the drawing-room. "Hasn't he gone to bed?" "That's what I want to know. I haven't seen him lately." Everyone, except Johnny Orgreave and a Swetnam or so, was preoccupied by the thought of children, by the thought of this incalculable and disturbing race, that, with different standards and ideals, lived so mysteriously in and among their adult selves. Nothing was said about the strange disappearance of Bert Benbow, but each woman had it in mind, and coupled it with Hilda's sudden apprehension concerning George, and imagined weird connections between the one and the other, and felt forebodings about children nearer to her own heart. Children dominated the assemblage, and, made restless, the assemblage collectively felt that the moment for separation approached. The at-home was practically over. Hilda rang the bell, and as she did so, Johnny Orgreave winked dangerously at Edwin, who, with sternness, responded. He wondered why he should thus deceive his wife, with whom he was so deliciously intimate. He thought also that women were capricious in their anxieties, and yet now and then their moods, once more by the favour of hazard, displayed a marvellous appositeness. Hilda had no reason whatever for worrying more about George on this night than on any other night. Nevertheless, this night happened to be the night on which anxiety would be justified. "Ada," said Hilda to the entering servant, "have you seen Mr. George?" "No'm," Ada replied, almost defiantly. "When did you see him last?" "I don't remember 'em." "Is he in bed?" "I don't know 'em." "Just go and see, will you?" "Yes'm." The company waited with gentle, concealed excitement for the returning Ada, who announced, "His bedroom door's locked, 'm." "He will lock it sometimes, although I have positively forbidden him to. But what are you to do?" said Hilda, smilingly to the other mothers. "Take the key away, obviously." Tertius Ingpen answered the question, turning quickly and interrupting his chat with Janet Orgreave. "That ought not to be necessary," said Ferns, as an expert father. Ada departed, thankful to be finished with the ordeal of cross-examination in a full drawing-room. "Don't you know anything about him?" Hilda addressed Johnny Orgreave suddenly. "Me? About your precious? No, why should I know?" "Because you're getting such friends, you two." "Oh, are we?" Johnny said carelessly. Nevertheless, he was flattered by a certain nascent admiration on the part of George, which was then beginning to be noticeable. A quarter of an hour later, when several guests had gone, Hilda murmured to Edwin, "I'm not easy about that boy. I'll just run upstairs." "Oh, I shouldn't," said Edwin. But she did, and the distant sound of knocking and "George, George," could be heard even down in the hall. "I can't wake him," said Hilda, back in the drawing-room. "What do you want to wake him for, foolish girl?" Edwin demanded. She enjoyed being called foolish girl, but she was not to be tranquillized. "Do you think he is in bed?" she questioned, before the whole remaining company and the dread suspicion was out. After more journeys upstairs, and more bangings and essays with keys, and even attempts at lock-picking, Hilda announced that George's room must be besieged from its window. A ladder was found, and interested visitors went into the back entry by the kitchen to see it reared and hear the result. Edwin thought that the cook in the kitchen looked as guilty as he himself felt, though she more than once asseverated her belief that Master George was safely in bed. The ladder was too short. Edwin mounted it and tried to prise himself onto the window-sill, but could not. "Here, let me try," said Ingpen, joyous. Ingpen easily succeeded. He glanced through the open window into George's bedroom, and then looked down at the upturned faces and Ada's apron, whitely visible in the gloom. "He's here all right." "Oh, good," said Hilda. "Is he asleep?" "Yes." "He deserves to be wakened," she laughed. "You see what a foolish girl you've been," said Edwin affectionately. "Never mind," she retorted. "You couldn't get on the window, and you were just as upset as anybody. Do you think I don't know? Thank you, Mr. Ingpen." "Is he really there?" Edwin whispered to Ingpen as soon as he could. "Yes, and asleep too." "I wonder how the deuce he slipped in. I'll bet anything those servants have been telling a lot of lies for him. He pulls their hair down and simply does what he likes with them." Edwin was now greatly reassured, but he could not quite recover from the glimpse he had had of George's capacity for leading a double life. Sardonically, he speculated whether the heavenly penknife would be brought to his notice by its owner, and if so, by what ingenious method. 3. The final sensation was caused by the arrival, in a nearly empty drawing-room, of plump Maggie, nervous, constrained, and somewhat breathless. "Bert has turned up," she said. "Clara thought I'd better come along and tell you. She felt sure you'd like to know." "Well, that's all right, then," Hilda replied perfunctorily, indicating that Clara's conceited assumption of a universal interest in her dull children was ridiculous. Edwin asked, "Did the kids say where he'd been?" "Been running about the streets. They don't know what's come over him, because, you see, he'd actually gone to bed once. Albert is quite puzzled, but he says he'll have it out of him before he's done." "When he does get it out of him," thought Edwin again, "there will be a family row, and George will be indicted as the corrupter of innocence." Maggie would not stay a single moment. Hilda attentively accompanied her to the hall. The former and the present mistress of the house kissed with the conventional signs of affection, but the fact that one had succeeded the others seemed to divide them. Hilda was always lying in wait for criticism from Maggie, ready to resent it. Maggie divined this, and said never a word. The silence piqued Hilda as much as outspoken criticism would have annoyed her. She could not bear it. "How do you like my new stair-carpet?" she demanded defiantly. Very nice, I'm sure," Maggie replied without conviction, and added, just as she stepped outside the front door, "You've made a lot of changes." This was the mild, good-natured girl's sole thrust, and it was as effective as she could have wished. Everybody had gone except the two Orgreaves and Tertius Inkpen. "I don't know about you, Johnny, but I must go," said Janet Orgreave when Hilda came back. "Hold on, Jan," Johnny protested. "You're forgetting those duets you are to try with Inkpen." "Really? Duets?" cried Hilda, instantly uplifted and enthusiastic. "Oh, do let's have some music." Inkpen, by arrangement with the Orgreaves, had brought some pianoforte duets. They were tied to his bicycle. He was known as an amateur of music. Edwin, bidding Inkpen not to move, ran out into the garden to get the music from the bicycle. Johnny ran after him through the French window. "I say," Johnny called in a low voice. "What's up?" Edwin stopped for him. "I have a piece of news for you about that land you set your heart on down at Shawport. It can be bought cheap. At least the old man says it's cheap, whatever his opinion may be worth. I was telling him about your scheme for having a new printing works altogether. Astonishing how keen he is. If I'd had a plan of the land, I believe he'd have sat down and made sketches at once." Johnny, with his brother Jimmy, was in partnership with old Orgreave as an architect. "Set my heart on?" Edwin mumbled, intimidated as usual by the nearer view of an enterprise which he had himself conceived and which had enchanted him from afar. "Set my heart on?" "Well, had you or hadn't you?" "I suppose I had," Edwin admitted. "Look here, I'll drop in and see you tomorrow morning." "Right." Together they detached the music from the bicycle, and, as Edwin unrolled it and rolled it the other side out to flatten it, they returned silently through the dark, wind-stirred garden into the drawing-room. There were now the two Orgreaves, Tertius Inkpen, and Hilda and Edwin in the drawing-room. "We will now begin the evening," said Inkpen, as he glanced at the music. All five were conscious of the pleasant feeling of freedom, intimacy, and mutual comprehension which animates a small company that by self-selection has survived out of a larger one. The lateness of the hour aided their zest. Even the more staid among them perceived, as by revelation, that it did not in fact matter, once in a way, if they were tired and inefficient on the morrow, and that too much regularity of habit was bad for the soul. Edwin had brought in a tray from the dining-room, and rearranged the chairs according to Hilda's caprice, and was providing cushions to raise the bodies of the duet-players to the proper height. Janet began to excuse herself, asserting that if there was one member of her family who could not play duets, she was that member, that she had never seen this Dvorak music before, and that if they had got her brother Tom, or her elder sister Marion, or even Alicia, etc., etc. "We are quite accustomed to these formal preliminaries from duet-players, Miss Orgreave," said Inkpen. "I never do them myself, not because I can play well, but because I am hardened. Now, shall we start? Will you take the treble or the bass?" Janet answered with eager modesty that she would take the bass. "It's all one to me," said Inkpen, putting on spectacles. "I play either equally badly. You'll soon regret leaving the most important part to me. However, Clayhanger, will you turn over?" Yes," said Edwin boldly, "but you'd better give me the tip." He knew a little about printed music from his experiences as a boy when his sisters used to sing two-part songs. That is to say, he had a vague idea where a player was on a page. But the enterprise of turning over Dvorak's legends seemed to him critically adventurous. Dvorak was nothing but a name to him. Beyond the correct English method of pronouncing that name, he had no knowledge whatever of the subject in hand. Then the performance of the legends began. Despite halts, hesitations, occasional loud, insistent chanting of the time, explanations between the players, many wrong notes by Ingpen, and a few wrong notes by Janet, and one or two enormous misapprehensions by Edwin, the performance was a success, in that it put a spell on its public, and permitted the loose and tender genius of Dvorak to dominate the room. "Play that again, will you?" said Hilda, in a low dramatic voice, at the third legend. "We will," Ingpen answered, "and we'll play it better." Edwin had the exquisite sensation of partially comprehending music whose total beauty was beyond the limitations of his power to enjoy, power, nevertheless, which seemed to grow each moment. Passages entirely intelligible and lovely would break at intervals through the veils of general sound, and ravish him. All his attention was intensely concentrated on the page. He could hear Ingpen breathing hard. Out of the corner of his eye he was aware of Johnny Orgreave on the sofa making signs to Hilda about drinks, and pouring out something for her, and something for himself, without the faintest noise. And he was aware of Ada coming to the open door, and being waved away to bed by her mistress. "Well," he said, when the last legend was played, "that's a bit of all the right sort, no mistake." He was obliged to be banal and colloquial. Hilda said nothing at all. Johnny, who had waited for the end in order to strike a match, showed by 2 words that he was an expert listener to duets. Tertius Ingpen was very excited and pleased. "More tricky than difficult, isn't it, to read?" he said privately to his fellow performer, who concurred. Janet also was excited in her fashion, but even amid the general excitement Ingpen had to be judicious. "Delightful stuff, of course," he said, pulling his beard, "but he's not a great composer, you know, all the same." "He'll do to be going on with," Johnny murmured. "Oh, yes, delightful, delightful," Ingpen repeated warmly, removing his spectacles. "What a pity we can't have musical evenings regularly." "But we can," said Hilda positively. "Let's have them here every week." "A great scheme," Edwin agreed with enthusiasm, admiring his wife's initiative. He had been a little afraid that the episode of George had upset her for the night, but he now saw that she had perfectly recovered from it. "Oh," Ingpen paused, "I doubt if I could come every week. I could come once a fortnight." "Well, once a fortnight, then," said Hilda. "I suppose Sunday wouldn't suit you?" Edwin challenged him almost fiercely. "Why won't it suit us? It'll suit us first class." Ingpen merely said with quiet delicacy, "So much the better. We might go all through the Mozart fiddle sonatas." "And who's your violinist?" asked Johnny. "I am, if you don't mind," Ingpen smiled, "if your sister will take the piano part." Hilda explained admiringly, "Do you play the violin too, Mr. Ingpen?" "I scrape it. Also the tenor, but my real instrument is the clarinet." He laughed. "It seems odd," he went on, with genuine scientific, unegotistic interest in himself, "but you know, I thoroughly enjoy playing the clarinet in a bad orchestra whenever I get the chance. When I happen to have a free evening, I often wish I could drop in at a theatre and play rotten music in the band. It's better than nothing. Some of us are born mad." "But, Mr. Ingpen," said Janet Orgreave so anxiously after this speech had been appreciated, "I have never played those Mozart sonatas." "I'm glad to hear it," he replied with admirable tranquillity. "Neither have I. I've often meant to. It'll be quite a sporting event. But, of course, we can have a rehearsal if you like." The project of the musical evenings was discussed and discussed until Janet, having vanished silently upstairs, reappeared with her hat and cloak on. "I can go alone if you aren't ready, Johnny," said she. Johnny yawned. "No, I'm coming." "I also must go, I suppose," said Ingpen. They all went into the hall. Through the open door of the dining-room, where one gas-jet burned, could be seen the rich remains of what had been light refreshments in the most generous interpretation of the term. Ingpen stopped to regard the spectacle, fingering his beard. "I was just wondering," he remarked, with that strange eternal curiosity about himself, whether I'd had enough to eat. I've got to ride home. Well, what have you had? Johnny quizzed him. I haven't had anything, said Ingpen, except drink. Hilda cried, Oh, you poor sufferer, I am ashamed, and led him familiarly to the table. 4. Edwin was kept at the front door some time by Johnny Orgreave, who resumed, as he was departing, the subject of the proposed new works, and maintained it at such length that Janet, tired of waiting on the pavement, said that she would walk on. When he returned to the dining-room, Ingpen and Hilda were sitting side by side at the littered table, and the first words that Edwin heard were from Ingpen. "It cost me a penknife, but it was dirt cheap at the price. You can't expect to be the Almighty for much less than a penknife." Seeing Edwin, he added with a nonchalant smile, "I've told Mrs. Clayhanger all about the answer to prayer. I thought she ought to know." Edwin laughed awkwardly, saying to himself, "Ingpen, my boy, you ought to have thought of my position first. You've been putting your finger into a rather delicate piece of mechanism. Supposing she cuts up rough with me afterwards for hiding it from her all this time? I'm living with her. You aren't." "Of course," Ingpen added, "I've sworn the lady to secrecy." Hilda said, "I knew all the time there was something wrong." And Edwin thought, "No, you didn't. And if he hadn't happened to tell you about the thing, you'd have been convinced that you'd been alarming yourself for nothing." But he only said, not certain of Hilda's humour and anxious to placate her, "There's no doubt George ought to be punished." "Nothing of the kind, nothing of the kind," Ingpen vivaciously protested. "Why, bless my soul, the kids were engaged in a religious work. They were busy with someone far more important than any parents." And after a pause, reflectively, "Curious thing, the mentality of a child. I doubt if we understand anything about it." Hilda smiled, but said naught. "May I inquire what there is in that bottle?" Ingpen asked. "Benedictine." "Have some, Mr. Ingpen?" "I will, if you will, Mrs. Clayhanger." Edwin raised his eyebrows at his wife. "You needn't look at me," said Hilda. "I'm going to have some." Ingpen smacked his lips over the liqueur. "It's a very bad thing late at night, of course, but I believe in giving your stomach something to think about. I never allow my digestive apparatus to boss me." "Quite right, Mr. Ingpen." They touched glasses without a word, almost instinctively. "Well," thought Edwin, "for a chap who thinks women ought to be behind the veil—" "Be a man, Clayhanger, and have some." Edwin shook his head. With a scarcely perceptible movement of her glass, Hilda greeted her husband, peeping out at him as if it were for a fraction of a second in a glint of affection. He was quite happy. They were all seated close together, Edwin opposite the other two at the large table. The single gas jet, by the very inadequacy with which it lighted to the scene of disorder, produced an effect of informal homeliness and fellowship that warmed the heart. Each of the three realized with pleasure that a new and promising friendship was in the making. They talked at length about the musical evenings, and Edwin said that he should buy some music, and Hilda asked him to obtain a history of music that Ingpen described with some enthusiasm, and the date of the first evening was settled, Sunday week. And after uncounted minutes Ingpen remarked that he presumed he had better go. "I have to cycle home," he announced once more. "To-night?" Hilda exclaimed. "No, this morning." "All the way to Axe?" "Oh, no, I'm 3 miles this side of Axe. It's only 6.5 miles. "But all those hills!" "Pooh! Excellent for the muscles of the calf." "Do you live alone, Mr. Ingpen?" "I have a sort of housekeeper." "In a cottage?" "In a cottage." "But what do you do all alone?" "I cultivate myself." And Hilda, in a changed tone, said, "How wise you are!" "Rather inconvenient being out there, isn't it?" Edwin suggested. "It may be inconvenient sometimes for my job, but I can't help that. I give the state what I consider fair value for the money it pays me, and not a grain more. I've got myself to think about. There are some things I won't do, and one of them is to live all the time in a vile hole like the Five Towns. I won't do it. I'd sooner be a blooming peasant on the land." As he was a native, he had the right to criticize the district without protest from other natives. "You're quite right as to the vile hole," said Hilda with conviction. "I don't know," Edwin muttered. "I think old Bosley isn't so bad." "Yes, but you're an old stick in the mud, dearest," said Hilda. "Miss Ringpen has lived away from the district, and so have I. You haven't. You're no judge. We know, don't we, Mr. Ingpen?" When, Ingpen having at last accomplished sufficient resolution to move and get his cap, they went through the drawing-room to the garden, they found that rain was falling. "Never mind," said Ingpen, lifting his head sardonically in a mute indictment of the heavens. "I have my Mac." Edwin searched out the bicycle and brought it to the window, and Hilda stuck a hat on his head. Leisurely, Ingpen clipped his trousers at the ankle and unstrapped a mackintosh cape from the machine and folded the strap. Leisurely he put on the cape and gazed at the impenetrable heavens again. "I can make you up a bed, Mr. Ingpen." "No, thanks." "Oh, no, thanks. The fact is, I rather like rain." Leisurely he took a box of fusees from his pocket and lighted his lamp, examining it as though it contained some hidden and perilous defect. Then he pressed the tires. "Back tower'll do with a little more air," he said thoughtfully. "I don't know if my pump will work." It did work, but slowly, after which gloves had to be assumed. "I suppose I can get out this way. Oh, my music! Never mind, I'll leave it." Then, with a sudden access of ceremoniousness, he bade adieu to Hilda. No detail of punctilio was omitted from the formality. "Good-bye. Many thanks." "Good-bye. Thank you." Edwin preceded the bicyclist and the bicycle round the side of the house to the front gate at the corner of Hulton Street and Trafalgar Road. In the solemn and chill nocturnal solitude of rain-swept Hulton Street, Ingpen straddled the bicycle, with his left foot on one raised pedal and the other on the pavement, and then held out a gloved hand to Edwin. "Good-bye, old chap. See you soon." Much goodwill and appreciation and hope was implicit in that rather casual handshake. He sheered off strongly down the dark slope of Hulton Street in the rain, using his ankles with skill in the pedal-stroke. The man's calves seemed to be enormously developed. The cape ballooned out behind his swiftness, and in a moment he had swerved round the flickering, mournful gas-lamp at the bottom of the mean new street, and was gone. Book 1, Chapter 6 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 6. Husband and Wife. 1. "I'm upstairs," Hilda called in a powerful whisper from the head of the stairs as soon as Edwin had closed and bolted the front door. He responded humorously. He felt very happy, lusty, and wide awake. The evening had had its contretemps, its varying curve of success, but as a whole it was a triumph. And above all, it was over, a thing that had to be accomplished, and that had been accomplished with dignity and effectiveness. He walked in ease from room to lighted, empty room, and the splendid waste of gas pleased him, arousing something royal that is at the bottom of generous natures. In the breakfast-room especially the gas had been flaring to no purpose for hours. Her room, her very own room. He wondered indulgently when, if ever, she would really make it her own room by impressing her individuality upon it. He knew she was always meaning to do something drastic to the room, but so far she had got no further than his portrait. Child, infant, wayward girl. Still, the fact of the portrait on the mantelpiece touched him. He dwelt tenderly on the invisible image of the woman upstairs. It was marvellous how she was not the Hilda he had married. The new Hilda had so overlaid and hidden the old that he had positively to make an effort to recall what the old one was, with her sternness and her anxious air of responsibility. But at the same time she was the old Hilda too. He desired to be splendidly generous, to environ her with all luxuries, to lift her clear above other women. He desired the means to be senselessly extravagant for her, to clasp on her arm a bracelet whose cost would keep a working man's family for 3 years would have delighted him.
And, though he was interested in social schemes and had a social conscience, he would sooner have bought that bracelet and so purchased the momentary thrill of putting it on her capricious arm than have helped to ameliorate the lot of thousands of victimized human beings.
He had Hilda in his bones, and he knew it, and he knew that it was a grand and a painful thing. But nevertheless, he was not without a considerable self-satisfaction, for he had done very well by Hilda. He had found her at the mercy of the world, and now she was safe and sheltered and beloved, and made mistress of a house and home that would stand comparison with most houses and homes. He was proud of his house. He always watched over it. He was always improving it, and he would improve it more and more, and it should never be quite finished. The disorder in it now irked him. He walked to and fro, and restored every piece of furniture to its proper place, heaped the contents of the ashtrays into one large ashtray, covered some of the food, and locked up the alcohol. He did this leisurely, while thinking of the woman upstairs, and while eating 2 chocolates, not more, because he had notions about his stomach. Then he shut and bolted the drawing-room window, and opened the door leading to the cellar steps, and sniffed, so as to be quite certain that the radiator furnace was not setting the house on fire. And then he extinguished the lights, and the whole light last of all, and his sole illumination was the gas on the first-floor landing, inviting him upstairs. Standing on the dark stairs, on his way to bed, eager and yet reluctant to mount, he realized the entity of the house. He thought of the astounding and mysterious George, and of those uncomprehended beings, Ada and the cook, in their attic, sleeping by the side of the portrait of a fireman in uniform. He felt sure that one or both of them had been privy to George's unlawful adventures, and he heartily liked them for shielding the boy. And he thought of his wife, moving about in the bedroom upon which she had impressed her individuality. He went upstairs. Yes, he should proceed with the enterprise of the new works. He had the courage for it now. He was rich, according to Bursley ideas. He would be far richer. He gave a faint laugh at the memory of George's objection to Bert's choice of a bicycle as a gift from heaven. 2. Hilda was brushing her hair. The bedroom seemed to be full of her and the disorder of her multitudinous things. Whenever he asked why a particular item of her goods was in a particular spot, the spot appearing to him to have been bizarrely chosen, she always proved to her own satisfaction, by a quite improvised argument, that that particular spot was the sole possible spot for that particular item. The bedroom was no longer theirs, it was hers. He picnicked in it. He didn't mind. In fact, he rather liked the picnic. It pleased him to exercise his talent for order and organization, so as to maintain his own comfort in the small spaces which she left to him. Tonight the room was in a divine confusion. He accepted it with pleasure. The beds had not been turned down, because it was improper to turn them down when they were to be used for the deposit of strangers' finery. On Edwin's bed now lay the dress which Hilda had taken off. It was a most agreeable object on the bed, and seemed even richer and more complex there than on Hilda. He removed it carefully to a chair. An antique diaphanous shawl remained, which was unfamiliar to him. "What's this shawl?" he asked. "I've never seen this shawl before. What is it?" Hilda was busy, her bent head buried in hair. "Oh, Edwin, what an old fusser you are!" she mumbled. "What shawl?" He held it up. "Someone must have left it." He proceeded with the turning down of his bed. Then he sat on a chair to regard Hilda. When she had done her hair, she padded across the room and examined the shawl. "What a precious thing!" she exclaimed. "It's Mrs. Fern's. She must have taken it off to put her jacket on and then forgotten it. But I've no idea how good it was. It's genuine old. I wonder how it would suit me." She put it round her shoulders, and then stood smiling, posing, bold, provocative, for his verdict. The whiteness of her déshabille showed through the delicate patterns and tints of the shawl with a strange effect. For him she was more than a woman. She was the incarnation of her sex. It was marvellous how all she did, all her ideas and her gestures, were so intensely feminine, so sure to perturb or enchant him. Nervously he began to wind his watch. He wanted to spring up and kiss her because she was herself, but he could not. So he said, "Come here, Chit, let me look at that shawl." She obeyed. She knelt acquiescent. He put his watch back into his pocket and fingered the shawl. Then she said, "I suppose one will be allowed to grumble at Georgie for locking his bedroom door." And she said it with a touch of mockery in her clear, precise voice, as though twitting him. An ink-pen, too, about their absurd theoretical sense of humour towards children. And there was a touch of fine bitterness in her voice also, a reminiscence of the old Hilda. Incalculable creature! Who could have guessed that she would make such a remark at such a moment? In his mind he dashed George to pieces, but as a wise male he ignored all her implications and answered casually, mildly, with an affirmative. She went on, "What were you talking such a long time to Johnny Orgreave about?" "Talking a long time to Johnny Orgreave? Oh, do you mean at the front door? Why, it wasn't half a minute. He happened to mention a piece of land down at Shawport that I had a sort of notion of buying." "Buying? What for?" Her tone hardened. "Well, supposing I had to build a new works." "You never told me anything about it." "I'm only just beginning to think of it myself. You see, if I'm to go in for lithography as it ought to be gone in for, I can't possibly stay at the shop. I must have more room, and a lot more. And it would be cheaper to build than to rent." She stood up. "Why go in more for lithography?" "You can't stand still in business. Must either go forward or go back." "It seems to me it's very risky. I wonder what you were hiding from me." "My dear girl, I was not hiding anything from you," he protested. "Whose land is it?" "It belongs to Tobias Hall's estate." "Yes, and I've no doubt the Halls will be very glad to get rid of it. Who told you about it?" "Johnny." "Of course it will be a fine thing for him, too." "But I'd asked him if he knew of any land going cheap." She shrugged her shoulders and shrugged away the disinterestedness of all Orgreaves. "Anyone could get the better of you," she said. He resented this estimate of himself as a good-natured simpleton. He assuredly did not want to quarrel, but he was obliged to say, "Oh, could they?" An acerbity scarcely intentional somehow entered into his tone. As soon as he heard it, he recognized the tone as the forerunner of altercations. "Of course," she insisted superiorly, and then went on, "We're all right as we are. We spend too much money, but I dare say we're all right. If you go in for a lot of new things, you may lose all we've got, and then where shall we be?" In his heart he said to her, "What's it got to do with you? You manage your home, and I'll manage my business. You know nothing at all about business. You're the very antithesis of business. Whatever business you've ever had to do with, you've ruined. You've no right to judge, and no grounds for judgment. It's odious of you to asperse any of the Orgreaves. They were always your best friends. I should never have met you if it hadn't been for them. And where would you be now without me? Trying to run some wretched boarding-house and probably starving. Why do you assume that I'm a damned fool? You always do. Let me tell you that I'm one of the most common-sense men in this town, and everybody knows it except you. Anyhow, I was clever enough to get you out of a mess. You knew I was hiding something from you, didn't you? I wish you wouldn't talk such infernal rot. Moreover, I won't have you interfering in my business. Other wives don't, and you shan't. So let that be clearly understood." In his heart he was very ill-used and very savage. But he only said, "Well, we shall see." She retorted, "Naturally, if you've made up your mind, there's no more to be said." He broke out viciously, I've not made up my mind. Don't I tell you I've only just begun to think about it?" He was angry, and now that he actually was angry, he took an almost sensual pleasure in being angry. He had been angry before, though on a smaller scale, with less provocation, and he had sworn that he would never be angry again. But now that he was angry again, he gloomily and fiercely revelled in it. Hilda silently folded up the shawl, and, putting it into a drawer of the wardrobe, shut the drawer with an irritatingly gentle click. Click! He could have killed her for that click. She seized her dressing-gown. "I must just go and look at George," she murmured, with cool, clear calmness. The virtuous, anxious mother. Not a trace of coquetry anywhere in her. "What bosh," he thought. "She knows perfectly well George's door is bolted." Marriage was a startling affair. Who could have foretold this finish to the evening? Nothing had occurred. Nothing. And yet everything. His plans were all awry. He could see naught but trouble. She was away some time. When she returned, he was in bed with his face averted. He heard her moving about. "Will she or won't she come and kiss me?" he thought. She came and kissed him, but it was a meaningless kiss. "Good night," she said aloofly. "Night." She slept. But he could not sleep. He kept thinking the same thought. "She's no
Book 1, Chapter 7 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 7, The Truce. 1. Nearly a week passed. Hilda, in the leisure of a woman of fashion after dinner, was at the piano in the drawing-room. She had not urgent stockings to mend, nor jam to make, nor careless wenches to overlook, nor food to buy, nor accounts to keep, nor a new dress to scheme out of an old one, nor to perform her duty to her neighbour. She had nothing to do. Like Edwin, she could not play the piano, but she had picked up a note here and a note there in the course of her life, and with much labour and many slow hesitations she could puzzle out a chord or a melody from the printed page. She was now exasperatingly spelling with her finger a fragment of a melody from one of Dvořák's Legends, a fragment that had inhabited her mind since she first heard it, and that seemed to gather up and state all the sweet, heart-breaking, intolerable melancholy implicit in the romantic existence of that city on the map, Prague. On the previous day she had been a quarter of an hour identifying the unforgettable, indismissible fragment amid the multitude of notes. Now she had recognizably pieced its phrases together, and as her stiff finger stumbled through it, her ears heard it once more, and she could not repeat it often enough. What she had heard was not what she was playing, but something finer, her souvenir of what Tertius Ingpen had played, and something finer than that, something finer than the greatest artist could possibly play, magic. It was in the nature of a miracle to her that she had been able to reproduce the souvenir in physical sound. She was proud of herself as a miracle worker, and somewhat surprised. And at the same time she was abject because she could not play the piano. She thought that she would be ready to sacrifice many happinesses in order to be able to play as well as even George played, that she would exchange all her own gifts multiplied by 100 in order to be able to play as Janet Orgreave played, and that to be a world-renowned pianist dominating immense audiences in European capitals must mean the summit of rapture and glory. She had never listened to a world-renowned pianist. Meanwhile, without the ennui and slavery of practice, she was enchanting herself, and she savoured her idleness, and thought of her young pretty servants at work, and her boy loose and at large, and her husband keeping her, and of the intensity of beautiful sorrow palpitating behind the medieval facades of Prague. Had Ingpen overheard her, he might have demanded, "Who is making that infernal noise on the piano?" Edwin came into the room, holding a thick green book. He ought long ago to have been back at the works, or shop, as it was still called, because because it had once been principally a shop, keeping her. "Hello," she murmured, without glancing away from the piano. "I thought you were gone." They had not quarrelled, but they had not made peace, and the open question of lithography and the new works still separated them. Sometimes they had approached each other, pretending amiably, or even affectionately, that there was no open question. But the reality of the question could not be destroyed by any pretence of ignoring it. While gazing at the piano, Hilda could also see Edwin. She thought she knew him, but she was always making discoveries in this branch of knowledge. Now and then she was so bewildered by discoveries that she came to wonder why she had married him, and why people do marry, really. The fact was that she had married him for the look in his eyes. It was a sad look, and beyond that it could not be described. Also, a little, she had married him for his bright, untidy hair, and for that short, oblique shake of the head which with him meant a greeting or an affirmative. She had not married him for his sentiments, nor for his goodness of heart. Some points in him she did not like. He had a tendency to colds, and she hated him whenever he had a cold. She often detested his terrible tidiness, though it was a convenient failing. More and more she herself wilfully enjoyed being untidy as her mother had been untidy, and to think that her mother's untidiness used to annoy her. On the other hand, she found pleasure in humouring Edwin's crotchetiness in regard to the details of a meal. She did not like his way of walking, which was ungainly, nor his way of standing, which was infirm. She preferred him to be seated. She could not but regret his irresolution and his love of ease. However, the look in his eyes was paramount, because she was in love with him. She knew that he was more deeply and helplessly in love with her than she with him, but even she was perhaps tightlier bound than in her pride, she thought. Her love had the maladies of a woman's love when it is great. These may possibly be also the maladies of a man's love. It could be bitter. Certainly it could never rest from criticism, spoken or unspoken. In the presence of others she would criticize him to herself, if not aloud, nearly all the time. The ordeal was continuous. When she got him alone, she would often endow him at a stroke with perfection, and her tenderness would pour over him. She trusted him profoundly, and yet she had constant misgivings, which weakened or temporarily destroyed her confidence. She would treat a statement from him with almost hostile caution, and accept blindly the very same statement from a stranger. Her habit was to assume that in any encounter between him and a stranger he would be worsted. She was afraid for him. She felt that she could protect him better than he could protect himself against any danger whatever. This instinct to protect him was also the instinct of self-protection, for peril to him meant peril to her. And she had had enough of peril. After years of disastrous peril, she was safe, and George was safe. And if she was passionately in love with Edwin, she was also passionately in love with safety. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and from a desperate self-defender had become a woman. She lay back, as it were, luxuriously on a lounge, after exhausting and horrible exertions. She had scarcely ceased to pant. At the least sign of recurring danger, all her nerves were on the qui-vive. Hence her inimical attitude towards the project of the new works and the extension of lithography in Bursley. The simpleton, a moment earlier the perfect man, might ruin himself, and her. In her view, he was the last person to undertake such an enterprise. Since her marriage, Clara, Maggie, and Auntie Hamps had been engaged in the pleasant, endless task of telling her all about everything related to the family, and she had been permitted to understand that Edwin, though utterly admirable, was not of a creative disposition, and that he had done nothing but conserve what his father had left. Without his father, Edwin would have been in a very different position. She believed this. Every day, indeed, Edwin, by the texture of his hourly life, proved the truth of it. All the persons standing to make a profit out of the new project would get the better of his fine, ingenuous temperament, naturally. She knew the world. Did Edwin suppose that she did not know what the world was? And then the interminable worry of the new enterprise, misgivings, uncertainties, extra work, secret preoccupations. What room for love, what hope of tranquillity in all that? He might argue, but she did not want to argue. She would not argue. She was dead against the entire project. He had not said to her that it was no affair of hers, but she knew that such was his thought, and she resented the attitude. No affair of hers, when it threatened her felicity? No, she would not have it. She was happy and secure, and, while lying luxuriously back in her lounge, she would maintain all the defences of her happiness and her security. 2. Holding the green book in front of her, Edwin said quietly, "Read this." "Which?" He pointed with his finger. She read, "I think I could turn and live with animals, they are so placid and self-contained. I stand and look at them long and long. They do not sweat and whine about their condition. They do not lie awake in the dark and weep for their sins. They do not make me sick discussing their duty to God. Not one is dissatisfied, not one is demented with the mania of owning things. Not one kneels to another, nor to his kind that lived thousands of years ago. Not one is respectable or unhappy over the whole earth." Edwin had lately been exciting himself, not for the first time, over Walt Whitman. "Fine, isn't it?" he said, sure that she would share his thrill. "Magnificent," she agreed with quiet enthusiasm. "I must read more of that." She gazed over the top of the book through the open blue-curtained window into the garden. He withdrew the book and closed it. "You haven't got that tune exactly right, you know," he said, jerking his head in the direction of the music. "Oh!" She was startled. What did he know about it? He could not play the piano. "Where are you?" he asked. "Show me. Where's the confounded place on the piano?" "Well, at the end you play like this." He imitated her. "Whereas it ought to be like this." He played the last 4 notes differently. "So it ought," she murmured with submission, after having frowned. "That bit of a tune's been running in my head too," he said. The strange beauty of Whitman and the strange beauty of Dvorak seemed to unite, and both Edwin and Hilda were uplifted not merely by these mingled beauties, but by their realization of the wondrous fact that they both took intense pleasure in the same varied forms of beauty. Happiness rose about them like a sweet smell in the spaces of the comfortable, impeccable drawing-room. And for a moment they leaned towards each other in bliss, across the open question. Was it still open? Edwin might be ingenuous, a simpleton, but Hilda admitted the astounding, mystifying adroitness of his demeanour. Had he abandoned the lithographic project, or was he privately nursing it? In his friendliness towards herself, was there a reserve, or was there not? She knew. She did not know. She knew. Yes, there was a reserve, but it was so infinitesimal that she could not define it, could not decide whether it was due to obstinacy of purpose, or merely to a sense of injury, whether it was resentful or condescending. Exciting times. And she perceived that her new life was gradually getting fuller of such excitements. "Well," said he, "it's nearly 3. Quarter day's coming along. I'd better be off down and earn a bit towards Maggie's rent." Before the June quarter day he had been jocular in the same way about Maggie's rent. In the division of old Darius Clayhanger's estate, Maggie had taken over the Clayhanger house, and Edwin paid rent to her therefore. "I wish you wouldn't talk like that," said Hilda, pouting amiably. "Why not?" "Well, I wish you wouldn't." "Anyhow, the rent has to be paid, I suppose." "And I wish it hadn't. I wish we didn't live in Maggie's house." "Why?" "I don't like the idea of it." "You're sentimental." "You can call it what you like. I don't like the idea of us living in Maggie's house. I never feel as if I was at home. No, I don't feel as if I was at home." "What a kid you are." "You won't change me," she persisted stoutly. He knew that she was not sympathetic towards the good Maggie, and he knew the reasons for her attitude, though they had never been mentioned. One was mere vague jealousy of Maggie as her predecessor in the house. The other was that Maggie was always very tepid towards George. George had annoyed her on his visits previous to his mother's marriage, and moreover Maggie had dimly resented Edwin's interest in the son of a mysterious woman. If she had encountered George after the proclamation of Edwin's engagement, she would have accepted the child with her customary cheerful blandness. But she had encountered him too soon, and her puzzled gaze had said to George, "Why is my brother so taken up with you? There must be an explanation, and your strange mother is the explanation." Edwin did not deny Maggie's attitude to George, but he defended Maggie as a human being. Though dull, she was absolutely the right sort, and the very slave of duty and loyalty. He would have liked to make Hilda see all Maggie's excellencies. "Do you know what I've been thinking?" Hilda went on. "Suppose you were to buy the house from Maggie, then it would be ours." He answered with a smile, "What price the mania for owning things would you like me to?" There was promise in his roguish voice. "Oh, I should. I've often thought of it," she said eagerly. And at the same time all her gestures and glances seemed to be saying, "Humour me. I appeal to you as a girl pouting and capricious. But humour me. You know it gives you pleasure to humour me. You know you like me not to be too reasonable. We both know it. I want you to do this." It was not the fact that she had often thought of the plan, but in her eagerness she imagined it to be the fact. She had never seriously thought of the plan until that moment, and it appeared doubly favourable to her now, because the execution of it, by absorbing capital, ought to divert Edwin from his lithographic project, and perhaps render the lithographic project impossible for years. She added aloud, "Then you wouldn't have any rent to pay." "How true," said Edwin, rallying her. "But it would stand me in a loss, because I would have to pay too much for the place." "Why?" she cried in arms. "Why should Maggie ask too much just because you want it? And think of all the money you spent on it." "The money spent on it only increases its value to Maggie. You don't seem to understand landlordism, my child. But that's not the point at all. Maggie won't ask any price. Only I couldn't decently pay her less than the value she took the house over at when we divided up, to wit, £1,800. It ain't worth that. I only pay £60 rent. If she took it over at too high a value, that's her lookout," said the harsh and unjust Hilda. "Not at all. She was a fool. Albert and Clara persuaded her. It was a jolly good thing for them. I couldn't very well interfere. It seems a great shame you should have to pay for what Albert and Clara did." "I needn't, unless I want to. Only, if I buy the house, £1,800 will have to be the price." "Well," said Hilda, "I wish you'd buy it." Would she feel more at home if he did? He seductively chaffed her. "Yes, she would." Hilda straightened her shoulders and smiled with bravado. "And suppose Mag won't sell?" "Will you allow me to mention it to her?" Hilda's submissive tone implied that Edwin was a tyrant who ruled with a nod. "I don't mind," he said negligently. "Well, one of these days I just will." Edwin departed, leaving the book behind. Hilda was flushed. She thought, "It is marvellous. I can do what I like with him. When I use a particular tone and look at him in a particular way, I can do what I like with him." She was ecstatically conscious of an incomprehensible power. What a role, that of the capricious, pouting queen, reclining luxuriantly on her lounge and subduing her tyrant to a slave. It surpassed that of the world-renowned pianist. 3. But soon she became more serious. She had a delicious glow of seriousness. She overflowed with gratitude to Edwin. His good nature was exquisite. He was not perfect. She could see all his faults just as plainly as when she was angry with him. But he was perfect in lovableness. She adored every aspect of him, every manifestation of his character. She felt her responsibility to him and to George. It was hers to bring grace into their lives. Without her, how miserable, how uncared for those two would be. They would be like lost children. Nobody could do for them what she did. Money could not buy what she gave naturally. A mere invention could not devise it. She looked up to Edwin, but at the same time she was mysteriously above both him and George. She had a strange, soft wisdom for them. It was agreeable, and it was proper, and it was even prudent to be capricious on occasion, and to win by pouting and wiles and seductions. But beneath all that lay the tremendous sternness of the wife's duty, everlasting and intricate, a heavy obligation that demanded all her noblest powers for its fulfilment. She rose heroically to the thoughts of duty, conceiving it as she had never conceived it before. She desired intensely to be the most wonderful wife in the whole history of marriage, and she believed strongly in her capabilities. She went upstairs to put on another and a finer dress, for since the disastrous sequel to the At Home, she had somewhat wearied in the pursuit of elegance. She thought, "What is the use of me putting myself to such a lot of trouble for a husband who is insensible enough to risk my welfare unnecessarily?" She was now ashamed of this backsliding. Ada was in the bedroom finicking with something on the dressing-table. Ada sprang to help as soon as she knew that her mistress had to go out, and she openly admired the new afternoon dress, and seemed as pleased as though she was to wear it herself. And Ada buttoned her boots, and found her gloves and her parasol, and remembered her purse and her bag and her handkerchief. "I don't quite know what time I shall be back, Ada." "No, said Ada eagerly, as though saying, "Of course you don't. You have many engagements, but no matter when you come back, we shall be delighted to see you, because the home is nothing without you." "Of course I shall be back for tea." "Oh, yes'm," Ada agreed, as though saying, "Need you tell me that, I know you never leave the master have his tea alone." Hilda walked regally down the stairs, and glanced round about her at the house, which belonged to Maggie, and which Edwin had practically promised to buy. Yes, it was a fine house, a truly splendid abode, and it seemed all the finer because it was Maggie's.
Hilda had this regrettable human trait of overvaluing what was not hers and depreciating what was.
It accounted in part, possibly, for her often very critical attitude towards Edwin. She passed out of the front door in triumph, her head full of wise schemes and plots. But even then she was not sure whether she had destroyed, or could even destroy by no matter what arts, the huge, dangerous lithographic project. As soon as she was gone, Ada ran yelling to the kitchen, "Hooray! She's safe!" And both servants burst like infants into the garden to discover Part 1 of Book 1, Chapter 8 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 8, Part 1. The Family at Home. 1. When Hilda knocked at the door of Auntie Hamp's house in King Street, a marvellously dirty and untidy servant answered the summons, and a smell of greengage jam in the making surged out through the doorway into the street. The servant wore an apron of rough sacking. "Is Miss Clayhanger in?" coldly asked Hilda, offended by the sight and the smell. The servant looked suspicious and mysterious. "No, mum, her has gone out." "Mrs. Hamps, then?" "Missus is up yon," said the servant, jerking her tousled head back towards the stairs. "Will you tell her I'm here?" The servant left the visitor on the doorstep, and with an elephantine movement of the knees ran upstairs. Hilda walked into the passage towards the kitchen. On the kitchen fire was the brilliant copper pan sacred to preserving. Rows of earthenware and glass jars stood irregularly on the table. "Her'll be down," said the brusque servant, returning, and glared open-mouthed. "Shall I wait in the sitting-room?" The house, about 70 years old, was respectably situated in the better part of King Street, at the bottom of the slope near St. Luke's Church. It had once been occupied by a dentist of a certain grandeur, and possessed a garden, of which, however, Auntie Hamps had made a wilderness. The old lady was magnificent, but her magnificence was limited to herself. She could be sublimely generous, gorgeously hospitable, but only upon special occasions. Her teas, of which a fresh and costly pineapple and wonderful confectionery and pickled salmon and silver plate never lacked, were renowned, but the general level of her existence was very mean. Her servants, of whom she had many, though never more than one at a time, were not only obliged to be Wesleyan Methodists and to attend the Sunday night service, and in the week to go to class meeting for the purpose of confessing sins and proving the power of Christ, they were obliged also to eat dripping instead of butter. The mistress sometimes ate dripping, if butter ran short or went up in price. She considered herself a tremendous housewife. She was a martyr to her housewifely ideals. Her private career was chiefly an endless struggle to keep the house clean, to get forward with the work. The house was always going to be clean, and never was, despite eternal soap, furniture polish, scrubbing, rubbing. Auntie Hamps never changed her frowsy house dress for rich visiting attire without the sad thought that she was leaving something undone. The servant never went to bed without hearing the discontented phrase, "Well, we must do it tomorrow." Spring cleaning in that house lasted for 6 weeks. On days of hospitality, the effort to get the servant dressed for tea time was simply desperate, and not always successful. Auntie Hamps had no sense of comfort and no sense of beauty. She was incapable of leaning back in a chair, and she regarded linoleum as one of the most satisfactory inventions of the modern age. She saved her carpets by means of patches of linoleum, often stringy at the edges, and in some rooms there was more linoleum than anything else. In the way of renewals, she bought nothing but linoleum, unless some chapel bazaar forced her to purchase a satin cushion or a hand-painted grate screen. All her furniture was old, decrepit, and ugly. It belonged to the worst Victorian period, when every trace of the 18th century had disappeared. The abode was always oppressive. It was oppressive even amid hospitality, for then the mere profusion on the tables accused the rest of the interior, creating a feeling of discomfort. And moreover, Mrs. Hamps could not be hospitable naturally. She could be nothing and do nothing naturally. She could no more take off her hypocrisy than she could take off her skin. Her hospitality was altogether too ruthless. And to satisfy that ruthlessness, the guests had always to eat too much. She was so determined to demonstrate her hospitality to herself that she would never leave a guest alone until he reached the bursting point. Hilda sat grimly in the threadbare sitting-room amid morocco-bound photograph albums, oleographs, and beady knick-knacks, and sniffed the strong odour of jam. And in the violence of her revolt against that widespread, messy, idolatrous, eternal domesticity of which Auntie Hamps was a classic example, she protested that she would sooner buy the worst jam than make the best, and that she would never look under a table for dust, and that naught should induce her to do any housework after midday, and that she would abolish spring cleaning utterly. The vast mediocre respectability of the district weighed on her heart. She had been a mistress drudge in Brighton during a long portion of her adult life. She knew the very depths of domesticity. But at Brighton the eye could find large, rich, luxurious, and sometimes beautiful things for its distraction. And there was the sea. In the Five Towns there was nothing. You might walk from one end of the Five Towns to the other and not see one object that gave a thrill, unless it was a pair of lovers. And when you went inside the houses you were no better off. You were even worse off, because you came at once into contact with an ignoble race of slatternly imprisoned serfs, driven by narrow-minded women who themselves were serfs, with the mentality of serfs, and the prodigious conceit of virtue. Talk to Auntie Hamps at home of lawn tennis or a musical evening, and she would set you down as flighty, and shift the conversation on to soaps or chapels. And there were hundreds of houses in the Five Towns into which no ideas save the ideas of Auntie Hamps had ever penetrated, and tens of hundreds of thousands of such homes all over the industrial districts of Staffordshire, Cheshire, Lancashire and Yorkshire. Homes were to keep bits of wood clean and to fulfil the ceremonies of pietism, and to help the poor to help themselves was the highest good, the sole good. Hilda, in her mind, saw every house and shuddered. She turned for relief to the thought of her own house, and in a constructive spirit of rebellion she shaped instantaneously a conscious policy for it. Yes, she took oath that her house should at any rate be intelligent and agreeable before it was clean. She pictured Auntie Hamps gazing at a layer of dust in the Clayhanger hall, and heard herself saying, "Oh yes, Auntie, it's dust right enough. I keep it there on purpose, to remind me of something I want to remember." She looked round Auntie Hamp's sitting-room and revelled grimly in the monstrous catalogue of its mean ugliness. And then Auntie Hamps came in, splendidly and yet soberly attired in black, to face the world, with her upright, vigorous figure, her sparkling eye, and her admirable complexion, self-content, smiling hospitably, quite unconscious that she was dead, and that her era was dead, and that Hilda was not guiltless of the murder. "This is nice of you, Hilda, it's quite an honour." And then archly, "I'm making jam." "So I see," said Hilda, meaning that so she smelt. "I just looked in on the chance of seeing Maggie." "Maggie went out about half an hour ago." Auntie Hamp's expression had grown mysterious. Hilda thought, "What's she hiding from me?" "Oh, well, it doesn't matter," said she. "You're going out too, Auntie?" "I do wish I'd known you were coming, dear. Will you stay and have a cup of tea?" "No, no, I won't keep you." "But it will be a pleasure, dear," Auntie Hamps protested warmly. "No, no, thanks. I'll just walk along with you a little of the way. Which direction are you going?" Auntie Hamps hesitated. She was in a dilemma. "What is she hiding from me?" thought Hilda. "The truth is," said Auntie Hamps, "I'm just popping over to Clara's." "Well, I'll go with you, Auntie." "Oh, do!" exclaimed Mrs. Hamps almost passionately. "Do! I'm sure Clara will be delighted." She added in a casual tone, "Maggie's there." Thought Hilda, "She evidently doesn't want me to go." After Mrs. Hamps had peered into the grand copper pan and most particularly instructed the servant, they set off. "I shan't be easy in my mind until I get back," said Auntie Hamps. "Unless you look after them all the time, they always forget to stir it." 2. When they turned into the gate of the Bembos' house, the front door was already open, and Clara, holding Rupert, her youngest, by the hand, stood smiling to receive them. Obviously they had been descried up the street from one of the bow windows. This small fact, strengthening in Hilda's mind the gradually formed notion that the Bembos were always lying in wait, and that their existence was a vast machination for getting the better of other people, enlivened her prejudice against her sister-in-law. Moreover, Clara was in one of her best dresses, and her glance had a peculiar self-conscious expression, partly guilty and partly cunning. Nevertheless, the fair fragility of Clara's face, with its wonderful skin, and her manner, at once girlish and maternal, of holding fast the child's hand, reacted considerably against Hilda's prejudice. Rupert was freshly all in white, stitched and embroidered with millions of plain and fancy stitches. He had had time neither to tear nor to stain. Only on his bib there was a spot of jam. His obese right arm was stretched straight upwards to attain the immense height of the hand of the protective giantess, his mother, and this reaching threw the whole balance of his little body over towards the left, and gave him a comical and wistful appearance. He was a pretty and yet sturdy child, with a look indicating a nice disposition, and he had recently been acquiring the marvellous gift of speech. Astounding how the infantile brain added word to word and phrase to phrase, and, as though there were not enough, actually invented delicious words and graphic droll phrases. Nobody could be surprised that he became at once the centre of greetings. His grand-aunt snatched him up, and without the slightest repugnance he allowed the ancient woman to bury her nose in his face and neck. And then Hilda embraced him with not less pleasure, for the contact of his delicate flesh and his flushed, timid smile were exquisite. She wished for a moment that George was only 2.5 again, and that she could bath him and wipe him and nurse him close. Clara's pride, though the visitors almost forgot to shake hands with her, was ecstatic. At length Rupert was safely on the step once more. He had made no remark whatever. Shyness prevented him from showing off his new marvellous gift, but his mother, gazing at him, said that in ordinary life he never stopped chattering. "Come this way, will you?" said Clara effusively, and yet conspiratorially, pointing to the drawing-room, which was to the left of the front door. From the dining-room, which was to the right of the front door, issued confused sound. "Albert's here. I'm so glad you've come," she added to Hilda. Auntie Hamps murmured warningly into Hilda's ear, "It's Bert's birthday party." A fortnight earlier Hilda had heard rumours of Bert's approaching birthday, his 12th, and therefore a high solemnity, but she had very wrongly forgotten about it. "I'm so glad you've come," Clara repeated in the drawing-room. "I was afraid you might be hurt. I thought I'd just bring you in here first and explain it all to you." "Oh, bless me!" exclaimed Auntie Hamps, interrupting as she glanced round the drawing-room. "We are grand. Well, I never! We are grand." "Do you like it?" said Clara, blushing. Auntie Hamps in reply told one of the major lies of her career. She said, with rapture, that she did like the new drawing-room suite. This suite was a proof, disagreeable to Auntie Hamps, that the world would never stand still. It quite ignored all the old Victorian ideals of furniture, and, in ignoring the past, it also ignored the future. Victorian furniture had always sought after immortality. In Bursley there were thousands of Victorian chairs and tables that defied time, and that nothing but an axe or a conflagration could destroy. But this new suite thought not of the morrow. It did not even pretend to think of the morrow. Nobody believed that it would last, and the owners of it simply forbore to reflect upon what it would be after a few years of family use. They contemplated with joy its first state of dainty Frenchness, and were content therein. Whereas the old Victorians lived in the future, in so far as they truly lived at all, the neo-Victorians lived careless in the present. The suite was of apparent rosewood with salmon-tinted upholstery ending in pleats and bows. But white also entered considerably into the scheme, for enamel paint had just reached Bursley and was destined to become the rage. Among the items of the suite was a 3-legged milking stool, in deal, covered with white enamel paint, heightened by salmon-tinted bows of imitation silk. Society had recently been thunderstruck by the originality of putting a milking stool in a drawing-room. Its quaintness appealed with tremendous force to nearly all hearts. Nearly every housemistress, on seeing a milking stool in a friend's drawing-room, decided that she must have a milking stool in her drawing-room, and took measures to get one. Clara was among the earlier possessors, the pioneers. 5 years before, Clara had appropriated the word aesthetic as a term of sneering abuse, with but a vague idea of its meaning. And now, such is the miraculous effect of time, she was caught up in the movement as it had ultimately spread to the 5 Towns, a willing convert and captive, and nothing could exceed her scorn for that which once she had admired to the exclusion of all else. Into that mid-Victorian respectable house, situate in a rather old-fashioned street leading from Shawport Lane to the canal, and whose boast, even when inhabited by nonconformists, was that it overlooked the rectory garden, the new ideals of brightness, freshness, eccentricity, brittleness, and impermanency had entered, and Auntie Hamps herself was intimidated by them. Hilda gave polite but perfunctory praise. Left alone, she might not have been averse from the new ideals in their more expensive forms, but the influence of Edwin had taught her to despise them. Edwin's tastes in furniture, imbibed from the Orgreaves, neglected the modern, and went even further back than earliest Victorian. Much of the ugliness bought by his father remained in the Clayhanger house, but all Edwin's own purchases were either antique, or, if new, careful imitations of the pre-Victorian. Had England been peopled by Edwins, all original artists in furniture might have died of hunger. Yet he encouraged original literature. What, however, put Hilda against Clara's drawing-room suite was not its style, nor its enamel, nor its frills, nor the obviously inferior quality of its varnish, but the mere fact that it had been exposed for sale in Nixon's shop window in Duck Bank, with the price marked. Hilda did not like this. Now Edwin might see an old weather-glass in some frowsy second-hand shop at Hanbridge or Turnhill, and from indecision might leave it in the second-hand shop for months, and then buy it and hang it up at home. And instantly it was somehow transformed into another weather-glass, a superior and personal weather-glass. But Clara's suite was not, for Hilda, thus transformed. Indeed, as she sat there in Clara's drawing-room, she had the illusion of sitting in Nixon's shop. Further, Nixon had now got in his window another suite precisely like Clara's. It was astonishing to Hilda that Clara was not ashamed of the publicity and the wholesale reproduction of her suite. But she was not. On the contrary, she seemed to draw a mysterious satisfaction from the very fact that suites precisely similar to hers were to be found, or would soon be found, in unnumbered other drawing-rooms. Nor did she mind that the price was notorious. And in the matter of the price, the phrase hire purchase flitted about in Hilda's brain. She felt sure that Albert Benbow had not paid cash to Nixon. She regarded the hire purchase system as unrespectable, if not immoral, and this opinion was one of the very few she shared with Auntie Hamps. Both ladies, in their hearts and in the security of their financial positions, blamed the Benbows for imprudence. Nobody, not even his wife, knew just how Albert stood, but many took leave to guess, and guessed unfavourably. "Do sit down," said Clara, too urgently. She was so preoccupied that Hilda's indifference to her new furniture did not affect her. They all sat down, primly, in the pretty primness of the drawing-room, and Rupert leaned as if tired against his mother's fine skirt. Hilda, expectant, glanced vaguely about her. Auntie Hamps did the same. On the central table lay a dictionary of the English language, open and leaves downwards, and near it a piece of paper containing a long list of missing words in pencil. Auntie Hamps, as soon as her gaze fell on these objects, looked quickly away, as though she had by accident met the obscene. Clara caught the movement, flushed somewhat, and recovered herself. "I'm so glad you've come," she repeated yet again to Hilda, with a sickly sweet smile. "I did so want to explain to you how it was we didn't ask George. I was afraid you might be vexed." "What an idea!" Hilda murmured as naturally as she could, her nostrils twitching uneasily in the atmosphere of small feuds and misunderstandings which Clara breathed with such pleasure. She laughed, to reassure Clara, and also in enjoyment of the thought that for days Clara had pictured her as wondering sensitively why no invitation to the party had come for George, while in fact the party had never crossed her mind. She regretted that she had no gift for Bert, but decided to give him £0.5 for his savings bank account, of which she had heard a lot. "To tell you the truth," said Clara, launching herself, "we've had a lot of trouble with Bert. Albert's been quite put about. It was only the day before yesterday Albert got out of him the truth about the night of your at home, Hilda, when he ran away after he'd gone to bed. Albert said to him, 'I shan't whip you, and I shan't put you on bread and water. Only, if you don't tell me what you were doing that night, there'll be no birthday and no birthday party. That's all.' So at last Bert gave in, and do you know what he was doing? Holding a prayer meeting with your George and that boy of Cloud's next door to your house down Halton Street. Did you know?" Hilda shook her head bravely. Officially, she did not know. "Did you ever hear of such a thing?" exclaimed Auntie Hamps. "Yes," proceeded Clara, taking breath for a new start, "and Bert's story is that they prayed for a penknife for your George, and it came. And then they prayed for a bicycle for our Bert, but the bicycle didn't come. And then Bert and George had a fearful quarrel, and George gave him the penknife, made him have it, and then said he'd never speak to him any more as long as he lived. At first Albert was inclined to thrash Bert for telling lies and being irreverent, but in the end he came to the conclusion that at any rate Bert was telling what he thought to be the truth. And that Clowes boy is so little. Bert wanted his birthday party, of course, but he begged and prayed us not to ask George. So in the end we decided we'd better not, and we let him have his own way. That's all there is to it. So George has said nothing? Not a word, said Hilda. And the Clowes boy is so little, said Clara again. She went suddenly to the mantelpiece and picked up a penknife and offered it to Hilda. Here's the penknife. Of course Albert took it off him. Why? Said Hilda ingenuously. But Clara detected satire and repelled it with a glance. It's not Edwin's penknife, I suppose? She queried in a severe tone. No, it isn't. I've never seen it before. Why? We were only thinking Edwin might have overheard the boys and thrown a knife over the wall. It would be just like Edwin, that would. Oh, no. The deceitful Hilda blew away such a possibility. I'm quite sure he didn't, said she, and added mischievously as she held out the penknife. I thought all you folks believed in the efficacy of prayer. These simple words were never forgiven by Clara. The next moment, having restored the magic penknife to the mantelpiece and gathered up her infant, she was leading the way to the dining-room. Come along, Rupy, my darling, said she. Rupy. Hilda privately imitated her, deriding the absurdity of the diminutive. If you ask me, said Auntie Hams, determined to save the honour of the family, it's that little Clowes monkey that is responsible. I've been thinking it over since you told me about it last night, Clara, and I feel almost sure it must have been that little Clowes monkey. She was magnificent. She was no longer a housekeeper worried about the processes of jam-making, but a grandiose figure out in the world, a figure symbolic, upon whom had devolved the duty of keeping up appearances on behalf of all mankind. 3. The dining-room had not yet begun to move with the times. It was rather a shabby apartment accustomed to daily ill-treatment, and its contents dated from different periods, the most ancient object of all stretching backwards in family history to the epoch of Albert's great-grandfather. This was an oak arm-chair, occupied usually by Albert, but on the present occasion by his son and heir, Bert. Bert, spectacled, was at the head of the table, and at the foot was his Auntie Maggie in front of a tea-tray. Down the side of the table were his sisters, thin Clara, fat Amy, and little Lucy, the first nearly as old as Bert, and his father. 2 crumb-strewn plates showed that the mother and Rupert had left the meal to greet the visitors. And there were 2 other empty places. In a tiny vase in front of Amy was a solitary flower. The room was nearly full. It had an odour of cake, tea, and children. "Well, here we are," said Clara, entering with the guests and Rupert very cheerfully. "Getting on all right?" She gave Albert a glance which said, "I have explained everything, but Hilda is a very peculiar creature." "A1," Albert answered. "Hello, all you aunties." "Albert left the works early on purpose," Clara explained her husband's presence. He was a happy man. In early adolescence he had taken to Sunday schools as some youths take to vice. He loved to exert authority over children, and experience had taught him all the principal dodges. Under the forms of benevolent autocracy, he could exercise a ruthless discipline upon youngsters. He was not at all ashamed of being left in charge of a tableful of children while his wife went forth to conduct diplomatic interviews. At the same time, he had his pride. Thus he would express no surprise nor even pleasure at the presence of Hilda, his theory being that it ought to be taken as a matter of course. Indeed, he was preoccupied by the management of the meal, and he did not conceal the fact. He shook hands with the ladies in a perfunctory style which seemed to say, "Now the supreme matter is this birthday repast. I'm running it, and I'm running it very well. Slip inobtrusively into your places in the machine, and let me continue my work of direction." Nevertheless, he saw to it that all the children rose politely and saluted according to approved precedents. His eye was upon them. He attached importance to every little act in any series of little acts. If he cut the cake, he had the air of announcing to the world, "This is a beautiful cake. I have carefully estimated the merits of this cake, and Mother has also carefully estimated them. We have, in fact, all come to a definite and favourable conclusion about this cake, namely, that it is a beautiful cake. I will now cut it. The operation of cutting it is a major operation. Watch me cut it, and then watch me distribute it. Wisdom and justice shall preside over the distribution." Even if he only passed the salt, he passed it as though he were passing extreme unction. Auntie Hamps, with apparent delight, adapted herself to his humour. She said she would squeeze in anywhere, and was soon engaged in finding perfection in everything that appertained to the Benbow family. Hilda, not being quite so intimate with the household, was installed with more ceremony. She could not keep out of her eye the idea that it was droll to see a stoutish, somewhat clay-dusted man neglecting his business in order to take charge of a birthday party of small children. And Albert, observing this, could not keep out of his eye the rebutting assertion that it was not in the least droll, but entirely proper and laudable. The first mention of birthday presents came from Auntie Hamps, who remarked with enthusiasm that Bert looked a regular little man in his beautiful new spectacles. Bert, glowering, gloomy, and yet proud, and above all self-conscious, grew even more self-conscious at this statement. Spectacles had been ordained for him by the oculists, and his parents had had the hardihood to offer him his first pair for a birthday present. They had so insisted on the beauty and originality of the scheme that Bert himself had almost come to believe that to get a pair of spectacles for a birthday present was a great thing in a boy's life. He was now wearing the spectacles for the first time. On the whole, gloom outbalanced pride in his demeanour, and Bert's mysterious soul, which had flabbergasted his father for about a week, peeped out sidelong occasionally through those spectacles in bitter criticism of the institution of parents. He ate industriously. Soon Auntie Hamps, leaning over, rapped half a sovereign down on his sticky plate. Everybody pretended to be overwhelmed, though nobody entitled to prophesy had expected less. Almost simultaneously with the ring of the gold on the plate, Clara said, "Now what do you say?" But Albert was judiciously benevolent. "Leave him alone, mother. He'll say it all right." "I'm sure he will," his mother agreed. And Bert said it, blushing and fingering the coin nervously. And Auntie Hamps sat like an antique goddess, bland, superb, morally immense. And even her dirty and broken fingernails detracted naught from her grandiosity. She might feed servants on dripping, but when the proper moment came, she could fling half-sovereigns about with anybody. And then, opening her purse, Hilda added 5 shillings to the half-sovereign, amid admiring exclamations, sincere and insincere. Beside Auntie Hamp's gold, the 2 half-crowns cut a poor figure, and therefore Hilda, almost without discontinuing the gesture of largesse, said, "That is from Uncle Edwin," and this, putting a florin and 3 shillings more to the treasure, "is from Auntie Hilda." Somehow she was talking as the others talked, and she disliked herself for yielding to the spirit of the Benbow home, but she could not help it. The pervading spirit conquered everybody. She felt self-conscious, and Bert's self-consciousness was still further increased as the acclamations grew in power and sincerity. Though he experienced the mournful pride of rich possessions, he knew well that the money would be of no real value. His presents, all useful, save a bouquet of flowers from Rupert, were all useless to him. Thus the prim young Clara had been parentally guided to give him a comb. If all the combs in the world had been suddenly annihilated, Bert would not have cared, would indeed have rejoiced. And as to the spectacles, he would have preferred the prospect of total blindness in middle age to the compulsion of wearing them. Who can wonder that his father had not fathomed the mind of the strange creature? Albert gazed rapt at the beautiful sight of the plate. It reminded him pleasantly of a collection plate at the Sunday school anniversary sermons. In a moment the conversation ran upon savings banks accounts. Each child had a savings bank account, and their riches were astounding. Rupert had an account and was getting interest at the rate of 2.5% on £6 10s. The thriftiness of the elder children had reached amounts which might be mentioned with satisfaction even to the luxurious wife of the richest member of the family. Young Clara was the wealthiest of the band. "I've got the most, haven't I, Fardie?" she said with complacency. "I've got more than Bert, haven't I?" Nobody seemed to know how it was that she had surpassed Bert, who had had more birthdays and more Christmases. The inferiority of the eldest could not be attributed to dissipation or improvidence, for none of the children was allowed to spend a cent. The savings bank devoured all and never rendered back. However, Bert was now creeping up, and his mother exhorted him to do his best in future. She then took the money from the plate and promised Bert for the morrow the treat of accompanying her to the post office in order to bury it. A bell rang within the house, and at once young Clara exclaimed, "Oh, there's Flossie! Oh, my word, she is late, isn't she, Fardy? What a good thing we didn't wait for tea for her. Move up, miss." This to Lucy. "People who are late must take the consequences, especially little girls," said Albert in reply. And presently Flossie entered, tripping, shrugging up her shoulders and throwing back her mane, and wonderfully innocent. "This is Flossie, who is always late," Albert introduced her to Hilda. "Am I really?" said Flossie, in a very low, soft voice, with a bright and apparently frightened smile. Dark Flossie was of Amy's age and supposed to be Amy's particular friend. She was the daughter of young Clara's music mistress. The little girl's prestige in the Bembo house was due to two causes. First, she was graceful and rather stylish in movement, qualities which none of the Bembo children had, though young Clara was pretty enough. And second, her mother had rather more pupils than she could comfortably handle, and indeed sometimes refused a pupil. Flossie, with her physical elegance, was like a foreigner among the Bembos. She had a precocious demeanour. She shook hands and embraced like a woman, and she gave her birthday gift to Bert as if she were distributing a prize. It was a lead pencil with a patent sharpener. Bert would have preferred a bicycle, but the patent sharpener made no aces in his day. His father pointed out to him that, as the pencil was already sharpened, he could not at present use the sharpener. Amy thereupon furtively passed him the stump of a pencil to operate upon, and then his mother told him that he had better postpone his first sharpening until he got into the garden, where bits of wood would not be untidy. Flossie carefully settled her very short white skirts on a chair, smiling all the time, and inquired about two brothers whom she had been told were to be among the guests. Albert informed her with solemnity that these two brothers were both down with measles, and that Auntie Hamps and Auntie Hilda had come to make up for their absence. "Poor things," murmured Flossie sympathetically. Hilda laughed, and Flossie, screwing up her eyes and shrugging up her shoulders, laughed too, as if saying, "You and I alone understand me." "What a pretty flower!" Flossie exclaimed in her low, soft voice, indicating the flower in the vase in front of Amy. "There's half a crumb left," said Albert, passing the cake plate to Flossie carefully. "We thought we'd better keep it for you, though we don't reckon to keep anything for little girls that come late." "Amy," whispered her mother, leaning towards the fat girl, "wouldn't it be nice of you to give your flower to Flossie?" Amy started. "I don't want to," she whispered back, flushing. The flower was a gift to Amy from Bert, out of the birthday bunch presented to him by Rupert. Mysterious relations existed between Bert and the benignant, acquiescent Amy. "Oh, Amy," her mother protested, still whispering, but shocked. Tears came into Amy's eyes. These tears Amy at length wiped away, and, straightening her face, offered the flower with stiff, outstretched arm to her friend Flossie. And Flossie smilingly accepted it. "It is kind of you, you darling," said Flossie, and stuck the flower in an interstice of her embroidered pinafore. Amy, gravely lacking in self-control, began to whimper again. "That's my good little girl," muttered Clara to her, exhibiting pride in her daughter's victory over self, and rubbed the child's eyes with her handkerchief. The parents were continually thus bringing up their children. Hilda pressed her lips together. Immediately afterwards it was noticed that Flossie was no longer eating. "I've had quite enough, thank you," said she in answer to expostulations. "No jam even, and you've not finished your tea." "I've had quite enough, thank you," said she, and folded up her napkin. "Please, father, can we go and play in the garden now?" Bert asked. Albert looked at his wife. "Yes, I think they might," said Clara. "Go and play nicely." They all rose. "Now quietly, quietly," Albert warned them. And they went from the room quietly, each in his own fashion. Flossie like a modest Tsarina, young Clara full of virtue and holding Rupert by the hand, Amy lumpily, tiny Lucy as one who had too soon been robbed of the privilege of being the youngest, and Bert in the rear like a criminal who is observed in a suspicious act. And Albert blew out wind, as if getting rid of a great weight. Part 2 of Book 1, Chapter 8 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2 of Chapter 8. 4. "Finished your greengage, Auntie?" asked Clara, after the pause which ensued while the adults were accustoming themselves to the absence of the children. And it was Maggie who answered rather eagerly, "No, she hasn't. She's left it to the tender mercies of that Maria. She wouldn't let me stay, and she wouldn't stay herself." These were almost the first words, save murmurings as to cups of tea, quantities of sugar and of milk, etc., that the taciturn Maggie had uttered since Hilda's arrival. She was not sulky. She had merely been devoting herself and allowing herself to be exploited in the vacuous manner customary to her, and listening receptively, or perhaps not even receptively, offering no remark. Save that the smooth-working mechanism of the repast would have creaked and stopped at her departure, she might have slipped from the room unnoticed as a cat. But now she spoke as one capable of enthusiasm and resentment on behalf of an ideal. To her it was scandalous that greengage jam should be jeopardized for the sake of social pleasures, and suddenly it became evident she and her auntie had had a difference on the matter. Mrs. Hamps said stoutly and defiantly with grandeur, "Well, I wasn't going to have my eldest grand-nephew's 12th birthday party interfered with for any jam." "Hear, hear," said Hilda, liking the terrific woman for an instant. But mild Maggie was inflexible. Clara, knowing that in Maggie very slight symptoms had enormous significance, at once changed the subject. Albert went to the back window, whence, by twisting his neck, he could descry a corner of the garden. Said Clara, smiling, "I hear you're going to have some musical evenings, Hilda, on Sunday nights." Malice and ridicule were in Clara's tone. On the phrase musical evenings she put a strange, disdainful emphasis, as though a musical evening denoted something not only unrighteous, but snobbish, new-fangled, and absurd. Yet envy also was in her tone. Hilda was startled. "Ah, who told you that?" "Never mind, I heard," said Clara darkly. Hilda wondered whether Bembos, from whom seemingly naught could be concealed, had in fact got this titbit of news. By tacit consent she and Edwin had as yet said nothing to anybody except the Orgreaves, who, alone with Tertius Ingpen and one or two more intimates, were invited, or were to be invited, to the first evening. Relations between the Orgreaves and the Bembos scarcely existed. "We're having a little music on Sunday night," said Hilda, as it were apologetically, and scorning herself for being apologetic. Why should she be apologetic to these base creatures? But she couldn't help it. The public opinion of the room was too much for her. She even added, "We're hoping that old Mrs. Orgreave will come. It will be the first time she's been out in the evening for ever so long." The name of Mrs. Orgreave was calculated by Hilda to overawe them and stop their mouths. No name, however, could overawe Mrs. Hamps. She smiled kindly and with respect for the caprices of others. She spoke in a tone exceptionally polite, but what she said was, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The deliverance was final. Auntie Hamps was almost as deeply moved about the approaching desecration of the Sabbath as Maggie had been about the casual treatment of jam. In earlier years she would have said a great deal more, just as in earlier years she would have punctuated Bert's birthday mouthfuls with descants upon the excellence of his parents and moral exhortations to himself. But Auntie Hamps was growing older and quieter, and I'm sorry, meant much from her. Hilda became sad, disgusted, indignant, moody. The breach which separated her and Edwin from the rest of the family was enormous, as might be seen in the mere fact that they had never for a moment contemplated asking anybody in the family to the musical evening, nor had the family ever dreamed of an invitation. It was astonishing that Edwin should be so different from the others. But after all, was he? She could see in him sometimes bits of Maggie, of Clara, and even of the unspeakable. She was conscious of her grievances against Edwin. Among these was that he never, or scarcely ever, praised her. At moments, when she had tried hard, she felt a great need of praise. But Edwin would watch her critically, with a damnable grim detachment of the Five Towns towards a stranger or a returned exile. As she sat in the stuffy dining-room of the Bembos, surrounded by hostilities and incomprehensions, she had a sensation of unreality, or at any rate of a vast mistake. Why was she there? Was she not tied by intimate experience to a man at that very instant in prison? She had a fearful vision of him in prison, she sitting there in the midst of Maggie, Clara, and Auntie Hamps. Was she not the mother of an illegitimate boy? Victimized or not, innocent or not, she, a guest of Bert's intensely legitimate birthday fete, was the mother of an illegitimate boy. Incredible. She ought never to have married into the Clayhangers, never to have come back to this cackling provincial district. All these people were inimical towards her, because she represented the luxury and riches and worldly splendour of the family, and because her illegitimate boy had tempted the heir of the Bembos to blasphemous wickedness, and because she herself had tempted a weak Edwin to abandon chapel and to desecrate the Sabbath, and again because she, without a penny of her own, had stepped in and now represented the luxury and riches and worldly splendour of the family. And all the family's grievances against Edwin were also grievances against her. Once, long ago, when he was yet a bachelor and had no hope of Hilda, Edwin had prevented his father, in dotage, from lending £1,000 to Albert upon no security. The interference was unpardonable, and Hilda would not be pardoned for it. Such was marriage into a family. Such was family life. Yes, she felt unreal there, and also unsafe. She had prevaricated about George and the penknife, and she had allowed Clara to remain under the impression that her visit to the house was a birthday visit. Auntie Hamps and Destiny between them would lay bare all this lying. The antipathy against her would increase. But let it increase never so much, it still would not equal Hilda's against the family, as she thrilled to them. Their narrow ignorance, their narrow self-conceit, their detestation of beauty, their pietism, their bigotry, revolted her. In what century had they been living all those years? Was this married life? Had Albert and Clara ever felt a moment of mutual passion? They were nothing but parents, eternally preoccupied with oughts and ought-nots, and forbiddances, and horrid reluctant permissions. They did not know what joy was, and they did not want anybody else to know what joy was. Even on the outskirts of such a family, a musical evening on a Sunday night appeared a forlorn enterprise, and all the families in all the streets were the same. Hilda was hard enough on George sometimes, but in that moment she would have preferred George to be a thoroughly bad, rude boy and to go to the devil, and herself to be a woman abandoned to every licence, rather than that he and she should resemble Clara and her offspring. All her wrath centred upon Clara as the very symbol of what she loathed. "Hello!" cried the watchful Albert from the window. "What's happening, I wonder?" In a moment Rupert ran into the room, and without a word scrambled on his mother's lap, absolutely confident in her goodness and power. "What's amiss, Tuppenny?" asked his father. "Tired," answered Rupert, with a faint, endearing smile. He laid himself close against his mother's breast, and drew up his knees, and Clara held his body in her arms, and whispered to him. "Amy would play with me," he murmured. "Wouldn't she? Naughty Amy!" But me tired too. He glanced upwards at his mother's eyes in sympathy. And immediately he was asleep. Clara kissed him, bending her head down and with difficulty reaching his cheek with her lips. Auntie Hamps inquired fondly, "What does he mean, mother tired too?" "Well," said Clara, "the fact is some of them was so excited they stopped my afternoon sleep this afternoon. I always do have my nap, you know." She looked at Hilda. "In here, when the doors close, they know mother mustn't be disturbed. Only this afternoon, Lucy or Amy, I don't know which, and I didn't inquire too closely, forgot. He's remembered it, the little Turk." "Is he asleep?" Hilda demanded in a low voice. "Fast. He's been like that lately. He'll play a bit, and then he'll stop and say he's tired, and sometimes cry, and he'll come to me and be asleep in 2 jiffs. I think he's been a bit run down. He said he had toothache yesterday. It was nothing but a little cold. They've all had colds, but I wrapped his face up to please him. He looks so sweet in his bandage. I assure you I didn't want to take it off again. No, I didn't. I wonder why Amy wouldn't play with him. She's such a splendid playmate, when she likes, full of imagination, simply full of it." Albert had approached from the window. With an air of important conviction, he said to Hilda, "Yes, Amy's imagination is really remarkable." As no one responded to this statement, he drummed on the table to ease the silence, and then suddenly added, "Well, I suppose I must be getting on with my dictionary reading. I'm only at S, and there's bound to be a lot of words under U, beginning with you know. I saw at once there would be." He spoke rather defiantly, as though challenging public opinion to condemn his new dubious activity. "Oh," said Clara, "Albert's quite taken up with missing words nowadays." But instead of conning his dictionary, Albert returned to the window, drawn by his inexhaustible paternal curiosity, and he even opened the window and leaned out, so that he might more effectively watch the garden. And with the fresh air there entered the high, gay, inspiriting voices of the children. Clara smiled down at the boy sleeping in her lap. She was happy. The child was happy. His flushed face, with its expression of loving innocence, was exquisitely touching. Clara's face was full of proud tenderness. Everybody gazed at the picture with secret and profound pleasure. Hilda wished once more that George was only 2½ years old again. George's infancy and her early motherhood had been very different from all this. She had never been able to shut a drawing-room door or any other door as a sign that she must not be disturbed. And certainly George had never sympathetically remarked that she was tired. She was envious. And yet a minute ago she had been execrating the family life of the Bembos. The complexity of the tissue of existence was puzzling. 5. When Albert brought his head once more into the room, he suddenly discovered the stuffiness of the atmosphere, and with the large, free gestures of a mountaineer and a sanitarian, threw open both windows as wide as possible. The bleak wind from the moorlands surged in, fluttering curtains and lowering the temperature at a run. "Won't Rupert catch cold?" Hilda suggested, chilled. "He's got to be hardened, Rupert has," Albert replied easily. "Fresh air, nothing like it. Does him good to feel it." Hilda thought, "Pity you didn't think so a bit earlier." Her countenance was too expressive. Albert divined some ironic thought in her brain, and turned on her with a sort of parrying jeer. "And how's the great man getting along?" In this phrase, which both he and Clara employed with increasing frequency, Albert let out not only his jealousy of, but his respect for, the head of the family. Hilda did not like it, but it flattered her on Edwin's behalf, and she never showed her resentment of the attitude which prompted it. "Edwin? Oh, he's all right. He's working." She put a slight emphasis on the last pronoun in order revengefully to contrast Edwin's industry with Albert's presence during business hours at a children's birthday party. "He said to me as he went out that he must go and earn something towards Maggie's rent." She laughed softly. Clara smiled cautiously. Maggie smiled and blushed a little. Albert did not commit himself. Only Auntie Hamps laughed without reserve. "Edwin will have his joke," said she. Although Hilda had audaciously gone forth that afternoon with the express intention of opening negotiations on her own initiative with Maggie for the purchase of the house, she had certainly not meant to discuss the matter in the presence of the entire family. But she was seized by one of her characteristic impulses, and she gave herself up to it with the usual mixture of glee and apprehension. She said, "I suppose you wouldn't care to sell us the house, would you, Maggie?" Everybody became alert, and as it grew apparent that the company was assisting at the actual birth of a family episode or incident, a peculiar feeling of eager pleasure spread through the room, and the appetite for history-making leapt up. "Indeed I should," Maggie answered, with a deepening flush, and all were astonished at her decisiveness and at the warmth of her tone. "I never wanted the house, only it was arranged that I should have it, so of course I took it." The long, silent victim was speaking. Money was useless to her, for she was incapable of turning it into happiness. But she had her views on finance and property nevertheless, and though in all such matters she did as she was told, submissively accepting the decisions of brother or brother-in-law as decrees of fate, yet she was quite aware of the victimhood. The assemblage was surprised and even a little intimidated by her mild outburst. "But you've got a very good tenant, Maggie," said Auntie Hamps enthusiastically. "She's got a very good tenant, admitted," Albert said judiciously and almost sternly. "But she'd never have any difficulty in finding a very good tenant for that house. That's not the point. The point is that the investment really isn't remunerative. Maggie could do much better for herself than that, very much better. Why, if she went the right way about it, she could get 10% on her money. I know of things. And I bet she doesn't get 3.5% clear from the house, not 3.5. He glanced reproachfully at Hilda. "Do you mean the rent's too low?" Hilda questioned boldly. He hesitated, losing courage. I don't say it's too low, but Maggie perhaps took the house over at too big a figure." Maggie looked up at her brother-in-law. "And whose fault was that?" she asked sharply. The general surprise was intensified. No one could understand Maggie. No one had the wit to perceive that she had been truly annoyed by Auntie Hamp's negligence in regard to jam, and was momentarily capable of bitterness. "Whose fault was that?" she repeated. "You and Clara and Edwin settled it between you. You yourself said over and over again it was a fair figure." "I thought so at the time, said Albert quickly. "We all acted for the best." "I'm sure you did," murmured Auntie Hamps. "I should think so indeed," murmured Clara, seeking to disguise her constraint by attention to the sleeping Rupert. "Is Edwin thinking of buying, then?" Albert asked Hilda in a quiet, studiously careless voice. "We've discussed it," responded Hilda. "Because if he is, he ought to take it over at the price Mag took it at. She oughtn't to lose on it, that's only fair." "I'm sure Edwin would never do anything unfair," said Auntie Hamps. Hilda made no reply. She had already heard the argument from Edwin, and Albert now seemed to her more tedious and unprincipled than usual. Her reason admitted the force of the argument as regards Maggie, but instinct opposed it. Nevertheless, she was conscious of sudden sympathy for Maggie, and of a weakening of her prejudice against her. "Hadn't we better be going, Auntie?" Maggie curtly and reproachfully suggested. "You know quite well that jam stands a good chance of being ruined." "I suppose we had," Auntie Hamps concurred with a sigh, and rose. "I shall be able to carry out my plan," thought Hilda, full of wisdom and triumph, and she saw Edwin, owner of the house, with his wild lithographic project scotched. And the realization of her own sagacity, thus exercised on behalf of those she loved, made her glad. At the same moment, just as Albert was recommencing his flow, the door opened, and Edwin entered. He had glimpsed the children in the garden, and had come into the house by the back way. There were cries of stupefaction and bliss. Both Albert and Clara were unmistakably startled and flattered. Indeed, several seconds elapsed before Albert could assume the proper grim, casual air. Auntie Hamps rejoiced and sat down again. Maggie disclosed no feeling, and she would not sit down again. Hilda had a serious qualm. She was obliged to persuade herself that in opening the negotiations for the house she had not committed an enormity. She felt less sagacious and less dominant. Who could have dreamt that Edwin would pop in just then? It was notorious, it was even a subject of complaint, that he never popped in. In reply to inquiries, he stammered in his customary hesitating way that he happened to be in the neighbourhood on business, and that it had occurred to him, etc., etc. In short, there he was. "Aren't you coming, Auntie?" Maggie demanded. "Let me have a look at Edwin, child," said Auntie Hamps, somewhat nettled. "How set you are!" "Then I shall go alone," said Maggie. "Yes, but what about this house business?" Albert tried to stop her. He could not stop her. Finance, houses, rents were not real to her. She owned but did not possess such things. But the endangered jam was real to her. She did not own it, but she possessed it. She departed. "What's amiss with her to-day?" murmured Mrs. Hamps. "I must go too, or I shall be catching it, my word I shall." "What house business?" Edwin asked. "Well," said Albert, "I like that. Aren't you trying to buy her house from her? We've just been talking it over." Edwin glanced swiftly at Hilda, and Hilda knew from the peculiar, constrained, almost shamefaced expression on his features that he was extremely annoyed. He gave a little nervous laugh. "Oh, have you?" he muttered. 6. Although Edwin discussed the purchase of the house quite calmly with Albert, and appeared to regard it as an affair practically settled, Hilda could perceive from a single gesture of his in the lobby as they were leaving that his resentment against herself had not been diminished by the smooth course of talking. Nevertheless, she was considerably startled by his outburst in the street. "It's a pity Maggie went off like that," she said quietly. "You might have fixed everything up immediately." Then it was that he turned on her, glowering angrily. "Why on earth did you go talking about it without telling me first?" he demanded, furious. "But it was understood, dear." She smiled, affecting not to perceive his temper, and thereby aggravating it. He almost shouted, "Nothing of the kind! Nothing of the kind!" "Maggie was there. I just happened to mention it." Hilda was still quite placid. "You went down on purpose to tell her, so you needn't deny it. Do you take me for a fool?" Her placidity was undiminished. "Of course I don't take you for a fool, dear. I assure you I hadn't the slightest idea you'd be annoyed." "Yes, you had. I could see it on your face when I came in. Don't try to stuff me up. You go blundering into a thing without the least notion, I've told you before, and I tell you again, I won't have you interfering in my business affairs. You know nothing of business. You'll make my life impossible. All you women are the same. You will poke your noses in. There'll have to be a clear understanding between you and me on one or two points before we go much further." "But you told me I could mention it to her." "No, I didn't." "You did, Edwin. Do be just." "I didn't say you could go and plunge right into it at once. These things have to be thought out. Houses aren't bought like that. A house isn't a pound of tea, and it isn't a hat." "I'm very sorry." "No, you aren't, and you know jolly well you aren't. Your scheme was simply to tie my hands." She knew the truth of this, and her smile became queer. Nevertheless, the amiable calm which she maintained astonished even herself. She was not happy, but certainly she was not unhappy. She had got, or she was going to get, what she wanted. And here was the only fact important to her. The means by which she had got it, or was going to get it, were negligible now. It cost her very little to be magnanimous. She wondered at Edwin. Was this furious brute the timid, worshipping boy who had so marvellously kissed her a dozen years earlier, before she had fallen into the hands of a scoundrel? Were these scenes what the exquisite romance of marriage had come to? Well, and if it was so, what then? If she was not happy, she was elated, and she was philosophic, and she had the terrific sense of realities of some of her sex. She was out of the Bembo house. She breathed free. She had triumphed, and she had her man to herself. He might be a brute. The 5 Towns, she had noticed as a returned exile, were full of brutes whose passions surged and boiled beneath the phlegmatic surface. But he existed, and their love existed, and a peep into the depth of the cauldron was exciting. The injustice or the justice of his behaviour did not make a live question. Moreover, she did not in truth seriously regard him as a brute. She regarded him as an unreasonable creature, something like a baby, to be humoured in the inessentials of a matter of which the essentials were now definitely in her favour. His taunt that she went blundering into a thing, and that she knew naught of business, amused her. She knew her own business, and knew it profoundly. The actual situation was a proof of that. As for abstract principles of business, the conventions and etiquette of it, her lips condescendingly curled. After all, what had she done to merit this fury? Nothing. Nothing. What could it matter whether the negotiations were begun instantly, or in a week's or a month's time? Edwin would have dilly-dallied probably for 3 months or 6. She merely said a few harmless words, offered a suggestion, and now he desired to tear her limb from limb and eat her alive. It was comical. Impossible for her to be angry in her triumph. It was too comical. She married an astounding personage, but she had married him. He was hers. She exulted in the possession of him. His absurd peculiarities did not lower him in her esteem. She had a perfect appreciation of his points, including his general wisdom. But she was convinced that she had a special and different and superior kind of wisdom. "And a nice thing you've let Maggie in for," Edwin broke out afresh after a spell of silent walking. "Let Maggie in for?" she exclaimed lightly. "Albert ought never to have known anything of it until it was all settled. He will be yarning away to her about how he can use her money for her, and what he gets hold of she'll never see again. You may bet your boots on that. If you'd left it to me, I could have fixed things up for her in advance. But no, in you must go, up to the neck, and ruin everything." "Oh," she said reassuringly, "you'll be able to look after Maggie all right." He sniffed, and settled down into embittered disgust, quickening somewhat his speed up the slope of Acre Lane. "Please don't walk so fast, Edwin," she breathed, just like a nice little girl. "I can't keep up with you." In spite of his enormous anger, he could not refuse such a request. She was getting the better of him again. He knew it. He could see through the devices. With an irritated swing of his body, he slowed down to suit her. She had a glimpse of his set, gloomy, savage, ruthless face, the lower lip bulging out. Really, it was grotesque. Were they grown up, he and she? She smiled, almost self-consciously, fearing that passers-by might notice his preposterous condition. All the way up Acre Lane and across by St. Luke's churchyard into Trafalgar Road, they walked thus, side by side, in silence. By strange good luck they did not meet a single acquaintance, and, as Edwin had a latchkey, no servant had to come and open the door and behold them. Edwin, throwing his hat on the stand, ran immediately upstairs. Hilda passed idly into the drawing-room. She was glad to be in her own drawing-room again. It was a distinguished apartment after Clara's. There lay the Dvorak music on the piano. The atmosphere seemed full of ozone. She rang for Ada and spoke to her with charming friendliness about Master George. Master George had returned from an informal cricket match in the Manor Fields and was in the garden. Yes, Ada had seen to his school clothes. Everything was in order for the new term shortly to commence. But Master George had received a blow from the cricket ball on his shin, which was black and blue. Had Ada done anything to the shin? No, Master George would not let her touch it, but she had been allowed to see it. Very well, Ada. There was something beatific about the state of being mistress of a house. Without the mistress, the house would simply crumble to pieces. Hilda went upstairs. She was apprehensive, but her apprehensiveness was agreeable to her. No, Edwin was not in the bedroom. She could hear him in the bathroom. She tried the door. It was bolted. He always bolted it. "Edwin?" "What is it?" He opened the door. He was in his shirt-sleeves and had just finished with the towel. She entered and shut the door and bolted it. And then she began to kiss him. She kissed him time after time on his cheek so damp and fresh. "Poor dear," she murmured. She knew that he could not altogether resist those repeated kisses. They were more effective than the best arguments or the most graceful articulate surrenders. Thus she completed her triumph. But whether the virtue of the kisses lay in their sensuousness or in their sentiment, neither he nor she knew. And she did not care. She did not kiss him with abandonment. There was a reserve in her kisses and in her smile. Indeed, she went on kissing him rather sternly. Her glance, when their eyes were very close together, was curious. It seemed to imply, "We are in love, and we love. I am yours, you are mine. Life is very fine after all. I am a happy woman, but still, each is for himself in this world, and that's the bedrock of marriage, as of all other institutions." Her sense of realities again, and she went on kissing irresistibly. "Kiss me." And he had to kiss her. Whereupon she softened to him and abandoned herself to the emanations of his charm, and her lips became almost liquid as she kissed him again. Nevertheless, there was still a slight reserve in her kisses. At tea, she chattered like a magpie, as the saying is. Between her and George there seemed to be a secret, instinctive understanding that Edwin had to be humoured, enlivened, drawn into talk. For although he had kissed her, his mood was yet by no means restored to the normal. He would have liked to remain majestic within the tent of his soul, but they were too clever for him. Then, to achieve his discomfiture, entered Johnny Orgreave with the suggestion that they should all four, Edwin, Hilda, Janet, and himself, go to the theatre at Hambridge that night. Hilda accepted the idea instantly. Since her marriage, her appetite for pleasure had developed enormously. At moments she was positively greedy for pleasure. She was incapable of being bored at the theatre. She would sooner be in the theatre of a night than out of it. "Oh, do let's go!" she cried. Edwin did not want to go, but he had to concur. He did not want to be pleasant to Johnny Orgreave or to anybody, but he had to be pleasant. "Be on the first car that goes up after 7:15, said Johnny as he was departing. Edwin grunted. "You understand, Teddy, the first car that goes up after 7:15. All right, all right." Blithely Hilda went to beautify herself. And when she had beautified herself and made herself into a queen of whom the haughtiest master printer might be proud, she dispatched Ada for Master George. And Master George had to come to her bedroom. "Let me look at that leg," she said. "Sit down." Devious creature! During tea she had not even divulged that she had heard of the damaged shin. Master George was taken by surprise. He sat down. She knelt, and herself unloosed the stocking and exposed the little calf. The place was black and blue, but it had a healthy look. "It's nothing," she said. And then, all in her splendid finery, she kissed the dirty, discoloured shin. Strange, he was only 2 years old and just learning to talk. "Now then, missus, here's the tram!" Edwin yelled out loudly, roughly, from below. He would have given a sovereign to see her miss the car, but his inconvenient sense of justice forced him to warn her. "Coming, coming!" She kissed Master George on the mouth eagerly, and George seemed unusually to return the eagerness. She ran down the darkening stairs, ecstatic. In the dusky road, Edwin curtly signalled to the vast ascending steam car, and it stopped. Those were in the old days when people did what they liked with the cars, stopping them here and stopping them there according to their fancy. The era of electricity and fixed stopping places and soulless, conscienceless control from London had not set in. Edwin and Hilda mounted. 200 yards further on the steam tram was once more arrested, and Johnny and Janet joined them. Hilda was in the highest spirits. The great affair of the afternoon had not been a quarrel, but an animating experience which, though dangerous, intensified her self-confidence and her zest.
Part 1 of Book 1, Chapter 9 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 9, Part 1. The Weekend. 1. The events of the portentous weekend, which included the musical evening, began early on the Saturday, and the first one was a chance word uttered by George. Breakfast was nearly over in the Clayhanger dining-room. Hilda sat opposite to Edwin and George between them. They had all eaten with appetite, and the disillusion which usually accompanies the satisfaction of desire was upon them. They had looked forward to breakfast, scenting with zest its pleasing odours, and breakfast was over, save perhaps for a final unnecessary piece of toast or half a cup of chilled coffee. Hilda did not want to move, because she did not care for the Saturday morning task of shopping and revictualling and being bland with fellow shoppers in the emporiums. The house doors were too frequently open on Saturday mornings, and errand boys thereat, and a wind blowing through the house, and it was the morning for specially cleaning the hall, detestable and damp operation, and servants seemed loose on Saturday morning, and dinner was apt to be late. But Hilda knew she would have to move. To postpone was only to aggravate. Destiny grasped her firm. George was not keen about moving because he had no plan of campaign. The desolating prospect of resuming school on Monday had withered his energy. He was in a mood to be either a martyr or a villain. Edwin was lazily sardonic, partly because the leisure of breakfast was at an end, partly because he hated the wage-paying slackness of Saturday morning at the shop, and partly because his relations with Hilda had remained indefinite and disquieting, despite 1,000 mutual urbanities and thoughtful refinements, and even some caresses. A sense of aimlessness dejected him, and in the central caves of his brain the question was mysteriously stirring. What is the use of all these things? Success, dignity, importance, luxury, love, sensuality, order, moral superiority? He foresaw 30 years of breakfasts, with plenty of the finest home-cured bacon and fresh eggs, but no romance. Before his marriage, he used to read the paper honestly and rudely at breakfast. That is to say, he would prop it up squarely in front of him, hiding his sister Maggie, and anyhow ignoring her, and Maggie had to like it or lump it. She probably lumped it. But upon marriage he had become a chevalier. He had nobly decided that it was not correct to put a newspaper between yourself and a woman who had denied you nothing. Nevertheless, his appetite for newspapers being almost equal to his appetite for bacon, he would still take nips at the newspaper during breakfast, hold it in one hand, glance at it, drop it, pick it up, talk amiably while glancing at it, drop it, pick it up again. So long as the newspaper was held aside and did not touch the table, so long as he did not read much more than 10 lines at a time, he considered that punctilio was satisfied, and that he was not in fact reading the newspaper at all. But towards the end of breakfast, when the last food was disappearing and he had lapped the cream off the news, he would hold the newspaper in both hands and brazenly and conscientiously read. His chief interest just then was political. Like most members of his party, he was endeavouring to decipher the party programme, and not succeeding, and he feared for his party, and was a little ashamed for it. Grave offence had occurred. The substructure of the state was rocking a newly elected supporter of the government, unaware that he was being admitted to the best club in London, had gone to the House of Commons in a tweed cap, and preceded by a brass band. Serious pillars of society knew that the time had come to invest their savings abroad. Edwin, with many another ardent Liberal, was seeking to persuade himself that everything was all right after all. The domestic atmosphere, Hilda's baffling face, the empty table, the shadow of business, repletion, early symptoms of indigestion, the sound of a slop pail in the hall, did not aid him to optimism. In brief, the morning was a fair specimen of a kind of morning that seemed likely to be for him an average morning. "Can't I leave the table, mother?"
asked George discontentedly. Hilda nodded. George gave a coarse sound of glee. "George, that's so unlike you." His mother frowned. Instead of going directly towards the door, he must needs pass right round the table behind the chair of his occupied uncle. As he did so, he scanned the newspaper and read out loudly in passing for the benefit of the room, "Local divorce case, Etches v. Etches, painful details." The words meant nothing to George. They had happened to catch his eye. He read them as he might have read an extract from the books of Euclid, and noisily and ostentatiously departed, not without a further protest from Hilda. And Edwin and Hilda, left alone together, were self-conscious. "Lively kid," murmured Edwin self-consciously, and Hilda self-consciously, "You never told me that case was on." "I didn't know it till I saw it here." "What's the result?" "Not finished. Here you are, if you want to read it." He handed the sheet across the table. Despite his serious interest in politics, he had read the report before anything else. Etches v. Etches, indeed, surpassed Gladstonian politics as an aid to the dubious prosperity of the very young morning newspaper, which represented the latest and most original attempt to challenge the journalistic monopoly of the afternoon Staffordshire Signal. It lived scarcely longer than a divorce case, for the proprietors, though nonconformists and therefore astute, had failed to foresee that the Five Towns public would not wait for racing results until the next morning. "Thanks," Hilda amiably and negligently murmured. Edwin hummed. Useless for Hilda to take that casual tone. Useless for Edwin to hum. The unconcealable thought in both their minds was, and each could divine the other's thought and almost hear its vibration, we might end in the divorce court too. Hence their self-consciousness. The thought was absurd, irrational, indefensible, shocking. It had no father and no mother. It sprang out of naught. But it existed, and it had force enough to make them uncomfortable. The Etches couple, belonging to the great, numerous, wealthy, and respectable family of Etches, had been married barely a year. Edwin rose and glanced at his well-tended fingernails. The pleasant animation of his skin caused by the bath was still perceptible. He could feel it in his back, and it helped his conviction of virtue. He chose a cigarette out of his silver case. A good cigarette, a good case, and lit it, and waved the match into extinction, and puffed out much smoke, and regarded the correctness of the crease in his trousers. The vertical trouser crease having recently been introduced into the district and insisted on by that tailor and artist and seeker after perfection, Shillito, and walked firmly to the door. But the self-consciousness remained. Just as he reached the door, his wife, gazing at the newspaper, stopped him. "Edwin, what's up?" He did not move from the door, and she did not look up from the newspaper. "Seen your friend Big James this morning?" Edwin usually went down to business before breakfast, so that his conscience might be free for a leisurely meal at 9 o'clock. Big James was the oldest employee in the business. Originally he had been foreman compositor, and was still technically so described, but in fact he was general manager, and Edwin's majestic vice-regent in all the printing shops. "Ask Big James" was the watchword of the whole organism. "No," said Edwin. "Why?" "Oh, nothing. It doesn't matter." Edwin had made certain resolutions about his temper, but it seemed to him that such a reply justified annoyance, and he therefore permitted himself to be annoyed, failing to see that serenity is a positive virtue only when there is justification for annoyance. The nincompoop had not even begun to perceive that what is called right living means the acceptance of injustice and the excusing of the inexcusable. "Now then," he said brusquely, "out with it." But there was still a trace of rough tolerance in his voice. "No, it's all right. I was wrong to mention it." Her admission of sin did not in the least placate him. He advanced towards the table. "You haven't mentioned it," he said stiffly. Their eyes met as Hilda's acquitted the newspaper. He could not read hers. She seemed very calm. He thought as he looked at her, "How strange it is that I should be living with this woman. What is she to me? What do I know of her?" She said with tranquillity, "If you do see Big James, you might tell him not to trouble himself about that programme." "Programme? What programme?" he asked, startled. "Oh, Edwin," she gave a little laugh. "The musical evening programme, of course. I'll be having a musical evening tomorrow night." More justification for annoyance. Why should she confuse the situation by pretending that he had forgotten the musical evening? The pretence was idiotic, deceiving no one. The musical evening was constantly being mentioned. Reports of assiduous practising had reached them, and on the previous night they had had quite a subdued altercation over a proposal of Hilda's for altering the furniture in the drawing-room. "This is the first I've heard of any programme," said Edwin. "Do you mean a printed programme?" Of course, she could mean nothing else. He was absolutely staggered at the idea that she had been down to his works without a word to him, and given orders to Big James, or even talked to Big James about a programme. She had no remorse, she had no sense of danger. Had she the slightest conception of what business was? Imagine Maggie attempting such a thing. It was simply not conceivable. A wife going to her husband's works and behind his back giving orders. It was as though a natural law had suspended its force. "Why, Edwin?" she said, in extremely clear, somewhat surprised and gently benevolent accents. "Whatever's the matter with you? There is a programme of music, I suppose." There she was, ridiculously changing the meaning of the word programme. What infantile tactics! "It occurred to me all of a sudden yesterday afternoon how nice it would be to have it printed on gilt-edged cards. So I ran down to the shop, but you weren't there. So I saw Big James." "You never said anything about it to me last night, nor this morning." "Didn't I? Well, I forgot." Grotesque creature. "Well, what did Big James say?" "Oh, don't ask me. But if he treats all your customers as he treated me. However, it doesn't matter now. I shall write the programme out myself." "What did he say?" "It wasn't what he said, but he's very rude, you know. Other people think so too." "What other people?" "Oh, never mind who. Of course I know how to take it, and I know you believe in him blindly. But his airs are preposterous, and he's a dirty old man. And I say, Edwin, seeing how very particular you are about things at home, you really ought to see that the front shop is kept cleaner. It's no affair of mine, and I never interfere, but really—" Not a phrase of this speech but what was highly and deliberately provocative. Assuredly no other person had ever said that Big James was rude. But had somebody else said it so, after all? Suppose, challenged, she gave a name? Big James's airs were not preposterous. He was merely old and dignified. His apron and hands were dirty, naturally. And then the implication that Big James was a fraud, and that he, Edwin, was simpleton enough to be victimised by the fraud, while the great all-seeing Hilda exposed it at a single glance. And the implication that he, Edwin, was fussy at home and negligent at the shop. And the astounding assertion that she never interfered. He smothered up all his feelings with difficulty, as a sailor smothers up a lowered sail in a high wind, and merely demanded for the third time, "What did Big James say?" "I was given to understand," said Hilda roguishly, "that it was quite impossible. But His Majesty would see. Well, he needn't see. I see how wrong I was to suggest it at all." Edwin moved away in silence. "Are you going, Edwin?" she asked innocently. "Yes," glumly. "You haven't kissed me." She did not put him to the shame of returning to her. No, she jumped up blithely, radiant. Her make-believe that nothing had happened was maddening. She kissed him lovingly, with a smile, more than once. He did not kiss. He was kissed. Nevertheless, somehow the kissing modified his mental position, and he felt better after it. "Don't work yourself up, darling," she counselled him with kindness and concern as he went out of the room. "You know how sensitive you are." It was a calculated insult, but an insult which had to be ignored. To notice it would have been a grave tactical error. 2. When he reached the shop, he sat down at his old desk in the black-stained cubicle and spied forth and around for the alleged dust which he would tolerate in business but would not tolerate at home. It was there. He could see places that had obviously not been touched for weeks, withdrawn places where the undisturbed mounds of stock and litter had the eternal character of Roman remains or vestiges of creation. The senior errand boy was in the shop, snuffling over a blue paper parcel. "Boy," said Edwin, "what time do you come here in the morning?"
7:30, sir." "Well, on Monday morning you'll be here at 7, and you'll move everything, there, and there, and there, and sweep and dust properly. This shop's like a pigsty. I believe you never dust anything but the counters." He was mild, but firm. He knew himself for a just man, yet the fact that he was robbing this boy of half an hour's sleep, and probably the boy's mother also, and upsetting the ancient order of the boy's household, did not trouble him, did not even occur to him. For him, the boy had no mother and no household, but was a patent self-causing boy that came miraculously into existence on the shop doorstep every morning and achieved annihilation thereon every night. The boy was a fatalist, but his fatalism had limits because he well knew that the demand for errand boys was greater than the supply. Though the limits of his fatalism had not yet been reached, he was scarcely pleased. "If I come at 7, who'll give me the keys, sir?" he demanded rather surlily, wiping his nose on his sleeve. "I'll see that you have the keys," said Edwin, with divine assurance, though he had not thought of the difficulty of the keys. The boy left the shop, his body thrown out of the perpendicular by the weight of the blue paper parcel. "You ought to keep an eye on this place," said Edwin quietly to the young man who combined the function of clerk with that of salesman to the rare retail customers. "I can't see to everything. Here, check these wages for me." He indicated small piles of money. "Yes, sir," said the clerk with self-respect, but admitting the justice of the animadversion. Edwin seldom had difficulty with his employees. Serious friction was unknown in the establishment. He went out by the back entrance, thinking, "It's no affair whatever of hers. Moreover, the shop's as clean as shops are, and a damn sight cleaner than most. A shop isn't a drawing-room. And now there's the infernal programme." He would have liked to bury and forget the matter of the programme, but he could not. His conscience, or her fussiness, would force him to examine into it. There was no doubt that Big James was getting an old man, with peculiar pompous mannerisms and a disposition towards impossibilism. Big James ought to have remembered, in speaking to Hilda, that he was speaking to the wife of his employer. That Hilda should give an order, or even make a request, direct, was perhaps unusual, but, dash it, you know what women were, and if that old josser of a bachelor Big James didn't know what women were, so much the worse for him. He should just give Big James a hint. He could not have Big James making mischief between himself and Hilda. But the coward would not go straight to Big James. He went first up to what had come to be called the litho-room, partly in order to postpone Big James, but partly also because he had quite an affectionate, proud interest in the litho-room. In Edwin's childhood, this room, now stripped and soiled into a workshop, had been the drawing-room of the Clayhanger family, and it still showed the defect which it had always shown. The window was too small and too near the corner of the room. No transformation could render it satisfactory save a change in the window. Old Darius Clayhanger had vaguely talked of altering the window. Edwin had thought seriously of it, but nothing had been done. Edwin was continuing the very policy of his father which had so roused his disdain when he was young, the policy of making things do. Instead of entering upon lithography in a manner bold, logical, and decisive, he had nervously and half-heartedly slivered into it. Thus, at the back of the yard was a second-hand Newsom machine in quarters too small for it, and the apparatus for the preliminary polishing of the stones. while up here in the ex-drawing-room were grotesquely mingled the final polishing process and the artistic department. The artist who drew the designs on the stone was a German, with short fair hair and moustache, a thick neck, and a changeless expression. Edwin had surprisingly found him in Hambridge. He was very skilled in judging the amount of work necessary on the stone to produce a desired result on the paper, and very laborious. Without him, the nascent lithographic trade could not have prospered. His wages were extremely moderate, but they were what he had asked, and in exchange for them he gave his existence. Edwin liked to watch him drawing slavishly, meticulously, endlessly. He was absolutely without imagination, artistic feeling, charm, urbanity, or elasticity of any sort. A miracle of sheer, gruff positiveness. He lived somewhere in Hambridge, and had once been seen by Edwin on a Sunday afternoon, wheeling a perambulator and smiling at a young ancient woman who held his free arm. An astounding sight, which forced Edwin to adjust his estimates. He grimly called himself an Englishman, and was legally entitled to do so. On this morning he was drawing a ewer and basin for the illustrated catalogue of an earthenware manufacturer. "Not a very good light today," murmured Edwin. "Eh? Not a very good light?" "No," said Carl sourly and indifferently, bent over the stone and breathing with calm regularity. "My eyesight is being destroyed." Behind, a young man in a smock was industriously polishing a stone. Edwin beheld with pleasure. It was a joy to think that here was the sole lithography in Bursley, and that his own enterprise had started it. Nevertheless he was ashamed, too, ashamed of his hesitations, his half-measures, his timidity, and of Carl's impaired eyesight. There was no reason why he should not build a proper works, and every reason why he should. The operation would be remunerative. It would set an example. It would increase his prestige. He grew resolute. On the day of the party at the Bembos he had been and carefully inspected the plot of land at Shawport, and yesterday he had made a very low offer for it. If the offer was refused, he would raise it. He swore to himself he would have his works. Then Big James came into the litho-room. "I was seeking ye, sir," said Big James majestically, with a mysterious expression. Edwin tried to look at him anew, as if it were with Hilda's eyes. Certainly his bigness amounted now to an enormity, for proportionately his girth more than matched his excessive height. His apron descended from the semicircle of his paunch like a vast grey wall. The apron was dirty, this being Saturday, but it was at any rate intact. In old days Big James and others, at critical moments of machining, used to tear strips off their aprons for machine rags. Yes, he was conceivably a grotesque figure, with his spectacles which did not suit him, his heavy breathing, his mannerisms, and his grandiose air of Atlas supporting the moral world. A woman might be excused for seeing the comic side of him. But surely he was honest and loyal. Surely he was not the adder that Hilda had with an intonation suggested. "I'm coming," said Edwin rather curtly. He felt just in the humour for putting Big James straight. Still, his reply had not been too curt, for to his staff he was the opposite of a bully. He had always scorned to take a facile advantage of his power, often tried even to conceal his power in the fiction that the employee was one man and himself merely another. He would be far more devastating to his wife and his sister than to any employee. But at intervals a bad or careless workman had to meet the blaze of his eye and accept the lash of his speech. "It's about that little job for the mistress, sir," said Big James in a soft voice when they were out on the landing. Edwin gave a start. The aging man's tones were so eager, so anxiously loyal. His emphasis on the word mistress conveyed so clearly that the mistress was a high and glorious personage to serve whom was an honour, and a fearful honour. The aging man had almost whispered, like a boy, glancing with jealous distrust at the shut door of the room that contained the German. "Oh," muttered Edwin, taken aback. "I set it up myself," said Big James, and holding his head very high, looked down at Edwin under his spectacles. "Why?" said Edwin cautiously. "I thought you'd given Mrs. Clayhanger the idea that it couldn't be done in time." "Oh, bless ye, sir, not if I know it. I intimated to her the situation in which we were placed, with urgent jobs on hand, as is duty bound, sir, she being the mistress. You know how slow I am to give a promise, sir. But not to do it, such was not my intention. And as I've said already, sir, I've set it up myself, and here's a rough pull." He produced a piece of paper. Edwin's ancient affection for Big James grew indignant. The old fellow was the very mirror of loyalty. He might be somewhat grotesque and mannered upon occasion, but he was the soul of the Clayhanger business. He had taught Edwin most of what he knew about both typesetting and machining. It seemed not long since that he used to call Edwin "young sir," and to enter into tacit leagues with him against the dangerous obstinacies of his decaying father. Big James had genuinely admired Darius Clayhanger. Assuredly he admired Darius' son not less. His fidelity to the dynasty was touching. It was wistful. The order from the mistress had tremendously excited and flattered him in his secret heart. And yet Hilda must call him names, must insinuate against his superb integrity, must grossly misrepresent his attitude to herself. Whatever in his pompous old way he might have said, she could not possibly have mistaken his anxiety to please her. No, she had given a false account of their interview, and Edwin had believed it. Edwin now swerved violently back to his own original view. He firmly believed Big James against his wife. He reflected, "How simple I was to swallow all Hilda said without confirmation. I might have known." And that he should think such a thought shocked him tremendously. The programme was not satisfactorily set up. Apart from several mistakes in the spelling of proper names, the thing, with its fancy types, curious centering, and superabundance of full stops, resembled more the libretto of a primitive Methodist tea meeting than a programme of classical music offered to refined dilettanti on a Sunday night. Though Edwin had endeavoured to modernize Big James, he had failed. It was perhaps well that he had failed, for the majority of customers preferred Big James' tastes in printing to Edwin. He corrected the misspellings and removed a few full stops, and then said, "It's all right, but I doubt if Mrs. Clayhanger's care for all these fancy fonts," implying that it was a pity, of course, that Big James' fancy fonts would not be appreciated at their true value, but women were women. "I should almost be inclined to set it all again in old-face. I'm sure she'd prefer it. Do you mind?" "With the greatest of pleasure, sir," Big James heartily concurred, looking at his watch. "But I must be lively." He conveyed his immense bulk neatly and importantly down the narrow stairs. 3. Edwin sat in his cubicle again, his affection for Big James very active. How simple and agreeable it was to be a man among men only. The printing business was an organism 50 times as large as the home, and it worked 50 times more smoothly. No misunderstandings, no secrecies, at any rate among the chief persons concerned, and a general recognition of the principles of justice. Even the errand boy had understood, and the shop clerk by his tone had admitted that he too was worthy of blame. The blame was not overdone, and common sense had closed the episode in a moment. And see with what splendid goodwill Big James, despite the intense conservatism of old age, had accepted the wholesale condemnation of his idea of a programme. The relations of men were truly wonderful when you come to think about it, and to be at business was a relief and even a pleasure. Edwin could not remember having ever before regarded the business as a source of pleasure. A youth, he had gone into it greatly against his will, and by tradition he had supposed himself still to hate it. Why had Hilda misled him as to Big James? For she had misled him. Yes, she had misled him. What was her motive? What did she think she would gain by it? He was still profoundly disturbed by this deception. Why, he thought, I can't trust her. I shall have to be on my guard. I've been in the habit of opening my mouth and swallowing practically everything she says. His sense of justice very sharply resented her perfidy to Big James. His heart warmed to the defence of the excellent old man. What had she got against Big James? Since the day when the enormous old man had first shown her over the printing shops, before their original betrothal, a decade or more ago, he had never treated her with anything but an elaborate and sincere respect. Was she jealous of him, because of his, Edwin's, expressed confidence in and ancient regard for him, and because Edwin and he had always been good companions? Or had she merely taken a dislike to him, a physical dislike? Edwin had noticed that some women had a malicious detestation for some old men, especially when the old men had any touch of the grotesque or the pompous. Well, he should defend old Big James against her. She should keep her hands off Big James. His sense of justice was so powerful in that moment that if he had had to choose between his wife and Big James, he would have chosen Big James. He came out of the cubicle into the shop and arranged his countenance so that the clerk should suppose him to be thinking in tremendous concentration upon some complex problem of the business. And simultaneously Hilda passed up Duck Bank on the way to market. She passed so close to the shop that she seemed to brush it, like a delicious, exciting, and exasperating menace. If she turned her head, she could scarcely fail to see Edwin near the door of the shop. But she did not turn her head. She glided up the slope steadily and implacably, and even in the distance of the street her individuality showed itself mysterious and strong. He could never decide whether she was beautiful or not. He felt that she was impressive, and not to be scorned or ignored. Perhaps she was not beautiful. Certainly she was not young. She had not the insipidity of the young girl unfulfilled. Nor did she inspire melancholy like the woman just beyond her prime. The one was going to be, the other had been. Hilda was. And she had lived. There was in her none of the detestable ignorance and innocence that for Edwin spoilt the majority of women. She knew. She was an equal, and a dangerous equal. Simultaneously he felt that he could crush and kill the little thing, and that he must beware of the powerful, unscrupulous, inscrutable individuality. And she receded still higher up Duck Bank, and then turned round to the corner to the market-place, and vanished. And there was a void. She would return. As she had receded gradually, so she would gradually approach the shop again with her delicious, exciting, exasperating menace. And he had a scheme for running out to her and with candour inviting her in, and explaining to her in just the right tone of goodwill that loyalty to herself simply hummed and buzzed in the shop and the printing works, and that Big James worshipped her, and that though she was perfect in sagacity, she had really been mistaken about Big James. And he had a vision of her smiling kindly and frankly upon Big James, and Big James twisting upon his own axis in joyous pride. Nothing but goodwill and candour was required to produce this bliss. But he knew that he would never run out to her and invite her to enter. The enterprise was perilous to the point of being foolhardy. With a tone, with a hesitation, with an indecipherable pout, she would, render it absurd. And then his pride. At that moment young Alec Batchgrew, perhaps then the town's chief mooncalf, came down Duck Bank in dazzling breeches on a superb grey horse. And Edwin went abruptly back to work, lest the noodle should rain in at the shop door and talk to him. 4. When he returned home a few minutes before the official hour of 1 o'clock, he heard women's voices and laughter in the drawing-room, and as he stood in the hall fingering the thin little parcel of 6 programmes which he had brought with him, the laughter overcame the voices and then expended itself in shrieks of quite uncontrolled mirth. The drawing-room door was half open. He stepped quietly to it. The weather, after being thunderous, had cleared, and the part of the drawing-room near the open window was shot with rays of sunshine. Janet Orgreave, all dressed in white, lay back in an easy chair. She was laughing and wiping the tears from her eyes. At the piano sat very upright a seemingly rather pert young woman, not laughing but smiling,
with arch, sparkling eyes fixed on the other. This was Daisy Marion, a cousin of Mrs. Tom Orgreave, and the next to the last unmarried daughter of a large family up at Hillport. Standing by the piano was a young, timid girl of about 16, whom Edwin, who had not seen her before, guessed to be Janet's niece, Elaine, eldest daughter of Janet's elder sister in London. Elaine's approaching visit had been announced. These other two, like Janet, were in white. Lastly, there was Hilda, in grey, with a black hat, laughing like a child. "They are all children," he thought, as, unnoticed, he watched them in their bright, fragile frocks and hats, and in their excessive gaiety, and in the strange abandon of their gestures. "They are a foreign race encamped among us men. Fancy women of nearly 40 giggling with these girls as Janet and Hilda are giggling." He felt much pleasure in the sight. It could not have happened in poor old Maggie's reign. It was delicious. It was one of the rewards of existence, for the grace of these creatures was surpassing. But at the same time it was hysterical and infantile. He thought, "I've been taking women too seriously." And his heart lightened somewhat. Elaine saw him first. A flush flowed from her cheeks to her neck. Her body stiffened. She became intensely self-conscious. She could not speak, but she leaned forward and gazed with a passion of apprehension at Janet, as if murmuring, "Look, the enemy! Take care!" The imploring, silent movement was delightful in its gawky ingenuousness. "Do tell us some more, Daisy," Hilda implored weakly. "There is no more," said Daisy, and then started. "Oh, Mr. Clayhanger, how long have you been there?" He entered the room, yielding himself, proud, masculine, acutely aware of his sudden effect on these girls. For even Hilda was naught but a girl at the moment, and Janet was really a girl, though the presence of that shy niece, just awaking to her own body and to the world, made Janet seem old in spite of her slimness and of that smoothness of skin that was due to a tranquil, kind temperament. The shy niece was enchantingly constrained upon being introduced to Edwin, whom she was enjoined to call uncle. Only yesterday she must have been a child. Her marvellously clear complexion could not have been imitated by any aunt or elder sister. "And now perhaps you'll tell me what it's all about," said Edwin. Hilda replied, "Janet's called about tennis. It seems they're sick of the new Hillport club. I knew they would be. And so next year Janet's having a private club on her lawn." "Bad as it is," said Janet, "where the entire conversation won't be remarks by girls about other girls' frocks, and remarks by men about the rotten inferiority of other men." "This is all very sound," said Edwin, rather struck by Hilda's epigrammatic quality. "But what I ask is, what were you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing," said Daisy Marion. "Very well, then," said Edwin, going to the door and shutting it. "Nobody leaves this room till I know. Now, niece Elaine." Elaine went crimson and squirmed on her only recently hidden legs, but she did not speak. "Tell him, Daisy," said Janet. Daisy sat still straighter. "It was only about Alec Batchgrew, Mr. Clayhanger. I suppose you know him." Alec was the youngest scion of the great and detested plutocratic family of Batchgrew, enormously important in his 19 years. "Yes, I know him," said Edwin. "I saw him on his new grey horse this morning." "His horse?" Janet corrected. They all began to laugh again, loudly. "He's taken a terrible fancy to Maud, my kiddie sister," said Daisy. "She's 16. Yesterday afternoon at the tennis club he said to Maud, 'Look here, I shall ride through the town tomorrow morning on my horse while you're all marketing. I shan't take any notice of any of the other girls, but if you bow to me, I'll take my hat off to you.'" She imitated the Batchgrew intonation. "That's a good tale," said Edwin calmly. "What a cuckoo! He ought to be put in a museum." Daisy, made rather nervous by the success of her tale, bent over the piano and skimmed pianissimo and rapidly through the Clytie waltz. Elaine moved her shoulders to the rhythm. Janet said they must go. "Here, hold on a bit," said Edwin, through the light film of music,
and undoing the little parcel, he handed one specimen of the programme to Hilda and another to Janet simultaneously. "Oh, so my ideas are listened to sometimes," murmured Hilda, who was, however, pleased. A malicious and unjust remark, he thought, but the next instant Hilda said in a quite friendly, natural tone, "Janet's going to bring Elaine, and she says Tom says she is to tell you that he's coming whether he's wanted or not. Daisy won't come." "Why?" asked Edwin, but quite perfunctorily. He knew that Marians were not interested in interesting music, and his design had been to limit the audience to enthusiasts. "Church," answered Daisy succinctly. "Come after church." She shook her head. "And how's the practising?" Edwin inquired from Janet. "Pretty fair," said she, "but not so good as this programme. What swells we are, my word!" "Hilda's idea," said Edwin generously. "Your mother coming?" "Oh, yes, I think so." As the visitors were leaving, Hilda stopped Janet. "Don't you think it'll be better if we have the piano put over there, and all the chairs together round here, Janet?" "It might be," said Janet uncertainly. Hilda turned sharply to Edwin. "There, what did I tell you?" "Well," he protested good-humouredly, "what on earth do you expect her to say when you ask her like that? Anyhow, I may announce definitely that I'm not going to have the piano moved. We'll try things as they are for a start, and then see. Why, if you put all the chairs together over there, the place will look like a blooming boarding-house." The comparison was a failure in tact, which he at once recognized but could not retrieve. Hilda faintly reddened, and the memory of her struggles as manageress of a boarding-house was harshly revived in her. "Some day I shall try the piano over there," she said, low. And Edwin concurred amiably. "All right, some day we'll try it together, just to see what it is like." The girls, the younger one still giggling, slipped elegantly out of the house, one after another. Dinner passed without incident. Book 1, Chapter 9, Part 2 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 9, Part 2. 5. The next day, Sunday, Edwin had a headache, and it was a bilious headache. Hence he insisted to himself and to everyone that it was not a bilious headache, but just one of those plain headaches which sometimes visit the righteous without cause or excuse, for he would never accept the theory that he had inherited his father's digestive weakness. A liability to colds he would admit, but not on any account a feeble stomach. Hence, further, he was obliged to pretend to eat as usual. George was rather gnat-like that morning, and Hilda was in a susceptible condition, doubtless due to nervousness occasioned by the novel responsibilities of the musical evening, and a Sabbath musical evening at that. After the 1 o'clock dinner, Edwin lay down on the sofa in the dining-room and read and slept. And when he woke up he felt better, and was sincerely almost persuaded that his headache had not been and was not a bilious headache. He said to himself that a short walk might disperse the headache entirely. He made 1 or 2 trifling adjustments in the disposition of the drawing-room furniture, his own disposition of it, and immensely and indubitably superior to that so pertinaciously advocated by Hilda, and then he went out. Neither Hilda nor George was visible. Possibly during his rest they had gone for a walk. They had fits of intimacy. He walked in the faint September sunshine down Trafalgar Road into the town. Except for a few girls in dowdy finery and a few heavy youths with their black or dark blue trousers turned up round the ankles far enough to show the white cotton lining, the street was empty. The devout at that hour were either dozing at home or engaged in Sunday school work. Thousands of children were concentrated in the hot Sunday schools. As he passed the Bethesda chapel and school, he heard the voices of children addressing the Lord of the universe in laudatory and intercessory song. Near the Bethesda chapel, by the Duke of Cambridge faults, 2 men stood waiting, their faces firm in the sure knowledge that within 3 hours the public-houses would again be open. Thick smoke rose from the chimneys of several manufactories, and thin smoke from the chimneys of many others. The scheme of a Sunday musical evening in that land presented itself to Edwin as something rash, fantastic, and hopeless, and yet solacing. Were it known he could excite only hostility, horror, contempt, or intense bovine indifference, chiefly the last, breathe the name of Chopin in that land. As he climbed Duck Bank, he fumbled in his pocket for his private key of the shop, which he had brought with him. For, not the desire for fresh air, but an acute curiosity as to the answer to his letter to the solicitor to the Hall trustees, making an offer for the land at Shawport, had sent him out of the house. Would the offer be accepted or declined, or would a somewhat higher sum be suggested? The reply would have been put into the post on Saturday, and was doubtless then lying in the letter-box within the shop. The whole future seemed to be lying unopened in that letter-box. He penetrated into his own shop like a thief, for it was not meet for an important tradesman to be seen dallying with business of a Sunday afternoon. As he went into the shutter-darkened interior, he thought of Hilda, whom many years earlier he had kissed in that very same shutter-darkened interior one Thursday afternoon. Life appeared incredible to him, and in his wife he could see almost no trace of the girl he had kissed there in the obscure shop. There was a fair quantity of letters in the box. The first one he opened was from a solicitor, not the solicitor to the Hall trustees, but Tom Orgreave, who announced to Edwin Clayhanger, Esquire, "Dear Sir," that his clients, the Palace Porcelain Company of Longshaw, felt compelled to call their creditors together. The Palace Porcelain Company, who believed in the efficacy of printed advertising matter and expensive catalogues, owed Edwin £180. It was a blow, and the more so in that it was unexpected. "Did I come messing down here on a Sunday afternoon to receive this sort of news?" he bitterly asked. A moment earlier he had not doubted the solvency of the Palace Porcelain Company, but now he felt that the company wouldn't pay 2 shillings in the pound, perhaps not even that, as there were debenture holders. The next letter was an acceptance of his offer for the Shawport land. The die was cast then. The new works would have to be created, lithography would increase. In the vast new enterprise he would be hampered by the purchase of Maggie's house. He had just made a bad debt, and he would have Hilda's capricious opposition to deal with. He quitted the shop abruptly, locked the door, and went back home, his mind very active but undirected. 6. Something unfamiliar in the aspect of the breakfast-room, as glimpsed through the open door from the hall, drew him within. Hilda had at last begun to make it into her room. She had brought an old writing-desk from upstairs and put it between the fireplace and the window. Edwin thought, "Doesn't she even know the light ought to fall over the left shoulder, not over the right?" Letter-paper and envelopes and even stamps were visible, and a miscellaneous mass of letters and bills had been pushed into the space between the flat of the desk and the small drawers about it. There was also an easy chair with a freshly covered cushion on it, a new hearthrug that Edwin neither recognized nor approved of, several framed prints, and other oddments. His own portrait still dominated the mantelpiece, but it was now flanked by 2 brass candlesticks. He thought, "If she'd asked me, I could have arranged it for her much better than that." Nevertheless, the idea of her being absolute monarch of the little room, and expressing her individuality in it and by it, both pleased and touched him. Nor did he at all resent the fact that she had executed her plan in secret. She must have been anxious to get the room finished for the musical evening. Thence he passed into the drawing-room, and was thunderstruck. The arrangement of the furniture was utterly changed, and the resemblance to a boarding-house parlour after all achieved. The piano had crossed the room, the chairs were massed together in the most ridiculous way, the sofa was so placed as to be almost useless. His anger was furious but cold. The woman had considerable tastes in certain directions, but she simply did not understand the art of fixing up a room, whereas he did. Each room in the house, save her poor little amateurish breakfast-room or boudoir, had been arranged by himself, even to small details, and well arranged. Everyone admitted that he had a talent for interiors. The house was complete before she ever saw it, and he had been responsible for it. He was not the ordinary, inexperienced, ignorant husband who leaves all that sort of thing to the missus. Interiors mattered to him, they influenced his daily happiness. The woman had clearly failed to appreciate the sacredness of the status quo. He appreciated it himself, and never altered anything without consulting her and definitely announcing his intentions to alter. She probably didn't care a fig for the status quo. Her conduct was inexcusable. It was an attack on vital principles. It was an outrage. Doubtless, in her scorn for the status quo, she imagined that he would accept the fait accompli. She was mistaken. With astounding energy, he set to work to restore the status quo ante. The vigour with which he dragged and pushed an innocent elephantine piano was marvellous. In less than 5 minutes not a trace remained of the fait accompli. He thought, this is a queer start for a musical evening. But he was triumphant, resolute, and remorseless. He would show her a thing or two. In particular, he would show that fair play had to be practised in his house. Then, perceiving that his hands were dirty and one finger bleeding, he went majestically, if somewhat breathless, upstairs to the bathroom, and washed with care. In the glass he saw that, despite his exertions, he was pale. At length he descended, wondering where she was, where she had hidden herself, who had helped her to move the furniture, and what exactly the upshot would be. There could be no doubt that he was in a state of high emotion, in which unflinching obstinacy was shot through with qualms about disaster. He revisited the drawing-room to survey his labours. She was there. Whence she had sprung he knew not, but she was there. He caught sight of her standing by the window before entering the room. When he got into the room, he saw that her emotional excitement far surpassed his own. Her lips and her hands were twitching, her nostrils dilated and contracted. Tears were in her eyes. "Edwin," she explained very passionately, in a thick voice, quite unlike her usual clear tones, as she surveyed the furniture, "this is really too much." Evidently she thought of nothing but her resentment. No consideration other than her outraged dignity would have affected her demeanour. If a whole regiment of their friends had been watching at the door, her demeanour would not have altered. The bedrock of her nature had been reached. "It's war, this is," thought Edwin. He was afraid. He was even intimidated by her anger, but he did not lose his courage. The determination to fight for himself and to see the thing through, no matter what happened, was not a bit weakened. An inwardly feverish but outwardly calm, vindictive desperation possessed him. He and she would soon know who was the stronger. At the same time, he said to himself, "I was hasty. I ought not to have acted in such a hurry. Before doing anything, I ought to have told her quietly that I intended to have the last word as regards furniture in this house. I was within my rights in acting at once, but it wasn't very clever of me, clumsy fool." Aloud he said with a kind of self-conscious snigger, "What's too much?" Hilda went on, "You simply make me look a fool in my own house, before my own son and the servants." "You've brought it on yourself," said he fiercely. "If you will do these idiotic things, you must take the consequences. I told you I didn't want the furniture moved, and immediately my back's turned, you go and move it. I won't have it, and so I tell you straight." "You're a brute," she continued, not heeding him, obsessed by her own wound. "You're a brute." She said it with terrifying conviction. "Everybody knows it. Didn't Maggie warn me? You're a brute and a bully, and you do all you can to shame me in my own house. Who'd think I was supposed to be the mistress here? Even in front of my friends you insult me." "Don't act like a baby. How do I insult you?" Talking about boarding houses, do you think Janet and all of them didn't notice it? Well, he said, let this be a lesson to you. She hid her face in her hands and sobbed, moving towards the door. He thought, she's beaten. She knows she's got to take it. Then he said, do I go altering furniture without consulting you? Do I do things behind your back? Never. That's no reason why you should try to make me look a fool in my own house. I told Ada how I wanted the furniture, and George and I helped her. Then in a moment afterwards you give them contrary orders. What will they think of me? Naturally they think I'm not your wife but your slave. You're a brute. Her voice rose. I didn't give any orders. I haven't seen the damned servants, and I haven't seen George. She looked up suddenly. Then who moved the furniture? I did. Who helped you? Nobody helped me. But I was here only a minute or two since. Well, do you suppose it takes me half a day to move a few sticks of furniture? She was impressed by his strength and his swiftness, and apparently silence. She had thought that the servants had been brought into the affair. You ought to know perfectly well, he proceeded, I should never dream of insulting you before the servants. Nobody is more careful of your dignity than I am. I should like to see anybody do anything against your dignity while I am here. She was still sobbing. I think you ought to apologize to me, she blubbered. Yes, I really do. Why should I apologize to you? You moved the furniture against my wish. I moved it against yours. That's all. You began. I didn't begin. You want everything your own way. Well, you won't have it. She blubbered once more. You ought to apologize to me. And then she wept hysterically. He meditated sourly, harshly. He had conquered. The furniture was as he wished, and it would remain so. The enemy was in tears, shamed, humiliated. He had a desire to restore her dignity, partly because she was his wife, and partly because he hated to see any human being beaten. Moreover, at the bottom of his heart he had a tremendous regard for appearance, and he felt fears for the musical evening. He could not contemplate the possibility of visitors perceiving that the host and hostess had violently quarrelled. He would have sacrificed almost anything to the social proprieties. And he knew that Hilda would not think of them, or at any rate would not think of them effectively. He did not mind apologizing to her, if an apology would give her satisfaction. He was her superior in moral force, and naught else mattered. I don't think I ought to apologize, he said with a slight laugh. But if you think so, I don't mind apologizing. I apologize. There. He dropped into an easy chair. To him it was as if he had said, You see what a magnanimous chap I am. She tried to conceal her feelings, but she was pleased, flattered, astonished. Her self-respect returned to her rapidly. Thank you, she murmured, and added, It was the least you could do. At her last words he thought, Women are incapable of being magnanimous. She moved towards the door. Hilda, he said. She stopped. Come here, he commanded with gentle bluffness. She wavered towards him. Come here, I tell you, he said again. He drew her down to him, all fluttering and sobbing and wet, and kissed her several times, and then, sitting on his knees, she kissed him. But though she mysteriously signified forgiveness, she could not smile. She was still far too agitated and out of control to be able to smile. The scene was over. The proprieties of the musical evening were saved. Her broken body and soul, huddled against him, were agreeably wistful to his triumphant manliness. But he had had a terrible fright, and even now there was a certain mere bravado in his attitude. In his heart he was thinking, By Jove, has it come to this? The responsibilities of the future seemed too complicated, wearisome, and overwhelming. The earthly career of a bachelor seemed almost heavenly in its wondrous freedom. Etches v. etches. The unexampled creature so recently the source of ineffable romance
still sat on his knees, weighing them down. Suddenly he noticed that his head ached very badly, worse than it had ached all day. 7. The Sunday musical evening, beyond its artistic thrills and emotional quality, proved to be exciting as a social manifestation. Those present at it felt as must feel Russian conspirators in a back room of some big grey house of a Petrograd suburb when the secret printing press begins to function before their eyes. This concert of profane harmonies, deliberately planned and pouring out through open windows to affront the ears of returners from church and chapel, was considered by its organisers as a remarkable event, and rightly so. The Clayhanger house might have been a fortress, with the blood-red standard of art and freedom floating from a pole lashed to its chimney. Of course, everybody pretended to everybody else that a musical evening was a quite ordinary phenomenon. It was a success, and a flashing success, yet not unqualified. The performers, Tertius Ingpen on the piano, on the fiddle, and on the clarinet, Janet Orgreave on the piano, and very timidly in a little song by Grieg, Tom Orgreave on the piano, and his contralto wife in 2 famous and affecting songs by Schumann, and also on the piano, and Edwin, sick but obstinate as turner-over of pages, all did most creditably. The music was given with ardent sympathy, and in none of it did any marked pause occur which had not been contemplated by the composer himself. But abstentions had thinned the women among the audience. Elaine Hill did not come, and far more important, Mrs. Orgreave did not come. Her husband, old Osmond Orgreave, had not been expected, as of late, owing to the swift onset of renal disease, hitherto treated by him with some contempt, he declined absolutely to go out at night. But Edwin had counted on Mrs. Orgreave. She simply sent word that she did not care to leave her husband, and that Elaine was keeping her company. Disappointment, keen but brief, resulted. Edwin's severe sick headache was also a drawback. It did, however, lessen the bad social effect of an altercation between him and Hilda, in which Edwin's part was attributed to his indisposition. This altercation arose out of an irresponsible suggestion from somebody that something else should be played instead of something else. Now, for Edwin, a programme was a programme, sacred, to be executed regardless of every extrinsic consideration. And seeing that the programme was printed, Edwin negatives the suggestion instantly, and the most weighty opinion in the room agreed with him. But Hilda must needs fly out, "Why not change it? I'm sure it will be better," etc. Whereas she could be sure of nothing of the sort, and was incompetent to offer an opinion. And she unreasonably and unnecessarily insisted, despite Tertius Ingpen, and the change was made. It was astounding to Edwin that, after the shattering scene of the afternoon, she should be so foolhardy, so careless, so obstinate. But she was. He kept his resentment neatly in a little drawer in his mind, and glanced at it now and then. And he thought of Tertius Ingpen's terrible remark about women at Ingpen's first visit. He said to himself, "There's a lot in it, no doubt about that." At the close of the last item, 2 of Brahms' Hungarian dances for pianoforte duet, played with truly electrifying brio by little wizening Tom Orgreave and his wife, both Tertius Ingpen and Tom fussed self-consciously about the piano, triumphant, not knowing quite what to do next, and each looking rather like a man who had told a good story, and in the midst of the applause tries to make out by an affectation of casualness that the story is nothing at all. "Of course," said Tom Orgreave carelessly and glancing at the ground as he usually did when speaking, "fine as those dances are on the piano, I should prefer to hear them with the fiddle." "Why?" demanded Ingpen chagrinedly. "Because they were written for the fiddle," said Tom Orgreave with finality. "Written for the fiddle? Not a bit of it." With superiority outwardly unruffled, Tom said, "Pardon me, Brahms wrote them for Joachim. I've heard him play them." "So have I," said Tertius Ingpen, lightly but scornfully. "But they were written originally for pianoforte duet, as you played them tonight. Brahms arranged them afterwards for Joachim."
Tom Orgreave shook under the blow, for in musical knowledge his supremacy had never been challenged in Bleakridge. "Surely," he began weakly. "My dear fellow, it is so," said Ingpen impatiently. "Look it up," said Edwin with forced animation, for his head was thudding. "George, fetch Encyclopaedia B, and J, too." Delighted, George ran off. He had been examining Johnny Orgreave's watch, and it was to Johnny he delivered the encyclopaedia, amid mock protests from his Uncle Edwin. More than one person had remarked the growing alliance between Johnny and young George. But the encyclopaedia gave no light. Then the eldest Swetnam, who had come by invitation at the last moment, said, "I'm sure Ingpen is right." He was not sure, but from the demeanour of the two men he could guess, and he thought he might as well share the glory of Ingpen's triumph. The next instant Tertius Ingpen was sketching out future musical evenings at which quartets and quintets should be performed. He knew men in the orchestra at the Theatre Royal, Hambridge. He knew girl violinists who could be drilled, and he was quite certain that he could get a cello. From this he went on to part songs, and, in answer to scepticism about local gift for music, he said that, during his visits for his inspection to factories, he had heard spontaneous part singing that would knock spots off the Savoy chorus. Indeed, since his return to it, Ingpen had developed some appreciation of certain aspects of his native district. He said that the kindly common sense with which an inspector he was received on pot banks surpassed anything in the whole country. "Talking of pot banks, you'll get a letter from me about the Palace Porcelain Company." Tom Orgreave, lifting his eyebrows, muttered to Edwin with a strange, gloomy constraint. "I've had it," said Edwin. "You've got some nice clients, I must say." In a moment, though Tom said not a word more, the Palace Porcelain Company was on the carpet, to Edwin's disgust. He hated to talk about misfortune, but others beside himself were interested in the Palace Porcelain Company, and the news of its failure had boomed mysteriously through the Sabbath air of the district. Hilda and Janet were whispering together, and Edwin, gazing at them, saw in them the giggling, tennis-playing children of the previous day, specimens of a foreign race encamped among the men. Suddenly Hilda turned her head towards the men and said, "Of course Edwin's been let in." It was a reference to the Palace Porcelain Company. How ungracious, how unnecessary, how unjust! And somehow Edwin had been fearing it, and that was really why he had not liked the turn of the conversation. He had been afraid of one of her darts. Useless for Tom Swetman to say that a number of business men quite as keen as Edwin had been let in. From her disdainful silence it appeared that Hilda's conviction of the unusual simplicity of her husband was impregnable. "I hear you've got that Shawport land," said Johnny Orgreave. The mystic influences of music seemed to have been overpowered. "Who told ye?" asked Edwin in a low voice, once more frightened of Hilda. "Young Toby Hall met him at the Conservatives' Club last night." But Hilda had heard. "What land is that?" she demanded curtly. "What land is that?" Johnny mimicked her. "It's the land for the new works, missus." Hilda threw her shoulders back, glaring at Edward with a sort of outraged fury. Happily, most of the people present were talking among themselves. "You never told me," she muttered. He said, "I only knew this afternoon." Her anger was unmistakable. She was no longer a fluttering feminine wreck on his manly knee. "Well, good-bye," said Janet Orgreave startlingly to him. "Sorry I have to go so soon." "You aren't going?" Edwin protested with unnatural loudness. "What about the victuals? I shan't touch 'em myself, but they must be consumed. Here, you and I'll lead the way." Half playfully he seized her arm. She glanced at Hilda uncertainly. "Edwin," said Hilda, very curtly and severely, "don't be so clumsy. Janet has to go at once. Mr. Orgreave is very ill indeed. She only came to oblige us." Then she passionately kissed Janet. It was like a thunderclap in the room. Johnny and Tom confirmed the news. Of the rest, only Tom's wife and Hilda knew.
Janet had told Hilda before the music began. Osmond Orgreave had been taken ill between 5 and 6 in the afternoon. Dr. Stirling had gone in at once and pronounced the attack serious. Everything possible was done. Even a nurse was obtained instantly from the Clowes Hospital by the station. From reasons of sentiment, if from no other, Janet would have stayed at home and foregone the musical evening. But those Orgreaves at home had put their heads together and decided that Janet should still go, because without her the entire musical evening would crumble to naught. Here was the true reason of the absence of Mrs. Orgreave and Elaine, both unnecessary to the musical evening. The boys had come, and Tom's wife had come, because, even considered only as an audience, the Orgreave contingent was almost essential to the musical evening. And so Janet, her father's especial favourite and stand-by, had come, and she had played, and not a word whispered except to Hilda. It was wondrous. It was impressive. All the Orgreaves departed, and the remnant of guests meditated in proud, gratified silence upon the singular fortitude and heroic common sense that distinguished their part of the world. The musical evening was dramatically over, the refreshments being almost wasted. 8. Hilda was climbing on to the wooden-seated chair in the hall to put out the light there, when she heard a noise behind the closed door of the kitchen, which she had thought to be empty. She went to the door and pushed it violently open. Not only was the gas flaring away in an unauthorized manner, not only were both servants, theoretically in bed, still up, capless and apronless, and looking most curious in unrelieved black, but the adventurous and wicked George was surreptitiously with them, flattering them with his aristocratic companionship, and eating blancmange out of a cut glass dish with a tablespoon. Twice George had been sent to bed. Only the servants had been told to go to bed. The worst of carnivals is that the dregs of the population, such as George, will take advantage of them to rise to the surface and, conscienceless and mischievous, set at defiance the conventions by which society protects itself. She merely glanced at George. The menace of her eyes was alarming. His lower lip fell. He put down the dish and spoon and slunk timorously past her on his way upstairs. Then she said to the servants, "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves encouraging him. Go to bed at once." And as they began nervously to handle the things on the table, she added more imperiously, "At once. Don't keep me waiting. I'll see to all this." And they followed George meekly. She gazed in disgust at the general litter of broken refreshments, symbolizing the traditional inefficiency of servants, and extinguished the gas. The three criminals were somewhat the victims of her secret resentment against Edwin, who, a mere martyrized perambulating stomach, had retired. Edwin had defeated her in the afternoon, and all the evening in the disposition of the furniture the evidence of his victory had confronted her. By prompt and brutal action, uncharacteristic of him and therefore mean, he had defeated her. True, he had embraced and comforted her tears, but it was the kiss of a conqueror. And then, on the top of that, he had proved his commercial incompetence by making a large, bad debt, and his commercial rashness by definitely adopting a scheme of whose extreme danger she was convinced. One part of her mind intellectually knew that he had not wilfully synchronized these events in order to wound her, but another part of her mind felt deeply that he had. She had been staggered by the revelation that he was definitely committed to the project of lithography and the new works. Not one word about the matter had he said to her since their altercation on the night of the reception, and she had imagined that, with his usual indecision, he was allowing it to slide. She scarcely recognized her Edwin. Now she accused him of a malicious obstinacy, not understanding that he was involved in the great machine of circumstance, and perhaps almost as much surprised as herself at the movement of events. At any rate, she was being beaten once more, and her spirit rebelled. Through all the misfortunes previous to her marriage, that spirit, if occasionally cowed, had never been broken. She sat grim and fierce against even bum-bailiffs in her time. Yes, her spirit rebelled, and the fact that others had known about the Shawport land before she knew made her still more mutinous against destiny. She looked round, dazed at the situation. What? The mild Edwin defying and crushing her, it was scarcely conceivable.
The tension of her nerves from this cause only was extreme. Add to it the strain of the musical evening, intensified by the calamity of the Orgreaves. A bell rang in the kitchen, and all the ganglions of her spinal column answered it. Had Edwin rung? No, it was the front door. "Pardon me," said Tertius Ingpen when she opened, "but all my friends soon learn how difficult it is to get rid of me." "Come in," she said, liking his tone, which flattered her by assuming her sense of humour. "As I'm sleeping at the office tonight, I thought I might as well take one or two of my musical instruments after all, so I came back." "You've been round?" she asked, meaning round to the Orgreaves. "Yes." "What is it really?" "Well, it appears to be pericarditis supervening on renal disease. He lost consciousness, you know." "Yes, I know. But what is pericarditis?" Pericarditis is inflammation of the pericardium."
"And what's the pericardium?"
They both smiled faintly. "The pericardium is the membrane that encloses the heart. I don't mind telling you that I've only just acquired this encyclopedic knowledge from Sterling. He was there."
"And is it supposed to be very dangerous?"
"I don't know. Doctors never wanted to tell you anything except what you can find out for yourself." After a little hesitating pause, they went into the drawing-room, where the lights were still burning, and the full disorder of the musical evening persisted, including the cigarette ash on the carpet. Tertius Ingpen picked up his clarinet case, took out the instrument, examined the mouthpiece lovingly, and with tenderness laid it back.
"Do sit down a moment," said Hilda, sitting limply down. "It's stifling, isn't it?"
"Let me open the window," he suggested politely. As he returned from the window, he said, pulling his short beard, "It was wonderful how those Orgreaves went through the musical evening, wasn't it? Makes you proud of being English. I suppose Janet's a great friend of yours?" His enthusiasm touched her, and her pride in Janet quickened to it. She gave a deliberate, satisfied nod in reply to his question. She was glad to be alone with him in the silence of the house. "Ed gone to bed?" he questioned, after another little pause. Already he was calling her husband Ed, and with an affectionate intonation. She nodded again. "He stuck it out jolly well," said Ingpen, still standing. "He brings these attacks on himself," said Hilda, with the calm sententiousness of a good digestion discussing a bad one. She was becoming pleased with herself, with her expensive dress, her position, her philosophy, and her power to hold the full attention of this man. Ingpen replied, looking steadily at her, "We bring everything on ourselves." Then he smiled as a comrade to another. She shifted her pose. A desire to discuss Edwin with this man grew in her, for she needed sympathy intensely. "What do you think of this new scheme of his?" she demanded, somewhat self-consciously. "The new works? Seems all right, but I don't know much about it." "Well, I'm not so sure." And she exposed her theory of the entire satisfactoriness of their present situation, of the needlessness of fresh risks, and of Edwin's unsuitability for enterprise. "Of course he's splendid," she said, "but he'll never push. I can look at him quite impartially. I mean in all those things." Ingpen murmured, as it were dreamily, "Have you had much experience of business yourself?" "It depends what you call business. I suppose you know I used to keep a boarding-house." She was a little defiant. "No, I didn't know. I may have heard vaguely. Did you make it pay?" "It did pay in the end." "But not at first? Any disasters?" She could not decide whether she ought to rebuff the cross-examiner or not. His manner was so objective, so disinterested, so innocent, so disarming, that in the end she smiled uncertainly, raising her thick eyebrows. "Oh, yes," she said bravely. "And who came to the rescue?" Ingpen proceeded. "Edwin did." "I see," said Ingpen, still dreamily. "I believe you knew all about it," she remarked, having flushed. Pardon me, almost nothing. Of course you take Edwin's side. Are we talking man to man? He asked suddenly in a new tone. Most decidedly. She rose to the challenge. Then I'll tell you my leading theory, he said in a soft, polite voice. The proper place for women is in the harem. Mr. Ingpen. No, no, he soothed her, but firmly. We're talking man to man. I can whisper sweet nothings to you if you prefer it, but I thought we were trying to be honest. I hold a belief. I state it. I may be wrong, but I hold that belief. You can persecute me for my belief if you like. That's your affair. But surely you aren't afraid of an idea. If you don't like the mere word, let's call it zenana. Call it the drawing-room and kitchen. So we're to be kept to our sphere. Now don't be resentful. Naturally you're to be kept to your own sphere. If Edwin began dancing around in the kitchen, you'd soon begin to talk about his sphere. You can't have the advantages of married life for nothing, neither you nor he. But some of you women nowadays seem to expect them gratis. Let me tell you, everything has to be paid for on this particular planet. I'm a bachelor. I've often thought about marrying, of course. I might get married some day. You never know your luck. If I do, you'll keep your wife in the harem, no doubt, and you'll have to accept without daring to say a word all the risks you choose to take. There you are again, he said. The notion that marriage ought to be the end of risk for a woman is astonishingly rife, I find. Very curious, very curious. He seemed to address the wall. Why, it's the beginning of them. Doesn't the husband take risks? He chooses his own. He doesn't have business risks thrust upon him by his wife. Doesn't he? What about the risk of finding himself tied for life to an inefficient housekeeper? That's a bit of a business risk, isn't it? I've known more than one man let in for it. And you felt so sorry for him? No, not specially. You must run risks. When you've finished running risks, you're dead and you ought to be buried. If I was a wife, I should enjoy running a risk with my husband. I swear I shouldn't want to shut myself up in a glass case with him out of all the draughts. Why, what are we all alive for? The idea of the fineness of running risks struck her as original. It challenged her courage, and she began to meditate. Yes, she murmured. So you sleep at the office sometimes? A certain elasticity in one's domestic arrangements. He waved a hand, seeming to pooh-pooh himself lightly. Then, quickly changing his mood, he bent and said good night, but not quite with the saccharine artificiality of his first visit, rather with honest, friendly sincerity, in which were mingled both thanks and appreciation. Hilda jumped up responsively, and, the clarinet case under his left arm and the fiddle case in his left hand, leaving the right arm free, Ingpen departed. She did not immediately go to bed. Now that Ingpen was gone, she perceived that though she had really said little in opposition to Edwin's scheme, he had at once assumed that she was a strong opponent of it. Hence she must have shown her feelings far too openly at the first mention of the affair before anyone had left. This annoyed her. Also, the immense injustice of nearly all Ingpen's arguments grew upon her moment by moment. She was conscious of a grudge against him, even while greatly liking him. But she swore that she would never show the grudge, and that he should never suspect it. To the end she would play a man's part in the man-to-man discussion. Moreover, her anger against Edwin had not decreased. Nevertheless, a sort of zest, perhaps an angry joy, filled her with novel and intoxicating sensations. Let the scheme of the new works go forward. Let it fail. Let it ruin them. She would stand in the breach. She would show the whole world that no ordeal could lower her head. She had had enough of being the odalisque and the queen, reclining on the soft couch of security. Her nostrils scented life on the wind. Then she heard a door close upstairs, and began at last rapidly, as it were cruelly, to put out the lights. 9. The incubus and humiliations of a first-class bilious attack are not eternal.
Edwin had not retired very long before the malignant phase of the terrible malady passed inevitably, by phenomena according with all clinical experience, into the next phase. And the patient, who from being chiefly a stomach had now become chiefly a throbbing head, lay on his pillow, exhausted, but once more capable of objective thought. His resentment against his wife on account of her gratuitous disbelief in his business faculty, and on account of her interference in a matter that did not concern her, flickered up into new flame. He was absolutely innocent. She was absolutely guilty. No excuse insisted or could be invented for her rude and wounding attitude. Her esteemed Tertius Ingpen, bachelor, the most fortunate of men. Women, unjust, dishonourable, unintelligent, unscrupulous, giggling, pleasure-loving. Their appetite for pleasure was infantile and tigerish. He had noticed it growing in Hilda. Previous to marriage, he had regarded Hilda as combining the best feminine with the best masculine qualities. In many ways she had exhibited the comforting, straightforward characteristics of the male. But since marriage, her mental resemblance to a man had diminished daily, and now she was the most feminine woman he had ever met, in the unsatisfactory sense of the word. Women. Still, the behaviour of Janet and Hilda during the musical evening had been rather heroic. Impossible to dismiss them as being exclusively of the giggling race. They had decided to play a part, and they had played it with impressive fortitude. And the house of the Augleys, was it about to fall? He divined that it was about to fall. No death had so far occurred in the family which had seemed to be immune through decades and forever. He wondered what would have happened to the house of Orgreave in 6 months' time. Then he went back into the dark origins of his bilious attack, and then he was at inexcusable Hilda again. At length he heard her on the landing. She entered the bedroom, and quickly he shut his eyes. He felt unpleasantly through his eyelids that she had turned up the gas. Then she was close to him, and sat down on the edge of the bed. She asked him a question, calmly, as to occurrences since his retirement. He nodded an affirmative. "Your forehead's all broken out," she said, moving away. In a few moments he was aware of the delicious, soothing, heavenly application to his forehead of a handkerchief drenched in eau de cologne and water. The compress descended upon his forehead with the infinite gentleness of an endearment, and the sudden solace of a reprieve. He made faint, inarticulate noises. The light was extinguished for his ease. He murmured weakly, "Are you undressed already?" "No," she said quietly. "I can undress all right in the dark." He opened his eyes and could dimly see her moving darkly about, brushing her hair, casting garments. Then she came towards him, a vague whiteness against the gloom, and bending, felt for his face and kissed him. She kissed him with superb and passionate violence. She drew his life out of him and poured in her own. The tremendous kiss seemed to prove that there is no difference between love and hate. It contained everything: surrender, defiance, anger, and tenderness. Neither of them spoke. The kiss dominated and assuaged him. Its illogicalness overthrew him. He could never have kissed like that under such circumstances. It was a high and bold gesture. It expressed and transmitted confidence. She had explained nothing, justified nothing, made no charge, asked no forgiveness. She had just confronted him with one unarguable fact, and it was the only fact that mattered. His pessimism about marriage lifted. If his spirit was splendidly romantic enough to match hers, marriage remained a feasible state. And he threw away logic and the past, and in a magic vision saw that success in marriage was an affair of goodwill and the right tone. With the whole force of his heart he determined to succeed in marriage. And, in the mighty resolve, marriage presented itself to him as really rather easy after all. Part 1 of Book 1, Chapter 10 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 10, The Orgreave Calamity. Part 1. 1. On the following Saturday afternoon, that is, 6 days later, Edwin had unusually been down to the shop after dinner, and he returned home about 4 o'clock. Ada, hearing his entrance, came into the hall and said, "Please, sir, Mrs. is over at Miss Orgreave's, and would ye please go over?" "Where's Master George?" "In Miss's own room, sir." "All right." The mistress' own room was the new nomenclature adopted by the kitchen, doubtless under suggestion, for the breakfast room or boudoir. Edwin opened the door and glanced in. George, apparently sketching, sat at his mother's desk, with a light falling over his right shoulder. He looked up quickly in self-excuse. "Mother said I could. Mother said I could." For the theory of the special sanctity of the boudoir had mysteriously established itself in the house during the previous 8 or 10 days. George was well aware that even Edwin was not entitled to go in and out as he chose. "Keep calm, sonny," said Edwin, teasing him. With permissible and discreet curiosity, he glanced from afar at the desk, its upper drawers, and its pigeonholes. Obviously, it was very untidy. Its untidiness gave him sardonic pleasure, because Hilda was ever implying, or even stating, that she was a very tidy woman. He remembered that many years ago Janet had mentioned orderliness as a trait of the wonderful girl, Hilda Lessways. But he did not personally consider that she was tidy. Assuredly, she by no means reached his standard of tidiness, which standard indeed she now and then dismissed as old-maidish. Also, he was sardonically amused by the air of importance and busyness which she put on when using the desk and the room. Her household accounts, beheld at a distance, were his wicked joy. He saw a bluish envelope lying untidily on the floor between the desk and the fireplace, and he picked it up. It had been addressed to Mrs. George Cannon, 59 Preston Street, Brighton, and readdressed in a woman's hand to Mrs. Clayhanger, Trafalgar Road, Bursley. Whether the handwriting of the original address was masculine or feminine he could not decide. The envelope had probably contained only a bill or a circular. Nevertheless, he felt at once inimicably inquisitive towards the envelope. Without quite knowing it, he was jealous of all Hilda's past life up to her marriage with him. After a moment, reflecting that she had made no mention of a letter, he dropped the envelope superciliously, and it floated to the ground. "I'm going to Lane End House," he said. "Can I come?" "No." The same overhanging spirit of a great event which had somehow justified him in being curt to the boy rendered him self-conscious and furtive as he stood in the porch of the Orgreaves, waiting for the door to open. Along the drive that curved round the oval lawn under the high trees were wheel marks still surviving from the previous day. The house also survived. The curtains in all the windows, and the plants or the pieces of furniture between the curtains, were exactly as usual. Yet the solid building and its contents had the air of an illusion. A servant appeared. "Good afternoon, Selina." He had probably never before called her by name, but today his self-consciousness impelled him to do uncustomary things. "Good afternoon, sir," said Selina, whose changeless attire ignored even the greatest offence, and it was as if she had said, "Ah, sir, to what have we come?" She too was self-conscious and furtive. Aloud she said, "Miss Orgreave and Mrs. Clayhanger are upstairs, sir. I'll tell Miss Orgreave." Coughing nervously, he went into the drawing-room, the large, obscure room, crowded with old furniture and expensive new furniture, with books, knick-knacks, embroidery, and human history, in which he had first set eyes on Hilda. It was precisely the same as it had been a few days earlier. Absolutely nothing had been changed, and yet now it had the archaeological and forlorn aspect of a museum. He dreaded the appearance of Janet and Hilda. What could he say to Janet, or she to him?
but he was a little comforted by the fact that Hilda had left a message for him to join them. On the previous Tuesday, Osmond Orgreave had died, and within 24 hours Mrs. Orgreave was dead also. On the Friday they were buried together. Today the blinds were up again. The funereal horses with their artificially curved necks had already dragged other corpses to the cemetery. The town existed as usual, and the family of Orgreave was scattered once more. Marian, the eldest daughter, had not been able to come at all because her husband was seriously ill. Alicia Hesketh, the youngest daughter, far away in her large house in Devonshire, had not been able to come at all because she was hourly expecting her third child, nor would Harry, her husband, leave her. Charlie, the doctor at Ealing, had only been able to run down for the funeral because his partner having broken his leg, the whole work of the practice was on his shoulders. And today Tom, the solicitor, was in his office exploring the financial side of his father's affairs. Johnny was in the office of Orgreave and Sons, busy with the professional side of his father's affairs. Jimmy, who had made a sinister marriage, was nobody knew precisely where. Tom's wife had done what she could and gone home. Jimmy's wife had never appeared. Elaine, Marian's child, was shopping at Hambridge for Janet, and Janet remained among her souvenirs. An epoch was finished, and the episode that concluded it, in its strange features and its swiftness, resembled a vast hallucination. Certain funerals will obsess a whole town, and the funeral of Mr. and Mrs. Osmond Orgreave might have been expected to do so. Not only had their deaths been almost simultaneous, but they had been preceded by superficially similar symptoms, though the husband had died of pericarditis following renal disease, and the wife of hyperemia of the lungs following increasingly frequent attacks of bronchial catarrh. The phenomena had been impressive, and rumour had heightened them. Also, Osmond Orgreave, for half a century, had been an important and celebrated figure in the town. Architecturally, a large portion of the new parts of it were his creation. Yet the funeral had not been one of the town's great feverish funerals. True, the children would have opposed anything spectacular, but had municipal opinion decided against the children, they would have been compelled to yield. Again and again, prominent men in the town had, as it were, brought their funeral processions in advance by the yard, processions in which their families, willing or not, were reduced to the role of stewards. Tom and Janet, however, had ordained that nobody whatever beyond the family should be invited to the funeral, and there had been no sincere protest from outside. The fact was that Osmond Orgreave had never related himself to the crowd. He was not a Freemason. He had never been president of the Society for the Prosecution of Felons. He had never held municipal office. He had never pursued any object but the good of his family. He was a particularist. His charm was kept chiefly for his own home, and beneath the cordiality of his more general connections there had always been a subtle reservation, on both sides. He was admired for his cleverness and his distinction, liked where he chose to be liked, but never loved save by his own kin. Further, he had a name for being pretty sharp in business. Clients had had prolonged difficulties with him, Edwin himself amongst them. The town had made up its mind about Osmond Orgreave, and the verdict, as with most popular verdicts, was roughly just so far as it went, but unjust in its narrowness. The laudatory 3/4 of a column in the Signal, and the briefer, effusive notice in the New Halfpenny morning paper, both reflected, for those with perceptions delicate enough to understand, the popular verdict. And though Edwin hated long funerals and the hysteria of a public woe, he had nevertheless a sense of disappointment in the circumstances of the final disappearance of Osmond Orgreave. The two women entered the room, silently. Hilda, looking fierce and protective, Janet Orgreave, pale and in black, seemed very thin. She did not speak. She gave a little nod of greeting. Edwin, scarcely controlling his voice and his eyes, murmured, "Good afternoon." They would not shake hands. The effort would have broken them. All remained standing uncertainly.
Edwin saw before him two girls aged by the accumulation of experience. Janet, though apparently healthy, with her smooth, fair skin, was like an old woman in the shell of a young one. Her eyes were dulled, her glance plaintive, her carriage slack. The conscious wish to please had left her, together with her main excuse for being alive. She was over 37, and more during the last 10 years she had lived for her parents. She alone among all the children had remained absolutely faithful to them. To them and to nobody else she had been essential, a fountain of vigour and brightness and kindliness from which they drew. To see her in the familiar and historic room which she had humanized and illuminated with her very spirit was heart-rending. In a day she had become unnecessary, and shrunk to the unneeded, undesired virgin which in truth she was. She knew it. Everybody knew it. All the waves of passionate sympathy which Hilda and Edwin in their different ways ardently directed towards her broke in vain upon that fact. Edwin thought, and only the other day she was keen on tennis. "Edwin," said Hilda, "don't you think she ought to come across to our place for a bit? I'm sure it would be better for her not to sleep here." "Most decidedly," Edwin answered, only too glad to agree heartily with his wife. "But Johnny," Janet objected. "Pooh, surely he could stay at Tom's." "And Elaine?" "She can come with you. Heaps of room for two." "I couldn't leave the servants all alone. I really couldn't. They wouldn't like it," Janet persisted. "Moreover, I've got to give them notice." Edwin had to make the motion of swallowing. "Well," said Hilda obstinately, "come along now for the evening anyhow. We shall be by ourselves." "Yes, you must," said Edwin curtly. I don't like walking down the street," Janet faltered, blushing. "You needn't. You can get over the wall," said Edwin. "Of course you can," Hilda concurred, "just as you are now. I'll tell Selina." She left the room with decision, and the next instant returned with a telegram in her hand. "Open it, please. I can't," said Janet. Hilda read, "Mother and boy both doing splendidly. Harry." Janet dropped onto a chair and burst into tears. I'm so glad," she spluttered. "I can't help it." Then she jumped up, wiped her eyes, and smiled. For a few yards the Clayhangers and the Orgreave properties were contiguous, and separated by a fairly new wall, which, after much procrastination on the part of owners, had at last replaced an unsatisfactory thorn hedge. While Selina put a chair in position for the ladies to stand on, as a preliminary to climbing the wall, Edwin suddenly remembered that in the days of the untidy thorn hedge, Janet had climbed a pair of steps in order to surmount the hedge and visit his garden. He saw her balanced on the steps, and smiling, and then jumping like a child. Now he preceded her and Hilda onto the wall, and they climbed carefully, and when they were all up, Selina handed him the chair, and he dropped it on his own side of the wall, so that they might descend more easily. "Be careful, Edwin, be careful," cried Hilda, neither pleasantly nor unpleasantly. And as he tried to read her mood in her voice, the mysterious and changeful, ever-flowing undercurrent of their joint life bore rushing away his sense of Janet's tragedy, and he knew that no events exterior to his marriage could ever overcome for long that constant, secret preoccupation of his concerning Hilda's mood. 3. When they came into the house, Ada met them with zest and calamity in her whispering voice. "Please, Mr. and Mrs. Benbow are here. They're in the drawing-room. They said they'd wait a bit to see if you came back." Ada had foreseen that, whatever their superficially indifferent demeanour as members of the powerful ruling caste, her master and mistress would be struck all of a heap by this piece of news. And they were, for the Benbows did not pay chance calls. In the arrangement of their lives, every act was neatly planned and foreordained. Therefore this call was formal, and behind it was an intention. "I can't see them, I can't possibly, dear," Janet murmured, as it were intimidated. "I'll run back home."
Hilda replied with benevolent firmness. No, you won't. Come upstairs with me till they're gone. Edwin, you go and see what they're after. Janet faltered and obeyed, and the two women crept swiftly upstairs. They might have been executing a strategic retirement from a bad smell. The instinctive movement and the manner were a judgment on the ideals of the Bembos so terrible and final that even the Bembos, could they have seen it, must have winced and doubted for a moment their own moral perfection. It came to this, that the stricken fled from their presence. What they're after, Edwin muttered to himself, half resenting the phrase, because Clara was his sister, and though she bored and exasperated him, he could not class her with exactly similar boring and exasperating women. And, throwing down his cap, he went with false, casual welcoming into the drawing-room. Young Bert Benbow, prodigiously solemn and uncomfortable in his birthday spectacles, was with his father and mother. Immense satisfaction, tempered by a slight nervousness, gleamed in the eyes of the parents, and the demeanour of all three showed instantly that the occasion was ceremonious. Albert and Clara could not have been more pleased and uplifted had the occasion been a morning visit of commiseration or even a funeral. The washed and brushed schoolboy, preoccupied, did not take his share in the greetings with sufficient spontaneity and promptitude. Clara said, gently shocked, "Bert, what do you say to your uncle?" "Good afternoon, uncle." "I should think so, indeed." Clara, of course, sprang at once to the luscious first topic as to a fruit. "How is poor Janet bearing up?" Edwin was very characteristically of the Five Towns in this. He hated to admit, in the crisis itself, that anything unusual was happening or had just happened. Thus he replied negligently, "Oh, all right," as though his opinion was that Janet had nothing to bear up against. "I hear it was a very quiet funeral," said Clara, suggesting somehow that there must be something sinister behind the quietness of the funeral. "Yes," said Edwin. "Didn't they ask you?" "No." "Well, my word!" There was a silence, save for faint humming from Albert, and then, just as Clara was mentioning her name, in rushed Hilda. "What's the matter?" the impulsive Hilda demanded bluntly. This gambit did not please Edwin, whose instinct was always to pretend that nothing was the matter. He would have maintained as long as anybody that the call was a chance call. After a few vague exchanges, Clara coughed and said, "It's really about your George and our Bert. Haven't you heard? Has George said anything?" "No. What?" Clara looked at her husband expectantly, and Albert took the grand male role. "I gather they had a fight yesterday at school," said he. The two boys went to the same school, the new-fangled higher grade school at Hambridge, which had dealt such a blow at the ancient educational foundations at Oldcastle. That their Bert should attend the same school as George was secretly a matter of pride to the Bembos. "Oh," said Edwin, "we've seen no gaping wounds, have we, Hilda?" Albert's face did not relax. "You've only got to look at Bert's chin," said Clara. Bert shuffled under the world's sudden gaze. Undeniably, there was a small discoloured lump on his chin. "I've had it out with Bert," Albert continued severely. "I don't know who was in the wrong. It was about that penknife business, you know. But I'm quite sure that Bert was not in the right. And as he's older, we've decided that he must ask George's forgiveness." "Yes," eagerly added Clara, tired of listening. "Albert says we can't have quarrels going on like this in the family. They haven't spoken friendly to each other since that night we were here. And it's a manly thing for Bert to ask George's forgiveness, and then they can shake hands." "That's what I say." Albert massively corroborated her. Edwin thought, "I suppose these people imagine they're doing something rather fine." Whatever they imagined they were doing, they had made both Edwin and Hilda sheepish. Either of them would have sacrificed a vast fortune and the lives of thousands of Sunday school officers in order to find a dignified way of ridiculing and crushing the expedition of Albert and Clara. But they could think of naught that was effective.
Hilda asked, somewhat curtly, but lamely. "Where is George?" "He was in your boudoir 2-3 minutes ago, drawing," said Edwin. Clara's neck was elongated at the sound of the word boudoir. "Boudoir?" said she, and Edwin could in fancy hear her going down Trafalgar Road and giggling at every house door. "Did you know Mrs. Clayhanger has a boudoir? That's the latest." Still, he had employed the word with intention, out of deliberate bravado. "A breakfast room," he added, explanatory. "I should suggest," said Albert, "that Bert goes to him in the breakfast room. They'll settle it much better by themselves." He was very pleased by this last phrase, which proved him a man of the world after all. "So long as they don't smash too much furniture while they're about it," murmured Edwin. "Now, Bert, my boy," said Albert, in the tone of a father who is also a brother. And, as Hilda was inactive, Bert stalked forth upon his mission of manliness, smiling awkwardly and blushing. He closed the door after him, and not one of the adults dared to rise and open it. "Had any luck with missing words lately?" Albert asked, in a detached, airy manner, showing that the Bert-George affair was a trifle to him, to be dismissed from the mind at will. "No," said Edwin, "I've been off missing words lately." "Of course you have," Clara agreed with gravity. "All this must have been very trying to you all. Albert's done very well, of course." "I was on politeness, my boy," said Albert. "Didn't you know?" Clara expressed surprise. "Politeness?" £64, 19 shillings per share," said Albert tremendously. Edwin appreciatively whistled. "Had the money?" "No, cheques go out on Monday, I believe. Of course," he added, "I go in for it scientifically. I leave no chances, I don't. I'm making a capital outlay of over £5.10 on next week's competition, and I may tell you I shall get it back again, with interest." At the same moment Bert re-entered the room. "He's not there," said Bert. "His drawing's there, but he isn't." This news was adverse to the cause of manly peace. "Are you sure?" asked Clara, implying that Bert might not have made a thorough search for George in the boudoir. Hilda sat grim and silent. "He may be upstairs," said the weakly amiable Edwin. Hilda rang the bell with cold anger. "Is Master George in the house?" she harshly questioned Ada. "No, he went out a bit since." The fact was that George, on hearing from the faithful Ada of the arrival of the Bembos, had retired through the kitchen and through the back door into the mountainous country towards Bleakridge railway station, where kite-flying was practised on immense cinder-heaps. "Ah, well," said Albert, undefeated, to Edwin. "You might tell him Bert's been up specially to apologise to him. Oh, and here's that penknife." He looked now at Hilda, and, producing Tertius Inkpen's knife, he put it with a flourish on the mantelpiece. "I prefer it to be on your mantelpiece than on ours," he added, smiling rather grandiosely. His manner as a whole, though compound, indicated with some clearness that while he had adhered to his belief in the efficacy of prayer, he could not allow his son to accept from George earthly penknives alleged to have descended from heaven. It was a triumphant hour for Albert Benbow, as he stood there dominating the drawing-room. He perceived that, in addition to silencing and sneaping the elder and richer branch of the family, he was cutting a majestic figure in the eyes of his own son. In an awful interval, Clara said with a sweet, bright smile, "By the way, Albert, don't forget about what Maggie asked you to ask." "Oh, yes, by the way," said Albert, "Maggie wants to know how soon you can complete the purchase of this house of yours." Edwin moved uneasily. "I don't know," he mumbled. "Can you stump up in a month? Say the end of October, anyway, at latest?" Albert persisted, and grew caustic. "You've only got to sell a few of your famous securities." "Certainly, before the end of October," Hilda replied, with impulsiveness and fierce assurance. Edwin was amazed by this interference on her part. Was she incapable of learning from experience? Let him employ the right tone with absolute perfect skill. Marriage would still be impossible if she meant to carry on in this way. What did she know about the difficulties of completing the purchase? What right had she to put in a word apparently so decisive? Such behaviour was unheard of. She must be mad. Nevertheless, he did not yield to anger. He merely said feebly and querulously, "That's all very well. It's all very well, but I'm not quite so sure as all that. Will she let some of it be on mortgage?" "No, she won't," said Albert. "Why not?" "Because I've got a new security for the whole amount myself." "Oh." Edwin glanced at his wife, and his resentful eyes said, "There you are. All through your infernal hurry and cheek, Maggie's going to lose £1,800 in a rotten investment. I told you Albert would get hold of that money if he heard of it, and just look." At this point, Albert, who knew fairly well how to draw an advantage from his brother-in-law's characteristic weaknesses, perceived suddenly the value of an immediate departure, and, amid loud inquiries of all sorts from Clara, and magnificent generalities from Albert, and gloomy, stiff salutations from uncomfortable Bert, the visit closed. But destiny lay in wait at the corner of the street for Albert Benbow's pride. Precisely as the Benbows were issuing from the portico, the front door being already closed upon them, the second Swetnam son came swinging down Trafalgar Road. He stopped, raising his hat. "Hello, Mr. Benbow," he said. "You've heard the news, I suppose." "What about?" "Missing word competitions." It is a fact that Albert paled. "What?" "Injunction of the High Court this morning. All the money's impounded, pending a hearing as to whether the competitions are illegal or not. At the very least, half of it will go in costs. It's all over with missing words." "Who told you?" "I've had a wire to stop me from sending in for next week's." Albert Benbow gave an oath. His wife ought surely to have been horror-struck by the word, but she did not blench. Flushing and scowling, she said, "What a shame! We've sent ours in." The faithful creature had for days past, at odd moments, been assisting her husband in the dictionary and as a clerk, and lo, at last confirmation of those absurd but persistent rumours to the effect that certain busybodies meant, if they could, to stop missing word competitions on the ground that they were simply a crude appeal to the famous gambling instincts of mankind, and especially of Englishmen. Albert had rebutted the charge with virtuous warmth, insisting on the skill involved in word choosing, and insisting also on the historical freedom of the institutions of his country. He maintained that it was inconceivable that any English court of justice should ever interfere with a pastime so innocent and so tonic for the tired brain. And though he had had secret fears, and had been disturbed and even hurt by the comments of a religious paper to which he subscribed, he would not waver from his courageous and sensible English attitude. Now the fearful blow had fallen, and Albert knew in his heart that it was heaven's punishment for him. He turned to shut the gate after him, and noticed Bert. It appeared to him that in hearing the paternal oath, Bert had been guilty of a crime, or at least an indiscretion, and he at once began to make Bert suffer. Meanwhile, Swetnam had gone on to spread the tale which was to bring indignation and affliction into tens of thousands.
Part 2 of Book 1, Chapter 10 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2 of Book 1, Chapter 10. 4. Janet came softly and timidly into the drawing-room. "They're gone?" she questioned. "I thought I heard the front door." "Yes, thank goodness," Hilda exclaimed candidly, disdaining the convention, which Edwin still had in respect, that a weakness in family ties should never be referred to beyond the confines of the family, save in urbane terms of dignity and regret, excusing so far as possible the sinner. But in this instance the immense ineptitude of the Benbows had so affected Edwin that, while objecting to his wife's outbreak, he could not help giving a guffaw which supported it. And all the time he kept thinking to himself, "Imagine that damned pietistic rascal dragging the miserable shrimp up here to apologize to George." He was ashamed, not merely of his relatives, but somehow of all humanity. He could scarcely look even a chair in the face. The Bembos had left behind them desolation, and this desolation affected everything and could be tasted on the tongue. Janet, of course, instantly noticed it, and felt that she ought not to witness the shaming of her friends. Moreover, her existence now was chiefly an apology for itself. She said, "I really think I ought to go back and see about a meal for Johnny, in case he turns up." "Nonsense," said Hilda sharply. "With 3 servants in the house, I suppose Johnny won't starve. Now just sit down. Sit down!" Her tone softened. "My dear, you're worse than a child. Tell Edwin." She put a cushion behind Janet in the easy chair, and the gesture made Janet's eyes humid once more. Edwin had the exciting, disquieting, vitalizing sensation of being shut up in an atmosphere of women. Not 2 women, but 2,000 seemed to hem him in with their incalculable impulses, standards, inspirations. "Janet wants to consult you," Hilda added, and even Hilda appeared to regard him as a strong saviour. He thought, "After all, then, I'm not the born idiot she'd like to make out. Now we're getting at her real opinion of me." "It's only about Father's estate," said Janet. "Why, hasn't he made a will?" "Oh, yes, he made a will over 30 years ago. He left everything to Mother and made her sole executor, or whatever you call it. Just like him, wasn't it? Do you know that he and Mother never had a quarrel, nor anything near a quarrel?" "Well," Edwin, nodding appreciatively, answered with an informed masculine air, "the law provides for all that. Tom will know. Did your mother make a will?" "No, dear thing, she would never have dreamt of it." "Then letters of administration will have to be taken out," said Edwin. Janet began afresh. "Father was talking of making a new will 2 or 3 months ago. He mentioned it to Tom. He said he should like you to be one of the executors. He said he would sooner have you for an executor than anybody." An intense satisfaction permeated Edwin that he should have been desired as an executor by such an important man as Osmond Orgreave. He felt as though he were receiving compensation for uncounted detractions. "Really," said he, "I expect Tom will take out letters of administration, or Tom and Johnny together. They'll make better executors than I should." "It doesn't seem to make much difference who looks after it and who doesn't," Hilda sharply interrupted, "when there's nothing to look after." "Nothing to look after?" Edwin repeated. "Nothing to look after," said Hilda in a firm and clear tone, "according to what Janet says." "But surely there must be something." Janet answered mildly, "I'm afraid there isn't much." It was Hilda who told the tale. The freehold of Lane End House belonged to the estate, but there were first and second mortgages on it, and had been for years. Debts had always beleaguered the Orgreave family. A year ago money had apparently been fairly plentiful, but a great deal had been spent on refurnishing. Jimmy had had money in connection with his sinister marriage. Charlie had had money in connection with his practice, and Tom had enticed Mr. Orgreave into the Palace Porcelain Company. Mr. Orgreave had given a guarantee to the bank for an overdraft in exchange for debentures and shares in that company. The debentures were worthless, and therefore the shares also, and the bank had already given notice under the guarantee. There was an insurance policy, one poor little insurance policy for £1,000, whose capital, well invested, might produce an income of 12 or 15 shillings a week. But even that policy was lodged as security for an overdraft on one of Osmond's several private banking accounts. There were many debts, small to middling. The value of the Orgreave architectural connection was excessively dubious. So much of it had depended upon Osmond Orgreave himself. The estate might prove barely solvent. On the other hand, it might prove insolvent. So Johnny, who had had it from Tom, had told Janet that day, and Janet had told Hilda. "Your father was let in for the Palace Porcelain Company," Edwin breathed, with incredulous emphasis on the initial P's. What on earth was Tom thinking of? "That's what Johnny wants to know," said Janet. "Johnny was very angry. They've had some words about it." Except for the matter of the Palace Porcelain Company, Edwin was not surprised at the revelations, though he tried to be. The more closely he examined his attitude for years past to the Orgreave household structure, the more clearly he had to admit that a suspicion of secret financial rottenness had never long been absent from his mind, not even at the period of renewed profuseness a year or two ago, when furniture dealers, painters, and paper-hangers had been enriched. His resentment against the deceased charming Osmond, and also against the affectionate and blandly confident mother, was keen and cold. They had existed, morally, on Janet for many years, monopolized her, absorbed her, aged her, worn her out, done everything but finish her, and they had made no provision for her survival. In addition to being useless, she was defenceless, helpless, penniless, and old, and she shivered now that the warmth of her parents' affection was withdrawn by death. "You see," said Janet, "Father was so transparently honest and generous." Edwin said nothing to this sincere outburst. "Have you got any money at all, Janet?" asked Hilda. "There's a little household money, and by a miracle I never spent the £10 note poor Dad gave me on my last birthday." "Well," said Edwin, sardonically imagining that £10 note as a sole defence for Janet against the world, "of course Johnny will have to allow you something out of the business, for one thing." "I'm sure he will if he can," Janet agreed, "but he says it's going to be rather tight. He wants us to clear out of the house at once." "Take my advice and don't do it," said Edwin. "Until the house is let or sold, it may as well be occupied by you as stand empty. Better, in fact, because you'll look after it." "That's right enough, anyway," said Hilda, as if to imply that by a marvellous exception a man had for once in a while said something sensible. "You needn't use all the house," Edwin proceeded. "You won't want all the servants." "I wish you'd say a word to Johnny," breathed Janet. "I'll say a word to Johnny, all right," Edwin answered loudly. "But it seems to me it's Tom that wants talking to. I can't imagine what he was doing to let your father in for that Palace porcelain business. It beats me." Janet quietly protested. "I feel sure he thought it was all right." "Oh, of course," said Hilda bitterly. "Of course, they always do think it's all right. And here's my husband just going into one of those big, dangerous affairs, and he thinks it's all right, and nothing I can say will stop him from going into it. And he'll keep on thinking it's all right until it's all wrong, and we're ruined, and perhaps be left a widow with George." Her lowered eyes blazed at the carpet. Janet, troubled, glanced from one to the other, and then, with all the tremendous unconscious persuasive force of her victimhood and her mourning, murmured gently to Edwin, "Oh, don't run any risks, don't run any risks." Edwin was staggered by the swift turn of the conversation. 2,000 women hemmed him in more closely than ever. He could do nothing against them except exercise an obstinacy which might be esteemed as merely brutal. They were not accessible to argument, Hilda especially. Argument would be received as an outrage. It would be impossible to convince Hilda that she had taken a mean and disgraceful advantage of him, and that he had every right to resent her behaviour. She was righteousness and injuredness personified. She partook in that moment of the victimhood of Janet, and she baffled him. He bit his lower lip. "Oh, that's not the business before the meeting," he said, as lightly as he could. "Do you think if I stepped down now I should catch Johnny at the office?" And all the time, while his heart hardened against Hilda, he kept thinking, suppose I did come to smash? Janet had put a fear in his mind. Janet, who in her wistfulness and her desolating ruin seemed to be like only a little pile of dust, all that remained of the magnificent social structure of a united and numerous Orgreave family. 5. Edwin met Tertius Inkpen in the centre of the town outside the offices of Orgreave and Sons, amid the commotion caused by the return of uplifted spectators from a football match, in which the team curiously known to the sporting world as Bursley Moorthorne had scored a broken leg and 2-0. "Hello," Inkpen greeted him. "I was thinking of looking in at your place tonight." "Do," said Edwin. "Come up with me now." "Can't. Why do these ghastly louts try to walk over you as if they didn't see you?" Then in another tone, very quietly, and nodding in the direction of the Orgreaves' offices, "Been in there? What a week, eh? How are things?" "Bad," Edwin answered. "In a word, bad." Inkpen lifted his eyebrows. They turned away out of the crowd up towards the tranquillity of the Turnhill Road. They were manifestly glad to see each other. Edwin had had a satisfactory interview with Johnny Orgreave, satisfactory in the sense that Johnny had admitted the wisdom of all that Edwin said, and promised to act on it. "I've just been talking to young Johnny for his own good," said Edwin. And in a moment, with eagerness, with that strange, deep satisfaction felt by the carrier of disastrous tidings, he told Inkpen all that he knew of the plight of Janet Orgreave. "If you ask me," said he, "I think it's infamous." "Infamous!" Inkpen repeated the word savagely. "There's no word for it. What shall you do?" "Well, I suppose she'll have to live with Johnny." "And where will Mrs. Chris come in then?" Inkpen asked in a murmur. "Mrs. Chris Hampson?" exclaimed Edwin, startled. "Oh, is that affair still on the carpet? Cheerful outlook." Inkpen pulled his beard. "Anyhow," said he, "Johnny's the most reliable of the crew. Charlie's the most agreeable, but Johnny's the most reliable. I wouldn't like to count much on Tom. And as for Jimmy, well, of course, I always look on Johnny as a kid, can't help it." "There's no law against that, so long as you don't go and blub it out to Mrs. Chris," Inkpen laughed. "I don't know her." "You ought to know her. She's an education, my boy." "I've been having a fair amount of education lately," said Edwin. "Only this afternoon I was practically told that I ought to give up the idea of my new works because it has risks, and the Palace Porcelain Co. was risky, and Janet hasn't a cent. See the point?" He was obliged to talk about the affair because it was heavily on his mind. A week earlier he persuaded himself that the success of a marriage depended chiefly on the tone employed to each other by the contracting parties. But in the disturbing scene of the afternoon his tone had come near perfection, and yet marriage presented itself as even more stupendously difficult than ever. Inkpen's answering words salved and strengthened him. The sensation of being comprehended was delicious. Intimacy progressed. "I say," said Edwin as they parted, "you'd better not know anything about all this when you come tonight." "Right you are, my boy." Their friendship seemed once more to be suddenly and surprisingly intensified. When Edwin returned, Janet had vanished again. Like an animal which fears the hunt and whose shyness nothing can cure, she had fled to cover at the first chance. According to Hilda, she had run home because it had occurred to her that she must go through her mother's wardrobe and chest of drawers without a moment's delay. Edwin's account to his wife of the interview with Johnny Orgreave was given on a note justifiably triumphant. In brief, he had talked sense to Johnny, and Johnny had been convicted and convinced. Hilda listened with respectful propriety. Edwin said nothing as to his encounter with Tertius Inkpen, partly from prudence and partly from timidity. When Inkpen arrived at the house, much earlier than he might have been expected to arrive, Edwin was upstairs, and on descending he found his wife and his friend chatting in low and intimate voices close together in the drawing-room. The gas had been lighted. "Here's Mr. Inkpen," said Hilda, announcing a surprise. "How do, Inkpen?" "How do, Ed?" Inkpen did not rise. Nor did they shake hands. But in the Five Towns, friends who have reached a certain degree of intimacy proudly omit the ceremony of handshaking when they meet. It was therefore impossible for Hilda to divine that Edwin and Tertius had previously met that day, and apparently Ingpen had not divulged the fact. Edwin felt like a plotter. The conversation, of course, never went far away from the subject of the Orgreaves, and Janet in particular. Ingpen's indignation at the negligence which had left Janet in the lurch was more than warm enough to satisfy Hilda, whose grievance against the wicked carelessness of heads of families in general seemed to be approaching expression again. At length she said, "It's enough to make every woman think seriously of where she'd be if anything happened." Ingpen smiled teasingly. "Now you're getting personal." "And what if I am, with my headstrong husband going in for all sorts of schemes?" Hilda's voice was extraordinarily clear and defiant. Edwin nervously rose. "I'll just get some cigarettes," he mumbled. Hilda and Ingpen scarcely gave him any attention. Already they were exciting themselves. Although he knew that the supply of cigarettes was in the dining-room, he toured half the house before going there, and then lit the gas, and with strange deliberation drew the blinds. Next he rang for the bell for matches, and having obtained them, lit a cigarette. When he re-entered the drawing-room, Ingpen was saying with terrific conviction, "You're quite wrong, as I've told you before. It's your instinct that's wrong, not your head. Women will do anything to satisfy their instincts, simply anything. They'll ruin your life in order to satisfy their instincts. Yes, even when they know jolly well their instincts are wrong." Edwin thought, "Well, if these two mean to have a row, it's no affair of mine." But Hilda, seemingly overfaced, used a very moderate tone to retort, "You're very outspoken." Tertius Ingpen answered firmly, "I'm only saying aloud what every man thinks. Mind, every man." "And how comes it that you know so much about women?" "I'll tell you some time," said Ingpen shortly, and then smiled again. Edwin, advancing, murmured, "Here, have a cigarette." A few moments later, Ingpen was sketching out a Beethoven symphony unaided on the piano, and holding his head back to keep the cigarette smoke out of his eyes. 6. When the hour struck for which Hilda had promised a sandwich supper, Edwin and Tertius Ingpen were alone in the drawing-room, and Ingpen was again at the piano, apparently absorbed in harmonic inventions of his own. No further word had been said upon the subject of the discussion between Ingpen and Hilda. On the whole, despite the reserve of Hilda's demeanour, Edwin considered that marriage at the moment was fairly successful, and the stream of existence running in his favour. At 5 minutes after the hour, restless, he got up and said, "I'd better be seeing what's happened to that supper." Ingpen nodded, as in a dream. Edwin glanced into the dining-room, where the complete supper was waiting in illuminated silence and solitude. Then he went to the boudoir. There the 2 candlesticks from the mantelpiece had been put side by side on the desk, and the candles lit the figures of Hilda and her son. Hilda, kneeling, held a stamped and addressed letter in her hand. The boy was bent over the desk at his drawing, which his mother regarded. Edwin in his heart affectionately derided them for employing candles when the gas would have been so much more effective. He thought that the use of candles was just like one of Hilda's unforeseeable caprices. But in spite of his secret derision, he was strangely affected by the group, as revealed by the wavering candle flames in the general darkness of the room. He seldom saw Hilda and George together. Neither of them was very expansive, and certainly he had never seen Hilda kneeling by her son's side, since a night at the Orgreaves before her marriage, when George lay in bed unconscious, and his spirit hesitated between earth and heaven. He knew that Hilda's love for George had in it something of the savage, but, lacking demonstrations of it, he had been apt to forget its importance in the phenomena of their united existence. Kneeling by her son, Hilda had the look of a girl, and the ingenuousness of her posture touched Edwin. The idea shot through his brain like a star that life was a marvellous thing. As the door had been ajar, they scarcely heard him come in. George turned first, and then Ada was standing at the door. "Yes'm?" "Oh, Ada, just run across with this letter to the pillar, will you?" "Yes'm." "You've missed the post, you know," said Edwin. Hilda got up slowly. "It doesn't matter, only I want it to be in the post." As she gave the letter to Ada, she speculated idly as to the address of the letter and why she wanted it to be in the post. Anyhow, it was characteristic of her to want the thing to be in the post. She would delay writing a letter for days, and then, having written it, be on pins until it was safely taken out of the house. And even when the messenger returned, she would ask, "Did you put that letter in the post?" Ada had gone. "What's you drawing, this kid?" asked Edwin genially. Nobody answered. Standing between his wife and the boy, he looked at the paper. The first thing he noticed was some lettering, achieved in an imitation of architect's lettering. "Plan for proposed new printing works to be erected by Edwin Clayhanger, Esquire, upon land at Shawport. George Edwin Clayhanger, architect." And on the other parts of the paper, ground floor plan and elevation. The plan at a distance resembled the work of a real architect. Only when closely examined did it reveal itself as a piece of boyish mimicry. The elevation was not finished. It was upon this that, with intervals caused by the necessity of escaping from bores, George had been labouring all day. And here was exposed the secret and the result of his chumminess with Johnny Orgreave. Yet the boy had never said a word to Edwin in explanation of that chumminess, nor had Johnny himself. "He's been telling me he's going to be an architect," said Hilda. "Is this plan a copy of Johnny's, or is it his own scheme?" asked Edwin. "Oh, his own," Hilda answered, with a rapidity and an earnestness which disclosed all her concealed pride in the boy. Edwin was thrilled. He pored over the plan, making remarks and putting queries in a dull, matter-of-fact tone. But he was so thrilled that he scarcely knew what he was saying or understood the replies to his questions. It seemed to him wondrous, miraculous, overwhelming, that his own disappointed ambition to be an architect should have reflowered in his wife's child, who was not his child. He was reconciled to being a printer, and indeed rather liked being a printer. But now all his career presented itself to him as a martyrization. And he passionately swore that such a martyrization should not happen to George. George's ambition should be nourished and forwarded as no boyish ambition had ever been nourished and forwarded before. For a moment he had a genuine conviction that George must be a genius. Hilda, behind the back of proud, silent George, pulled Edwin's face to hers and kissed it. And as she kissed, she gazed at Edwin, and her eyes seemed to be saying, "Have your works, I've yielded. Perhaps it is George's plan that has made me yield, but anyhow I am strong enough to yield, and my strength remains." And Edwin thought, "This woman is unique. What other women could have done that in just that way?" And in their embrace, intensifying and complicating its significance, were mingled the sensations of their passion, his triumph, her surrender, the mysterious boy's promise, and their grief for Janet's tragedy. "Old Inkpen's waiting for his supper, you know," said Edwin tenderly. "George, you must show that to Mr. Inkpen."
Book 2, The Past, Chapter 11 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2,
Chapter 11. Lithography. 1. Edwin, sitting behind a glazed door with the word "Private" elaborately patterned on the glass, heard through the open window of his own office the voices of the Benbow children and their mother in the street outside. "Oh, Mother, what a big sign!" "Yes, isn't Uncle Edwin a proud man to have such a big sign?" "Shh! It wasn't up yesterday. Litho. My word, Rupy, you are getting on. They're such large letters, aren't they, Mother? Lithographic. Lithographic printing. Edwin Clayhanger." "Shh! Bert, how often do you want me to tell you about your shoelace?" "I wonder if George has come." "Mother, can't I ring the bell?" All the children were there with their screeching voices. Edwin wondered that Rupert should have been brought. Where was the sense of showing a 3-year-old infant like Rupert over a printing works? But Clara was always like that. The difficulty of leaving little Rupert alone at home did not present itself to the august uncle. Edwin rose, locked a safe that was let into the wall of the room, and dropped the key into his pocket. The fact of the safe being let into the wall gave him as much simple pleasure as any detail of the new works. It was an idea of Johnny Orgreave's. He put a grey hat carelessly at the back of his head, and, hands in pockets, walked into the next and larger room, which was the clerk's office. Both these rooms had walls distempered in a green tint, and were fitted and desked in pitch pine. Their newness was stark, and yet in the clerk's office the irrational, habituating processes of time were already at work. On the painted iron mantelpiece lay a dusty white tile, brought as a sample long before the room was finished, and now without the slightest excuse for survival. Nevertheless, the perfunctory cleaner lifted the tile on most mornings, dusted underneath it, and replaced it, and Edwin and his staff saw it scores of times daily and never challenged it, and gradually it was acquiring a prescriptive right to exist just where it did. And the day was distant when some inconvenient reforming person would exclaim, "What's this old tile doing there?" What Edwin did notice was that the walls and desks showed marks and even wounds. It seemed to him somehow wrong that the brand new could not remain forever brand new. He thought he would give a mild reproof or warning to the elder clerk, once the shop clerk in the ancient establishment at the corner of Duck Bank and Wedgwood Street. And then he thought, "What's the use?" and only murmured, "I'm not going off to the works." And he passed out with his still somewhat gawky gait to the small entrance hall of the works. On the outer face of the door, which he closed, was painted the word "Office." He had meant to have the words "Counting House" painted on that door, because they were romantic and fine-sounding. But when the moment came to give the order, he had quaked before such romance. He was afraid, as usual, of being sentimental and of showing off, and with assumed satire publicly said, "Some chaps would stick counting house as large as life all across the door." He now regretted his poltroonery, and he regretted sundry other failures in courage connected with the scheme of the works. The works existed, but it looked rather like other new buildings, and not very much like the edifice he had dreamed. It ought to have been grander, more complete, more dashingly expensive, more of an exemplar to the slattern district. He had been, he felt, unduly influenced by the local spirit for half measures, and his life seemed to be a life of half measures, a continual falling short. Once he used to read studiously on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evenings. He seldom read now, and never with regularity. Scarcely a year ago he had formed a beautiful, vague project of being musical. At Hilda's instigation he had bought a book of musical criticism by Hubert Parry, and Hilda had swallowed it in 3 days, but he had begun it and not finished it. And the musical evenings, after feeble efforts to invigorate them, had fainted and then died, on the miserable excuse that circumstances were not entirely favourable to them. And his marriage, so marvellous in its romance during the first days. Then either his common sense or his self-respect curtly silenced these weak depreciations. He had wanted the woman, and he had won her. He had taken her. There she was, living in his house, bearing his name, spending his money.
The world could not get over that fact, and the carper in Edwin's secret soul could not get over it either. He had said that he would have a new works, and with all its faults and little cowardices, there the new works was. And moreover, it had just been assessed for municipal rates at a monstrous figure. He had bought his house, and mortgaged it. He had been stoical to bad debts. He had sold securities, or rather less than they cost him. He had braved his redoubtable wife, and he had got his works. His will, and naught else, was the magic wand that had conjured it into existence. The black and gold sign that surmounted its blue roofs could be seen from the top of Acre Lane and halfway along Shawport Lane, proclaiming the progress of lithography and steam printing, and the name of Edwin Clayhanger. Let the borough put that in its pipe and smoke it. He was well aware that the borough felt pride in his works, and he had orders more than sufficient to keep the enterprise handsomely going. Even in the Five Towns initiative seemed to receive its reward. Life might be as profoundly unsatisfactory as you pleased, but there was zest in it. The bell had rung. He opened the main door, and there stood Clara and her brood, and Edwin was the magnificent, wonderful uncle. The children entered with maternal precautions and recommendations. Every child was clean and spruce. Bert clumsy, Clara minx-like, Amy heavy and benignant, Lucy the pretty little thing, and Rupert simply adorable, each representing a separate and considerable effort of watchful care. The mother came last, worn, still pretty, with a slight dragging movement of the limbs. In her glittering keen eyes were both envy and a naive admiration of her brother. What a life, thought Edwin, meaning what a narrow, stuffy, struggling, conventional, unlovely existence was the Bembos. He and they lived in different worlds of intelligence. Nevertheless, he savoured the surpassing charm of Rupert, the goodness of Amy, the floral elegance of Lucy, and he could appreciate the unending labours of that mother of theirs, malicious though she was. He was bluff and jolly with all of them. The new works being fairly close to the Bembo home, the family had often come en masse to witness its gradual mounting, regarding the excursions as a sort of picnic. And now that the imposing place was inaugurated and the signs up, Uncle Edwin had been asked to show them over it in a grand, formal visit, and he had amiably consented. "Has George come, Uncle Edwin?" asked Bert. George had not come. A reconciliation had occurred between the cousins, though by no means at the time nor in the manner desired by Albert. They were indeed understood by the Bembos to be on the most touching terms of intimacy, which was very satisfactory to the righteousness of Albert and Clara, and George was to have been of the afternoon party, but he had not arrived. Edwin, knowing the unnobleness of George, suspected trouble. "Machines! Machines!" piped tiny, white-frocked Rupert, to whom wondrous tales had been told. "You'll see machines all right," said Edwin promisingly. It was not his intention to proceed straight to the machine-room. He would never have admitted it, but his deliberate intention was to display the works dramatically, with the machine-room as a culmination. The truth was, the man was full of secret tricks, contradicting avuncular superior indifference. He was only a boy. He was almost a schoolgirl. He led them through a longish passage and up steps and down steps, steps which were not yet hollowed, but which would be hollowed, into the stone polishing shop, which was romantically obscure, with a specially dark corner where a little contraption was revolving all by itself in the process of smoothing a stone. Young Clara stared at the two workmen, while the rest stared at the contraption, and Edwin, feeling ridiculously like a lecturer, mumbled words of exposition. And then next, after climbing some steps, they were in a lofty apartment with a glass roof, sunshine-drenched and tropical. Here lived two more men, including Karl the German, bent in perspiration over desks and laboriously drawing. Round about were coloured designs and stones covered with pencilling, and boards, and all sorts of sheets of paper and cardboard. "Oh," murmured Bert, much impressed by the meticulous cross-hatching of Karl's pencil on a stone. And Edwin said, "This is the drawing office." "Oh, yes," murmured Clara vaguely. "It's very warm, isn't it?" None of them except Bert was interested. They gazed about dully, uncomprehendingly, absolutely incurious. "Machines!" Rupert urged again. "Come on, then," said Edwin, going out with assumed briskness and gaiety. At the door stood Tertius Ingpen, preoccupied and alert, with all the mien of a factory inspector in full activity. "Oh, don't mind me," said Ingpen. "I can look after myself. In fact, I prefer to." At the sight of an important stranger speaking familiarly to Uncle Edwin, all the children, save Rupert, grew stiff, dismal, and apprehensive, and Clara looked about as though she had suddenly discovered very interesting phenomena in the corners of the workshop. "My sister, Mrs. Benbow, Mr. Ingpen. Mr. Ingpen is Her Majesty's Inspector of Factories, so he must mind what we're about," said Edwin. Clara gave a bright, quick smile as she limply shook hands. The sinister enchantment which precedes social introduction was broken, and Clara, overcome by the extraordinary chivalry and deference of Ingpen's customary greeting to women, decided that he was a particularly polite man. But she reserved her general judgment on him, having several times heard Albert inveigh against the autocratic unreasonableness of this very inspector, who, according to Albert, forgot that even an employer had to live, and that that which handicapped the employer could not possibly help the workman in the long run. "Machines!" Rupert insisted. They all laughed. The other children laughed suddenly and imitatively, and an instant later than the elders, and Tertius Ingpen, as he grasped the full purport of the remark, laughed more than anyone. He turned sideways and bent slightly in order to give vent to his laughter, which, at first noiseless and imprisoned, gradually grew loud in freedom. When he had recovered, he said thoughtfully, stroking his soft beard, "Now, it would be very interesting to know exactly what that child understands by machines, what his mental picture of them is. Very interesting. Has he ever seen any?" "No," said Clara.
"Ah, that makes it all the more interesting," Ingpen adding roguishly. "I suppose you think you do know, Mrs. Benbow?"
Clara smiled the self-protective, non-committal smile of one who is not certain of having seen the point. "It's very hot in here, Edwin," she said, glancing at the door. The family filed out, shepherded by Edwin. "I'll be back in a sec," said he to Clara on the stairs, and returned to the drawing office. Ingpen was in apparently close conversation with Karl. "Yes," murmured Ingpen, thoughtfully tapping his teeth. "The whole process is practically a contest between grease and water on the stone." "Yes," said Karl gruffly, but with respect. And Edwin could almost see the tentacles of Ingpen's mind feeling and tightening round a new subject of knowledge, and greedily possessing it. What a contrast to the vacuous indifference of Clara, who was so narrowed by specialization that she could never apply her brain to anything except the welfare and the aggrandizement of her family. He dwelt sardonically upon the terrible results of family life on the individual, and dreamed of splendid freedoms. "Mr. Clayhanger," said Ingpen in his official manner, turning. The two withdrew to the door. Invisible at the foot of the stairs could be heard the family existing. "Haven't seen much of lithography, eh?" said Edwin, in a voice discreetly restrained. Ingpen, ignoring the question, murmured, "I say, you know this place is much too hot." "Well," said Edwin, "what do you expect in August?" "But what is the object of all that glass roof?" "I wanted to give 'em plenty of light. At the old shop they hadn't enough, and Karl, the Teuton there, was always grumbling." "Why didn't you have some ventilation in the roof?" "No, we did think of it, but Johnny Orgie said if we did, we should never be able to keep it watertight." "It certainly isn't right as it is," said Ingpen, "and our experience is that these skylighted rooms that are too hot in summer are too cold in winter. How should you like to have your private office in here?" "Oh," protested Edwin, "it isn't so bad as all that." Ingpen said quietly, "I should suggest you think it over. I mean the ventilation." "But you don't mean to say that this shop here doesn't comply with your confounded rules?"
Ingpen answered. That may or may not be, but we're entitled to make recommendations in any case, and I should like you to think this over, if you don't mind. I haven't any thermometer with me, but I lay it's 90 degrees here, if not more. In Ingpen's urbane, reasonable tone, there was just a hint of the potential might of the whole organised kingdom. All serene, said Edwin, rather ashamed of the temperature after all, and loyally responsive to Ingpen's evident sense of duty, which somehow surprised him. He had not chanced before to meet Ingpen at work. Earthenware manufacturers were inspected once a quarter, but other factories only once a year. The thought of the ameliorating influence that Ingpen must obviously be exerting all day and every day somewhat clashed with and overset his bitter scepticism concerning the real value of departmental administrative government. A scepticism based less upon experience than upon the persuasive tirades of democratic apostles. They walked slowly towards the stairs, and Ingpen scribbled in a notebook. "You seem to take your job seriously," said Edwin, teasing. "While I'm at it, did you imagine that I'd dropped into a sinecure? Considering that I have to keep an eye on 350 pot banks, over 1,000 other factories, and over 2,000 workshops of sorts, my boy. And you should see some of them, and you should listen to their excuses." No wonder, thought Edwin, he hasn't told me what a fine and large factory mine is. Still, he might have said something all the same. Perhaps he will. When, after visiting the composing room and glancing from afar at the engine-house, the sightseeing party reached the machine-room, Rupert was so affected by the tremendous din and the confusing whir of huge machinery in motion that he began to cry, and, seizing his mother's hand, pressed himself hard against her skirt. The realization of his ambition had overwhelmed him. Amy protectingly took Lucy's hand. Bert and Clara succeeded in being very casual. In the great lofty room there were 5 large or fairly large machines and a number of small ones. The latter had chiefly to do with envelope and bill-head printing and with bookbinding, and only 2 of them were in use. Of the large machines, 3 were functioning. The cylinder printing machine, which had been the pride of Edwin's father, the historic old machine, also his father's, which had been so called ever since Edwin could remember it, and which was ageless, and Edwin's latest and most expensive purchase, the Smithers lithoprinter. It was on the guarded flank of the Smithers, close to the rolling racks, that Edwin halted his convoy. The rest of the immense shop, with its complex masses of metal revolving, sliding, or paralysed, its shabby figures of men, boys, and girls shifting mysteriously about, its smell of iron, grease, and humanity, and its fearful racket, was a mere background for the Smithers in its moving might. The Smithers rose high above the spectators, and at one end of it, higher even than the top parts of the machine, was perched a dirty, frowsy, pretty girl. With a sweeping gesture of her bare arms, this girl took a wide sheet of blank paper from a pile of sheets and lodged it on the receiving rack, whereupon it was whirled off, caught into the clutches of the machine, turned, reversed, hidden away from sight among revolving rollers red and black, and finally thrust out at the other end of the machine, where it was picked up by a dirty, frowsy girl, not pretty, smaller and younger than the high-perched creature, indeed scarcely bigger than Amy. And now on the sheet was printed 4 times in red the words, "Knipe Mineral Water Manufacturing Co. Best and Cheapest, trademark." Clara screeched a question about the trademark, which was so far invisible. Edwin made a sign to the lower, dirty, frowsy girl, who respectfully, but with extreme rapidity, handed him a sheet as it came off the machine, and he shouted through the roar in explanation that the trademark, a soda-water siphon in blue, would be printed on the same sheet later from another stone, and the sheets cut into 4s, each quarter making a complete poster. "I thought it must be like that," replied Clara superiorly. From childhood she had been well accustomed to printing processes, and it was not her intention to be perplexed by this lithography. Edwin made a gesture to hand back the sheet to the machine girl, but the machine would not pause to allow her to take it.
She was the slave of the machine. So long as it functioned, every second of her existence was monopolized, and no variation of conduct permissible. The same law applied to the elder girl up near the ceiling. He put the sheet in its place himself, and noticed that to do so required appreciable care and application of the manipulative faculty. These girls, and the other girls at their greasy task in the great shaking interior which he had created, vaguely worried him. Exactly similar girls were employed in thousands on the pot banks, and had once been employed also at the pit heads and even in the pits. But until lately he had not employed girls, nor had his father ever employed girls. And these girls so close to him, so dependent on him, so submissive, so subjugated, so soiled, so vulgar, whose wages would scarcely have kept his wife in boots and gloves, gave rise to strange and disturbing sensations in his heart, not merely in regard to themselves, but in regard to the whole of the work-people. A question obscure and lancinating struck upwards through his industrial triumph and through his importance in the world, a question scarcely articulate, but which seemed to form itself into the words, "Is it right?" "Is what right?" his father would have snapped at him. "Is what right?" would have respectfully demanded Big James, who had now sidled grandiosely to the Smithers and was fussing among the rollers in the rack. Neither of them would have been capable of comprehending his trouble. To his father, an employee was an employee, to be hired as cheaply as possible, and to be exploited as completely as possible. And the attitude of Big James towards the underlings was precisely that of his deceased master. They would not be unduly harsh, they would often be benevolent, but the existence of any problem, and especially any fundamental problem, beyond the direct interrelation of wages and work, could not conceivably have occurred to them. After about 3/4 of a century of taboo, trade unions had now for a dozen years ceased to be regarded as associations of anarchistic criminals. Big James was cautiously in favour of trade unions, and old Darius Clayhanger in late life had not been a quite uncompromising opponent of them. As for Edwin, he had always in secret sympathized with them, and the trade unionists whom he employed had no grievance against him. Yet this unanswerable, persistent question would pierce the complacency of Edwin's prosperity. It seemed to operate in a sort of fourth dimension. Few, even amongst trade unionists themselves, would have reacted to it. But Edwin lived with it more and more. He was indeed getting used to it. Though he could not answer it, he could parry it, thanks to scientific ideas obtained from Darwin and Spencer, by the reflection that both he and his serfs, whatever their sex, were the almost blind agencies of a vast process of evolution. And this he did, exulting with pride sometimes in the sheer adventure of the affair, and sharing his thoughts with none. Strange that once, and not so many years ago either, he had been tempted to sell the business and live inert and ignobly secure on the interest of invested moneys. But even today he felt sudden fears of responsibility. They came and went. The visitors, having wandered to and fro, staring, trailed out of the machine room, led by Edwin. A wide door swung behind them, and they were in the abrupt, startling peace of another corridor. Clara wiped Rupert's eyes, and he smiled, like a blossom after a storm. The mother and the uncle exchanged awkward glances. They had nothing whatever to say to each other. Edwin could seldom think of anything that he really wanted to say to Clara. The children were very hot and weary of wonders. "Well," said Clara, "I suppose we'd better be moving on now." She had somewhat the air of a draught animal about to resume the immense labour of dragging a tray. "It's very queer about George. He was to have come with us for tea." "Oh, was he?" "Of course he was," Clara replied sharply. "It was most distinctly arranged." At that moment Tertius Ingpen and Hilda appeared together at the other end of the corridor. Hilda's unsmiling face seemed enigmatic. Ingpen was talking with vivacity. Edwin thought apprehensively, "What's up now? What's she doing here, and not George?" And when the sisters-in-law, so strangely contrasting, shook hands, he thought, Is it possible that Albert looks on his wife as something unpredictable? Do those two also have moods and altercations and antagonisms? Are they always preoccupied about what they are thinking of each other? No, it's impossible. Their life must be simply fiendishly monotonous. And Clara's inferiority before the erect, flashing individuality of Hilda appeared to him despicable. Hilda bent and kissed Rupert, Lucy, Amy, and young Clara, as it were, with passion. She was marvellous as she bent over Rupert. She scarcely looked at Edwin. Ingpen stood aside. "I'm very sorry," said Hilda perfunctorily. "I had to send George on an errand to Hambridge at the last moment." Nothing more. No genuine sign of regret. Edwin blamed her severely. Send George on an errand to Hambridge? That was Hilda all over. Why the devil should she go out of her way to make unpleasantness with Clara? She knew quite well what kind of a woman Clara was, and that the whole of Clara's existence was made up of domestic trifles, each of which was enormous for her. "Will he be down to tea?" asked Clara. "I doubt it." "Well, another day, then." Clara, gathering her offspring, took leave at a door in the corridor which gave on to the yard. Mindful to the last of Mr. Ingpen's presence, which Hilda apparently now ignored, she smiled sweetly as she went. But behind the smile Edwin, with regret, and Hilda, with satisfaction, could perceive her everlasting grudge against their superior splendour. Even had they sunk to indigence, Clara could never have forgiven Edwin for having, towards the end of her father's life, prevented Albert from wheedling £1,000 out of old Darius, nor Hilda for her occasional pricking, unanswerable sarcasms. Still, Rupert, descending 2 titanic steps into the yard, clung to his mother as to an angel. And what errand to Hambridge? Edwin asked himself mistrustfully. 2. Scarcely a minute later, when Edwin, with Hilda and Ingpen, was back at the door of the machine-room, the office boy could be seen voyaging between roaring machines across the room towards his employer. The office boy made a sign of appeal, and Edwin answered with a curt sign that the office boy was to wait. "What's that you say?" Edwin yelled in Ingpen's ear. Ingpen laughed and made a trumpet with his hands. "I was only wondering what your weekly running expenses are." Even Ingpen was surprised and impressed by the scene, and Edwin was pleased now, after the flatness of Clara's inspection, that he had specially arranged for 2 of the machines to be running, which strictly need not have been running that afternoon. He had planned a spectacular effect, and it had found a good public. "Ah," he hesitated in reply to Ingpen. Then he saw Hilda's face, and his face showed confusion, and he smiled awkwardly. Hilda had caught Ingpen's question. She said nothing. Her expressive, sarcastic, unappeasable features seemed to say, "Running expenses, don't mention them. Can't you see they must be enormous? How can he possibly make this place pay? It's a gigantic folly. And what will be the end of it?" After all, her secret attitude towards the new enterprise was unchanged. Argument, facts, figures, persuasions, brutalities had been equally and totally ineffective. And Edwin thought, "She is the bitterest enemy I have." Said Ingpen, "I like that girl up there on the top of that machine. And doesn't she just know where she is? What a movement of the arms, eh?" Edwin nodded appreciative, and then beckoned to the office boy. "What is it?" "Please, sir, Mrs. Hamp's in the office to see you." "All right," he bawled casually. But in reality he was taken aback. "It's Auntie Hamp's now," he said to the other 2. "We shall soon have all Bursley here this afternoon." Hilda raised her eyebrows. "Do you know Auntie Hamp's?" she grimly asked Ingpen. Her voice, though she scarcely raised it, was plainer than the men's when they shouted. As Ingpen shook his head, she added, "You ought to." Edwin did not altogether care for this public ridicule of a member of the family. Auntie Hamps, though possibly a monster, had her qualities. Hilda, assuming the lead, beckoned with a lift of the head. And Edwin did not care for that either, on his works. Ingpen followed Hilda as though to a menagerie. Auntie Hamps, in her black attire, which by virtue of its changeless style amounted to a historic uniform, was magnificent in the private office. The three found her standing in wait, tingling with vitality and importance and eagerness. She watched carefully that Edwin shut the door, and kept her eye not only on the door, but also on the open window. She received the presentation of Mr. Tertius Ingpen with grandeur and with high cordiality, and she could appreciate even better than Clara the polished fealty of his greeting. "Sit down, Auntie." "No, I won't sit down. I thought Clara was here. I told her I might come if I could spare a moment. I must say, Edwin," she looked around the small office, and seemed to be looking round the whole works in a superb glance, "you make me proud of you. You make me proud to be your auntie." "Well," said Edwin, "you can be proud sitting down." She smiled. "No, I won't sit down. I only just popped in to catch Clara. I was going to tea with her and the chicks." Then she lowered her voice. "I suppose you've heard about Mr. John Orgreave?" Her tone proved, however, that she supposed nothing of the kind. "No, what about Johnny?" "He's run away with Mrs. Chris Hampson." Her triumph was complete. It was, perhaps, one of her last triumphs, but it counted among the greatest of her career as a watchdog of society. The thing was a major event, and the report was convincing. Eustace protested. "Never! Surely not! It can't be true." It carried truth on its face. Eustace to demand sternly, "Who told you?" The news had reached Auntie Hamps through a curious channel, the station-master at Latchet. Heaven alone could say how Auntie Hamps came to have relations with the station-master at Latchet. But you might be sure that, if an elopement was to take place from Latchet station, Auntie Hamps would, by an instinctive prescience, have had relations with the station-master for 20 years previously. Latchet was the next station, without the least importance, to Shawport on the line to Crewe. Johnny Orgreave had got into the train at Shawport, and Mrs. Chris had joined it at Latchet, her house being near-by. Once on the vast platforms of Crewe, the guilty couple would be safe from curiosity, lost in England, like needles in a haystack. The Orgreave-Hampson flirtation had been afoot for over 2 years, but had only been seriously talked about for less than a year. Mrs. Chris did not move much in town circles. She was older than Johnny, but she was one of your blonde, slim, unfruitful women, who, under the shade of a suitable hat-brim, are ageless. Mr. Chris was a heavy man, glumpy, as they say down there, a money-maker in pots, and great on the colonial markets. He made journeys to America and to Australia. His Australian journey occupied usually about 4 months. He was now on his way back from Sydney, and nearly home. Mrs. Chris had not long since inherited a moderate fortune. It must have been the fortune rendering them independent that had decided the tragic immoralists to abandon all for love. The time of the abandonment was fixed for them by circumstance, for it had to occur before the husband's return. Imagine the Orgreave business left in the hands of an incompetent irresponsible like Jimmy Orgreave. And then what of that martyr Janet? Janet and Johnny had been keeping house together, a tiny house, and Janet had had to have an operation. Women, talking together, said exactly what the operation was, but the knowledge was not common. The phrase, "have an operation," was enough in its dread. As a fact, the operation for calculus was not very serious. It had perfectly succeeded, and Janet, whom Hilda had tenderly visited, was to emerge from the nursing home at Knipe Vale within 3 days. Could not Johnny and his Mrs. Chris have waited until she was re-established? No, for the husband was unpreventably approaching, and romantic love must not be balked. Nothing could or should withstand romantic love. Janet had not even been duly warned. Hilda had seen her that very morning, and assuredly she knew nothing then. Perhaps Johnny would write to her softly from some gay seaside resort where he and his Lamont were hiding their strong passion. The episode was shocking. It was ruinous. The pair could never return. Even Johnny alone would never dare to return. "He was a friend of yours, was he not?" asked Auntie Hamps in bland sorrow of Tertius Ingpen. He was a friend, and a close friend, of all three of them. And not only had he outraged their feelings, he had shamed them, irretrievably lowering their prestige. They could not look Auntie Hamps in the face, but Auntie Hamps could look them in the face, and her glance, charged with grief and with satisfaction, said, "How are the mighty fallen, with their jaunty parade of irreligion, and their musical evenings on Sundays, with the windows open while folks are coming home from chapel?" And there could be no retort. "Another good man ruined by women," observed Tertius Ingpen, with a sigh, stroking his beard. Hilda sprang up, and all her passionate sympathy for Janet, and her disappointment and disgust with Johnny, the victim of desire, and her dissatisfaction with her husband, and her hatred of Auntie Hamps, blazed forth and devastated the unwise Ingpen, as she scathingly replied, "Mr. Ingpen, that is a caddish thing to say." She despised convention, she was frankly and atrociously rude, and she did not care. Edwin blushed. Tertius Ingpen blushed. "I'm sorry," said Ingpen, keeping his temper. "I think I ought to have left a little earlier. Good-bye, Ed. Mrs. Hamps." He bowed with extreme urbanity to the ladies, and departed. Shortly afterwards Auntie Hamps also departed, saying that she must not be late for tea at dear Clara's. She was secretly panting to disclose the whole situation to dear Clara. What a scene had Clara missed by leaving the works too soon!
Book 2, Chapter 12 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 12, Dartmoor. 1. "What was that telegram you had this afternoon, Hilda?" The question was on Edwin's tongue as he walked up Acre Lane from the works by his wife's side, but it did not achieve utterance. A year had passed since he last walked up Acre Lane with Hilda, and now, of course, he recalled the anger of that previous promenade. In the interval he had acquired, to some extent, the habit of containing his curiosity and his criticism. In the interval he had triumphed, but Hilda also had consolidated her position, so that, despite the increase of his prestige, she was still his equal. She seemed to take strength from him in order to maintain the struggle against him. During the final half-hour of the works, the enormous problem in his mind had been, not whether such and such a plan of action for Janet's welfare in a very grave crisis would be advisable, but whether he should demand an explanation from Hilda of certain disquieting phenomena in her boudoir. In the excitement of his indecision, Janet's tragic case scarcely affected his sensibility. For about 12 months Hilda had, he knew, been intermittently carrying on a correspondence as to which she had said no word to him. She did not precisely conceal it, but she failed to display it. Lately, so far as observation went, it had ceased. And then to-day he had caught sight of an orange telegraph envelope in her waste-paper basket. Alone in the boudoir, and glancing back cautiously and guiltily at the door, he picked up the little ball of paper and smoothed it out, and read the words, "Mrs. Edwin Clayhanger." In those days the wives of even prominent businessmen did not customarily receive such a rain of telegrams that the delivery of a telegram would pass unmentioned and be forgotten. On the contrary, the delivery of a telegram was an event in a woman's life. The telegram which he had detected might have been innocently negligible in 40 different ways. It might, for example, have been from Janet, or about a rehearsal of the choral society, or from a tradesman at Oldcastle, or about rooms at the seaside. But supposing that it was not innocently negligible, supposing that she was keeping a secret, what secret? What conceivable secret? He could conceive no secret. Yes, he could conceive a secret. He had conceived and did conceive a secret, and his private thoughts elaborated it.
He had said to himself at the works, "I may ask her as we go home, I shall see." But, out in the street, with the disturbing sense of her existence over his shoulder, he knew that he should not ask her. Partly timidity and partly pride kept him from asking. He knew that, as a wise husband, he ought to ask. He knew that common sense was not her strongest quality, and that by diffidence he might be inviting unguessed future trouble. But he would not ask. In the great passionate war of marriage, they would draw thus apart, defensive and watchful, rushing together at intervals either to fight or to kiss. The heat of their kisses had not cooled, but to him, at any rate, the kisses often seemed intensely illogical, for, though he regarded himself as an improving expert in the science of life, he had not yet begun to perceive that those kisses were the only true logic of their joint career. He was conscious of grievances against her as they walked up Acre Lane, but instead of being angrily resentful, he was content judicially to register the grievances as further corroboration of his estimate of her character. They were walking up Acre Lane solely because Hilda was Hilda. A year ago they had walked up Acre Lane in order that Edwin might call at the shop. But Acre Lane was by no means on the shortest way from Shawport to Bleakridge. Hilda, however, on emerging from the works, full of trouble concerning Janet, had suddenly had the beautiful idea of buying some fish for tea. In earlier days he would have said, "How accidental you are! What would have happened to our tea if you hadn't been down here, or if you hadn't by chance thought of fish?" He would have tried to show her that her activities were not based on the principles of reason, and that even the composition of meals ought not to depend upon the hazard of an impulse. Now, wiser, he said not a word. He resigned himself in silence to an extra 3/4 of a mile of walking. In such matters, where her deep instinctiveness came into play, she had established over him a definite ascendancy. Then another grievance was that she had sent George to Hambridge, knowing that George, according to a solemn family engagement, ought to have been at the works. She was conscienceless. A third grievance, naturally, was her behaviour to Ingpen, and a fourth came back again to George. Why had she sent George to Hambridge at all? Was it not to dispatch a telegram which he was afraid to submit to the inquisitors of the post office at Bursley? A daring supposition, but plausible, and if correct, of what duplicity was she not guilty? The mad, shameful episode of Johnny Orgreave, the awful dilemma of Janet, colossal affairs though they were, interested him less and less as he grew more and more preoccupied with his relations to Hilda. And he thought, not caring, something terrific would occur between us one of these days, and then his bravado would turn to panic. 2. They passed along Wedgwood Street, and Hilda preceded him into the chief poulterer and fishmonger's. Here was another slight grievance of Edwin's, for the chief poulterer and fishmonger's happened now to be the clayhanger shop at the corner of Wedgwood Street and Duck Bank. Positively there had been competitors for the old location. Why should Hilda go there, and drag him there? Could she not comprehend that he had a certain fine delicacy about entering? The place where the former sign had been was plainly visible on the brickwork above the shop front. Rabbits, fowl, and a few brace of grouse hung in the right-hand window, from which most of the glass had been removed, and in the left, upon newly embedded slabs of Sicilian marble, lay amid ice the curved forms of many fish, and behind them was the fat, white-sleeved figure of the chief poulterer and fishmonger's wife, with her great wet hands. He was sad. He seriously thought yet again, things are not what they were in this town, somehow. For this place had once been a printer's, and he had a conviction that printing was an aristocrat among trades. Indeed, could printing and fishmongery be compared? The saleswoman greeted them with deference, calling Edwin "Sir," and yet with a certain complacent familiarity, as an occupant to ex-occupants. Edwin casually gave the short shake of the head which in the district may signify "good day," and turned, humming, to look at the hanging game.
It seemed to him that he could only keep his dignity as a man of the world by looking at the grouse with a connoisseur's eye. Why didn't Hilda buy grouse? The shop was a poor little interior. It smelt ill. He wondered what the upper rooms were like, and what had happened to the decrepit building at the end of the yard. The saleswoman slapped the fish about on the marble, and running water could be heard. "Edwin," said Hilda, with enchanting sweetness and simplicity, "would you like hake or turbot, dear?" Impossible to divine from her voice that the ruin of their two favourite Orgreaves was complete, that she was conducting a secret correspondence, and that she had knowingly and deliberately offended her husband. Both women waited, moveless, for the decision, as for an august decree. When the transaction was finished, the saleswoman handed over the parcel into Hilda's gloved hands. It was a rough-and-ready parcel, not at all like the neat, stiff paper bag of the modern age. "Very hot, isn't it, ma'am?" said the saleswoman. And Hilda, utterly distinguished in gesture and tone, replied with calm, impartial urbanity, "Very. Good afternoon." "I'd better take that thing," said Edwin outside, in spite of himself. She gave up the parcel to him. "Tell cook to fry it," said Hilda. "She always fries better than she boils." He repeated, "Tell cook to fry it. What's up now?" His tone challenged. "I must go over and see Janet at once. I shall take the next car." He lifted the end of his nose in disgust. There was no end to the girl's caprices. "Why at once?" the superior male demanded. Disdain and resentment were in his voice. Hundreds of times, when alone, he decided that he would never use that voice. First, because it was unworthy of a philosopher. Second, because it never achieved any good result. And third, because it often did harm. Yet he would use it. The voice had an existence and a volition of its own without his being. He marvelled that the essential mechanism of life should be so clumsy and inefficient. He heard the voice come out, and yet was not displeased, was indeed rather pleasantly excited. A new grievance had been created for him. He might have ignored it, just as he might ignore a solitary cigarette lying in his cigarette case. Both cigarettes and grievances were bad for him, but he could not ignore them. The last cigarette in the case magnetized him. Useless to argue with himself that he had already smoked more than enough. The cigarette had to emerge from the case and be burnt, and the grievance too was irresistible. In an instant he had it between his teeth, and was darkly enjoying it. Of course Hilda's passionate pity for Janet was a fine thing, granted, but therein was no reason why she should let it run away with her. The worst of these capricious, impulsive creatures was that they could never do anything fine without an enormous fuss and upset. What possible difference would it make whether Hilda went to break the news of disaster to Janet at once, or in an hour's time? The mere desire to protect and assuage could not properly furnish an excuse for unnecessarily dislocating a household and depriving oneself of food. On the contrary, it was wiser and more truly kind to take one's meals regularly in a crisis. But Hilda would never appreciate that profound truth. Never, never. Moreover, it was certain that Johnny had written to Janet. "I feel I must go at once," said Hilda. He spoke with more marked scorn. "And what about your tea?" "Oh, it doesn't matter about my tea." "Of course it matters about your tea. If you have your tea quietly, you'll find the end of the world won't have come, and you can go and see Janet just the same, and the whole house won't have been turned upside down." She put her lips together and smiled mysteriously, saying nothing. The racket of the Hambridge and Knype steam car could be heard behind them. She did not turn her head. The car overtook them and then stopped a few yards in front. But she did not hail the conductor. The car went onwards. He had won. His argument had been so convincing that she could not help being convinced. It was too powerful even her obstinacy,
which as a rule successfully defied any argument whatever. Did he smile and forgive? Did he extend to her the blessing of his benevolence? No, he could not have brought himself to such a point. After all, she had done nothing to earn approval. She had simply refrained from foolishness. She had had to be reminded of considerations which ought ever to have been present in her brain. Doubtless she thought that he was hard, that he was incapable of her divine pity for Janet. But that was only because she could not imagine a combination of emotional generosity and calm common sense, and she never would be able to imagine it. Hence she would always be unjust to him. When they arrived home, she was still smiling mysteriously to herself. She did not take her hat off, sign of disturbance. He moved with careful tranquillity through the ritual that preceded tea. He could feel her in the house, ordering it, softening it, civilizing it. He could smell the fish. He could detect the subservience of Ada to her mistress' serious mood. He went into the dining room. Ada followed him with a tray of hot things. Hilda followed Ada. Then George entered, cleaner than ordinary. Edwin savoured deeply the functioning of his home. And his wife had yielded. Her instinct had compelled her not to neglect him. His sagacity had mastered her. In her heart she must admire his sagacity, whatever she said or looked, and her unreasoning passion for him was still the paramount force in her vitality. "Now, are you two all right?" said Hilda, when she poured out the tea and Edwin was carving the fish. Edwin glanced up. "I don't want any tea," she said. "I couldn't touch it." She bent and kissed George, took her gloves from the sideboard, and left the house, the mysterious smile still on her face. 3. Edwin controlled his vexation at this dramatic move. It was only slight, and he had to play the serene omniscient to George. Further, the attractive food helped to make him bland. "Didn't you know your mother had to go out?" said Edwin, with astounding guile. "Yes, she told me upstairs," George murmured. "While she was washing me, she said you had to go and see Auntie Janet again." The reply was a blow to Edwin. She had said nothing to him, but she had told the boy. Still, his complacency was not overset. Boy and stepfather began to talk with the mingled freedom and constraint practised by males accustomed to the presence of a woman when the woman is absent. Each was aware of the stress of a novel, mysterious, and grave situation. Each also thought of the woman, and each knew that the other was thinking of the woman. Each, over a serious apprehension, seemed to be lightly saying, "It's rather fun to be without her for a bit, but we must be able to rely on her return." Nothing stood between them and domestic discomfort. Possible stupidity in the kitchen had no check. As regards the mere household machine, they had a ridiculous and amusing sense of distant danger. Edwin had to get up in order to pour out more tea. He reckoned that he could both make tea and pour it out with more exactitude than his wife, who often forgot to put the milk in first. But he could not pour it out with the same grace. His brain, not his heart, poured the tea out. He left the tray in disorder. The symmetry of the table was soon wrecked. "Glad you're going back to school, I suppose?" said Edwin satirically. George nodded. He was drinking, and he glanced at Edwin over the rim of the cup. He had grown much in 12 months, and was more than 12 months older. Edwin was puzzled by the almost sudden developments of his intelligence. Sometimes the boy was just like a young man. His voice had become a little uncertain. He still showed the greatest contempt for his fingernails, but he had truly discovered the toothbrush, and was preaching it at school among a population that scoffed, yet was impressed. "Yes, I'm glad," he answered. "Oh, you're glad, are you?" "Well, I'm glad in a way. A boy does have to go to school, doesn't he, Uncle? And the sooner it's over, the better. I tell you what I should like. I should like to go to school night and day and have no holidays till it was all done. I should think you could save at least 3 years with that."
A bit hard on the masters, wouldn't it be?
I never thought of that. Of course it would never be over for them. I expect they gradually die.
Then you don't like school?
George shook his head. Did you like school, Uncle?
Edwin shook his head. They both laughed.
Uncle, can I leave school when I'm 16?
I've told you once.
Yes, I know, but did you mean it? People change so.
I told you you could leave school when you're 16 if you pass the London Matric.
But what good's the London Matric to an architect? Mr. Orgreave says it isn't any good anyway.
When did he tell you that?
Yesterday.
Well, not so long since you were all for being a stock breeder.
I was only pretending to myself.
George smiled. Well, fetch me my cigarettes off the mantelpiece in the drawing-room.
The boy ran off, eager to serve, and Edwin's glance followed him with affection.
George's desire to be an architect had consistently strengthened, save during a brief period when the show of the North Staffordshire Agricultural Society, held with much splendour at Hambridge, had put another idea into his noddle, an idea that fed itself richly on glorious bulls and other prize cattle for about a week, and then expired. Indeed, already it had been in a kind of way arranged that the youth should ultimately be articled to Johnny Orgreave. Among many consequences of Johnny's defiance to society would probably be the squashing of that arrangement. And there was Johnny, on the eve of his elopement, chatting to George about the futility of the London matriculation. Edwin wondered how George would gradually learn what had happened to his friend and inspirer, John Orgreave. He arrived with the cigarettes, and offered them, and lit the match, and offered that. "And what have you been doing with yourself all afternoon?" Edwin inquired between puffs of smoke.
"Oh, nothing much."
"I thought you were coming to the works, and then going down to Auntie Clara's for tea."
"So I was, but Mother sent me to Hambridge."
"Oh," murmured Edwin casually.
"So your mother packed you off to Hambridge, did she?" "I had to go to the post office," George continued. "I think it was a telegram, but it was in an envelope and some money."
"Indeed," said Edwin, with a very indifferent air. He was, however, so affected that he jumped up abruptly from the table and went into the darkening, chill garden, ignoring George. George, accustomed to these sudden accessions of interest and these sudden forgettings, went unperturbed his ways. About 8:30, Hilda returned. Edwin was closing the curtains in the drawing-room. The gas had been lighted.
"Johnny has evidently written to Alicia," she burst out, somewhat breathless, "because Alicia's telegraphed to Janet that she must positively go straight down there and stay with them when she leaves the home."
"What, on Dartmoor?"
Edwin muttered in a strange voice. The very word Dartmoor made him shake.
"It isn't actually on the moor," said Hilda, "and so I should take her down myself. I've told her all about things. She wasn't a bit surprised. They're a strange lot." She tried to speak quite naturally, but he knew that she was not succeeding. Their eyes would not meet. Edwin thought, how far away we are from this morning. Hazard and fate, like converging armies.
Book 2, Chapter 13 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 13, The Departure. 1. It was a wet morning. Hilda, already in full street attire, save for her gloves, and with a half-empty cup of tea by her side, sat at the desk in the boudoir. She unlocked the large central drawer immediately below the flap of the desk with a peculiar, quick, ruthless gesture, which gesture produced a very short, snappy click that summed up all the tension spreading from Hilda's mind throughout the house and even into the town.
It had been decided that in order to call for Janet at the nursing home and catch the crew train at Knype for the Bristol and South West of England connection, Hilda must leave the house at 5 minutes to 9. This great fact was paramount in the minds of various people besides Hilda. Ada, upstairs, stood bent and flushed over a huge portmanteau into which she was putting the last things, while George hindered her by simultaneously tying to the leather handle a wet label, finely directed by himself in architectural characters. The cook in the kitchen was preparing the master's 9 o'clock breakfast with new solicitudes caused by a serious sense of responsibility. For Hilda, having informed her in moving tones that the master's welfare in the mistress' absence would depend finally on herself, had solemnly entrusted that welfare to her, had almost passed it to her from hand to hand, with precautions, like a jewel in a casket. Ada, it may be said, had immediately felt the weight of the cook's increased importance. Edwin and the clerks of the works knew that Edwin had to be home for breakfast at 9:15 instead of 9, and that he must not be late, as Mrs. Clayhanger had a train to catch, and accordingly the morning's routines of the office was modified. And finally, a short old man in a rainy stable-yard in Acre Parade, between Acre Lane and Oldcastle Street, struggling to force a collar over the head of a cab-horse that towered above his own head, was already blasphemously excited by those pessimistic apprehensions about the flight of time, which 40 years of train-catching had never sufficed to allay in him. As for Janet, she alone in her weakness and her submissiveness was calm. The nurse and Hilda understood one another, and she was leaving it all to them. Hilda opened the drawer, half lifting the flap of the desk to disclose its contents. It was full of odd papers, letters, bills, blotting paper, doorknobs, finger-plates, envelopes, and a small book or two. A prejudiced observer, such as Edwin, might have said that the drawer was extremely untidy. But to Hilda, who had herself put in each item separately, and each for a separate reason, the drawer was not untidy, for her intelligence knew the plan of it, and every item as it caught her eye suggested a justifying reason, and a good one. Nevertheless, she formed an intention to tidy out the drawer, the only drawer on the desk with a safe lock, upon her return home. She felt at the back of the drawer, drew forth the drawer a little further, and felt again, vainly. A doubt of her own essential orderliness crossed her mind. Surely I can't have put those letters anywhere else. Surely I've not mislaid them. Then she closed the flap of the desk and pulled the drawer right out, letting it rest on her knees. Yes, the packet was there, hidden, and so was another packet of letters, in the handwriting of Edwin. She was reassured. She knew she was tidy, had always been tidy, and Edwin's innuendos to the contrary were inexcusable. Jerking the drawer irregularly back by force into its place, she locked it, reopened the desk, laid the packet on the writing-pad, and took a telegram from her purse to add to the letters in the packet. The letters were all in the same loose, sloping hand, and on the same tinted notepaper. The signature was plain on one of them, Charlotte M. Cannon, and after it, in brackets, Canonge, the latter being the real name of George Cannon's French father, and George Cannon's only legal name. The topmost letter began, Dear Madam, I think it is my duty to inform you that my husband still declares his innocence of the crime for which he is now in prison. He requests that you shall be informed of this. I ought perhaps to tell you that since the change of my religious convictions, my feelings... The first page ended there. Hilda turned the letters over, preoccupied, gazing at them and deciphering chance phrases here and there. The first letter was dated about a year earlier. It constituted the beginning of the resuscitation of just that part of her life which she had thought to be definitely interred in memory. Hilda had only once, and on a legal occasion, met Mrs. Canonge, as with strict correctness she called herself in brackets, a surprisingly old lady with quite white hair, and she had thought, What a shame for that erotic old woman to have bought and married a man so much younger than herself. No wonder he ran away from her. She had been positively shocked by the spectacle of the well-dressed, well-behaved, quiet-voiced, prim, decrepit creature with her aristocratic voice. And her knowledge of the possibilities of human nature was thenceforth enlarged. And when George Cannon, known to the law only as Connaught, had received 2 years' hard labour for going through a ceremony of marriage with herself, she had esteemed, despite all her resentment against him, that his chief sin lay in his real first marriage, not in his false second one, and that for that sin the old woman was the more deserving of punishment. And when the old woman had with strange naivety written to say that she had become a convert to Roman Catholicism, and that her marriage and her imprisoned bigamous husband were henceforth to her sacred, Hilda had reflected sardonically, "Of course it is always that sort of woman that turns to religion when she's too old for anything else." And when the news came that a deceiver had got 10 years' penal servitude, and might have got penal servitude for life, for uttering a forged Bank of England note, Hilda had reflected in the same strain, "Of course a man who would behave as George behaved to me would be just the man to go about forging banknotes. I'm not in the least astonished. What an inconceivable simpleton I was." A very long time had elapsed before the letter arrived bearing the rumour of Cannon's innocence. It had not immediately produced much effect on her mind. She had said not a word to Edwin. The idea of reviving the shames of that earlier episode in conversation with Edwin was extremely repugnant to her. She would not do it. She had not the right to do it. All her proud independence forbade her to do it. The episode did not concern Edwin. The effect on her of the rumour came gradually. It was increased when Mrs. Cannon wrote of evidence, a petition to the Home Secretary, and employing a lawyer. Mrs. Cannon's attitude seemed to say to Hilda, "You and I have shared this man, we alone in all the world." Mrs. Cannon seemed to imagine that Hilda would be interested. She was right. Hilda was interested. Her implacability relented. Her vindictiveness forgave. She pondered with almost intolerable compassion upon the vision of George Cannon suffering unjustly, month after long month, interminably, the horrors of a convict's existence. She read with morbidity reports of assizes, and picked up from papers and books, and from Mrs. Cannon, pieces of information about prisons. When he was transferred to Parkhurst in the Isle of Wight on account of ill health, she was glad, because she knew that Parkhurst was less awful than Portland. And when from Parkhurst he was sent to Dartmoor, she tried to hope that the bracing air would do him good. She no longer thought of him as a criminal at all, but simply as one victim of his passion for herself. She, Hilda, had been the other victim. She raged in secret against the British judicature, its delays, its stateliness, its stupidity. And when the principal witness in support of Cannon's petition died, she raged against fate. The movement for Cannon's release slackened for months. Of late it had been resumed, and with hopefulness. One of Cannon's companions had emerged from confinement, due to an unconnected crime, and was ready to swear affidavits. Lastly, Mrs. Cannon had written stating that she was almost beggared, and suggested that Hilda should lend her £10 towards the expenses of the affair. Hilda had not £10. That very day, Hilda, seeing Janet in the nursing home, had demanded, "I say, Jan, I don't suppose you've got £10 you could let me have for about a day or so?" and had laughed self-consciously. Janet, flushing with eager pleasure, had replied, "Of course, I've still got that £10 note the poor old Dad gave me. I've always kept it in case the worst should happen." Janet was far too affectionate to display curiosity. Hilda had posted the banknote late at night. The next day had come a telegram from Mrs. Cannon. "Telegraph if you are sending money." Not for a great deal would Hilda have dispatched through the hands of the old postmaster at Bursley, who had once been postmaster at Turnhill and knew her parents, a telegram such as hers addressed to anybody named Cannon. The fear of chatter and scandal was irrational,
but it was a very genuine fear. She had sent her faithful George with the telegram to Hanbridge. It was just as easy. Hilda now, after hesitation, put the packet of letters in her handbag to take with her. It was a precaution of secrecy which she admitted to be unnecessary, for she was quite certain that Edwin never looked into her drawers, much less would he try to open a locked drawer. His incurious confidence in her was in some respects almost touching. Certainly nobody else would invade the drawer. Still, she hid the letters in her handbag. Then, in her fashion, she scribbled a bold charactered note to Mrs. Cannon, giving a temporary address, and this also she put in the handbag. Her attitude to Mrs. Cannon, like her attitude to the bigamist, had slowly changed, and she thought of the old woman now with respect and sympathetic sorrow. Mrs. Cannon, before she knew that Hilda was married to Edwin, had addressed her first letter to Hilda Mrs. Cannon, when she would have been justified in addressing it Miss Lessways. In the days of her boarding-house it had been impossible, owing to business reasons, for Hilda to drop the name to which she was not entitled and to revert to her own. The authentic Mrs. Cannon, despite the violence of her grievances, had respected Hilda's difficulty, the act showing kindly forbearance, and it had aroused Hilda's imaginative gratitude. Further, Mrs. Cannon's pertinacity in the liberation proceedings, and her calm, logical acceptance of all the frightful consequences of being the legal wife of a convict, had little by little impressed Hilda, who had said to herself, "There is something in this old woman." And Hilda nowadays never thought of her as an old woman who had been perverse and shameless in desire, but as a victim of passion like George Cannon. She said to herself, "This old woman still loves George Cannon. Her love was the secret of her rancour against him, and it is also the secret of her compassion." These constant reflections, by their magnanimity and their insistence upon the tremendous reality of love, did something to ennoble the clandestine and demoralizing life of the soul, which for a year Hilda had hidden from her husband and from everybody. 2. It still wanted 20 minutes to 9 o'clock. She was too soon. The night before, Edwin had upbraided her sore nerves by warning her not to be late, in a tone that implied habitual lateness on her part. Hilda was convinced that she was an exact woman. She might be late, a little late, 6 times together, but as there was a sound explanation of an excuse for each shortcoming, her essential exactitude remained always unimpaired in her own mind. But Edwin would not see this. He told her now and then that she belonged to that large class of people who have the illusion that a clock stands still at the last moment when last things are being done. She resented the observation, as she resented many of Edwin's assumptions concerning her. Edwin seemed to forget that she had been one of the first women stenographers in England, that she had been a journalist's secretary and accustomed to correct the negligences of men of business, and finally that she had been in business by herself for a number of years. Edwin would sweep all that away and treat her like one of your mere brainless butterflies. At any rate, on this present occasion she was not late, and she took pride instead of shame in her exaggerated earliness. She had the air of having performed a remarkable feat. She left the boudoir to go upstairs and superintend Ada, though she had told the impressed Ada that she should put full trust in her and should not superintend her. However, as she opened the door, she heard the sounds of Ada and George directing each other in the joint enterprise of bringing a very large and unwieldy portmanteau out of the bedroom. The hour for superintendence was therefore past. Hilda went into the drawing-room, idly, nervously, to wait till the portmanteau should have reached the hall. The French window was ajar, and a wet wind entered from the garden. The garden was full of rain. 2 workmen were in it, employed by the new inhabitants of the home of the Orgreaves. Those upstarts had decided that certain branches of the famous Orgreave elms were dangerous and must be cut, and the workmen, shirt-sleeved in the rain,
was staying one of the elms with a rope made fast to the swing in the Clayhanger garden. Hilda was unreasonably but sincerely antipathetic to her new neighbours. The white-ended stumps of great elm branches made her feel sick. Useless to insist to her on the notorious treachery of elms. She had an affection for those elms, and to her amputation was an outrage. The upstarts had committed other sacrilege upon the house and grounds, not heeding that the abode had been rendered holy by the sacraments of fate. Hilda stared and stared at the rain, and the prospect of the long, jolting, acutely depressing drive through the mud and the rain to Knipe Vale, and of the interminable train journey with a tragic convalescent, braced her. "Mother!" George stood behind her. "Well, have you got the luggage down?" She frowned, but George knew her nervous frown and could rightly interpret it. He nodded. "Ought I to put Dartmoor on the luggage label?" She gave a negative sign. Why should he ask such a question? She had never breathed the name of Dartmoor. Why should he mention it? Edwin also had mentioned Dartmoor. What, on Dartmoor? Edwin had said. Did Edwin suspect her correspondence? No. Had he suspected, he would have spoken. She knew him. And even if Edwin had suspected, George could not conceivably have had suspicions of any sort. There he stood, the son of a convict, with no name of his own. He existed, because she and the convict had been unable to keep apart. His ignorance of the past was appalling to think of, the dangers incident to it dreadful. His easy confidence before the world affected her almost intolerably. She felt that she could never atone to him for having borne him. A faint noise at the front door reached the drawing-room. "Here's Nunks!" exclaimed George, and ran off eagerly. This was his new name for his stepfather. Hilda returned quickly to the boudoir. As she disappeared therein, she heard George descanting to Edwin on the beauties of his luggage label, and Edwin rubbing his feet on the mat and removing his mackintosh. She came back to the door of the boudoir. "Edwin." "Hello." "One moment." He came into the boudoir, wiping the rain off his face. "Shut the door, will you?" Her earnest, self-conscious tone stirred into activity the dormant secret antagonisms that seemed ever to lie between them. She saw them animating his eyes, stiffening his pose. Pointing to the cup and saucer on the desk, Edwin said critically, "That all you've had?" "Can you let me have £10?" she asked bluntly, ignoring his implication that in the matter of nourishment she had not behaved sensibly. £10? More? He was on the defences, as it were crouching warily behind a screen of his suspicions. She nodded awkwardly. She wanted to be graceful, persuasive, enveloping, but she could not. It was to repay Janet that she had need of the money. She ought to have obtained it before, but she had postponed the demand, and she had been wrong. Janet would not require the money. She would have no immediate use for it. But Hilda could not bear to be in debt to her. To leave the sum outstanding would seem so strange, so sinister, so equivocal. It would mar all their intercourse. "Look here, child," said Edwin, protesting. "I've given you about 40 times as much as you can possibly want already." He had never squarely refused any demand of hers for money. He had almost always acceded instantly and without inquiry to her demands. Obviously, he felt sympathy with the woman who by eternal custom is forced to ask, and had a horror of behaving as a majority of husbands notoriously behaved in such circumstances. Obviously, he was anxious not to avail himself of the husband's overwhelming economic advantage. Nevertheless, the fact that he earned and she didn't was ever mysteriously present in his relatively admirable attitude. And sometimes, perhaps not without grounds, she admitted, he would hesitate before a request, and in him a hesitation was as humiliating as a refusal would have been from another man. And Hilda resented not so much his attitude as the whole social convention upon which it was unassailably based. He earned, she knew. She would not deny that he was the unique source, and that without him there would be naught. But still she did not think that she ought to have to ask. On the other hand, she had no alternative plan to offer. Her criticism of the convention was destructive, not constructive. And all Edwin's careful regard for a woman's susceptibilities seemed only to intensify her deep-hidden revolt. It was a mere chance that he was thus chivalrous, and whether he was chivalrous or not, she was in his power, and she chafed. "I should be glad if you could let me have it," she said, grimly. The appeal, besides being unpersuasive in manner, was too general. It did not particularize. There was no frankness between them. She saw his suspicions multiplying. What did he suspect? What could he suspect? Ah, and why was she herself so timorous, so strangely excited about going even to the edge of Dartmoor? And why did she feel guilty? Why was her glance so constrained? "Well, I can't," he answered. "Not now, but if anything unexpected turns up, I can send you a cheque." She was beaten. The cab stopped at the front door well in advance of time. "It's for Janet," she muttered to him desperately. Edwin's face changed. "Why in thunder did you say so to start with?" he exclaimed. "I'll see what I can do. Of course, I've got a fiver in my pocket-book." There were a number of men in the town who made a point of always having a reserve £5 note and a telegraph form upon their persons. It was the dandyism of well-off prudence. He sprang out of the room. The door swung to behind him. In a very few moments he returned. "Here you are," he said, taking the note from his pocket-book and adding it to a collection of gold and silver. Hilda was looking out of the window at the tail of the cab. She did not move. "I don't want it, thanks," she replied coldly, and he thought, "What a fool I am." "Oh," he murmured with constraint. "You'd do it for her," said Hilda, chill and clear, "but you wouldn't do it for me." And he thought, "Why do I say such a thing?" He slapped all the money crossly down on the desk and left the room. She could hear him instructing Ada and the cabman in the manipulation of the great portmanteau. "Now, mother!" cried George. She gazed at the money, and, picking it up, shovelled it into her purse. It was irresistible. In the hall she kissed George and nodded with a plaintive smile at Ada. Edwin was in the porch. He held back. She held back. She knew from his face that he would not offer to kiss her. The strange power that had compelled her to alienate him refused to allow her to relent. She passed down the steps out into the rain. They nodded, the theory for George and Ada being that they had made their farewells in the boudoir. But George and Ada none the less had their notions. It appeared to Hilda that instead of going for a holiday with her closest friend, she was going to some recondite disaster that involved the end of marriage. And the fact that she and Edwin had not kissed outweighed all other facts in the universe. Yet what was a kiss? Until the cab laboriously started, she hoped for a miracle. It did not happen. If only on the previous night she had not absolutely insisted that nobody from the house should accompany her to Knype. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 14 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 14, Tavy Mansion. 1. Hilda and Harry Hesketh stood together in the soft, warm Devonshire sunshine, bending above the foot-high wire netting that separated the small ornamental pond from the lawn. By their side was a St. Bernard dog with his great baptizing tongue hanging out. Two swans, glittering in the strong light, swam slowly to and fro. One had a black claw tucked up on his back among downy white feathers. The other hissed at the dog, who, in his vast and shaggy good nature, simply could not understand this malevolence on the part of a fellow creature. Round about the elegant haughtiness of the swans clustered a number of iridescent Muscovy ducks, and a few white Aylesburys with gamboge beaks that intermittently quacked, all restless and expectant of blessings to fall over the wire netting that eternally separated them from the heavenly hunting ground of the lawn. Across the pond, looking into a moored dinghy, an enormous drake with a vermilion topknot reposed on the balustrade of the landing steps. The water reflected everything in a rippled medley: blue sky, rounded woolly clouds, birds, shrubs, flowers, grasses, and browny olive depths of the plantation beyond the pond, where tiny children in white were tumbling and shrieking with a nurse in white. Harry was extraordinarily hospitable, kind, and agreeable to his guest. Scarcely 30, tall and slim, he carried himself with distinction. His flannels were spotless, his white shirt was spotless, his tennis shoes were spotless, but his blazer, cap, and necktie, which all had the same multicoloured pattern of stripes, were shabby, soiled, and without shape. Nevertheless, their dilapidation seemed only to adorn his dandyism, for they possessed a mysterious, sacred quality. He had a beautiful moustache, nice eyes, hands excitingly dark with hair, and no affectations whatever. Although he had inherited Tavy Mansion and a fortune from an aunt who had left Oldcastle and the smoke to marry a Devonshire landowner, he was boyish, modest, and ingenuous. Nobody could have guessed from his manner that he had children, nurses, servants, gardeners, grooms, horses, carriages, a rent-roll, and a safe margin at every year's end. He spoke of the Five Towns with a mild affection. Hilda thought, looking at him, "He has everything, simply everything, and yet he's quite unspoilt." In spite of the fact that in previous years he had seen Hilda only a few times, and that quite casually at the Orgreaves, he had assumed and established intimacy at the very moment of meeting her and Janet at Tavistock Station the night before, and their friendship might now have been 20 years old instead of 20 hours. Very obviously he belonged to a class superior to Hilda's, but he was apparently quite unconscious of what is still the most deeply rooted and influential institution of English life. His confiding, confidential tone flattered her. "How do you think Alicia's looking?" he asked. "Magnificent," said Hilda, throwing a last piece of bread into the water. "So do I," said he. "But she's ruined for tennis, you know. This baby business is spiffing, only puts you right off your game. As a rule she manages to be hors de combat bang in the middle of a season. She has been able to play a bit this year, but she's not keen. That's what's up with her ladyship. She's not keen now." "Well," said Hilda, "even you can't have everything." "Why, even me?" he laughed. She merely gazed at him with a mysterious smile. She perceived that he was admiring her, probably for her enigmatic qualities, so different from Alicia's, and she felt a pleasing self-content. "Edwin do much tennis nowadays?" "Edwin?" She repeated the name in astonishment, as though it were the name of somebody who could not possibly be connected with tennis. "Not he. He's not touched a racket all this season. He's quite otherwise employed." "I hear he's a fearful pot in the Five Towns, anyway," said Harry seriously. "Making money hand over fist." Hilda raised her eyebrows and shook her head deprecatingly. But the marked respectfulness of Harry's reference to Edwin was agreeable. She thought, "I do believe I'm being a snob." "It's hard work making money, even in our small way, in Bursley," she said, and seemed to indicate the expensive spaciousness of the gardens. "I should like to see old Edwin again." "I never knew you were friends." "Well, I used to see him pretty often at Lane End House after Alicia and I were engaged. In fact, once he jolly nearly beat me in a set." "Edwin did?" she exclaimed. "The same. He had a way of saying things that a fellow somehow thought about afterwards." "Oh, so you've noticed that?" "Does he still?" I don't know, but he used to." "You ought to have brought him. In fact, I quite thought he was coming. Anyway, I told Alicia to invite him too, as soon as we knew you were bringing old Jan down." "She did mention it, Alicia did. But oh, he wouldn't hear of it. Works, no holiday all summer. "I'll tell you a scheme," said Harry roguishly. "Refuse to rejoin the domestic hearth until he comes and fetches you." She gave a little laugh. "Oh, he won't come to fetch me." "Well," said Harry shortly and decisively, "we shall see what can be done. I may tell you we are rather great at getting people down here. I wonder where those girls are." He turned round, and Hilda turned round. The red Georgian house, with its windows and octagonal panes, its large pediment hiding the centre of the roof, and its white paint, showed brilliantly across the hoop-studded green, between some cypresses and an ilex. On either side were smooth walls of green, trimmed shrubs forming long alleys whose floors were also green, and here and there a round or oval flower-bed, and at the edges of the garden curved borders of flowers. Everything was still, save the ship-like birds on the pond, the distant children in the plantation, and the slow-moving small clouds overhead. The sun's warmth was like an endearment. Janet and Alicia, their arms round each other's shoulders, sauntered into view from behind the cypresses. On the more sheltered lawn nearest to the house they were engaged in a quiet but tremendous palaver. Nobody but themselves knew what they were talking about. It might have been the affair of Johnny and Mrs. Chris Hampson, as to which not a word had been publicly said at Tavy Mansion since Janet and Hilda's arrival. Janet still wore black, and now she carried a red sunshade belonging to Alicia. Alicia was in white, not very clean white, and rather tousled. She was only 25. She had grown big and jolly and downright, even to a certain shamelessness, and careless of herself. Her body had the curves, and her face the emaciation, of the young mother. She used abrupt, gawky, kind-hearted gestures. Her rough affectionateness embraced not merely her children, but all young living things, and many old. For her children she had a passion, and she would say openly, as it were, defiantly, that she meant to be the mother of more children, lots more. "Hey, lass!" cried out Harry, using the broad Staffordshire accent for the amusement of Hilda. The sisters stopped and untwined their arms. "Hey, lad!" Alicia loudly responded. But instead of looking at her husband, she was looking through him at the babies in the plantation behind the pond. Janet smiled in her everlasting resignation. Hilda, smiling at her in return from the distance, recalled the tone in which Harry had said, "Old Jan," a tone at once affectionate and half contemptuous. She was Old Jan now, destined to be a burden upon somebody, and of very little use to anybody, no longer necessary. If she disappeared, life would immediately close over her, and not a relative, not a friend would be inconvenienced. Some among them would remark, "Perhaps it's for the best." And Janet knew it. In the years immediately preceding the death of Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave, she had hardened a little from her earlier soft, benevolent self, hardened to everybody save her father and mother, whom she protected. And now she was utterly tender again, and her gentle acquiescences seemed to say, "I am defenceless, and tomorrow I shall be old." "I'm going to telegraph to Edwin Clayhanger to come down for the week-end," shouted Harry. And Alicia shouted in reply, "Oh, spiffing!" Hilda said nervously, "You aren't really?" She had no intention of agreeing to the pleasant project. A breach definitely existed between Edwin and herself, and the idea of either maintaining it or ending it on foreign ground was inconceivable. Such things could only be done at home. She had telegraphed a safe arrival, but she had not yet written to him nor decided in what tone she should write. Two gardeners, one pushing a wheeled water-can, appeared from an alley and began silently and assiduously to water a shaded flower-bed. Alicia and Harry continued to shout enthusiastically to each other in a manner sufficiently disturbing, but the gardeners gave no sign that anybody except themselves lived in the garden. Alicia, followed by Janet, was slowly advancing towards the croquet lawn, when a parlour-maid tripping from the house overtook her, and with modest deference murmured something to the bawling, jolly mistress. Alicia, still followed by Janet, turned and went into the house, while the parlour-maid, with bent head, waited discreetly to bring up the rear. A sudden and terrific envy possessed Hilda as she contrasted the circumstances of these people with her own. These people lived in lovely and cleanly surroundings, without a care beyond the apprehension of nursery ailments. They had joyous and kindly dispositions, they were well bred, and they were attended by servants who, professionally, were even better bred than themselves, and who were rendered happy by smooth words and good pay. They lived at peace with everyone. Full of health, they ate well and slept well. They suffered no strain, they had absolutely no problems, and they did not seek problems. Nor had they any duties, save agreeable ones to each other. Their world was ideal. If you had asked them how their world could be improved for them, they would not have found an easy reply. They could only have demanded less taxes and more fine days. Whereas Hilda and hers were forced to live among a brutal populace and the most horrible surroundings of smoke, dirt, and squalor. In Devonshire the 5 Towns were unthinkable. The whiteness of the window curtains at Tavy Mansion almost broke the heart of the housewife in Hilda. And compare, not Hilda's handkerchief garden, but even the old garden of the Orgreaves, with this Elysium, where nothing offended the eye, and the soot nowhere lay on the trees, blackening the shiny leaves and stunting the branches. And compare the too mean planning and space-saving of the house in Trafalgar Road with the lavish generosity of space inside Tavy Mansion. Edwin, in the Bursley sense, was a successful man, and had consequence in the town. But the most that he had accomplished or could accomplish would not amount to the beginning of appreciable success according to higher standards. Nobody in Bursley really knew the meaning of the word success. And even such local success as Edwin had had, at what peril and with what worry it was won. These Heskeths were safe forever. Ah! She envied them, and she intensely depreciated everything that was hers. She stood in the Tavy Mansion garden, it seemed to her, like an impostor. Her husband was merely struggling upwards, and moreover she had quarrelled with him, darkly and obscurely, and who could guess what would be the end of marriage? Harry and Alicia never quarrelled. They might have tiffs, nothing worse than that. They had no grounds for quarrelling. And supposing Harry and Alicia guessed the link connecting her with Dartmoor Prison? No, it could not be supposed. Her envy melted into secret, deep dejection amid the beautiful and prosperous scene. "Evidently someone's called," said Harry of his wife's disappearance. "I hope she's nice." "Who?" "Whoever's called. Shall we knock the balls about a bit?" They began a mild game of croquet. But after a few minutes Hilda burst out sharply, "You aren't playing your best, Mr. Hesketh. I wish you would." He was startled by her eyes and her tone. "Honest Injun I am," he fibbed in answer, "but I'll try to do better. You must remember croquet isn't my game. Alicia floors me at it 5 times out of 6. Then the parlour-maid and another maid came out to lay tea on 2 tables under the ilex. "Barley," said Harry over his shoulder, "bring me a telegraph form next time you come out, will you?" "Yes, sir," said the parlour-maid. Hilda protested. "No, Mr. Hesketh, really, I assure you—" The telegraph form came with the tea. Harry knocked a ball against a coloured stick, and both he and Hilda sat down with relief. "Who's called, Barley?" "Mrs. Rotherworth, sir." Harry counted the cups. "Isn't she staying for tea?" "No, sir, I think not, sir." Hilda, humming, rose and walked about. At the same moment Alicia, Janet, and a tall young woman in black and yellow emerged from the house. Hilda moved behind a tree. She could hear good-byes. The group vanished round the side of the house, and then came the sound of hoofs and of wheels crunching. An instant later Alicia arrived at the ilex, bounding and jolly. Janet moved more sedately. The St. Bernard, who had been reposing near the pond, now smelt the tea and hot cakes, and joined the party. The wagging of his powerful tail knocked over a wicker chair, and Alicia gave a squeal. Then Alicia, putting her hands to her mouth, shouted across the lawn and the pond, "Nursie, nursie, take them in!" And a faint reply came. "What was the Rotherwas dame after?" asked Harry, sharpening a pencil, when Alicia had ascertained the desires of her guests as to milk and sugar. "She was after you, of course," said Alicia. "Tennis party on Monday. She wants you to balance young Truscott. I just told her so. We shall all go. You'll go, Hilda. She'll be delighted. I should have brought her along, only she was in such a hurry." Hilda inquired, "Who is Mrs. Rotherwas?" "Her husband's a big coal owner at Cardiff, but she's a niece or something of the governor of Dartmoor Prison, and she's apparently helping to keep house for dear uncle just now. They'll take us over to the prison before tennis. It's awfully interesting. Harry and I have been once." "Oh," murmured Hilda, staggered. "Now about this here wire," said Harry. "What price this?" He handed over the message which he had just composed. It was rather long, and on the form was left space for only 2 more words. Hilda could not decipher it. She saw the characters with her eyes, but she was incapable of interpreting them. All the time she thought, "I shall go to that prison. I can't help it. I shan't be able to keep from going. I shall go to that prison. I must go. Who could have imagined this? I am bound to go, and I shall go." But instead of objecting totally to the dispatch of the telegram, she said in a strange voice, "It's very nice of you." "You fill up the rest of the form," said Harry, offering the pencil. "What must I put?" "Well, you better put countersigned Hilda. That'll fix it." "Will you write it?" she muttered. He wrote the words. "Let poor mummy see," Alicia complained, seizing the telegraph form. Harry called out, "Leaks!" A shirt-sleeved gardener, half hidden by foliage across the garden, looked up sharply, saw Harry's beckoning finger, and approached running. "Have that sent off for me, will you? Tell Joss to take it," said Harry, and gave Leaks the form and a florin. "Why, Hilda, you aren't eating anything," protested Alicia. "I only want tea," said Hilda casually, wondering whether they had noticed anything wrong in her face. 2. Edwin, looking curiously out of the carriage window as the train from Plymouth entered Tavistock Station early on the Monday, was surprised to perceive Harry Hesketh on the platform. While, in the heavenly air of the September morning, the train was curving through Bickley Vale and the valley of the Plym, and through the steeper valley of the Meavy up towards the first fastnesses of the moor, he felt his body to be almost miraculously well, and his soul almost triumphant. But when he saw Harry, the remembered figure but a little stouter and coarser, he saw a being easily more triumphant than himself. Harry had great reason for triumph, for he had proved himself to possess a genius for deductive psychological reasoning and for prophecy. Edwin had been characteristically vague about the visit. First he had telegraphed that he could not come, business preventing. Then he had telegraphed that he would come, but only on Sunday, and he had given no particulars of trains. They had all assured one another that this was just like Edwin. "The man's mad," said Harry with genial benevolence, and had set himself to one of his favourite studies, Bradshaw. He always handled Bradshaw like a master, accomplishing feats of interpretation that amazed his wife. He had announced, after careful connotations, that Edwin was perhaps after all not such a chump, but that he was in fact a chump in that, having chosen the Bristol-Plymouth route, he had heard about the Sunday night train from Plymouth to Tavistock. How did he know that Edwin would choose the Bristol-Plymouth route? Well, his knowledge was derived from divination, based upon vast experience of human nature. Edwin would get stuck at Plymouth. He would sleep at Plymouth, staying at the Royal, he hoped, and would come on by the 8:01 a.m. on Monday, arriving at 8:59 a.m., where he would be met by Harry in the dog-cart drawn by Joan. The telegraph was of course closed after 10 a.m. on Sunday, but if it had been open, and he had been receiving hourly dispatches about Edwin's tortuous progress through England, Harry could not have been more sure of his position. And on the Monday Harry had risen up in the very apogee of health, and had driven Joan to the station. "Mark my words," he'd said, "I shall bring him back with me for breakfast." He had offered to take Hilda to the station to witness his triumph, but Hilda had not accepted. And there Edwin was. Everything had happened according to Harry's prediction, except that, from an unfortunate modesty, Edwin had gone to the wrong hotel at Plymouth. They shook hands in a glow of mutual pleasure. "How on earth did you know?" Edwin began. The careful, casual answer rounded off Harry's triumph, and Edwin thought, "Why, he's just like a grown-up boy." But he was distinguished. His club necktie, in all its decay, was still impressive, and his expansive, sincere goodwill was utterly delightful. Also the station, neat, clean, solid, the negation of all gimcrackery, had an aspect of goodwill to man. Its advertisements did not flare, and it seemed to be the expression of a sound and self-respecting race. The sylvan, middle-aged guard greeted Harry with deferential heartiness, and saluted Edwin with even more warmth than he had used at Plymouth. On the Sunday, Edwin had noticed that in the western country guards were not guards, as in other parts of England, but rather the cordial hosts of their trains. As soon as the doors had banged in a fusillade and the engine whistled, a young porter came and, having exchanged civilities with Harry, picked up Edwin's bag. This porter's face and demeanour showed perfect content. His slight yet eager smile and his quick movements seemed to be saying, "It is natural and proper that I should salute you and carry your bag while you walk free. You are gentlemen by divine right. By the same right I am a railway porter, and happy." To watch the man at his job gave positive pleasure, and it was extraordinarily reassuring about everything. Outside the station, the groom stood at Joan's head, and a wonderful fox-terrier sat alert under the dog-cart. Instantly the dog sprang out and began to superintend the preparations for departure, rushing to and fro, and insisting all the time that delay would be monstrous, if not fatal. The dog's excellence as a specimen of breeding was so superlative as to accuse its breeder and owner of a lack of perspective in life. It was as if the entire resources of civilization had been employed towards the perfecting of the points of that dog. "Balance the cart, I suppose, Joss?" said Harry kindly. "Yes, sir," was all that Joss articulated, but his bright face said, "Sir, your assumption that I have already balanced the cart for 3 in a bag is benevolent and justified. You trust me, I trust you, sir. All is well." The bag was stowed, and the porter got 3d, and was so happy in his situation that apparently he could not bring himself to leave the scene. Harry climbed up on the right, Edwin on the left. The dog gave one short bark and flew madly forward. Joss loosed Joan's head, and at the same moment Harry gave a click, and the machine started. It did not wait for young Joss. Joss caught the back step as the machine swung by, and levered himself dangerously to the groom's place. And when he had done it, he grinned, announcing to beholders that his mission in life was to do just that, and that it was a grand life, and he a lucky and enviable fellow. Harry drove across the Tavy, and through the small grey and brown town, so picturesque, so clean, so solid, so respectable, so content in its historicity. A policeman saluted amiably and firmly, as if saying, "I am protecting all this. What a treasure!" Then they passed the town hall. "Town hall," said Harry. "Oh." "The Duke's," said Harry. He put on a certain facetiousness, but there nevertheless escaped from him the conviction that the ownership of a town hall by a duke was a wondrous, rare phenomenon, and fine, showing the strength of grand English institutions and traditions, and meet for honest English pride. And you could say what you liked about progress. And Edwin had just the same feeling. In another minute they were out of the town. The countryside, though bleak, with its spare hedges and granite walls, was exquisitely beautiful in the morning light, and it was tidy, tended, mature. It was as though it had nothing to learn from the future. Beyond rose the slopes of the moor, tonic and grim. An impression of health, moral and physical, everywhere disengaged itself. The wayfarer, sturdy and benign, invigorated by his mere greeting. The trot of the horse on the smooth winding road, the bounding of the dog, the resilience of the cart springs, the sharp tang of the air on the cheek, all helped to perfect Edwin's sense of pleasure in being alive. He could not deny that he stood in need of a change. He had been worrying, perhaps through overwork. Overwork was a mistake. He now saw there was no reason why he should not be happy always, even with Hilda. He had received a short but nice and almost apologetic letter from Hilda. As for his apprehensions, what on earth did it matter about Dartmoor being so near? Nothing. This district was marvellously reassuring. He thought, there simply is no social question down here. "Had you breakfast?" asked Harry. "Yes, thanks." "Well, you just haven't, then," said Harry. "We shall be in the nick of time for it." "When do you have breakfast?" 9:30. Bit late, isn't it?" "Oh, no, it suits us. I say." Harry stared straight between the horse's ears. "What?" Harry murmured, "No more news about Johnny, I suppose." Edwin glanced half round at the groom behind. Harry, with a gesture, indicated that the groom was negligible. "Not that I've heard. Bit stiff, isn't it?" Edwin answered. "Bit stiff, I should rather say it was, especially after Jimmy's performance. Rather hard lines on Alicia, don't you think?" "Oh, on all of them," said Edwin, not seeing why Johnny's escapade should press more on Alicia than, for example, on Janet. "Yes, of course," Harry agreed, evidently seeing and accepting the point. "The less said, the better." "I'm with you," said Edwin. Harry resumed his jolly tone. "Well, you'd better pack a bit. We've planned a hard day for you." "Oh." "Yes, early lunch, and then we're going to drive over to Princeton. Tennis with the governor of the prison. He'll show us all over the prison. It's worth seeing." Impulsively, Edwin exclaimed, "All of you? Is Hilda going?" "Certainly, why not?" He raised the whip and pointed. "Behold our noble towers." Edwin, feeling really sick, thought, "Hilda's mad. She's quite mad. Morbid, isn't
Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 14 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. 3. At Tavy Mansion, Edwin and Harry were told by a maid that Mrs. Hesketh and Miss Orgreave were in the nursery and would be down in a moment, but that Mrs. Clayhanger had a headache and was remaining in bed for breakfast. The master of the house himself took Edwin to the door of his wife's bedroom. Edwin's spirits had risen in an instant as he perceived the cleverness of Hilda's headache. There could be no doubt that women were clever, though perhaps unscrupulously and crudely clever, in a way beyond the skill of men. By the simple device of suffering from a headache, Hilda had avoided the ordeal of meeting a somewhat estranged husband in public. She was also preparing an excuse for not going to Princetown and the prison. Certainly it was better in the Dartmoor affair to escape at the last moment than to have declined the project from the start. As he opened the bedroom door, apprehensions and bright hope were mingled in him. He had a weighty grievance against Hilda, whose behaviour at parting had been, he considered, inexcusable. But the warm tone of her curt private telegram to him, and of her almost equally curt letter restating her passionate love, were really equivalent to an apology, which he accepted with eagerness. Moreover, he had done a lot in coming to Devonshire, and for this great act he lauded himself, and he expected some gratitude. Nevertheless, despite the pacifism of his feelings, he could not smile when entering the room. No, he could not. Hilda was lying in the middle of a very wide bed, and her dark hair was spread abroad upon the pillow. On the pedestal was a tea-tray. Squatted comfortably at Hilda's side, with her left arm as a support, was a baby about a year old, dressed for the day. This was Cecil, born the day after his grandparents' funeral. Cecil, with mouth open and outstretched pink hands, of which the fingers were spread like the rays of half a starfish, from wide eyes gazed at Edwin with a peculiar expression of bland irony. Hilda smiled lovingly. She smiled without reserve. And as soon as she smiled, Edwin could smile, and his heart was suddenly quite light. Hilda thought, that wistful look in his eyes has never changed, and it never will. Imagine him travelling on Sunday, when the silly old thing might just as well have come on Saturday, if he'd had anybody to decide him.
He's been travelling for 24 hours or more, and now he's here. What a shame for me to have dragged him down here in spite of himself. But he would do it for me. He has done it. I had to have him for this afternoon. After all, he must be very good at business. Everyone respects him, even here. We may end by being really rich. Have I ever really appreciated him? And now, of course, he's going to be annoyed again. Poor boy.
"Hello, who's this?" cried Edwin.
"This is Cecil. His mummy's left him here with his Auntie Hilda," said Hilda.
A rather clever dodge of hers, thought Edwin. He liked the baby being there. He approached to the bed, and, staring nervously about, saw that his bag had already mysteriously reached the bedroom.
"Well, my poor boy, what a journey!"
Hilda murmured compassionately. She could not help showing that she was his mother in wisdom and sense. Oh, no, he amiably dismissed this view. He was standing over her by the bedside. She looked straight up at him, timid and expectant. He bent and kissed her. Under his kiss she shifted slightly in the bed, and her arms clung round his neck, and by her arms she lifted herself a little towards him. She shut her eyes. She would not lose him. She seemed again to be drawing the life out of him. At last she let him go, and gave a great sigh. All the past which did not agree with that kiss and that sigh of content was annihilated, and an immense reassurance filled Edwin's mind. "So you've got a headache?" She gave a succession of little nods, smiling happily.
"I'm so glad you've come, dearest," she said after a pause. She was just like a young girl, like a child, in her relieved satisfaction. "What about George?"
"Well, as it was left to me to decide, I thought I'd better ask Maggie to come and stay in the house. Much better than packing him off to Auntie Hamp's."
"And she came?"
"Oh, yes," said Edwin, indifferently, as if to say, "Of course she came."
"Then you did get my letter in time?"
"I shouldn't have got it in time if I'd left Saturday morning as you wanted. Oh, and here's a letter for you." He pulled a letter from his pocket. The envelope was of the peculiar tinted paper with which he had already been familiarized. Hilda became self-conscious as she took the letter and opened it. Edwin, too, was self-conscious. To lighten the situation, he put his little finger in the baby's mouth. Cecil much appreciated this form of humour, and as soon as the finger was withdrawn from his toothless gums, he made a bubbling, whirring noise, and waved his arms to indicate that the game must continue. Hilda, frowning, read the letter. Edwin sat down, ledging himself cautiously on the brink of the bed, and leaned back a little so as to be able to get at the baby and tickle it among its frills. From the distance, beyond walls, he could hear the powerful, happy cries of older babies, beings fully aware of themselves, who knew their own sentiments and could express them. And he glanced round the long, low room with its two small open windows showing sunlit yellow cornfields and high trees, and its monumental furniture, and the disorder of Hilda's clothes and implements humanizing it and individualizing it, and making it her abode, her lair. And he glanced prudently at Hilda over the letter paper. She had no headache. It was obvious that she had no headache. Yet in the most innocent, touching way she had nodded an affirmative to his question about the headache. He could not possibly have said to her, "Look here, you know you haven't got a headache." She would not have tolerated the truth. The truth would have made her transform herself instantly into a martyr, and him into a brute. She would have stuck to it, even if the seat of eternal judgment had suddenly been installed at the brassy foot of the bed, that she had a headache. It was with this mentality, he reflected, assuming that his own mentality never loved anything as well as truth, that he had to live till one of them expired. He reminded himself wisely that the woman's code is different from the man's. But the honesty of his intelligence rejected such an explanation, such an excuse. It was not that the woman had a different code. She had no code, except the code of the utter opportunist. To live with her was like living with a marvellous wild animal,
full of grace, of cunning, of magnificent passionate gestures, of terrific affection, and of cruelty. She was at once indispensable and intolerable. He felt that to match her he had need of all his force, all his prescience, all his duplicity. The mystery that had lain between him and Hilda for a year was in the letter within 2 feet of his nose. He could watch her as she read, study her face. He knew that he was the wiser of the two. She was at a disadvantage. As regards the letter, she was fighting on ground chosen by him, and yet he could not in the least foresee the next 10 minutes, whether she would advance, retreat, faint, or surrender. "Did you bring your dress clothes?" she murmured while she was reading. She had instructed him in her letter on this point. "Of course," he said manfully, striving to imply the immense untruth that he never stirred from home without his dress clothes. She continued to read, frowning, and drawing her heavy eyebrows still closer together. Then she said, "Here," and passed him the letter. He could see now that she was becoming excited. The letter was from the legitimate Mrs. George Cannon, and it said that, though nothing official was announced or even breathed, her solicitor had gathered from a permanent and important underling of the Home Office that George Cannon's innocence was supposed to be established, and that the Queen's pardon would, at some time or other, be issued. It was an affecting letter. Edwin, totally ignorant of all that preceded it, did not immediately understand its significance. At first he did not even grasp what it was about. When he did begin to comprehend, he had the sensation of being deprived momentarily of his bearings. He had expected everything but this. That is to say, he had absolutely not known what to expect. The shock was severe. "What is it? What is it?" he questioned, as if impatient. Hilda replied, "It's about George Cannon. It seems he was quite innocent in that banknote affair. It's his wife who's been writing to me about it. I don't know why she should, but she did, and of course I had to reply." "You never said anything to me about it." "I didn't want to worry you, dearest. I knew you'd quite enough on your mind with the works. Besides, I had no right to worry you with a thing like that. But of course I can show you all her letters. I've kept them." Unanswerable, unanswerable. Insincere, concocted, but unanswerable. The implications in her spoken defence were of the simplest and deepest ingenuity, and withal they hurt him. For example, the implication that the strain of the new works was breaking him, as if he could not support it and had not supported it easily. As if the new works meant that he could not fulfil all his duties as a helpmeet. And then the devilishly adroit plea that her concealment was morally necessary, since he ought not to be troubled with any result of her pre-conjugal life. And finally the implication that he would be jealous of the correspondence and might exact the production of it. He now callously ignored Cecil's signals for attention. He knew that he would receive no further enlightenment as to the long secrecy of the past 12 months. His fears and apprehensions and infelicity were to be dismissed with those few words. They would never be paid for, redeemed, atoned. The grand scenic explanation and submission which was his right would never come. Sentimentally, he was cheated and had no redress. And, as a climax, he had to assume, to pretend, that justice still prevailed on earth. "Isn't it awful?" Hilda muttered. "Him in prison all this time." He saw that her eyes were wet and her emotion increasing. He nodded in sympathy. He thought, "She'll want some handling, I can see that." He too, as well as she, imaginatively comprehended the dreadful tragedy of George Cannon's false imprisonment. He had heart enough to be very glad that the innocent man, innocent at any rate of that one thing, was to be released, but at the same time he could not stifle a base foreboding and regret. Looking at his wife, he feared the moment when George Cannon, with all the enormous prestige of a victim in a woman's eyes, should be at large. Yes, the lover in him would prefer George Cannon to be incarcerated forever. Had he not heard, had he not read, had he not seen on the stage that a woman never forgets the first man? Nonsense, all that. Invented theatrical psychology. And yet, if it was true, look at her eyes. I suppose he is innocent, he said gruffly, for he mistrusted, or affected to mistrust, the doings of these two women together, Cannon's wife and Cannon's victim. Might they not somehow have been hoodwinked? He knew nothing, no useful detail, naught that was convincing, and he never would know. Was it not astounding that the bigamist should have both these women on his side, either working for him or weeping over his woes? He must be innocent, Hilda answered thoughtfully, in a breaking voice. Where is he now? Up yon? He indicated the unvisited heights of Dartmoor. I believe so. I thought they were shifted 'em back to London before they released 'em. I expect they will do. They may have moved him already. His mood grew soft, indulgent. He conceded that her emotion was natural. She had been bound up with the man. Cannon's admitted guilt on the one count, together with all that she had suffered through it, only intensified the poignancy of his innocence on the other count. Contrary to the general assumption, you must be sorrower for an unfortunate rascal than for an unfortunate good man. He could feel all that. He, Edwin, was to be pitied, but nobody save himself would perceive that he was to be pitied. His role would be difficult, but all his pride and self-reliance commanded him to play it well, using every resource of his masculine skill, and so prove that he was that which he believed himself to be. The future would be all right, because he would be equal to the emergency. Why should it not be all right? His heart, in kindliness and tenderness, drew nearer to Hilda's, and he saw, or fancied he saw, that all their guerrilla had been leading up to this, had perhaps been caused by this, and would be nobly ended by it. Just then a mysterious noise penetrated the room, growing and growing, until it became a huge deafening din, and slowly died away. "I expect that's breakfast," said Edwin in a casual tone. The organism of the English household was functioning. Even in the withdrawn calm of the bedroom they could feel it irresistibly functioning. The gong had a physical effect on Cecil. All his disappointment and his sense of being neglected were gathered up in his throat and exploded in a yell. Hilda took him in her right arm and soothed him and called him silly names. Edwin rose from the bed, and as he did so, Hilda retained him with her left hand, and pulled him very gently towards her, inviting a kiss. He kissed her. She held to him. He could see at a distance of 2 inches all the dark, swimming colour of her wet eyes, half veiled by the long lashes, and he could feel the soft limbs of the snuffling baby somewhere close to his head. "You'd better stick where you are," he advised her in a casual tone. Hilda thought, "Now the time's come, he'll be furious, but I can't help it." She said, "Oh, no, I shall be quite all right soon. I'm going to get up in about half an hour." "But then how shall you get out of going to Princetown?" "Oh, Edwin, I must go. I told them I should go." He was astounded. There was no end to her incalculability. No end. His resentment was violent. He stood right away from her. "Tell them you should go?" he exclaimed. "What in the name of heaven does that matter? Are you absolutely mad?" She stiffened. Her features hardened. In the midst of her terrible relief as to the fate of George Cannon, and of her equal terrible excitement under the enigmatic and irresistible mesmerism of Dartmoor prison, she was desperate, and resentment against Edwin kindled deep within her. She felt the brute in him. She felt that he would never really understand. She felt all her weakness and all his strength, but she was determined. At bottom she knew well that her weakness was the stronger. "I must go," she repeated. "It's nothing but morbidness," he said savagely. "Morbidness. Well, I shan't have it. I shan't let you go. and that's flat." She kept silent, frightfully disturbed, cursing women, forgetting utterly in a moment his sublime resolves. Edwin descended to breakfast in the large, strange house. Existence was monstrous. And, before the middle of the morning, Hilda came into the garden where everyone else was idling, and Alicia and Janet fondly kissed her. She said her headache had vanished. "Sure you feel equal to going this afternoon, dearest?" asked Janet. "Oh, yes," Hilda replied lightly. "It will do me good." Edwin was helpless. He thought, recalling with vexation his last firm, forbidding words to Hilda in the bedroom. Nobody could. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 15 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 15, The Prison. 1. Harry had 2 stout and fast cobs in a light wagonette. He drove himself, and Hilda sat by his side. The driver's boast was that he should accomplish the 10 miles, with a rise of 1,000 feet, in an hour and a quarter. A hired carriage would have spent 2 hours over the journey. It was when they had cleared the town, and were on the long, straight rise across the moor towards Longford, that the horses began to prove the faith that was in them, eager, magnanimous, conceiving grandly the splendour of their task in life, and irrepressibly performing it with glory. The stones on the loose-surfaced road flew from under the striding of their hoofs into the soft, dark ling on either hand. Harry's whip hovered in affection over their twin backs, never touching them, and Harry smiled mysteriously to himself. He did not wish to talk, nor did Hilda. The movement braced and intoxicated her, and rendered thought impossible. She brimmed with emotion, like a vase with some liquid unanalysable and perilous. She was not happy, she was not unhappy. The sensation of her vitality and the kindred vitality of the earth and the air was overwhelming. She would have prolonged the journey indefinitely, and yet she intensely desired the goal, whatever terrors it might hold for her. At intervals she pulled up the embroidered and monogrammed apron that slipped slowly down over her skirt and over Harry's tennis sandals, disclosing 2 rackets and a press that lay between them. Perhaps Harry was thinking of certain strokes at tennis. "Longford!" ejaculated Harry, turning his head slightly towards the body of the vehicle as they rattled by a hamlet. Soon afterwards the road mounted steeply, 500 feet in little more than a mile, and the horses walked. But they walked in haste, fiercely, clawing at the road with their forefeet and thrusting it behind them. And some of the large tors emerged clearly into view. Cock's Tor, the Staple Tors, and Great Miz lifting its granite above them and beyond. They were now in the midst of the moor, trotting fast again. Behind and before them and on either side there was nothing but moor and sky. The sky, a vast hemisphere of cloud and blue and sunshine, with a complex and ever-elusive geography of its own, discovered all the tints of heath and granite. It was one of those days when every tint was divided into 10,000 shades, and each is richer and more softly beautiful than the others. On the shoulder of Great Miz rain fell, while Little Vixen Tor glittered with mica points in the sun. Nothing could be seen over the whole moor save here and there a long-tailed pony, or a tiny cottage set apart in solitude. And the yellowish road stretched forward, waverly, narrowing, disappeared for a space, reappeared still narrower, disappeared once more, reappeared like a thin meandering line, and was lost on the final verge. It was an endless road. Impossible that the perseverance of horses should cover it yard by yard. But the horses strained onward, seeing naught but the macadam under their noses. Harry checked them at a descent. "Walkham River," he announced. They crossed a pebbly stream by a granite bridge. "Hut circles," said Harry laconically. They were climbing again. Edwin, in the body of the wagonette with Janet and Alicia, looked for hut circles and saw none, but he did not care. He was content with the knowledge that prehistoric hut circles were somewhere there. He had never seen wild England before, and its primeval sanity awoke in him the primeval man. The healthiness and simplicity and grandiose beauty of it created the sublime illusion that civilization was worthy to be abandoned. The Five Towns seemed intolerable by their dirt and ugliness, and by the tedious intricacy of their existence. Lithography. You have but to think of the word to perceive the paltriness of the thing. Riches, properties, proprieties, all the safeties, futile. He could have lived alone with Hilda on the moor, begetting children by her, watching with satisfaction the growing curves of her fecundity. His work, and seeing her with her brood, all their faces beaten by wind and rain and browned with sun. He had a tremendous, a painful longing for such a life. His imagination played round the idea of it with voluptuous and pure pleasure, and he wondered that he never thought of it before. He felt that he had never before peered into the depths of existence, and though he knew that the dream of such an Arcadian career was absurd, yet he seemed to guess that beneath the tiresome surfaces of life in the Five Towns, the essence of it might be mystically lived, and he thought that Hilda would be capable of sharing it with him. Nay, he knew she would. His mood became gravely elated, even optimistic. He saw that he worried himself about nothing. If she wanted to visit the prison, let her visit it. Why not? At any rate, he should not visit it. He had an aversion for morbidity almost as strong as his aversion for sentimentality. But her morbidity could do no harm. She could not possibly meet George Cannon. The chances were utterly against such an encounter. Her morbidity would cure itself. He pitied her, cherished her, and in thought enveloped her fondly with his sympathetic and protective wisdom. "North Essery," said Harry, pointing with his whip to a jutting tor on the right hand. "We go round by the foot of it. There in a jiff." Soon afterwards they swerved away from the main road, obeying a signpost marked Princetown. "Glorious, isn't it?" murmured Janet, after a long silence which succeeded the light chatter of herself and Alicia about children, servants, tennis, laundries. He nodded, with a lively responsive smile, and glanced at Hilda's mysterious back. Only once during the journey had she looked round. Alicia, with her coarse, kind voice and laugh, began to rally him, saying he had dozed. A town, more granite than the moor itself, gradually revealed its roofs in the heart of the moor. The horses, indefatigable, quickened their speed. Villas, a school, a chapel, a heavy church tower, followed in succession. There were pavements. A brake full of excursionists had halted in front of a hotel. Holiday-makers, simple folk who disliked to live in flocks, wandered in ecstatic idleness. Concealed within the warmth of the mountain air, there pricked a certain sharpness. All about, beyond the little town, the tors raised their shaggy flanks, surmounted by colossal masses of stone that recalled the youth of the planet. The feel of the world was stimulating like a tremendous tonic. Then the wagonette passed a thick grove of trees hiding a house, and in a moment, like magic, appeared a huge gated archway of brick and stone, and over it the incised words, "Parcere subjectis." "Stop, stop, Harry!" cried Alicia shrilly. "What are you doing? You'll have to go to the house first." "Shall I?" said Harry. "All right. 2:35, be it noted." The vehicle came to a standstill, and instantly clouds of vapour rose from the horses. "Virgil," thought Edwin, gazing at the archway, which filled him with sudden horror, like an obscenity misplaced. 2. Less than 10 minutes later, he and Hilda and Alicia, together with 3 strange men, stood under the archway. Events had followed one another quickly, to Edwin's undoing. When the wagonette drew up in the grounds of the governor's house, Harry Hesketh had politely indicated that for his horses he preferred the stables of a certain inn down the road to any stables that hospitality might offer, and he had driven off, Mrs. Rotherwas urging him to return without any delay, so that tennis might begin. The governor had been called from home, and in his absence a high official of the prison was deputed to show the visitors through the establishment. This official was the first of the three strange men. The other two were visitors. Janet had said that she would not go over the prison, because she meant to play tennis and wished not to tire herself. Alicia said kindly that she at any rate would go with Hilda. Though she had seen it all before, it was interesting enough to see again. Edwin had thereupon said that he should remain with Janet. But immediately Mrs. Rotherwas, whose reception of him had been full of the most friendly charm, had shown surprise, if not pain. What? Come to Princetown without inspecting the wonderful prison when the chance was there? Inconceivable! Edwin might in his blunt Five-Towns way have withstood Mrs. Rotherwas, but he could not withstand Hilda, who, frowning, seemed almost ready to risk a public altercation in order to secure his attendance. He had to yield. To make a scene, even a very little one, in the garden full of light dresses and polite, suave voices, would have been monstrous. He thought of all that he had ever heard of the subjection of men to women. He thought of Johnny, and of Mrs. Chris Hampson, who was known for her steely caprices. And he thought also of Jimmy and of the undesirable Mrs. Jimmy, who, it was said, had threatened to love Jimmy no more unless he took her once a week without fail to the theatre, whatever the piece, and played cards with her and two of her friends on all the other nights of the week. He thought of men as a sex conquered by the unscrupulous and the implacable, and in this mood, superimposed on his mood of disgust at the mere sight of the archway, he followed the high official and his train. Mrs. Rotherwas' last words were that they were not to be long, but the official said privately to the group that they must at any rate approach the precincts of the prison with all ceremony, and he led them proudly, with an air of ownership, round to the main entrance where the wagonette had first stopped. A turnkey on the other side of the immense gates, using a theatrical gesture, jangled a great bouquet of keys. The portal opened, increasing the pride of the official, and the next moment they were interned in the outer courtyard. The moor, and all that it meant, lay unattainably beyond that portal. As the group slowly crossed the enclosed space, with the grim facades of yellow-brown buildings on each side, and vistas of further gates and buildings in front, the official and the two male visitors began to talk together over the heads of Alicia and Hilda. The women held close to each other, and the official kept upon them a chivalrous eye. The two visitors were friends. Edwin was left out of the social scheme, and lagged somewhat behind, like one who is not wanted, but who cannot be abandoned. He walked self-conscious, miserable, resentful, and darkly angry. In one instant the three men had estimated him, decided that he was not of their clan, nor of any related clan, and ignored him. Whereas the official and the two male visitors, who had never met before, grew more and more friendly each minute. One said that he did not know so-and-so of the Scots Greys, but he knew his cousin Trevor of the Hussars, who had in fact married a niece of his own. And then another question about somebody else was asked, and immediately they were engaged in following clues, as explorers will follow the intricate mouths of a great delta, and so unite in the main stream. They were happy. Edwin did not seriously mind that, but what he did mind was their accent. In those days termed throughout the Midlands la-di-da, an onomatopoeic description, which, falsifying every vowel sound in the language, and several consonants, magically created around them an aura of utter superiority to the rest of the world. He quite unreasonably hated them, and he also envied them, because this accent was their native tongue, and because their clothes were not cut like his, and because they were entirely at their ease. Useless for the official to throw him an urbane word now and then. Neither his hate nor his constraint would consent to be alleviated. The urbane words grew less frequent. Also, Edwin despised them because they were seemingly insensible to the tremendous horror of the jail, set there like an outrage in the midst of primitive and sane Dartmoor. Yes, their attitude said. This is a prison, one of the institutions necessary to the well-being of society, like a workhouse or an opera house, an interesting sight. A second pair of iron gates were opened with the same elaborate theatricality as the first, and, while the operation was being done, the official, invigorated by the fawning of turnkeys, conversed with Alicia, who, during her short married life, had acquired some shallow acquaintance with the clans, and he even drew a reluctant phrase from Hilda. Then, after another open space, came a third pair of iron gates, final and terrific, and at length the party was under cover, and even the sky of the moor was lost. Edwin, bored, disgusted, shamed, and stricken, yielded himself proudly and submissively to the horror of the experience. 3. Hilda had only one thought. Would she catch sight of the innocent prisoner? The party was now deeply engaged in a system of corridors and stairways. The official had said that as the tour of inspection was to be short, he would display to them chiefly the modern part of the prison. So far not a prisoner had been seen, and scarcely a warder. The two male visitors were scientifically interested in the question of escapes. Did prisoners ever escape? Never, said the official with satisfaction. Impossible, I suppose, even when they're working out on the moor. Warders are pretty good shots, eh? Practically impossible, said the official. But there is one way. He looked up the stairway on whose landing they stood, and down the stairway, and cautiously lowered his voice. Of course, what I tell you is confidential. If one of our Dartmoor fogs came on suddenly, and kind friends outside had hidden a stock of clothes and food in an arranged spot, then theoretically, I say theoretically, a man might get away. But nobody ever has done. I suppose you still have the silent system? The official nodded. Absolutely. Absolutely. How awful it must be, said Alicia with a nervous laugh. The official shrugged his shoulders, and the other two males murmured reassuring axioms about discipline. They emerged from the stairway into a colossal and resounding iron hall. Round the emptiness of this interior ran galleries of perforated iron, protected from the abyss by iron balustrades. The group stood on the second of the galleries from the stony floor, and there were two galleries above them. Far away, opposite, a glint of sunshine had feloniously slipped in, trance-piercing the gloom, and it lighted a series of doors. There was a row of these doors along every gallery. Each had a peephole, a keyhole, and a number. The longer Hilda regarded, the more nightmarishly numerous seemed the doors. The place was like a huge rabbit hutch designed for the claustration of countless rabbits. Across the whole width and length of the hall, and at the level of the lowest gallery, was stretched a great net. "To provide against suicides?" suggested one of the men. "Yes," said the official. "Good idea." When the reverberation of the words had ceased, a little silence ensued. The ear listened vainly for the slightest sound. In the silence the implacability of granite walls and iron reticulations reigned over the accursed vision, stultifying the soul. "Are these cells occupied?" asked Alicia timidly. "Not yet, Mrs. Hesketh. It's too soon. A few are." Hilda thought. "He may be here, behind one of those doors." Her heart was liquid with compassion and revolt. "No," she assured herself. "They must have taken him away already. It's impossible he should be here. He's innocent." "Perhaps you would like to see one of the cells?" the official suggested. A warder appeared, and, with the inescapable jangle of keys, opened a door. The party entered the cell, ladies first, then the official and his new acquaintances, then Edwin, trailing. The cell was long and narrow, fairly lofty, bluish-white colour, very dimly lighted by a tiny grimed window high up in a wall of extreme thickness. The bed lay next to the long wall. Except the bed, a stool, a shelf, and some utensils, there was nothing to furnish the horrible nakedness of the cell. One of the visitors picked up an old book from the shelf.
It was a Greek testament. The party seemed astonished at this evidence of culture among prisoners, of the height from which a criminal may have fallen. The official smiled. "They often ask for such things on purpose," said he. "They think it's effective. They're very naive, you know, at bottom." "This very cell may be his cell," thought Hilda. "He may have been here all these months, years, knowing he was innocent. He may have thought about me in this cell." She glanced cautiously at Edwin, but Edwin would not catch her eye. They left. On the way to the workshops they had a glimpse of the old parts of the prison, used during the Napoleonic Wars, incredibly dark, frowsy, like catacombs. "We don't use this part unless we're very full up," said the official, and he contrasted it with the bright, spacious, healthy excellences of the hall which they had just quitted, to prove that civilization never stood still. And then suddenly, at the end of a passage, a door opened, and they were in the tailor's shop, a large, irregular apartment full of a strong stench and of squatted and grotesque human beings. The human beings, for the most part, were clothed in a peculiar brown stuff, covered with broad arrows. The dress consisted of a short jacket, baggy knickerbockers, black stockings, and coloured shoes. Their hair was cut so short that they had the appearance of being bald, and their great ears protruded at a startling angle from the sides of those smooth heads. They were of every age, yet they all looked alike, ridiculous, pantomimic, appalling. Some gazed with indifference at the visitors, others seemed oblivious of the entry. They all stitched on their haunches, in the stench, under the surveillance of 8 armed warders in blue. "How many?" asked the official mechanically. 49, sir," said a warder. And Hilda searched their loathsome and vapid faces for the face of George Cannon. He was not there. She trembled, whether with relief or with disappointment, she knew not. She was agonized, but in her torture she exulted that she had come. No comment had been made in the workshop, the official having hinted that silence was usual on such occasions. But in a kind of antechamber, one of those amorphous spaces, serving no purpose and resembling nothing, which are sometimes to be found between definable rooms and corridors in a vast building imperfectly planned, the party halted in the midst of a discussion as to discipline. The male visitors, except Edwin, showed marked intelligence and detachment. They seemed to understand immediately how it was that 49 ruffians could be trusted to squat on their thighs and stitch industriously and use scissors and other weapons for hours without being chained to the ground. They certainly knew something of the handling of men. The official, triumphant, stated that every prisoner had the right of personal appeal to the governor every day. "They come with their stories of grievances," said he, tolerant and derisive. "Which often are true?" "Which are never true," said the official quietly. "Never. They are always lies, always. Shows the material we have to deal with." He gave a short laugh. "Really?" said one of the men, rather pleased and excited by this report of the universal lying. "I suppose," Edwin blurted out, "you can tell for certain when they aren't speaking the truth?" Everybody looked at him in surprise, as though the dumb had spoken. The official's glance showed some suspicion of sarcasm and a tendency to resent it. "We can," he answered shortly, commanding his features to a faint smile. "And now I wonder what Mrs. Rotherwells will be saying if I don't restore you to her." It was agreed that regard must be had for Mrs. Rotherwell's hospitable arrangements, though the prison was really very interesting and would repay study. They entered a wide corridor, one of 2 that met at right angles in the amorphous space, leading in the direction of the chief entrance. From the end of this corridor a file of convicts was approaching in charge of 2 warders with guns. The official offered no remark, but held on. Hilda, falling back near to Edwin in the procession, was divided between a dreadful fear and a hope equally dreadful. Except in the tailor's shop,
These were the only prisoners they had seen, and they appeared out of place in the half-freedom of the corridor, for nobody could conceive a prisoner save in a cell or shop, and these were moving in a public corridor, unshackled. Then she distinguished George Cannon among them. He was the third from the last. She knew him by his nose and the shape of his chin, and by his walk, though there was little left of his proud walk in the desolating, hopeless prison shuffle which was the gait of all 6 convicts. His hair was iron grey. All these details she could see and be sure of in the distance of the dim corridor. She no longer had a stomach. It had gone, and yet she felt a horrible nausea. She cried out to herself, "Why did I come? Why did I come? I'm always doing these mad things. Edwin was right. Why do I not listen to him?" The party of visitors led by the high official, and the file of convicts in charge of armed warders, were gradually approaching one another in the wide corridor. It seemed to Hilda that a fearful collision was imminent, and that something ought to be done. But nobody among the visitors did anything or seemed to be disturbed. Only they had all fallen silent, and in the echoing corridor could be heard the firm steps of the male visitors accompanying the delicate tripping of the women, and the military tramp of the warders with the confused shuffling of the convicts. "Has he recognized me?" thought Hilda wildly. She hoped that he had, and that he had not. She recalled with the most poignant sorrow the few days of their union, their hours of intimacy, his kisses, her secret realization of her power over him, and of his passion. She wanted to scream, "That man there is as innocent as any of you, and soon the whole world will know it. He never committed any crime except that of loving me too much. He could not do without me, and so I was his ruin. It is horrible that he should be here in this hell. He must be set free at once. The Home Secretary knows he is innocent, but they are so slow. How could anyone bear that he should stop here 1 instant longer?" But she made no sound. The tremendous force of an ancient and organized society kept her lips closed and her feet in a line with the others. She thought in despair, "We are getting nearer, and I cannot meet him. I shall drop." She glanced at Edwin as if for help, but Edwin was looking straight ahead. Then a warden, stopping, ejaculated with the harsh brevity of a drill sergeant, "Halt!" The file halted. "Right turn!" The 6 captives turned, with their faces close against the wall of the corridor, obedient, humiliated, spiritless, limp, stooping. Their backs presented the most ridiculous aspect. All the calculated grotesquerie of the surpassing ugly prison uniform was accentuated as they stood thus, a row of living scarecrows, who knew that they had not the right even to look upon free men. Every one of them except George Cannon had large protuberant ears that completed the monstrosity of their appearance. The official gave his new acquaintances a satisfied glance, as if saying, "That is the rule by which we manage these chance encounters." The visitors went by in silence, instinctively edging away from the captives. And as she passed, Hilda lurched very heavily against Edwin, and recovered herself. Edwin seized her arm near the shoulder, and saw that she was pale. The others were in front. Behind them they could hear the warder. "Left turn, march!" And the shuffling and Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 15, The Prison, of These Twain, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 15, Part 2. 4. In the garden of the governor's house, tennis had already begun when the official brought back his convoy. Young Truscott and Mrs. Rotherwas were pitted against Harry Hesketh and a girl of 18 who possessed a good wrist
but could not keep her head. Harry was watching over his partner, quietly advising her upon the ruses of the enemy, taking the more difficult strokes for her, and generally imparting to her the quality which she lacked. Harry was fully engaged. The whole of his brain and body was at strain. He let nothing go by, he missed no chance, and within the laws of the game he hesitated at no stratagem. And he was beating young Truscott and Mrs. Rotherwas, while an increasing and polite audience looked on. To the entering party, the withdrawn scene, lit by sunshine, appeared as perfect as a stage show, with its trees, lawn, flowers, toilettes, the flying balls, the grace of the players, and the grey solidity of the governor's house in the background. Alicia ran gawkily to Janet, who had got a box of chocolates from somewhere, and one of the men followed her, laughing. Hilda sat apart. She was less pale. Edwin remained cautiously near her. He had not left her side since she lurched against him in the corridor. He knew. He divined that which she had most feared had come to pass, the supreme punishment of Hilda's morbidity. He had not definitely recognized George Cannon, for he was not acquainted with him, and in the past had only once or twice by chance caught sight of him in the streets of Bursley or Turnhill. But he had seen among the 6 captives one who might be he, and who had certainly something of the Five Towns look. Hilda's lurch told him that by vindictiveness of fate George Cannon was close to them. He had ignored his own emotion. The sudden transient weight of Hilda's body had had a strange moral effect upon him. This, he thought, is the burden I have to bear. This, and not lithography, not riches, is my chief concern. She depends on me. I am all she has to stand by. The burden, with its immense and complex responsibilities, was sweet to his inmost being, and it braced him and destroyed his resentment against her morbidity. His pity was pure. He felt that he must live more nobly, yes, more heroically, than he had been living, that all irritable pettiness must drop away from him, and that his existence in her regard must have simplicity and grandeur. The sensation of her actual weight stayed with him. He had not spoken to her. He dared not. He had scarcely met her eyes. But he was ready for any emergency. Every now and then in the garden, Hilda glanced over her shoulder at the house, as though her gaze could pierce the house and see the sinister prison beyond. The set ended, to Harry Hesketh's satisfaction, and another set being arranged, he and Mrs. Rotherwas, athletic in a short skirt and simple blouse, came walking, rather flushed and breathless, round the garden with 1 or 2 others, including Harry's late partner. The conversation turned upon the great South Wales colliery strike against a proposed reduction of wages. Mrs. Rotherwas' husband was a colliery proprietor near Monmouth, and she had just received a letter from him. Everyone sympathized with her and her husband, and nobody could comprehend the wrong-headedness of the miners, except upon the supposition that they had been led away by mischievous demagogues. As the group approached, the timid young girl, having regained her nerve, was exclaiming with honest indignation, "The leaders ought to be shot, and the men who won't go down the pits ought to be forced to go down and made to work." And she picked at fluff on her yellow frock. Edwin feared an uprising from Hilda, but naught happened. Mrs. Rotherwas spoke about tea, though it was rather early, and they all, Hilda as well, wandered to a large yew tree under which was a table. Through the pendant branches of the tree the tennis could be watched as through a screen. The prison clock tolled the hour over the roofs of the house, and Mrs. Rotherwas gave the definite signal for refreshments. "You're exhausted," she said teasingly to Harry. "You'll see," said Harry. "No," Mrs. Rotherwas delightfully relented. "You're a dear, and I love to watch you play. I'm sure you could give Mr. Truscott 15. "Think so?" said Harry, pleased, and very conscious that he was living fully. "You see what it is to have an object in life, Hesketh," Edwin remarked suddenly.
Harry glanced at him doubtfully, and yet with a certain ingenuous admiration. At the same time a white ball rolled near the tree. He ducked under the trailing branches, returned the ball, and moved slowly towards the court. "Alicia tells me you're very old friends of theirs," said Mrs. Rotherwas agreeably to Hilda. Hilda smiled quietly. "Yes, we are, both of us." Who could have guessed now that her condition was not absolutely normal? "Charming people, aren't they, the Heskeths?" said Mrs. Rotherwas. "Perfectly charming. They're an ideal couple. And I do like their house. It's so deliciously quaint, isn't it, Mary?" "Lovely," agreed the young girl. It was an ideal world, full of ideal beings. Soon after tea, the irresistible magnetism of Alicia's babies drew Alicia off the moor, and with her the champion player, Janet, Hilda, and Edwin. Mrs. Rotherwas let them go with regret, adorably expressed. Harry would have liked to stay, but on the other hand he was delightfully ready to yield to Alicia. 5. On arriving at Tavy Mansion, Hilda announced that she would lie down. She told Edwin in an exhausted but friendly voice that she needed only rest, and he comprehended, rightly, that he was to leave her. Not a word was said between them as to the events within the prison. He left her, and spent the time before dinner with Harry Hesketh, who had the idea of occupying their leisure with a short game of bowls, for which it was necessary to remove the croquet hoops. Hilda undressed and got into bed. Soon afterwards, both Alicia, with an infant, and Janet came to see her. Had Janet been alone, Hilda might conceivably, in her weakness, have surrendered the secret to her, in exchange for that soft and persuasive sympathy of which Janet was the mistress. But the presence of Alicia made a confidence impossible, and Hilda was glad. She plausibly fibbed to both sisters, and immediately afterwards the household knew that Hilda would not appear at dinner. There was not the slightest alarm or apprehension, for the affair explained itself in the simplest way. Hilda had had a headache in the morning, and had been wrong to go out. She was now merely paying for the indiscretion. She would be quite recovered the next day. Alicia whispered a word to her husband, who, besides, was not apt easily to get nervous about anything except his form at games. Edwin also, with his 5 Towns habit of mind, soberly belittled the indisposition. The household remained natural and gay. When Edwin went upstairs to prepare for dinner, moving very quietly, his wife had her face towards the wall and away from the light. He came round the bed to look at her. "I'm all right," she murmured. "Want nothing at all?" he asked with nervous gruffness. She shook her head. Very impatiently she awaited his departure, exasperated more than she had ever been by his precise deliberation over certain details of his toilet. As soon as he was gone, she began to cry, but the tears came so gently from her eyes that the weeping was as passive, as independent of volition, as the escape of blood from a wound. She had a grievance against Edwin. At the crisis in the prison she had blamed herself for not submitting to his guidance, but now she had reacted against all such accusations, and her grievance amounted to just an indictment of his common sense, his quietude, his talent for keeping out of harm's way, his lack of violent impulses, his formidable respectability. She was a rebel. He was not. He would never do anything wrong, or even perilous. Never, never would he find himself in need of a friend's help. He would always direct his course so that society would protect him. He was a firm part of the structure of society. He was the enemy of impulses. When he foresaw a danger, the danger was always realized. She had noticed that, and she resented it. He was infinitely above the George Cannons of the world. He would be incapable of bigamy, incapable of being caught in circumstances which could bring upon him suspicion of any crime whatever. Yet for her, the George Cannons had a quality which he lacked, which he could never possess, and which would have impossibly perfected him. a quality heroic, foolish, martyr-like. She was almost ready to decide that his complete social security was due to cowardice and resulted in self-righteousness. Could he really feel pity, as she felt it, for the despised and rejected, and a hatred of injustice equal to hers? These two emotions were burning her up. Again and again, ceaselessly, her mind ran round the circle of George Cannon's torture and the callousness of society. He had sinned, and she had loathed him, but both his sin and her loathing were the fruit of passion. He had been a proud man, and she had shared his pride. Now he was broken, unutterably humiliated, and she partook of his humiliation. The grotesque and beaten animal in the corridor was all that society had left of him who had once inspired her to acts of devotion, who could make her blush, and to satisfy whom she would recklessly spend herself. The situation was intolerable, and yet it had to be borne. But surely it must be ended. Surely, at the latest on the morrow, the prisoner must be released, and soothed and reinstated. Pardoned? No. A pardon was an insult, worse than an insult. She would not listen to the word. Society might use it for its own purposes, but she would never use it. Pardon a man after deliberately and fiendishly achieving his ruin? She could have laughed. Exhaustion followed, tempering emotion and reducing it to a profound, despairing melancholy that was stirred at intervals by frantic revolt. The light failed. The windows became vague silver squares. Outside, fowls clucked, a horse's hoof clattered on stones. Servants spoke to each other in their rough, good-natured voices. The peace of the world had its effect on her, unwilling though she was. Then there was a faint tap at the door. She made no reply, and shut her eyes. The door gently opened, and someone tripped delicately in. She heard movements at the washstand. One of the maids. A match was struck. The blinds were stealthily lowered, the curtains drawn, garments were gathered together, and at last the door closed again. She opened her eyes. The room was very dimly illuminated. A night-light under a glass hemisphere of pale rose stood on the dressing-table. By magic, order had been restored. A glinting copper ewer of hot water stood in the whiteness of the basin, with a towel over it. The blue blinds, revealed by the narrowness of the red curtains, stirred in the depths of the windows. Each detail of the chamber was gradually disclosed, and the chamber was steeped in the first tranquillity of the night. Not a sound could be heard. Through the depths of her bitterness there rose slowly the sensation of the beauty of existence, even in its sadness. A long time afterwards it occurred to her in the obscurity that the bed was tumbled. She must have turned over and over. The bed must be arranged before Edwin came. He had to share it. After all, he had committed no fault. He was entirely innocent. She and fate between them had inflicted these difficulties and these solicitudes upon him. He had said little or nothing, but he was sympathetic. When she had stumbled against him, she had felt his upholding masculine strength. He was dependable and would be dependable to the last. The bed must be creaseless when he came. This was the least she could do. She arose. Very faintly she could descry her image in the mirror of the great wardrobe, a dishevelled image. Forgetting the bed, she bathed her face, and unusually took care to leave the washstand as tidy as the maid had left it. Then, having arranged her hair, she set about the bed. It was not easy for one person unaided to make a wide bed. Before she had finished, she heard footsteps outside the door. She stood still. Then she heard Edwin's voice. "Don't trouble, thanks. I'll take it in myself." He entered, carrying a tray, and shut the door, and instantly she busied herself once more with the bed. "My poor girl," he said with quiet kindliness, "what are you doing?" "I'm just putting the bed to rights," she answered, and almost with a single movement she slid back into the bed. "What have you got there?" "I thought I'd ask for some tea for you," he said. "Nearly the whole blessed household wants to come and see you, but I wouldn't have it." She could not say, "It's very nice of you," but she said simply to please him, "I should like some tea." He put the tray on the dressing-table, then lit 3 candles, 2 on the dressing-table and 1 on the night-table, and brought the tray to the night-table. He himself poured out the tea and offered the cup. She raised herself on an elbow.
"Did you recognize him?" she muttered suddenly, after she had blown on the tea to cool it. Under ordinary conditions, Edwin would have replied to such an unprepared question with another, petulant and impatient. "Recognize who?" pretending that he did not understand the allusion. But now he made no pretences. "Not quite," he said, "but I knew at once. I could see which of them it must be." The subject at last opened between them. Hilda felt an extraordinary solace and relief. He stood by the bedside, in black, with a great breastplate of white, his hair rough, his hands in his pockets. She thought he had a fine face. She thought of him as, at such a time, her superior. She wanted powerfully to adopt his attitude, to believe in everything he said. They were talking together in safety, quietly, gravely, amicably, withdrawn and safe in the strange house. He, benevolent and assuaging and comprehending, she, desiring the balm which he could give. It seemed to her that they had never talked to each other in such tones. "Isn't it awful, awful?" she exclaimed. "It is," said Edwin, and added carefully, tenderly, "I suppose he is innocent." She might have flown at him. "That's just like you to assume he isn't." But she replied, "I'm quite sure of it. I say, I want you to read all the letters I've had from Mrs. Cannon. I've got them here. They're in my bag there. Read them now. Of course, I always meant to show them to you." "All right," he agreed, drew up a chair to the dressing-table where the bag was, found the letters, and read them. She waited. As he read one letter, put it down, read another, laid it precisely upon the first one, with his terrible exactitude and orderliness, and so on through the whole packet. "Yes," said he at the end, "I should say he's innocent this time, right enough." "But something ought to be done," she cried. "Don't you think something ought to be done, Edwin?" "Something has been done. Something is being done." "But something else." He got up and walked about the room. "There's only one thing to be done," he said. He came towards her and stood over her again, and the candle on the night-table lighted his chin and the space between his eyelashes and his eyebrows. He timidly touched her hair, caressing it. They were absolutely at their ease together in the intimacy of the bedroom. In her brief relations with George Cannon, there had not been time to establish anything like such intimacy. With George Cannon she had always had the tremors of the fawn. "What is it?" "Wait, that's all. It's not the slightest use trying to hurry these public departments. You can't do it. You only get annoyed for nothing at all. You can take that from me, my child." He spoke with such delicate persuasiveness, such an evident desire to be helpful, that Hilda was convinced and grew resigned. It did not occur to her that he had made a tremendous resolve which had raised him above the Edwin she knew. She thought she had hitherto misjudged and underrated him. "I wanted to explain to you about that £10, she said. That's all right, said he hastily. "But I must tell you. You saw Mrs. Cannon's letter asking me for money. Well, I borrowed the £10 from Janet, so of course I had to pay it back, hadn't I?" "How is Janet?" he asked in a new, lighter tone. "She seems to be going on splendidly, don't you think so?" "Well, then we'll go home tomorrow." "Shall we?" She lifted her arms, and he bent. She was crying.
In a moment she was sobbing. She gave him violent kisses amid her sobs, and held him close to her until the fit passed. Then she said, in her voice reduced to that of a child, "What time's the train?" Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 16 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 16, The Ghost. 1. It was 6:30. The autumn dusk had already begun to fade, and in the damp air, cold, grimy, and vaporous, men with scarves round their necks, and girls with shawls over their heads, or hatted and even gloved, were going home from work past the petty shops, where sweets, tobacco, fried fish, chitterlings, groceries, and novelettes were sold among enamelled advertisements of magic soaps. In the feeble and patchy illumination of the footpaths, which left the middle of the streets and the upper air all obscure, the chilled, preoccupied people passed each other rapidly, like phantoms, emerging out of one mystery and disappearing into another. Everywhere, behind the fanlights and shaded windows of cottages, domesticity was preparing the warm relaxations of the night. Amid the streets of little buildings, the lithographic establishment, with a yellow oblong here and there illuminated in its dark facades, stood up high, larger than reality, more important and tyrannic, one of the barracks, one of the prisons, one of the money-works, where a single man or a small group of men, by brains and vigour and rigour, exploited the populace. Edwin, sitting late in his private office behind those facades, was not unaware of the sensation of being an exploiter. By his side, on the large flat desk, lay a copy of the afternoon's Signal, containing an account of the breaking up by police of an open-air meeting of confessed anarchists on the previous day at Manchester. Manchester was, and is still, physically and morally very close to the Five Towns, which respect it more than they respect London. An anarchist meeting at Manchester was indeed an uncomfortable portent for the Five Towns. Enormous strikes, like civil wars at stalemate, characterized the autumn as they had characterized the spring, affecting directly or indirectly every industry, and weakening the prestige of government, conventions, wealth, and success. Edwin was successful. It was because he was successful that he was staying late, and that a clerk in the outer office was staying late, and that windows were illuminated here and there in the facades. Holding in his hand the wage-book, he glanced down the long columns of names and amounts. Some names conveyed nothing to him, but most of them raised definite images in his mind, of big men, roughs, decent clerks with wristbands, undersized pale machinists, intensely respectable skilled artisans and draftsmen, thin ragged lads, greasy slatternly pale girls, and one or two fat women, all dirty, and working with indifference in dirt. Most of them kowtowed to him, some did not, some scowled askance. But they were all dependent on him. Not one of them would be prodigiously alarmed and inconvenienced, to say nothing of going hungry, if he did not pay wages the next morning. The fact was, he could distribute ruin with a gesture, and nobody could bring him to book. Something wrong. Under the influence of strikes and anarchist meetings, he felt with foreboding and even with a little personal alarm that something was wrong. Those greasy, slatternly girls, for instance, with their coarse charm and their sexuality, they were underpaid. They received as much as other girls on pot banks, perhaps more, but they were underpaid. What chance had they? He was getting richer every day, and safer, except for the vague menace. Yet he could not appreciably improve their lot, partly for business reasons, partly because any attempt to do so would bring the community about his ears, and he would be labelled as a doctrinaire and a fool, and partly because his own common sense was against such a move. Not those girls, not his works, not this industry, and that was wrong. All was wrong.
and it was impossible to imagine any future period when all would not be wrong. Perfection was a desolating thought. Nevertheless, the struggle towards it was instinctive and had to go on. The danger was, in Edwin's eyes, of letting that particular struggle monopolize one's energy. Well, he would not let it. He did a little here and a little there, and he voted democratically, and in his heart was most destructively sarcastic about Toryism. And for the rest, he relished the adventure of existence, and took the best he conscientiously could, and thought pretty well of himself as a lover of his fellow men. If he was born to be a master, he would be one, and not spend his days in trying to overthrow mastery. He was tired that evening. He had a slight headache, he certainly had worries. But he was not unhappy on the throbbing, tossing steamer of humanity. Nobody could seem less adventurous than he seemed, with his timidities and his love of moderation, comfort, regularity, and security. Yet his nostrils would sniff to the supreme and all-embracing adventure. He heard Hilda's clear voice in the outer office. "Mr. Clayhanger in there?" And the clerk's somewhat nervously agitated reply, repeating several times in eager affirmative. And he himself, the master, though still all alone in the sanctum, at once pretended to be very busy. Her presence was thus often to produce an excitation in the organism of the business. She was so foreign to it, so unsoiled by it, so aloof from it, so much more gracious, civilized, enigmatic than anything that the business could show. And fundamentally, she was the cause of the business. It was all for her. It existed with its dirt, noise, crudity, strain, and eternal effort so that she might exist in her elegance, her disturbing femininity, her restricted and deep affections, her irrational capriciousness, and her strange, brusque common sense. The clerks and some of the women felt this. Big James certainly felt it, and Edwin felt it and denied it to himself more than anybody. There was no economic justice in the arrangement. She would come in veiled, her face mysterious behind the veil, and after a few minutes she would delicately lift her gloved fingers to the veil and raise it, and her dark, pale, vivacious face would be disclosed. "Here I am." And the balance was even, her debt paid. That was how it was. In the month that had passed since the visit to Dartmoor, Edwin, despite his resolve to live heroically and philosophically, had sometimes been forced into the secret attitude. This woman will kill me, but without her I shouldn't be interested enough to live. He was sometimes morally above her to the point of priggishness, and sometimes incredibly below her, but for the most part living in a different dimension. She had heard nothing further from Mrs. Cannon. She knew nothing of the bigamist's fate, though more than once she had written for news. Her moods were unpredictable and disconcerting, and as her moods constituted the chief object of Edwin's study, the effect on him was not tranquilizing. At the start he had risen to the difficulty of the situation, but he could not permanently remain at that height, and the situation had apparently become stationary. His exasperations, both concealed and open, were not merely unworthy of a philosopher, they were unworthy of a common man. Why be annoyed, he would say to himself, but he was annoyed. The tone, the right tone, he would remind himself. Surely he could remember to command his voice to the right tone. But no, he could not. He could infallibly remember to wind up his watch, but he could not remember that. Moreover, he felt, as he had felt before, on occasions, that no amount of right tone would keep their relation smooth, for the reason that principles were opposed. Could she not see? Well, she could not. There she was, entire, unalterable, impossible to chip inconvenient pieces off her. He must take her or leave her, and she could not see, or she would not, which in practice was the same thing. And yet some of the most exquisite moments of their union had occurred during that feverish and unquiet month, moments of absolute surrender and devotion on her part, of protected love on his, and also long moments of peace. With the early commencements of autumn, all the family had resumed the pursuit of letters with a certain ardour.
A startling feminist writer, and the writer whose parentage and whose very name lay in the Five Towns, who had recreated the East, and whose vogue was a passion among the lettered. Both these had published books whose success was extreme and genuine. And in the curtained, gaslit drawing-room of a night, Hilda would sit rejoicing over the triumphant satire of the woman novelist, and Edwin and George would lounge in impossible postures, each mesmerized by a story of the Anglo-Indian. And between chapters, Edwin might rouse himself from the enchantment sufficiently to reflect, "How indescribably agreeable these evenings are." And 10 to 1 he would say aloud with full severity, "George, bed." And George, a fine judge of genuineness and severity, would murmur carelessly, "All right, I'm going," and not go. And now, Edwin in the office thought, "She's come to fetch me away." He was gratified, but he must not seem to be gratified. The sanctity of business from invasion had to be upheld. He frowned, feigning more diligently than ever to be occupied. She came in with that air at once apologetic and defiant that wives have in affronting the sacred fastness. Nobody could have guessed that she had ever been a businesswoman, arriving regularly at just such an office every morning, shorthand writing, twisting a copying press, filing, making appointments. Nobody could have guessed that she had ever been in business for herself, and had known how sixpence was added to sixpence, and a week's profit lost in an hour. All such knowledge had apparently dropped from her like an excrescence, had vanished like a temporary disfigurement, and she looked upon commerce with the uncomprehending, careless, and yet impressed eyes of a young girl. "Hello, missus," he exclaimed casually. Then George came in. Since the visit to Dartmoor, Hilda had much increased her intimacy with George, spending a lot of time with him, walking with him, and exploring in a sisterly and reassuring manner his most private life. George liked it, but it occasionally irked him, and he would give a hint to Edwin that mother needed to be handled at times. "You needn't come in here, George," said Hilda. "Well, can I go into the engine-house?" George suggested. Edwin had always expected that he would prefer the machine-room, but the engine-house was his haunt, probably because it was dirty, fiery, and stuffy. "No, you can't," said Edwin. "Pratt's gone by this, and it's shut up." "No, it isn't. Pratt's there." "Oh, all right." "Shut the door, dear," said Hilda. "Hooray!" George ran off and banged the glass door. Hilda, glancing by habit at the unsightly details of the deteriorating room, walked round the desk. With apprehension, Edwin saw resolve and perturbation in her face. He was about to say, "Look here, infant, I'm supposed to be busy," but he refrained. Holding out a letter which she nervously snatched from her bag, Hilda said, "I've just had this by the afternoon post. Read it." He recognized at once the sloping handwriting, but the paper was different. It was a mere torn half-sheet of very cheap notepaper. He read, "Dear Mrs. Clayhanger, just a line to say that my husband is at last discharged. It has been weary waiting. We are together, and I am looking after him. With renewed thanks for your sympathy and help, believe me, sincerely yours, Charlotte M. Cannon." The signature was scarcely legible. There was no address, no date. Edwin's first flitting, despicable masculine thought was, "She doesn't say anything about that £10. It fled. He was happy in an intense relief that affected all his being. He said to himself, "Now that's over, we can begin again." "Well," he murmured, "that's all right. Didn't I always tell you it would take some time? That's all right." He gazed at the paper, waving it in his hand as he held it by one corner. He perceived that it was the letter of a jealous woman who had got what she wanted and meant to hold it, and entirely to herself, and his mood became somewhat sardonic. "Very curt, isn't it?" said Hilda strangely. "And after all this time, too." He looked up at her, turning his head sideways to catch her eyes. "That letter," he said in a voice as strange as Hilda's, "that letter is exactly what it ought to be. It could not possibly have been better turned.
You don't want to keep it, I suppose, do you? No, she muttered. He tore it into very small pieces and dropped them into the waste-paper basket beneath the desk. And burn all the others, he said in a low tone. Edwin, after a pause. Yes? Don't you think George ought to know? Don't you think one of us ought to tell him, either you or me? You might tell him? Tell him what? Edwin demanded sharply, pushing back his chair. Well, everything. He glowered. He could feel himself glowering. He could feel the justifiable anger animating him. Certainly not, he enunciated resentfully, masterfully, overpoweringly. Certainly not. But supposing he hears from outsiders? You needn't begin supposing. But he's bound to have to know sometime. Possibly, but he isn't going to know now, any road. Not with my consent. The thing's absolute madness. Hilda almost whispered. Very well, dear, if you think so. I do think so. He suddenly felt very sorry for her. He was ready to excuse her astounding morbidity as a consequence of extreme spiritual tribulation. He added with a brusque good nature, And so will you in the morning, my child. Shall you be long? No, I told you I would be late. If you'll run off, my chuck, I'll undertake to be after you in half an hour. Is your headache better? No, on the other hand, it isn't worse. He gazed fiercely at the wages book. She bent down. Kiss me, she murmured tearfully. As he kissed her, and as she pressed against him, he absorbed and understood all the emotions through which she had passed and was passing, and from him to her was transmitted an unimaginable tenderness that shamed and atoned for the inclemency of his refusals. He was very happy. He knew that he would not do another stroke of work that night, but still he must pretend to do some. Playfully, without rising, he drew down her veil, smacked her gently on the back, and indicated the door. I have to call at Clara's about that wool for Maggie, she said with courage. His fingering of her veil had given her extreme pleasure. I'll bring the kid up, he said. Will you? She departed, leaving the door unlatched. 2. A draught from the outer door swung wide open the unlatched door of Edwin's room. What are doors for? He muttered, pleasantly impatient. Then he called aloud, Simpson, shut the outer door, and this one too. There was no answer. He arose and went to the outer office. Hilda had passed through it like an arrow. Simpson was not there, but a man stood leaning against the mantelpiece. He held at full spread a copy of The Signal, which concealed all the upper part of him except his fingers and the crown of his head. Though the gas had been lighted in the middle of the room, it must have been impossible for him to read by it, since it shone through the paper. He lowered the newspaper with a rustle, and looked at Edwin. He was a big, well-dressed man, wearing a dark grey suit, a blue Melton overcoat, and a quite new glossy boiler-end felt hat. He had a straight, prominent nose, and dark, restless eyes set back. His short hair was getting grey, but not his short black moustache. Were you waiting to see me? Edwin said in a defensive, half-hostile tone. The man might be a belated commercial traveller of a big house. Some of those fellows considered themselves above all laws. On the other hand, he might be a new customer in a hurry. Yes, was the reply, in a deep, full, and yet uncertain voice. The clerk said you couldn't be disturbed, and asked me to wait. Then he went out. What can I do for you? It's really after hours, but some of us are working a bit late. The man glanced at the outer door, which Edwin was shutting, and then at the inner door, which exposed Edwin's room. I'm George Cannon, he said, advancing a step, as it were defiantly. For an instant, Edwin was frightened by the sudden melodrama of the situation. Then he thought, I'm up against this man. This is a crisis. And he became almost agreeably aware of his own being. The man stood close to him under the gas with all the enigmatic quality of another being. He could perceive now, at any rate he could believe, that it was George Cannon. Forgetful of what the man had suffered, Edwin felt for him nothing but the instinctive, inimical distrust of the individual who has never got at loggerheads with society, for the individual who once and for always has. To this feeling was added a powerful resentment of the man's act in coming, especially unannounced, to just him, the husband of the woman he had dishonoured. It was a monstrous act, and doubtless an act characteristic of the man. It was what might have been expected. The man might have been innocent of a particular crime, might have been falsely imprisoned. But what had he originally been doing? With what rascals had he been consorting, that he should be even suspected of crime? George Cannon's astonishing presence so suddenly after his release, at the words of Edwin Clayhanger, was unforgivable. Edwin felt an impulse to say savagely, "Look here, you clear out. You understand English, don't you? Hook it." But he had not the brutality to say it. Moreover, the clerk returned, carrying, full to the brim, the tin water receptacle used for wetting the damping brush of the copying press. "Will you come in, please?" said Edwin curtly. "Simpson, I'm engaged." The two men went into the inner room. "Sit down," said Edwin grimly. George Cannon, with a firm gesture, planted his hat on the flat desk between them. He looked round behind him at the shut, glazed door. "You needn't be afraid," said Edwin. "Nobody can hear, unless you shout." He gazed curiously, but somewhat surreptitiously, at George Cannon, trying to decide whether it was possible to see in him a released convict. He decided that it was not possible. George Cannon had a shifty, but not a beaten, look. Many men had a shifty look. His hair was somewhat short, but so was the hair of many men, if not of most. He was apparently in fair health. Assuredly his constitution had not been ruined. And, if his large, coarse features were worn, marked with tiny black spots, and seemed generally ravaged, they were not more ravaged than the features of numerous citizens of Bursley, aged about 50, who saved money, earned honours, and incurred the envy of presumably intelligent persons. And as he realized all this, Edwin's retrospective painful alarm as to what might have happened if Hilda had noticed George Cannon in the outer office lessened until he could dismiss it entirely. By chance she had ignored Cannon, perhaps scarcely seeing him in her preoccupied passage, perhaps taking him vaguely for a customer. But suppose she had recognized him, what then? There would have been an awkward scene, nothing more. Awkward scenes do not kill, their effect is transient. Hilda would have had to behave, and would have behaved, with severe common sense. He, Edwin himself, would have handled the affair. A demeanour matter-of-fact and impassible was what was needed. After all, a man recently out of prison was not a wild beast, nor yet a freak. Hundreds of men were coming out of prisons every day. He should know how to deal with this man, not pharisaically, not cruelly, not unkindly, but still with a clear indication to the man of his reprehensible indiscretion in being where he then was. "Did she recognize me, down there, Dartmoor?" asked George Cannon, without any preparing of the ground, in a deep, trembling voice, and as he spoke a flush spread slowly over his dark features. Yes," answered Edwin, and his voice also trembled. "I wasn't sure," said George Cannon. "We were halted before I could see, and I daren't look round. I should have been punished. I've been punished before now for looking up at the sky at exercise." He spoke more quickly, and then brought himself up with a snort. "However, I've not come all the way here to talk prison, so you needn't be afraid. I'm not one of your reformers." In his weak but ungoverned nervous excitement, from which a faint trace of hysteria was not absent, he now seemed rather more like an ex-convict, despite his good clothes. He had become, to Edwin's superior self-control, suddenly wistful. And at the same time, the strange opening question and its accent had stirred Edwin, and he saw with remorse how much finer had been Hilda's morbid and violent pity than his own harsh common sense and anxiety to avoid emotion. The man in good clothes moved him more than the convict had moved him. He seemed to have received vision, and he saw not merely the unbearable pathos of George Cannon, but the high and heavenly charitableness of Hilda, which he had constantly douched, and his own common earthliness. He was exceedingly humbled. And he also thought sadly, this chap's still attached to her, poor devil. "What have you come for?" he inquired. George Cannon cleared his throat. Edwin waited, in fear, for the avowal. He could make nothing of the visitor's face. Its expression was anxious and drew sympathy, but there was something in it which chilled the sympathy it invoked, and which seemed to say, "I shall look after myself." It yielded naught. You could be sorry for the heart within, and yet could neither like nor esteem it. Punished for looking up at the sky. Glimpses of prison life presented themselves to Edwin's imagination. He saw George Cannon again halted and turning like a serf to the wall of the corridor. And this man opposite to him, close to him in the familiar room, was the same man as the serf. Was he the same man? Inscrutable, the enigma of that existence whose breathing was faintly audible across the desk. "You know all about it, about my affair, of course." "Well," said Edwin, "I expect you know how much I know." "I'm an honest man, you know that. I needn't begin by explaining that to you." Edwin nerved himself. "You weren't honest towards Hilda, if it comes to that." He used his wife's Christian name. To this man, with whom he had never before spoken, naturally, inevitably, he would not say, "my wife." To have said, "my wife," would somehow have brought some muddiness upon that wife, and by contact upon her husband. "When I say honest, I mean, you know what I mean. About Hilda, I don't defend that. Only I couldn't help myself. I dare say I should do it again." Edwin could feel his eyes smarting, and he blinked, and yet he was angry with the man, who went on, "It's no use talking about that. That's over. And I couldn't help it. I had to do it. She's come out of it all right. She's not harmed, and I thank God for it. If there'd been a child living, well, it would have been different." Edwin started. This man didn't know he was a father, and his son was within a few yards of him, might come running in at any moment. No, young George would not come in. Nothing but positive orders would get the boy out of the engine-house so long as the engine-man remained there. Was it possible that Hilda had concealed the existence of her child, or had announced the child's death? If so, she had never done a wiser thing, and such sagacity struck him as heroic. But if Mrs. Cannon knew as to the child, then it was Mrs. Cannon who, with equal prudence and for a different end, had concealed its existence from George Cannon, or lied to him as to its death. Certainly the man was sincere. As he said, "Thank God," his full voice had vibrated like a voice of an ardent religionist at a prayer meeting. George Cannon began again. "All I mean is I'm an honest man. I've been damnably treated. Not that I want to go into that. No, I'm a fatalist. That's over, that's done with, I'm not whining. All I'm insisting on is that I'm not a thief, and I'm not a forger, and I have nothing to hide. Perhaps I brought my difficulties about that bank business on myself. But when you've once been in prison, you don't choose your friends. You can't. Perhaps I might have ended up by being a thief or a forger. Only on this occasion it just happens that I've had a good 6 years for being innocent. I never did anything wrong, or even silly, except let myself get too fond of somebody. That might happen to anyone. It did happen to me. But there's nothing else. You understand, I never— Yes, yes, certainly, said Edwin, stopping him as he was about to repeat all the argument afresh. It was a convincing argument. No one's got the right to look down on me, I mean, George Cannon insisted, bringing his face forward over the desk. On the contrary, this country owes me an apology. However, I don't want to go into that. That's done with. Spilt milk's spilt. I know what the world is. I agree, said Edwin. He did. The honesty of his intelligence admitted almost too eagerly and completely the force of the pleading. Well, said George Cannon, to cut it short, I want help, and I've come to you for it.
Me? Edwin feebly exclaimed. You, Mr. Clayhanger. I've come straight here from London. I haven't a friend in the whole world, not one. It's not everybody can say that. There was a fellow named Dayson at Turnhill, who used to work for me. He'd have done something if he could, but he was too big a fool to be able to. And besides, he's gone, no address. I wrote to him. Oh, that chap, murmured Edwin, trying to find relief in even a momentary turn of the conversation. I know who you mean, shorthand writer. He died in the Isle of Man on his holiday 2 years ago. It was in the papers. That's his address, is it? Good old dead letter office. Well, he is crossed off the list then, no mistake. Cannon snarled bitterly. I'm aware you're not a friend of mine. I've no claim on you. You don't know me, but you know about me. When I saw you in Dartmoor, I guessed who you were, and I said to myself, you looked the sort of man who might help another man. Why did you come into the prison? Why did you bring her there? You must have known I was there. He spoke with a sudden change to reproachfulness. I didn't bring her there. Edwin blushed. It was... However, we needn't go into that if you don't mind. Was she upset? Of course. Cannon sighed. What do you want me to do? Asked Edwin gloomily. In secret he was rather pleased that George Cannon should have deemed him of the sort likely to help. Was it the flattery of a mendicant? No, he did not think it was. He believed implicitly everything the man was saying. Money, said Cannon sharply. Money. You won't feel it, but it will save me. After all, Mr. Clayhanger, there's a bond between us, if it comes to that. There's a bond between us, and you've had all the luck of it. Again Edwin blushed. But surely your wife, he stammered. Surely Mrs. Cannon isn't without funds. Of course I know she was temporarily rather short a while back, but surely... How do you know she was short? Cannon grimly interrupted. My wife sent her £10. I fancy it was £10, towards expenses, you know. Cannon ejaculated, half to himself, savagely. Never told me. He remained silent. But I've always understood she's a woman of property, Edwin finished. Cannon put both elbows on the desk, leaned further forward, and opened his mouth several seconds before speaking. Mr. Clayhanger, I've left my wife, as you call her. If I'd stayed with her, I should have killed her. I've run off. Yes, I know all she's done for me. I know without her I might have been in prison today, and for a couple of years to come. But I'd sooner be in a prison or in hell, or anywhere you like, than with Mrs. Cannon. She's an old woman. She always was an old woman. She was nearly 40 when she hooked me, and I was 22. And I'm young yet. I'm not middle-aged yet. She's got a clear conscience, Mrs. Cannon has. She always does her duty. She'd let me walk over her. She'd never complain, if only she could keep me. She'd just play and smile. Oh, yes, she'd turn the other cheek and keep on turning it. But she isn't going to have me. And for all she's done, I'm not grateful. Hag. That's what she is. He spoke loudly, excitedly, under considerable emotion. Shush! Edwin, alarmed, endeavoured gently to soothe him. All right, Cannon proceeded in a lower but still impassioned voice. But look here, you're a man. You know what's what. You'll understand what I mean. Believe me when I say that I wouldn't live with that woman for eternal salvation. I couldn't do it. I've taken some of her money, only a little, and run off. He paused, and went on with conscious persuasiveness now. I've just got here. I had to ask your whereabouts. I might have been recognized in the streets, but I haven't been. I didn't expect to find you here at this time. I might have had to sleep in the town tonight. I wouldn't have come to your private house. Now I've seen you, I shall get along to Crewe tonight. I shall be safer there. And it's on the way to Liverpool and America. I want to go to America. With a bit of capital, I shall be all right in America. It's my one chance, but it's a good one. But I must have some capital. No use landing in New York with empty pockets, said Edwin, still shying at the main issues. I was under the impression you'd been to America once. Yes, that's why I know. I hadn't any money. And what's more, he added with peculiar emphasis, I was brought back. Edwin thought, I shall yield to this man. At that instant he saw the shadow of Hilda's head and shoulders on the glass of the door. Excuse me a second, he murmured, bounded with astonishing velocity out of the room, and pulled the door to after him with a bang. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 16. Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 16 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. 3. Hilda, having observed the strange, excited gesture, paused a moment in an equally strange tranquillity before speaking. Edwin fronted her at the very door. Then she said, clearly and deliberately through her veil, Auntie Hamps has had an attack. Heart. The doctor says she can't possibly live through the night. It was at Clara's. This was the first of Mrs. Hamp's fatal heart attacks. Ah, breathed Edwin, with apparently a purely artistic interest in the affair. So that's it, is it? Then she's at Clara's? Yes. What doctor? I forget his name. Lives in Acre Lane. They sent for the nearest. She can't get her breath, has to fight for it. She jumped out of bed, struggling to breathe. Have you seen her? Yes, they made me. Albert there? Oh, yes. Well, I suppose I'd better go round. You go back, I'll follow you. He was conscious of not the slightest feeling of sorrow at the imminent death of Auntie Hamps. Even the image of the old lady fighting to fetch her breath scarcely moved him, though the deathbed of his father had been harrowing enough. He and Hilda had the same thought. At last something has happened to Auntie Hamps, and it gave zest. I must speak to you, said Hilda, low, and moved towards the inner door. The clerk Simpson was behind them at his ink-stained desk, stamping letters, and politely pretending to be deaf. No, Edwin stopped her. There's someone in there. We can't talk there. A customer? Yes. I say, Simpson, have you done those letters? Yes, sir, answered Simpson, smiling. He had been recommended as a very superior youth, and had not disappointed, despite a constitutional nervousness. Take them to the pillar and call up Mr. Bembos and tell him that I'll be round in about a quarter of an hour. I don't know as you need come back. Hurry up. Yes, sir. Edwin and Hilda watched Simpson go. Whatever's the matter? Hilda demanded in a low, harsh voice, as soon as the outer door had clicked. It was as if something sinister in her had been suddenly released. Matter? Nothing. Why? You look so queer. Well, you come along with these shocks. He gave a short, awkward laugh. He felt and looked guilty, and he knew that he looked guilty. You looked queer when you came out. You've upset yourself, my child, that's all. He now realized the high degree of excitement which he himself, without previously being aware of it, had reached. Edwin, who is it in there? Didn't I tell you it's a customer? He could see her nostrils twitching through the veil. It's George Cannon in there, she exclaimed. He laughed again. What makes you feel that? He asked, feeling all the while the complete absurdity of such fencing. When I ran out I noticed somebody. He was reading a newspaper, and I couldn't see him, but he just moved it a bit, and I seemed to catch sight of the top of his head. And when I got into the street I said to myself, it looked like George Cannon, and then I said, of course it couldn't be. And then with this business about Auntie Hamps, the idea went right out of my head. Well, it is, if you want to know. Her mysterious body and face seemed to radiate a disastrous emotion that filled the whole office. Did you know he was coming? I did not, hadn't the least notion. The sensation of criminality began to leave Edwin. As Hilda seemed to move and waver, he added, Now you aren't going to see him? And his voice menacingly challenged her and defied her to stir a step. The most important thing in the world, then, was that Hilda should not see George Cannon. He would stop her by force. He would let himself get angry and brutal. He would show her that he was the stronger. He had quite abandoned his early attitude of unsentimental callousness, which argued that, after all, it wouldn't ultimately matter whether they encountered each other or not. Far from that, he was, so it appeared to him, standing between them, desperate and determined, and acting instinctively and conventionally. Their separate pasts, each full of grief and tragedy, converged terribly upon him in an effort to meet him just that moment, and he was ferociously resisting. "What does he want?" "He wants me to help him to go to America." "You?" "He says he hasn't a friend." "But what about his wife?" "That's just what I said. He's left her. Says he can't live with her." There was a silence in which the tension appreciably lessened. "Can't live with her? Well, I'm not surprised, but I do think it's strange him coming to see you." "So do I," said Edwin dryly, taking the upper hand, for the change in Hilda's tone, her almost childlike satisfaction in the news that Cannon would not live with his wife, seemed to endow him with superiority. "But there's a lot of strange things in this world. Now listen here, I'm not going to keep him waiting. I can't." He then spoke very gravely, authoritatively, and ominously. "Find George and take him home at once." Hilda, impressed, gave a frown. "I think it's very wrong that you should be asked to help him." Her voice shook and nearly broke. "Shall you help him, Edwin?" "I shall get him out of this town at once, and out of the country. Do as I say. As things are, he doesn't know there is any George, and it's just as well he shouldn't. But if he stays anywhere about, he's bound to know." All Hilda's demeanour admitted that George Cannon had never been allowed to know that he had a son, and the simple candour of the admission frightened Edwin by its very simplicity. "Now off you go. George is in the engine-house." Hilda moved reluctantly towards the outer door, like a reproved and rebellious schoolgirl. Suddenly she burst into tears, sprang at Edwin, and putting her arms round his neck, kissed him through the veil. "Nobody but you would have helped him in your place," she murmured passionately, half admiring, half protesting. And with a backward look as she hurried off, her face stern and yet soft, seemed to appeal, "Help him." Edwin was at once deeply happy and impregnated with a sense of the frightful sadness that lurks in the hollows of the world. He stood alone with the flaring gas, overcome. 4. He went back into the private room, self-conscious and rather tongue-tied, with a clear feeling of relief that Hilda was disposed of, removed from the equation, and not unsuccessfully. After the woman, to deal with the man, in the plain language of men, seemed simple and easy. He was astounded equally by the grudging tardiness of Mrs. Cannon's information to Hilda as to the release, and by the baffling, inflexible detraction of Hilda's words. "Well, I'm not surprised." And the flitting image of Auntie Hamps fighting for life still left him untouched. He looked at George Cannon, and George Cannon, with his unreliable eyes, looked at him. He almost expected Cannon to say, "Was that Hilda you were talking to out there?" But Cannon seemed to have no suspicion that, in either the inner or the outer room, he had been so close to her. No doubt, when he was waiting by the mantelpiece in the outer room, he had lifted the paper as soon as he heard the door unlatched, expressly in order to screen himself from observation. Probably he had not even guessed that the passer was a woman. Had Simpson been there, the polite young man would doubtless have said, "Good night, Mrs. Clayhanger." But Simpson had happened not to be there. "Are you going to help me?" asked George Cannon, after a moment, and his heavy voice was so beseeching, so humble, so surprisingly sycophantic, so fearful, that Edwin could scarcely bear to hear it. He hated to hear that one man could be so slavishly dependent on another. Indeed, he much preferred Cannon's defiant, half-bullying tone. "Yes," said he, "I shall do what I can. What do you want?" £100, said George Cannon, and as he named the sum, his glance was hard and steady. Edwin was startled, but immediately he began to readjust his ideas, persuading himself that after all the man could not prudently have asked for less. "I can't give it to you all now." Cannon's face lighted up in relief and joy. His black eyes sparkled feverishly with the impatience of an almost hopeless desire about to be satisfied. Although he did not move, his self-control had for the moment gone completely, and the secrets of his soul were exposed. "Can you send it to me in notes? I can give you an address in Liverpool." His voice could hardly utter the words. "Wait a second," said Edwin. He went to the safe let into the wall, of which he was still so naively proud, and unlocked it with the owner's gesture. The perfect fitting of the bright key, the ease with which it turned, the silent, heavy swing of the massive door on its hinges, these things gave him physical as well as moral pleasure. He savoured the security of his position and his ability to rescue people from destruction. From the cabinet of the safe he took out a bag of gold, part of the money required for wages on the morrow. He would have to send it to the bank again in the morning. He knew that the bag contained exactly £20 in half-sovereigns, but he shed the lovely twinkling coins on the desk and counted them. "Here," he said, "here's £20. Take the bag, too. It'll be handier." And he put the money into the bag. Then a foolish, grand idea struck him. "Write down the address on this envelope, will you, and I'll send you 100 tomorrow. You can rely on it." "80, you mean," muttered George Cannon. "No," said Edwin, with affected nonchalance, blushing. 100. The 20 will get you over, and you'll have 100 clear when you arrive on the other side." "You're very kind," said Cannon weakly. Here's the envelope. Here's a bit of pencil." Edwin stopped him hastily. His fear of being thanked made him harsh. While Cannon was nervously writing the address, he noticed that the man's clumsy fingers were those of a day labourer. "You'll get it all back, you'll see," said Cannon, as he stood up to leave, holding his glossy felt hat in his left hand. "Don't worry about that. I don't want it. You owe me nothing." "You'll have every penny back, and before long, too." Edwin smiled, deprecating the idea. "Well, good luck," he said. "You'll get to Crewe all right. There's a train at Shawport at 8:7. They shook hands and quitted the inner office. As he traversed the outer office on his way forth, in front of Edwin, Cannon turned his head as if to say something, but, confused, he said nothing and went on, and at once he disappeared into the darkness outside. And Edwin was left with a memory of his dubious eyes, hard rather than confident, profoundly relieved rather than profoundly grateful. "By Jove," Edwin murmured by himself, "who'd have thought it? They say those chaps always turn up again like bad pennies, but I bet he won't." Simultaneously he reflected upon the case of Mrs. Cannon, deserted, but it did not excite his pity. He fastened the safe, extinguished the lights, shut the office, and prepared his mind for the visit to Auntie Hamps. 5. Hilda and her son were in the dining-room, in which the table, set for a special meal, half tea, half supper, made a glittering oblong of white. On the table, among blue and white plates and knives and forks, lay some of George's shabby schoolbooks. In most branches of knowledge, George privately knew that he could instruct his parents, especially his mother. Nevertheless, that beloved outgrown creature was still occasionally useful at home lessons, as for instance in poetry. George, disdainful, had to learn some verses each week, and now his mother held a book entitled The Poetry Reciter, while George mumbled with imperfect verbal accuracy the apparently immortal lines, "Abu Ben Adam, may his tribe increase, awoke one night from a deep dream of peace." His mother, however, scarcely regarded the book. She knew the poem by heart, and had indeed recited it to George, who, though he was much impressed by her fire, could not by any means have been persuaded to imitate the freedom of her delivery. His elocution tonight was unusually bad, for the reason that he had been pleasurably excited by the immense news of Auntie Hamp's illness. Not that he had any grudge against Auntie Hamps. His pleasure would have been as keen in the grave illness of any other important family connection, save his mother and Edwin. Such notable events gave a sensational interest to domestic life, which domestic life, as a rule, lacked. Then, through the half-open door of the drawing-room, came the sound of Edwin's latch-key in the front door. "There's Uncle!" exclaimed George, and jumped up. Hilda stopped him. "Put your books together," said she. "You know Uncle likes to go up into the bathroom before he does anything." It was a fact that the precisian hated even to be greeted on his return home in the evening, until he came downstairs from the bathroom. Hilda herself collected the books and put them on the sideboard. "Shall I tell Ada?" George suggested, champing the bit. "No, Ada knows." With deliberation, Hilda tended the fire. Her mind was in a state of emotional flux. Memories and comparisons mournfully and yet agreeably animated it. She thought of the days when she used to recite amid enthusiasm in the old drawing-room of the Orgreaves, and of the days when she was a wanderer, had no home, no support, little security, and of the brief, uncertain days with George Cannon, and of the eternal days when her only assurance was the assurance of disaster. She glanced at George, and saw in him reminders of his tragic secret father, now hidden away, forced into the background, like something obscene. Nearly every development of the present out of the past seemed to her now to be tragic. Johnny Orgreave had of course not come back from his idyll with the ripping Mrs. Chris Hampson. Their seclusion was not positively known, but the whole district knew that the husband had begun proceedings, and that the Orgreave business was being damaged by the incompetence of Jimmy Orgreave, whose deplorable wife had a few days earlier been seen notoriously drunk in the dress circle of the Hanbridge Theatre Royal. Janet was still at Tavy Mansion because there was no place for her in the Five Towns. Janet had written to Hilda, sadly, and the letter breathed her sense of her own futility and superfluousness in the social scheme. In one curt phrase that very afternoon, the taciturn Maggie, who very seldom complained, had disclosed everything of what it was to live day and night with Auntie Hamps. Even Clara, the self-sufficient, protected by an almost impermeable armour of conceit, showed signs of the anxiety due to obscure chronic disease, and a husband who financially never knew where he was. Finally, the last glories of Auntie Hamps were sinking to ashes. Only Hilda herself was, from nearly every point of view, in a satisfactory and promising situation. She possessed love, health, money, stability. When danger threatened, a quiet and unfailingly sagacious husband was there to meet and destroy it. Surely nothing whatever worth mentioning, save the fact that she was distantly approaching 40, troubled the existence of Hilda now, and her age certainly did not trouble her. Ada entered with the hot dishes and went out. At length Hilda heard the bathroom door. She left the dining-room, shutting the door on George, who could take a hint very well, considering his years. Edwin, brushed and spruce, was coming downstairs, rubbing his clean hands with physical satisfaction. He nodded amiably, but without smiling. "Has he gone?" said Hilda in a low voice. Edwin nodded. He was at the foot of the stairs. She did not offer to kiss him, having a notion that he would prefer not to be kissed just then. "How much did you give him?" She knew he would not care for the question, but she could not help putting it. He smiled and touched her shoulder. She liked him to touch her shoulder. "That's all right," he said with a faint condescension. "Don't you worry about that." She did not press the point. He could be free enough with information, except when it was demanded. Some time later he would begin of his own accord to talk. "How was Auntie Hamps?" "Well, if anything, she's a bit easier. I don't mind betting she gets over it." They went into the dining-room, almost side by side, and she inquired again about his headache. The meal was tranquil. After a few moments Edwin opened the subject of Auntie Hamp's illness with some sardonic remarks upon the demeanour of Albert Benbow. "Is Auntie dying?" asked George with gusto. Edwin replied, "What are those schoolbooks doing there on the sideboard? I thought it was clearly understood that you were to do your lessons in your mother's boudoir." He spoke without annoyance, but coldly. He was aware that neither Hilda nor her son would comprehend that to a bookman schoolbooks were not books, but merely an eyesore. He did not blame them for their incapacity, but he considered that an arrangement was an arrangement. "Mother put them there," said the base George. "Well, you can take them away," said Edwin firmly. "Run along now." George rose from his place between Hilda and Edwin, and from his luscious plate, and removed the books. Hilda watched him meekly go. His father, too, had gone. Edwin was in the right. His position could not be assailed. He had not been unpleasant, but he had spoken as one sublimely confident that his order would not be challenged. Within her heart Hilda rebelled. If Edwin had been responsible for some act contrary to one of her decrees, she would never in his presence have used the tone that he used to enforce obedience. She would have laughed, or she would have frowned, but she would never have been the polite autocrat. Nor would he have expected her to play the role. He would probably have resented it. Why? Were they not equals? No, they were not equals. The fundamental unuttered assumption upon which the household life rested was that they were not equals. She might cross him, she might momentarily defy him, she might torture him, she might drive him to fury, and still be safe from any effective reprisals, because his love for her made her necessary to his being. But in spite of all that, his will remained the seat of government, and she and George were only the opposition. In the end she had to incline. She was the complement of his existence, but he was not the complement of hers. She was just a parasite, though an essential parasite. Why? The reason, she judged, was economic, and solely economic. She rebelled. Was she not as individual, as original as he? Had she not a powerful mind of her own, experience of her own, ideals of her own? Was she not of a nature profoundly and exceptionally independent? Her lot was unalterable. She had, of course, not the slightest desire to leave him. She was devoted to him. What irked her was that, even had she had the desire, she could not have fulfilled it, for she was too old now, and too enamoured of comfort and security to risk such an enterprise. She was a captive, and she recalled with a gentle pang, less than regret, the days when she was unhappy and free as a man, when she could say, "I will go to London. I will leave London. I am deceived and ruined, but I am my own mistress." These thoughts, in the idyllic tranquillity of the meal, mingled, below her smiling preoccupations of an honoured housemistress, with the thoughts of her love for her husband and son, and of their excellencies, of the masculine love which enveloped and shielded her, of her security, of the tragedy of the bribed and dismissed victim and villain George Cannon, of the sorrows of some of her friends, and of the dead. In her heart was the unquiet whispering, "I submit."
Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 17 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Equilibrium. Part 1 of Chapter 17, George's Eyes. 1. Hilda sat alone in the boudoir, before the fire. She had just come out of the kitchen, and she was wearing the white uniform of the kitchen, unsuited for a boudoir, but she wore it with piquancy. The November afternoon had passed into dusk, and through the window, over the roofs of Halton Street,
Stars could be seen in a darkening clear sky. After a very sharp fall and rise of the barometer, accounting for heavy rainstorms, the first frosts were announced, and winter was on the doorstep. The hardy inhabitants of the Five Towns, Hilda among them, were bracing themselves to the discipline of winter, with its mud, increased smuts, sleet, and damp, piercing chills, and they were taking pleasure in the tonic prospect of discomfort. The visitation had threatened ever since September. Now it had positively come. Let it come. Build up the fire, stamp the feet, and defy it. Hilda was exhilarated, having been reawakened to the zest and the romance of life, not merely by the onset of winter, but by dramatic events in the kitchen. A little over 3 years had elapsed since the closing of the episode of George Cannon, and for 2 of those years Hilda had had peace in the kitchen. She had been the firm mistress who knows what she wants, and knowing also how to handle the peculiar inmates of the kitchen, gets it. She had been the mistress who won't put up with all sorts of things, including middle age and ugliness in servants, and whom heaven has spoilt by too much favour. Then the cook, with the ingratitude of a cherished domestic, had fallen in love, and carried her passion into a cottage miles away at Longshore. And from that moment Hilda had ceased to be the mistress who by firmness commands fate. She had become as other mistresses. In a year she had had 5 cooks, giving varying degrees of intense dissatisfaction. She had even dismissed the slim and constant Ada once, but yielding to an outburst of penitent affection, had withdrawn the notice. The last cook, far removed from youthfulness or prettiness, had left suddenly that day, after insolence, after the discovery of secret beer and other vileness in the attic bedroom, after a scene in which Hilda had absolutely silenced her, reducing ribaldry to sobs. Cook and trunk expelled, Hilda had gone about the house like a fumigation, and into the kitchen like the embodiment of calm and gay efficiency. She would do the cooking herself. She would show the kitchen that she was dependent upon nobody. She had quickened the speed of Ada, accused her tartly, but not without dry good humour, of a disloyal secretiveness, and counselled her to mind what she was about if she wanted to get on in the world. Edwin knew nothing, for all had happened since his departure to the works after midday dinner. He would be back in due course, and George would be back, and Tertius Ingpen, long ago reconciled, was coming for the evening. She would show them all 3 what a meal was, and incidentally Ada would learn what a meal was. There was nothing like demonstrating to servants that you could beat them easily at their own game. She had just lived through her 39th birthday. 40, she had murmured to herself with a shiver of apprehension, meaning that the next would be the 40th. It was an unpleasant experience. She had told Edwin not to mention her birthday abroad. Clumsy George had inquired, "Mother, how old are you?" To which she had replied, "Lay hours for meddlers," a familiar phrase whose origin none of them understood, but George knew that it signified, "Mind your own business." No, she had not been happy on that birthday. She had gazed into the glass and decided that she looked old, that she did not look old, that she looked old, endlessly alternating. She was not stout, but her body was solid, too solid. It had no litheness, none whatever. It was absolutely set. The cleft under the chin was quite undeniable, and the olive complexion subtly ravaged. Still, not a hair of her dark head had changed colour. It was perhaps her soul that was greying. Her married life was fairly calm. It had grown monotonous in ease and tranquillity. The sharp, respectful admiration for her husband roused in her by his handling of the Cannon episode had gradually been dulled. She had nothing against him, yet she had everything against him, because, apart from his grave, abiding love for her, he possessed an object and interest in life, and because she was a mere complement, and he was not. She had asked herself the most dreadful of questions. Why have I lived? Why do I go on living? And had answered, because of them,
meaning Edwin and her son. But it was not enough for her, who had once been violently enterprising, pugnacious, endangered, and independent. For after she had watched over them, she had energy to spare, and such energy was not being employed and could not be employed. Reading, a diversion. Fancy work, a detestable device for killing time and energy. Social duties, ditto. Charity, hateful. She had slowly descended into marriage as into a lotus valley. And more than half her life was gone. She could never detect that any other married woman in the town felt as she felt. She could never explain to herself to Edwin, and indeed had not tried to explain herself. Now the affair of the alcoholic cook, aided by Winter's first Philip, stimulated and brightened her. And, while thinking with a glance at the clock of the precise moment when she must return to the kitchen and put a dish down to the fire, she also thought, rather hopefully, and then quite hopefully, about the future of her marriage. Her brain seemed to straighten and correct itself, like the brain of one who, waking up in the morning, slowly perceives that the middle-of-the-night apprehensiveness about eventualities was all awry in its pessimism. She saw that everything could and must be improved, that the new life must begin. Edwin needed to be inspired. She must inspire him. He slouched more and more in his walk. He was more and more absorbed in his business, quieter in the evenings, more impatient in the mornings. Moreover, the household machine had been getting slack. A general tonic was required. She would administer it, and to herself also. They should all feel the invigorating ozone that very night. She would organize social distractions. On behalf of the home, she would reclaim from the works those odd hours and half-hours of Edwin's which it had imperceptibly filched. She would have some new clothes, and she would send Edwin to the tailor's. She would make him buy a dog-cart and a horse. Oh, she could do it. She had the mastery of him in many things when she chose to be aroused. In a word, she would branch out. She was not sure that she would not prosecute a campaign for putting Edwin on the town council, where he certainly ought to be. It was his duty to take a share in public matters, and ultimately to dominate the town. Suggestions had already been made by wire-pullers, and unreflectively repulsed by the too casual Edwin. She saw him mayor, and herself mayoress. Once, the prospect of any such formal honour, with all that it entailed of ceremoniousness and insincere civilities, would have annoyed, if not frightened her. But now she thought, proudly and timidly and desirously, that she would make as good a mayoress as most mayoresses, and that she could set one or two of them an example in tact and dignity. Why not? Of late, neither mayors nor mayoresses in the 5 towns had been what they used to be. The grand tradition was apparently in abeyance, the people who ought to carry it on seeming somehow to despise it. She could remember mayors, especially chief bailiffs of Turnhill, who imposed themselves upon the imagination of the town. But nowadays the name of a mayor was never a household word. She had even heard Ingpen ask Edwin, "See, who is the new mayor?" And Edwin starts his haughty answer, "Let me see." And she had still another and perhaps greater ambition, to possess a country house. In her fancy, her country house was very like Alicia Hesketh's house, Taylor Mansion, which she had never ceased to envy. She felt that in a new home, spacious, with space around it, she could really commence the new life. She saw the place perfectly appointed and functioning perfectly. No bother about smuts on white curtains, no half-trained servants, none of the base, confined promiscuity of filthy Trafalgar Road, and the Bembos and Auntie Hamps at least 8 or 10 miles off. She saw herself driving Edwin to the station in the morning, or perhaps riding to Bursley if she wanted to shop. No, she would of course shop at Oldcastle. She would leave old Darius Clayhanger's miracle house without one regret. And in the new life she would be always active, busy, dignified, elegant, influential, and kind.
and to Edwin she would be absolutely indispensable. In these imaginings their solid but tarnished love glittered and gleamed again. She saw naught but the charming side of Edwin and the romantic side of their union. She was persuaded that there really was nobody like Edwin, and that no marriage had ever had quite the mysterious, secretly exciting quality of hers. She yearned for him to come home at once, to appear magically in the dusk of the doorway. The mood was marvellous. 2. The door opened. "Can I speak to you, It was the voice of Ada, somewhat perturbed. She advanced a little and stood darkly in front of the open doorway. "What is it, Ada?" Hilda asked curtly, without turning to look at her. "It's—" Ada began and stopped. Hilda glanced round quickly, recognizing now in the voice a peculiar note with which experience had familiarized her. It was a note between pertness and the beginning of a sob, and it always indicated that Ada was feeling more acutely than usual the vast injustice of the worldly scheme. It might develop into tears. On the other hand, it might develop into mere insolence. Hilda discerned that Ada was wearing neither cap nor apron. She thought, if this stupid girl wants trouble, she has come to me at exactly and precisely the right moment to get it. I am not in the humour, after all I've gone through to-day, to stand any nonsense either from her or from anybody else. "What is it, Ada?" she repeated, with restraint, and yet warningly. "And where's your apron and your cap?" "In the kitchen." "Well, go and put them on, and then come and say what you have to say," said Hilda, thinking. "I don't give any importance to her cap and apron, but she does." "I was thinking I'd better give you notice, said Ada, and she said it pertly, ignoring the command. The two women were alone together in the house. Each felt it. Each felt the large, dark emptiness of the house behind them, and the solid front and back doors cutting them off from succour. Each had to depend entirely upon herself. Hilda asked quietly, "What's the matter now?" She knew that Ada's grievance would prove to be silly. The girl had practically no common sense. Not one servant girl in 100 had any appreciable common sense. And when girls happened to be upset, as they were all liable to be, and as Ada by the violent departure of the cook no doubt was, even such minute traces of gumption as they possessed were apt to disappear. "There's no pleasing you, said Ada. "The way you talked to me in the kitchen, saying I was always hiding things from you, I felt it very much." She threw her head back, and the gesture signified, "I'm younger than you, and young men are always running after me, and I can get a new situation any time, and I'm not going back into my kitchen to put my cap and apron on." "Ada," said Hilda, "shall I tell you what's wrong with you? You're a little fool. You know you're talking right down nonsense. You know that as well as I do, and you know you'll never get a better place than you have here. But you've taken an idea into your head, and there you are. Now do be sensible. You say you think you'd better give notice. Think it over before you do anything ridiculous. Sleep on it, and see how you feel in the morning." "I think I'd better give notice, especially since I'm a fool and silly," Ada persisted. Hilda sighed. Her voice hardened slightly. "So you'd leave me without a maid just as Christmas? And that's all the thanks I get for all I've done for you?" "Well, we've had such a queer lot of girls here lately, haven't we?" The pertness was intensified. "I don't hardly care to stay. I feel we'd both be better for a change, like." It was perhaps Ada's subtly insolent use of the word "we" and "both" that definitely brought about her new phase of the interview. Hilda suddenly lost all desire for an amicable explanation of the crisis. "Very well, Ada," she said shortly. "But remember, I shan't take you back again, whatever happens." Ada moved away, and then returned. "Could I leave at once, same as cook?" Hilda was astonished and outraged, despite all her experience and its resulting secret sardonic cynicism in regard to servants. The girl was ready to walk out instantly. "And may I inquire where you go to?" asked Hilda with a sneer. "At this time of night you couldn't possibly get home to your parents." "Oh," answered Ada brightly, "I could go to me cousin up at Toft End, and her could send down a lad with a barrow for me box." The plot, then, had been thought out. Her cousins, thought Hilda, and seemed to be putting her finger on the cause of Ada's disloyalty. Her cousins. It was a light in a dark mystery. Her cousins. "I suppose you know you're forfeiting the wages due to you the day after tomorrow?" "I shall ask my cousin about that, said Ada, as it were, menacingly. "I should," Hilda sarcastically agreed. "I certainly should." And she thought with bitter resignation, "She'll have to leave anyhow after this. She may as well leave on the spot." "There's those as I'll see I'll have me rights," said Ada pugnaciously, with another toss of the head. Hilda had a mind to retort in anger, but she controlled herself. Already that afternoon she had imperilled her dignity in the altercation with the cook. The cook, however, had not Ada's ready tongue, and while the mistress had come off best against the cook, she might, through impulsiveness, find herself worsted by Ada's more youthful impudence, were it once unloosed. "That will do then, Ada," she said. "You can go and pack your box first thing." In less than 3/4 of an hour, Ada was gone, and her corded trunk lay just within the scullery door, waiting the arrival of the cousin's barrow. She had bumped it down the stairs herself. All solitary in the house, which had somehow been transformed into a strange and unusual house, Hilda wept. She had only parted with an unfaithful and ungrateful servant, but she wept. She dashed to the kitchen and began to do Ada's work, still weeping, and she was savage against her own tears. Yet they continued softly to fall, misting her vision of fire and utensils and earthenware vessels. Ada had left everything in a moment. She had left the kettle on the fire, and the grease in the square tin in which the dinner joint had been cooked, and the ashes in the fender, and tea leaves in the kitchen teapot, and a cup and saucer unwashed. She had cared naught for the inconvenience she was causing, had shown not the slightest consideration, had walked off without a pang, smilingly hoity-toity. And all servants were like that. Such conduct might be due as much to want of imagination, to a simple inability to picture to themselves the consequences of certain acts, as to stark ingratitude. But the consequences remained the same, and Hilda held fiercely to the theory of stark ingratitude. She had made Ada, she had created her. When Hilda engaged her, Ada was little more than an oat-cake girl, that is to say, one of those girls who earn a few pence by delivering oat-cakes fresh from the stove at a halfpenny each before breakfast at the houses of gormandizing superior artisans and the middle classes. True, she had been in one situation prior to Hilda's, but it was a situation where she learnt nothing and could have learnt nothing. Nevertheless, she was very quick to learn, and in a month Hilda had done wonders with her. She had taught her not only her duties, but how to respect herself, to make the best of herself, and favourably to impress others. She had enormously increased Ada's value in the universe, and she had taught her some worldly wisdom, and permitted and even encouraged certain coquetries, and in the bedroom, during dressings and undressings, had occasionally treated her as a soubrette, if not as a confidante, had listened to her at length, and had gone so far as to ask her views on this matter or that, the supreme honour for a menial. Also, she had very conscientiously nursed her in sickness. She had really liked Ada, and had developed a sentimental weakness for her. She had taken pleasure in her prettiness, in her natural grace, and in her crude youth. She enjoyed seeing Ada arrange a bedroom, or answer the door, or serve a meal. And Ada's stupidity, that half-cunning stupidity of her class, which immovably underlay her superficial aptitudes, had not sufficed to spoil her affection for the girl. She had been indulgent to Ada's stupidity.
She had occasionally, in some soft moods, hoped that it was curable, and she had argued in moments of discouragement that at any rate stupidity could be faithful. In her heart she counted Ada as a friend, as a true stand-by in the more or less tragic emergencies of the household. And now Ada had deserted her. Stupidity had proved to be neither faithful nor grateful. Why had Ada been so silly and so base? Impossible to say. A nothing, a whim, nerves, fatuity. The whole affair was horribly absurd. These creatures were incalculable. Of course, Hilda would have been wiser not to upbraid her so soon after the scene with the cook, and to have spoken more smoothly to the chit in the boudoir. Hilda admitted that. But what then? Was that an excuse for the chit's turpitude? There must be a limit to the mistress's humouring. And probably after all the chit had meant to go. If she had not meant to go, she would not have entered the boudoir apronless and capless. Some rankling word, some ridiculous sympathy with the cook, some wild dream of a Christmas holiday. Who could tell what might have influenced her? Hilda gave it up, and returned to it 1,000 times. One truth emerged, and it was the great truth of house-mistresses, namely, that it never, never, never pays to be too kind to servants. Servants do not understand kindness. You think they do. They themselves think they do. But they don't. They don't, and they don't. Hilda went back into the immensity of her desolating experience as an employer of female domestic servants of all kinds, but chiefly bad. For the landlady of a small boarding-house must take what servants she can get. And she raged at the persistence of the proof that kindness never paid. What did pay was severity and inhuman strictness, and the maintenance of an impassable gulf between employer and employed. Not again would she make the mistake which she had made 100 times. She hardened herself to the consistency of a slave-driver, and all the time it was the woman in her, not the mistress, that the hasty, thoughtless Ada had wounded. To the woman, the kitchen was not the same place without Ada. Ada, on whom she had utterly relied in the dilemma caused by the departure of the cook. As with angrily wet eyes she went about her new work in the kitchen, she could almost see the graceful ghost of Ada tripping to and fro therein. And all that the world and the husband would know or understand was that a cook had been turned out for drunkenness, and that a quite sober parlour-maid had most preposterously walked after her. Hilda was aware that in Edwin she had a severe, though a taciturn, critic of her activities as employer of servants. She had no hope whatever of his sympathy, and so she closed all her gates against him. She waited for him as for an adversary, and all the lustre faded from her conception of their love. 3. When Edwin approached his home that frosty evening, he was disturbed to perceive that there was no light from the hall gas shining through the panes of the front door, though some light showed at the dining-room window, the blinds of which had not been drawn. What next? He thought crossly. He was tired, and the keenness of the weather, instead of bracing him, merely made him petulant. He was astonished that several women in a house could all forget such an important act as the lighting of the hall gas at nightfall. Never before had the hall gas been forgotten, and the negligence appeared to Edwin as absolutely monstrous. The effect of it on the street, the effect on a possible caller, was bad enough. Edwin, while pretending to scorn social opinion, was really very deferential towards it. But what was worse was the revelation of the feminine mentality. In opening the door with his latch-key, he was purposely noisy, partly in order to give expression to his justified annoyance, and partly to warn all peccant women that the mail had arrived, threatening. As his feet fumbled into the interior gloom and he banged the door, he quite expected a rush of at least one apologetic woman with a box of matches. But nobody came. Nevertheless, he could hear sharp movements through the half-open door of the kitchen.
Assuredly women have the irresponsibility of infants. He glanced for an instant into the dining room. The white cloth was laid, but the table was actually not set. With unusual righteous care, he wiped the half-congealed mud off his boots on the mat, then removed his hat and his overcoat, took a large new piece of india-rubber from his pocket, and put it on the hall table, felt the radiator, which despite all his injunctions and recommendations was almost cold, and lastly he lighted the gas himself. This final act was contrary to his own rule, for he had often told Hilda that half her trouble with the servants arose through her impatiently doing herself things which they had omitted, instead of ringing the bell and seeing the things done. But he was not infrequently inconsistent, both in deed and in thought. For another example, he would say superiorly that a woman could never manage women, ignoring that he, the all-wise, had never been able to manage Hilda. He turned to go upstairs. At the same moment somebody emerged obscurely from the kitchen. It was Hilda, in a white apron. "Oh, I'm glad you've lighted it," said she curtly, without the least symptom of apology, but rather affrontingly. He continued his way. "Have you seen anything of George?" she asked, and her tone stopped him. Yet she well knew that he hated to be stopped of an evening on his way to the bathroom. It could not be sufficiently emphasized that to accost him before he had descended from the bathroom was to transgress one of the most solemn rules of his daily life. "Of course I haven't seen George," he answered. "How should I have seen George?" "Because he's not back from school yet, and I can't help wondering—" She was worrying about George as usual. He grunted and passed on. "There's no light on the landing either," he said over the banisters. "I wish you'd see to those servants of yours." "As it happens, there aren't any servants." A tone, getting more peculiar with each phrase, stopped him again. "Aren't any servants? What do you mean?" "Well, I found the attic full of beer bottles, so I sent her off on the spot." "Sent who off?" "Eliza." "And where's Ada?" "She's gone too," said Hilda defiantly, and as though rebutting an accusation before it could be made. "Why?" "She seemed to want to, and she was very impertinent over it." He snorted and shrugged his shoulders. "Well, it's your affair," he muttered, too scornful to ask details. "It is," said she, significantly laconic. In the bathroom, vexed and gloomy as he brushed his nails and splashed in the wash-basin, he mused savagely over the servant problem. The servant problem had been growing acute. He had predicted several times that a crisis would arrive. A crisis had arrived. He was always right. His rightness was positively uncanny. He had liked Ada. He had not disliked the cook. He knew that Hilda was to blame. How should she not be to blame, losing her entire staff in one afternoon? It was not merely that she lacked the gift of authoritative control. It was also that she had no feeling for democratic justice as between one human being and another. And yet, among his earliest recollections of her was her passionate sympathy with men on strike as against their employers. Totally misleading manifestations. For her, a servant was nothing but a servant. She was convinced that all her servants were pampered and spoilt, and as for Edwin's treatment of his work-people, she considered it to be ridiculously, criminally soft. If she had implied once, she had implied 100 times that the whole lot of them laughed at him behind his back for a sentimental simpleton. Occasionally Edwin was quite outraged by her callousness. The topic of the 8 hours day, of the 10 hours day, and even of the 12 hours day, the last for tramway men, had been lately exciting the district. And Edwin was distressed that in his own house a 16-hour day for labour was in vogue, and that the employer perceived no shame in it. He did not clearly see how the shame was to be abolished, but he thought that it ought to be admitted. It was not admitted. From 6 in the morning until 10 at night, these mysterious, light-headed young women were the slaves of a bell.
They had no surcease except one long weekday evening each week, and a short Sunday evening each fortnight. At one period, Hilda had had a fad for getting them out of bed at 5:30 to cure them of laziness. He remembered one cook whose family lived in the village of Brindley Edge, 5 miles off. This cook, on her weekday evening, would walk to Brindley Edge, spend 3/4 of an hour in her home, and walk back to Bursley, reaching Trafalgar Road just in time to get to bed. Hilda saw nothing very odd in that. She said the girl could always please herself about going to Brindley Edge. Edwin's democratic sense was gradually growing in force. It disturbed more and more the peace of his inmost mind. He seldom displayed his sympathies, save to Tertius Inkpen, who, though a Tory, was in some ways astoundingly open to ideas, which seemed to interest him as a pretty equation would interest him. But they pursued their secret activity in his being, annoying him at his lithographic works, and still more in his home. He would suppress them, and grin, and repeat his ancient consoling truth that what was, was. The relief, however, was not permanent. In that year, the discovery of Rontgen rays, the practical invention of the incandescent gas mantle, the abolition of the man with a red flag in front of self-propelled vehicles, and the fact that consoles stood at 113, had combined to produce in innumerable hearts the illusion that civilization was advancing at a great rate. But Edwin, in his soul, scarcely thought so. He was worrying not only about liberal principles, but about the world. In his youth he had never worried about the world. And of his own personal success he would ask and ask, "Is it right?" He said to himself in the bathroom, "There's 1,000,000 domestic servants in this blessed country, and not one of them works less than 100 hours a week, and nobody cares. I don't think I really care myself. But there it is, all the same." And he was darkly resentful against Hilda on account of the entire phenomenon. He foresaw, too, a period of upset and discomfort in his house. Would there indeed ever be any real tranquillity in his house, with that strange primeval cave-woman in charge of it? As he descended the stairs, Hilda came out of the dining-room with an empty tray. She said, "I wish you'd go out and look for George." Imagine it, going out into the 5 Towns to look for one boy. "Oh, he'll be all right. I suppose you haven't forgotten Inkpen's coming tonight?" "Of course I haven't. But I want you to go out and look for George." He knew what was in her mind, namely, an absurd vision of George and his new bicycle crushed under a tramcar somewhere between Bleakridge and Hanbridge. In that year, everybody with any pretension to youthfulness and modernity rode a bicycle. Both Edwin and Hilda rode occasionally. Such was the power of fashion. Maternal apprehensions had not sufficed to keep George from having a bicycle, nor from riding on it unprotected up and down the greasy slopes of Trafalgar Road to and from school. Edwin himself had bought the bicycle, pooh-poohing danger, and asserting that anyhow normal risks must always be accepted with an even mind. He was about to declare that he would certainly not do anything so silly as to go out and look for George. And then all of a sudden he had the queer sensation of being alone with Hilda in the house, made strange and romantic by a domestic calamity. He gazed at Hilda with her apron, and the calamity had made her strange and romantic also. He was vexed, annoyed, despondent, gloomy, fearful of the immediate future. He had immense grievances. He hated Hilda, he loathed giving way to her. He thought, "What is it that binds me to this incomprehensible woman? I will not be bound." But he felt that he would be compelled, not by her but by something in himself, to commit the folly of going out to look for George. And he felt that though his existence was an exasperating adventure, still it was an adventure. "Oh, damn!" he exploded, and reached for a cap. And then George came into the hall through the kitchen. The boy often preferred to enter by the back, the stalking Indian way. 4. George wore spectacles. He had grown considerably. He was now between 14 and 15 years of age, and he had begun to look his age. His mental outlook and conversation were on the whole in advance of his age. Even when he was younger, he had frequently an adult manner of wise talking, but it had appeared unreal, naive. It was amusing rather than convincing. Now he imposed himself even on his family as a genuine adolescent, though the idiom he employed was often schoolboyish, and his gestures were immaturely rough. The fact was, he was not the same boy. Everybody noticed it. His old charm and delicacy seemed to have gone, and his voice was going. He had become harsh, defiant, somewhat brutal, and egotistic, if not conceited. He held a very low opinion of all his schoolfellows, and did not conceal it. Yet he was not very high in his form, the lower fifth. His reports were mediocre, and he cut no figure in the playfield. In the home he was charged with idleness, selfishness, and irresolution. It was pointed out to him that he was not making the best of his gifts, and that if he only chose to make the best of them, he might easily, etc., etc. Apparently he did not care a bit. He had marked facility on the piano, but he had insisted on giving up his piano lessons and would not open the piano for a fortnight at a time. He still maintained his intention of being an architect, but he had ceased to show any interest in architecture. He would, however, still paint in watercolours, and he read a lot, but gluttonously, without taste. Edwin and Hilda, and especially Hilda, did not hide their discontent. Hilda had outbursts against him. In regards to Hilda, he was disobedient. Edwin always spoke quietly to him and was seldom seriously disobeyed. When disobeyed, Edwin would show a taciturn resentment against the boy, who would sulk and then melt. "Oh, he'll grow out of it," Edwin would say to Hilda. Yet Edwin, like Hilda, thought that the boy was deliberately naughty, and they held themselves towards him as grieved persons of superior righteousness towards a person of inferior righteousness. Not even Edwin reflected that profound molecular changes might be proceeding in George's brain, for which changes he was in no way responsible. Nevertheless, despite the blighting disappointment of George's evolution, the home was by no means deeply engloomed. No, George had an appealing smile, a mere gawky boyishness, a peculiar way of existing, that somehow made joy in the home. Also, he was a centre of intense and continual interest, and of this he was very well aware. In passing through the kitchen, George had of course been struck by the astounding absence of the cook. He had noticed further a fancy apron and a cap lying on the window-sill therein. And when he came into the hall, the strange aspect of his mother, in a servant's apron, and his uncle, proved to him that something marvellously unusual, exciting, and uplifting was afoot. He was pleased, agog, and he had the additional satisfaction that great events would conveniently divert attention from his lateness. Still, he must be discreet, for the adults were evidently at loggerheads, and therefore touchy. He slipped between Edwin and Hilda with a fairly good imitation of innocent casualness, as if saying, "Whatever has occurred, I am guiltless, and going on just as usual." "Oh, Bag's Eye!" he exclaimed loudly at the hall table, and seized the india-rubber which Edwin had promised him. His school vocabulary comprised an extraordinary number of words ending in G's. He would never, for example, say first, but fogs, and never second, but segs. That very morning, for example, meeting Hilda on the mat at the foot of the stairs, he had shocked her by saying, "You go up fogs, mother, and I'll go segs." "George!" Hilda severely protested. Her anxiety concerning him was now turned to resentment. "Have you had an accident?" "An accident?" said George, as though at a loss. Yet he knew perfectly that his mother was referring to the bicycle. Edwin said curtly, "Now don't play the fool. Have you fallen off your bike? Look at your overcoat. Don't leave that satchel there, and hang your coat up properly." The overcoat was in a grievous state. A few days earlier it had been new. Besides money, it had cost an enormous amount of deliberation and discussion, like everything else connected with George. Against his will, Edwin himself had been compelled to conduct George to Shillitoe's, the tailor's, and superintend a third trying on for further alterations after the overcoat was supposed to be finished. And lo, now it had no quality left but warmth. Efforts in regard to George were always thus out of proportion to the trifling results obtained. At George's age, Edwin doubtless has an overcoat, but he positively could not remember having one, and he was quite sure that no schoolboy overcoat of his had ever preoccupied a whole household for 2 minutes, to say nothing of a week. George's face expressed a sense of injury, and his face hardened. "Father made me take my overcoat. You know I can't cycle in my overcoat. I've not been on my bicycle all day. Also, my lamp's broken," he said with gloomy defiance. His curiosity about wondrous events in the house was quenched, and Edwin felt angry with Hilda for having quite unjustifiably assumed that George had gone to school on his bicycle. Ought she not to have had the ordinary gumption to assure herself, before worrying, that the lad's bicycle was not in the shed? Incredible thoughtlessness! All these alarms for nothing. "Then why are you so late?" Hilda demanded, diverting to George her indignation at Edwin's unuttered but yet conveyed criticism of herself. "Kept in." "All this time?" Hilda questioned, suspiciously. George sullenly nodded. "What for?" "Latin." "Homework again?" ejaculated Edwin. "Why haven't you done it properly?" "I had a headache last night, and I've got one today." "Another of your Latin headaches," said Edwin sarcastically. There was nothing, except possibly cod-liver oil, that George detested more than Edwin's serious sarcasm. The elders glanced at one another and glanced away. Both had the same fear, the dreadful fear that George might be developing the worst characteristics of his father. Both had vividly in mind the fact that this boy was the son of George Cannon. They never mentioned to each other either the fear or the fact. They dared not, but each knew the thoughts of the other. The boy was undoubtedly crafty. He could conceal subtle designs under a simple exterior. He was also undoubtedly secretive. The recent changes in his disposition had put Edwin and Hilda on their guard, and every time young George displayed cunning, or economized the truth, or lied, the fear visited them. "I hope he'll turn out all right," Hilda had said once. Edwin had nearly replied, "What are you worrying about? The sons of honest men are often rascals. Why on earth shouldn't the son of a rascal be an honest man?" But he had only said with good-humoured impatience, "Of course he'll turn out all right." Not that he himself was convinced. Edwin now tapped the boy gloomily. "You didn't seem to have much of a headache when you came in just now." It was true. But George suddenly burst into tears. His headaches were absolutely genuine. The emptiness of the kitchen and the general queer look of things in the house had, however, by their promise of adventurous happenings, caused him to forget his headache altogether, and the discovery of the new india-rubber had been like a tonic to a convalescent. The menacing attitude of the elders had now brought about a relapse. The headache established itself as his chief physical sensation. His chief moral sensation was that of a terrible grievance. He did not often cry. He had not, indeed, cried for about a year. But tonight there was something nervous in the very air, and the sob took him unawares. The first sob having prostrated all resistance, others followed victoriously, and there was no stopping them. He did not quite know why he should have been more liable to cry on this particular occasion than on certain others, and he was rather ashamed. On the other hand, it was with an almost malicious satisfaction that he perceived the troubling effect of his tears on the elders. They were obviously in a quandary. Serve them right. "It's my eyes," he blubbered. "I told you these specs would never suit me, but you wouldn't believe me, and the headmaster won't believe me." The discovery that George's eyesight was defective, about 2 months earlier, had led to a desperate but of course hopeless struggle on his part against the wearing of spectacles. It was curious that in the struggle he had never even mentioned his strongest objection to spectacles, namely, the fact that Bert Benbow wore spectacles. "Why didn't you tell us?" Edwin demanded. Between sobs, George replied with overwhelming disillusioned disgust, "What's the good of telling you anything? You only think I'm codding." And he passed upstairs, apparently the broken victim of fate and parents, but in reality triumphant. His triumph was such that neither Edwin nor Hilda dared even to protest against the use of such an inexcusable word as codding. Hilda went into the kitchen, and Edwin rather aimlessly followed her. He felt incompetent. He could do nothing except carry trays, and he had no desire to carry trays. Neither spoke. Hilda was bending over the fire. Then she arranged the grid in front of the fire to hold a tin, and she greased the tin. He thought she looked very wistful, for all the somewhat bitter sturdiness of her demeanour. Tertius Ingpen was due for the evening. She had no servants, through her own fault, and now a new phase had arrived in the unending responsibility for George's welfare. He knew that she was blaming him on account of George. He knew that she believed in the sincerity of George's outburst. He believed in it himself. The spectacles were wrong. The headache was genuine. And he, Edwin, was guilty of the spectacles because he had forced Hilda, by his calm, bantering common sense, to consult a small local optician of good reputation. Hilda had wanted to go to Birmingham or Manchester, but Edwin said that such an idea was absurd. The best local optician was good enough for the great majority of the inhabitants of the Five Towns, and would be good enough for George. Why not, indeed? Why the craze for specialists? There could be nothing uniquely wrong with the boy's eyes. It was a temporary weakness. And so on, in accordance with Edwin's instinct for denying the existence of a crisis. And the local optician, consulted, had borne him out. The local optician said that every year he dealt with dozens of cases similar to George's. And now both the local optician and Edwin were overthrown by a boy's sobbing tears. Suddenly Hilda turned round upon her husband. "I shall take George to London tomorrow about his eyes," she said, with immense purpose and sincerity, in a kind of fierce challenge. This was her amends to George for having often disbelieved him, and for having suspected him of taking after his father. She made her amends passionately, and with all the force of her temperament. In her eyes, George was now a martyr. "To London?" exclaimed Edwin weakly. "Yes, it's no use half doing these things. I shall ask Charlie Orgreave to recommend me a first-class oculist." Edwin dared say nothing. Either Manchester or Birmingham would be just as good as London, perhaps better. Moreover, she had not even consulted him. She had decided by a violent impulse and announced her decision. This was not right. She would have protested against a similar act by Edwin. But he could not argue with her. She was far beyond argument. "I wouldn't have that boy's eyesight played with for anything," she said fiercely. And of course you wouldn't. Who would? Edwin thought, but he did not say it. "Go and see what he's doing," she said. Edwin slouched off. He was no longer the master of the house. He was only an economic factor and general tool in the house. And, as he wandered like a culprit up the stairs of the mysteriously transformed dwelling, he thought again, "What is it that binds me to her?" But he was abashed, and in spite of himself impressed by the intensity of Hilda's formidable emotion. Nevertheless, as he began vaguely to perceive all that was involved in her threat to go to London on the morrow, he stiffened, and said to himself, "We shall see about that. We shall just see about that."
End of Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 17.